As time passes, the sun slowly descends, followed by the arrival of night, as the profound silence of darkness gradually envelopes the entire land. This should be a moment for families to gather around the dining table, enjoying a delightful dinner after a day of hard work. Yet, the residents of the hidden leaf village in the land of fire remain oblivious to the impending calamity that threatens to obliterate their village. It hurts so much. Wah, it's so painful. Distance from the lively bustling of the ninja village, within the heavily guarded cavern filled with elite ninjas, a heart-wrenching cry of anguish from a woman reverberates through the entrance. I've never seen Kushina in such pain before. The usually composed fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, now squints. His eyes, beads of sweat, dotting his forehead as he anxiously surveys his wife, who lies on the stone bed, crying out in agony. He turns to the nervous medical ninja beside him. Is Kushina really going to be all right? This is the 8th time you've asked since you began labor. Every woman experiences this stage of childbirth. You are the 4th Hokage, for goodness sake. Stop making such a fuss. Sarutobi Bawako, the 3rd Hokage's wife, replies without looking up, her own face glistening with sweat. She clenches her teeth, channeling chakra to help alleviate Kushina's pain, adding, rather than fretting about this, you should focus all your energy on suppressing the Nine Tails seal. If it breaks free, not only will Kushina and the child be in danger, but the entire Leaf Village could be destroyed. But Minato opened his mouth to speak, only to sense a surge of malevolent chakra cold, vengeful, envious, greedy, and filled with hatred, an unmistakable manifestation of the Nine Tails chakra leaking out. Damn it, Nine Tails, behave yourself. Minato's complexion paled further. He could no longer concern himself with his wife's condition. With his palms pressed firmly together, he channels his chakra into the fading seal on Kushina's abdomen, striving to contain the increasingly agitated beast within her. I beg you, Naruto, hang in there and come out quickly. Wah, it's a tear. Perhaps sensing his father's fervent prayers, or unwilling to further torment his mother, the Nine Tails chakra finally calms, replaced by the resounding cries of a newborn. A clarion call of new life that invigorates everyone present. Phew, haha. Congratulations, Minato. It's a healthy baby boy. You have a son. I have a son. I am a dad now. As Kushina's expression softens, Biwako cradles the tiny figure in her arms with utmost care, causing Minato's heart to race. Overwhelmed with joy, he kneels beside his wife, tears of happiness streaming down his face as he exclaims, "Ha! Kushina, did you hear that? We have a son. We have a son. I heard it. Look at you. You're the Hokage now, and still crying to be careful, or Naruto will tease you for being such a sentimental father." Kushina, still recovering from childbirth, playfully teases her husband, her words laced with the same joy and satisfaction he feels. Naruto, after taking a deep breath to muster her strength, Kushina turns her head slowly, gazing at the little one in Biwako's arms with a mix of curiosity and affection, whispering softly, "Finally, we get to see you, our child. Yes, from this day forward, we are Naruto's mom and dad." Kushina, Minato replies, striving to contain his exuberance, gently wiping away his tears while lowering his voice to respond tenderly to his wife. After a brief pause, he returns his hands to the seal on Kushina's belly. "All right, Kushina, although you've just given birth in it's been tough. We must quickly secure the Nine Tails. I'm afraid that won't be as easy as you wish." 4th Hokage that moment, a chilling voice shatters the warm atmosphere. When Minato turns in surprise, he finds not only the lifeless body of Biwako, who clutches her throat as she collapses, but also a strange masked man poised to strike at his newborn child with a kunai. "Stay away from the Jinchuriki, or I will kill your child right now." Naruto, damn it, who is this guy? How did he breach the barrier and infiltrate here? Seeing his newborn child in imminent danger, Minato's eyes widen in horror. He struggles to suppress his fury and maintain his composure. Just as he prepares to negotiate, the Nine Tails sealed within Kushina seems to sense the disturbance and erupts with renewed ferocity, violently thrashing against the incomplete seal. If he doesn't reinforce the seal immediately, the exhausted Kushina will surely be unable to contain the Nine Tails. But if he chooses to strengthen the seal, Naruto will undoubtedly be. In that moment, Minato feels utterly powerless no matter the choice. The consequences are ones he cannot bear to face. Renowned as the Golden Flash of the Leaf, he has never felt his signature space-time ninjutsu to be so slow and futile. Well, have you made your choice? Will you save your wife? Or the masked man, sensing Minato's hesitation, gives him little time to ponder. Before Minato can react, he tosses the wailing Naruto high into the air, while his kunai, glinting ominously, locks onto the fragile infant, ready to strike without mercy. No, Naruto! In an instant, Minato realizes the perilous situation. His body transforms into a golden flash, vanishing from his original spot, his famed teleportation technique, the Flying Thunder God. In a mere blink, he retrieves his child from the masked man's lethal grasp. Phew, Naruto, thank goodness. Ha! The golden flash of Konoha truly lives. Up to its name despite the failed attack and the loss of his bargaining chip, the masked man remains unfazed, sheathing his kunai while commending Minato's skill. After a brief pause, his gaze locks on Naruto in Minato's arms, and he coldly sneers, "Humph, but what will you do next?" What? Before Minato can fully comprehend the masked man's words, the acrid scent of smoke and the hissing sound of igniting explosives alert him to the imminent danger. As he turns Naruto's body slightly, he is met with the sight of countless explosive tags affixed to the swaddling cloth. With such a vast quantity, not only would Naruto be obliterated, but Kushina nearby would also be caught in the explosion. There's no other choice. With no time to contemplate further, Minato clenches his jaw and swiftly tears the swaddling cloth from Naruto, simultaneously activating the Flying Thunder God technique once more. In an instant, the father and son vanish from the cavern. Minato, Naruto, her beloved husband, and her newly born child. Kushina watches helplessly as the two most cherished men in her life face an unprecedented crisis, while she, weak and powerless, can only witness them disappear before her eyes. This despair surpasses even the pain of the Nine-Tails' turbulent seal, and she cannot help but cry out in anguish, her gaze toward the masked man filled with increasing anger and resentment. Who are you, and why are you doing this? Shoo! Do not worry. It will all be over soon, I assure you. The masked man, unfazed by Kushina's gaze, drew closer, the hollow of his right eye glimmering with a ghastly crimson light. Accompanied by the clanging of metal, a thick, resilient chain slithered from his ample robes, binding the already weakened Kushina, rendering her struggle futile. Now let us commence. It is time to unleash the Nine-Tails, to allow this illusory world to experience true pain and despair. That in the year marking the establishment of the Hidden Leaf Village, we find ourselves in the 48th year of the Leaf Calendar on the 10th of October. The formidable Nine-Tails, the chief of the nine-tailed beasts, rampaged uncontrollably, its colossal form capable of blotting out the sun. With a mere flick of its tails, it wielded the power to cause cataclysmic upheavals. In the face of this terrifying creature, birthed from the very essence of the earth and sky, even the might of the Hidden Leaf Village suffered grievous losses, teetering on the brink of destruction. Yet, in that dire moment, a hero emerged, single-handedly sealing the Nine-Tails once more, preserving the Hidden Leaf Village while sacrificing his own life. He and his wife vanished quietly, their souls yet to find rest, their final resting place still shrouded in mystery. This hero was none other than the fourth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, Minato Namikaze. The ambition of Danzo, the reincarnation of the fox spirit, within the office of the Hokage in the Hidden Leaf Village, which should be bustling with the comings and goings of officials surrounded by scrolls and documents. The door is now firmly closed. Apart from the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who has taken over from Minato, the expansive room is empty save for 3 of his former comrades, now elders and advisors of the village. Each face is etched with deep concern, yet none dare to break the silence, seemingly absorbed in contemplation of a grave matter. I oppose this. Hiruzen's voice, resonant and filled with conviction, shatters the tense stillness that has pervaded the room. The Minato couple sacrificed their lives for the village, and even their newborn child has become the next Jinchuriki after Kushina. And now you wish to treat their only remaining bloodline in such a manner? Is this how you honor the child of the heroes who saved our village? Are we even human? After a prolonged silence, Hiruzen's vehement inquiry hangs heavily in the air. The once sprightly third Hokage, now aged and weary, trembles slightly as he suppresses his fury. He pauses momentarily, placing his withered hand upon a crystal ball on the table before him. Infusing it with chakra, it reveals the image he most longs to see, a naive, golden-haired child under the watchful eyes of the Umbu. Have you all forgotten? If it were not for this child's parents. As he gazes upon the innocent smile of young Naruto, Hiruzen's expression softens. However, he quickly shifts his attention to the three advisors surrounding him, his voice steady and forceful. If it were not for Minato and Kushina sacrificing their lives to seal the Nine Tails, what fate would our village face now? You see, this is why I say you are too lenient and indecisive. Hiruzen, you are unfit to hold the position of Hokage. Before Hiruzen can continue, the man standing to his left, a middle-aged figure with a cane, steps forward with a furrowed brow, interrupting him with a scoff. I concede that Minato's actions during the Nine Tails rampage were commendable, but let us not forget that this calamity is closely tied to their decisions. Danzo, what do you mean by that? Are you insinuating that Minato and Kushina intentionally unleashed the Nine Tails? Hiruzen, who had been valiantly keeping his emotions in check, now loses his composure, slamming his hand down on the table in a fit of anger. Who knows? Human intentions are inscrutable. Such a possibility cannot be dismissed. Danzo's ambiguous stance infuriates Hiruzen further. He cannot fathom that the couple, who sacrificed everything to save the village, could be viewed as complicit in the chaos wrought by the Nine Tails. Even more shocking is the suggestion to isolate their only child for extensive surveillance, all for the sake of cultivating a weapon for the village. This is the child of heroes, the sole legacy of Minato and Kushina. They not only gave their lives to protect the village, but also chose to entrust their newborn, Naruto, with the burden of being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. How could I stand by and watch as he is turned into a mere tool for war? Enough, enough. Let us temper our words. The voice of another elder, Mito Minyin, cuts in, his tone laced with sympathy. Hiruzen, we all acknowledge that Minato was an exceptional Hokage and a proud disciple of Jiraiya. Moreover, your wife, Buwako, perished while aiding Kushina during childbirth. It is indeed difficult for you to bear such tragic news. As tensions escalate between Hiruzen and Danzo, Mito's attempt to soothe the atmosphere inadvertently brings to light the loss of Hiruzen's wife, causing him further anguish, though his expression gradually softens. Yet, Mito's subsequent remarks darken his demeanor once more. However, Danzo and Appo's concerns are not without merit. Minato and Kushina bore the dual responsibilities of Hokage and Jinchuriki, fully aware of the vulnerabilities that arise during childbirth. Yet they insisted on bringing this child into the world. The only female elder, Kohoru Udatane, casts a disdainful glance at the image of Naruto in the crystal ball, her frigid words supporting Danzo's stance. Had they simply followed my advice and terminated the pregnancy, they would not have fallen to the enemy's ambush. Consequently, not only would they have preserved their lives, but the village would have avoided such disaster. In truth, the so-called saviors of the village, they are merely disqualified Hokage whose failures are now being reckoned. Come to terms with this, Hiruzen. This is ultimately for the good of the village, to ensure that this child can fully control the Nine Tails and prevent similar tragedies from recurring. It is not just our opinion. It is a unanimous decision of the Elder Council. Danzo takes the lead. Mito plays the role of the amiable supporter, while Koharu assumes the position of the antagonist. Together, they conspire against Hiruzen, leaving him little room to contest their plan. You all. Hiruzen glares at the three, once cherished comrades now appearing utterly alien and odious to him. Within the Hidden Leaf Village, the Elder Council holds sway over governance, and the combined influence of Danzo, Mito, and Koharu can significantly affect the village's laws. This institution, designed by the previous Hokage to prevent a concentration of power, has now become a weapon forcing him into submission. Face reality, Hiruzen. Your ideals are too antiquated and timid. Without a firm hand, how can we ensure the village possesses the military strength necessary for self-preservation? How can we deter the predatory gaze of other ninja villages in these perilous times? It is a great pleasure to witness one's rival in a precarious position, yet excessive coercion may lead to repercussions. The heroic sacrifice of the fourth Hokage is an undeniable truth in the hearts of the villagers, and his reputation is at an all-time high. Though Hiruzen has just resumed his duties, if he were to take a stand in defense of Naruto, leading to mutual destruction, it would not bode well for Danzo. Furthermore, unlike the villagers' reverence for the fourth Hokage, The Ninetales has become synonymous with fear and loathing. A defenseless child is deemed a burdensome liability. While future potential exists, it is not Danzo's primary objective. Thus, following a series of jabs and taunts, Danzo, sensing Hiruzen's simmering anger, decides to make a concession. Let us each take a step back. We can delay the training of the child, but in return, to ensure the secrecy and safety of his identity as the Jinchuriki, his lineage must remain untold. To avoid any accidental exposure, he shall not bear his father's surname, but rather his mother's, Uzumaki. Ah, I see now. No wonder you have been so cunningly targeting this child. Truly, one would resort to any means to achieve their ends. Upon hearing the concession from the individual before him, the third Hokage's pent-up fury dissipated like a punch landing on cotton, leaving him momentarily dazed as he processed the implications of the words spoken. Concealing one's lineage and altering one's surname. What impact would this have on Naruto? Clearly, Naruto would be unable to inherit the soaring prestige of his father as the son of a hero, nor could he be groomed as the third Hokage had previously envisioned. As the universally acknowledged candidate for the fifth Hokage, the one to gain the most from this arrangement would undoubtedly be Danzo, who had orchestrated this convoluted scheme. After all, the proposal to train Naruto into a mere war machine, devoid of any sense of humanity, was merely a strategy to diminish the number of potential rivals for the position of fifth Hokage, even if one of those rivals was merely an infant still in swaddling clothes. Realizing Danzo's true intentions, the third Hokage felt a sense of relief wash over him, a slight smirk of disdain curling his lips as he scrutinized Danzo. After taking a few deep puffs from a pipe nearby, he continued, "Very well. But I have one condition. You must not interfere in the child's growth in any manner. Withdraw all root members assigned to monitor him." Danzo's expression remained unchanged despite the mockery woven through the third Hokage's words. His narrowed eyes met the third Hokage's gaze without flinching, his cane tapping rhythmically on the ground as he pondered the pros and cons, ultimately nodding in reluctant agreement. "Fine, it is decided." Within the clandestine base of the root organization, Danzo muttered to himself, "It seems I could not keep this fellow in the dark. Sarutobi, why must you disrupt my plans with your meddling? You should enjoy your retirement in peace." Behind him knelt a dozen elite ninjas adorned with peculiar masks, originally tasked with surveilling Naruto, but now hastily summoned back. The third Hokage's final stipulation was designed to prevent Danzo from circumventing his authority and directly influencing Naruto, serving both to protect the child from the root's insidious grasp and to exploit a subtle flaw in Danzo's scheme. Indeed, the third Hokage had consented to keep Naruto's lineage a secret. However, if the boy were to discover the truth himself, the third Hokage could hardly be blamed for breaking his promise. "My lord, you summoned us?" One of the ninjas inquired. "Plans have changed. You no longer need to monitor that nine-tails brat. I have a new task for you. Starting tomorrow, the third Hokage will issue a decree forbidding anyone aware of the boy's true heritage from revealing the truth to him. Your mission, thereafter, is to subtly disseminate a message among the villagers." Danzo's narrowed eyes gleamed with a chilling light as he slowly turned around with a sinister chuckle. Naruto Uzumaki is the reincarnation of the Nine Tails, sealed away by the fourth Hokage. He is the very beast that shattered our village. Having meticulously plotted this scheme for an extended period and having paid a substantial price to bribe two other advisors to assist him, Danzo could not afford to leave any cracks in his plan. Indeed, while he had not included the possibility of Naruto discovering his true identity in his conditions, what if he could incite animosity and hatred in the entire village against him, nurturing a heart filled with resentment toward the very village that had wronged him? Would the third Hokage dare to allow him to learn of his lineage? Would he allow him to realize that everything stemmed from his father sealing the Nine Tails within him? Even if Naruto succumbed to despair and lost control to the beast within, it would merely result in finding another suitable host for the seal. As for any potential casualties during this period, to Danzo, they were merely necessary sacrifices on the path to his ascension as Hokage. Just wait and see, Sarutobi. The Hokage position will ultimately belong to me. The one who laughs last will be me. On November 1st, 48 years into the Konoha calendar, the unexpected rampage of the Nine Tails led to the tragic demise of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. In the wake of this calamity, the village of Konoha found itself in disarray, unable to identify a suitable candidate for the fifth Hokage, compounded by the immense devastation wrought by the Nine Tails. The village and Appo's safety hung precariously in the balance, attracting the attention of neighboring ninja villages eager to exploit the chaos. In this critical juncture, the aged third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stepped forward once more to shoulder the mantle of Hokage. With resolute decisiveness, he enacted a series of rapid decrees to stabilize the situation, thwarting any external threats while ushering the village into a period of recovery. Amidst the undercurrents of looming crises, a shocking truth spread among the villagers. The Nine Tails, which had caused so much suffering, had lost its memories and transformed into a helpless infant. Devil, monster, beast, the name of this child, burdened with the villagers' hatred and cursed to meet an untimely demise, emerged in the collective consciousness as the truth unfolded. Naruto Uzumaki. With the passage of time, more than 3 years had elapsed since the fourth Hokage's sacrifice. As the saying goes, time is the best healer. Under the third Hokage's leadership, the village gradually emerged from the shadows of fear and sorrow instigated by the Nine Tails rampage. However, one sentiment did not wane with time. Rather, it grew ever more potent, fueled by the clandestine machinations of certain individuals. Hey, did you see? That brat is bouncing around again. Huh, he's still alive? I heard it was all his fault that the fourth Hokage lost his life. How can he still live without a care in the world? What can we do? After all, he is the ninth Sho. Have you forgotten the third Hokage's orders? He must never know about that. TCH, I don't understand why the third Hokage is so protective of that little brat. Killing him would be simpler. It would save us from the trouble of. Enough. He is coming this way. Quickly, gather the children. We can't allow this monster to harm them. Thus, the overwhelming hatred and discrimination against Naruto Uzumaki, the reincarnation of the Nine Tails, festered. Today, the villagers' attitudes remain as fervently welcoming as ever. As the years passed, Naruto Uzumaki, the focal point of the villagers' discussions, had grown into a lively 3-year-old. With his hands clasped behind his head, he strolled leisurely down the street, glancing at the villagers' unabashedly disdainful glares from the corners of his eyes. He murmured softly to himself, I am the child of a hero, yet I am treated as a monster. No wonder Gaara turned into a bloodthirsty fiend upon his introduction. It's all the fault of these gossiping fools. Curiously, he pondered how the original Naruto had endured such a wretched childhood for 12 long years. If the villagers were to overhear these musings, they would likely be left bewildered, dismissing it as mere childish nonsense. However, what if Danzo, who harbored ulterior motives against Naruto, were to hear it? One might fear that their eyes would widen in astonishment. It is important to note that in Naruto's words, the mere phrase the child of a hero succinctly signifies that the 3-year-old Naruto Uzumaki has already come to understand his origins. All prior arrangements have thus proven futile. As for how Naruto came to know the truth, it is quite simple, given that he has witnessed all of it unfold before his very eyes. To be precise, it was through the animated series played on the computer in the home he once resided in, where he observed the entirety of the Nine Tails invasion event, including the trajectory of future events, in crystal clarity. After an all-night binge of the film, resulting in an inexplicable transposition, he has now become Naruto. A stroke of fortune typically reserved for protagonists in novels. Who would have thought such an occurrence could manifest in my life? While he mused inwardly, Naruto had no intention of remaining a spectacle for the villagers to gawk at like a performing monkey. Quietly quickening his pace, he sprinted through the narrow alleyways, gradually disappearing from the villagers' gaze. Having spent enough time in the limelight for the day, he resolved to first satiate his hunger. After navigating the familiar twists and turns, he arrived at the edge of the forest designated for survival training. He deftly slipped through a long-neglected hole in the protective fence that he had discovered some time ago. Although Naruto currently resided alone in the penthouse that once belonged to the fourth Hokage and his wife, and with the secretive assistance of the third Hokage, he had no concerns regarding shelter or utilities, yet the most pressing concern remained his sustenance, which he needed to address himself. It is not that the third Hokage had ceased providing him with food and living expenses after covering the utility bills. It is just that Naruto often harbored an inexplicable anxiety that the ever-reclusive Danzo might go so far as to secretly lace his food with additives unbeknownst to the third Hokage. Better safe than sorry. After all, the naive and cheerful Naruto of his previous life had, indeed, grown up safely to the age of 12. However, considering Danzo's unscrupulous nature, willing to collaborate with Orochimaru and even the Akatsuki to ascend to the position of Hokage, Naruto preferred to take extra precautions to ensure his absolute safety. Thus, He resolved to have his daily meals at Ichiraku Ramen, or, as he was doing now, forage for ingredients in the forest to prepare his own meals. Upon returning home, he would intentionally conceal a portion of the food delivered to him, creating an illusion that he had already consumed it, in order to avoid any suspicion. Of course, aside from the food issue, Naruto harbored another, far more significant secret. A precious gift from his father during their farewell, given alongside the Ninetales fox, which he must find a way to keep hidden from Danzo's prying eyes. This treasure was the complete training method for the Flying Thunder God technique, a proud ninjutsu that had allowed the fourth Hokage to dominate the battlefield, instilling fear in his enemies and earning him the illustrious title of Yellow Flash during the war. Naruto was acutely aware that after his father's death, only 3 individuals had been able to utilize this technique, and they required teamwork to execute it successfully. If it weren't for the deficiencies in their comprehension, it could only mean that his father had not imparted the complete version of the Flying Thunder God technique to them. Nevertheless, this incomplete and rudimentary version of the technique was still regarded as a powerful skill that should not be employed lightly outside of emergencies. Should Danzo become aware that he possessed the complete training method, which incorporated his own insights and experiences based on the foundation laid by his father and the second Hokage, the threat and temptation it posed would far exceed that of merely being the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Moreover, in the coming years, the Hidden Leaf Village would face a series of terrifying upheavals, such as the Uchiha Massacre and the invasion by Orochimaru. He would not be so naive as to believe he would, like the original Naruto, be endowed with the invincible halo of a protagonist, effortlessly using the absurdly powerful Talk no Jutsu to sway enemies and glide through life unscathed. In a world where strength dictated everything, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique promptly would grant him a trump card sufficient for self-preservation and even invincibility. With such abundant resources at the outset, although he still could not fathom how he had traversed into this world, he could not squander this remarkable opportunity. As he ran, his small legs momentarily slowed to a halt, leaning against a tree trunk to recover his strength while he gazed up at the lush greenery of the forest. His mind, however, was racing, gradually conjuring images of various faces, all adorned with serene smiles and death. Asuma-sensei, the perverted sage, Itachi, Niji. Friends, wait for me. For once I become strong enough. Reflecting on the tragic endings that had once brought him to tears, yet felt beyond his control, Naruto's small, delicate right hand instinctively clenched into a fist, raising his arm high while softly whispering to himself, a confident smile slowly emerging on his lips. I promise, I shall not allow you to perish again. Absolutely not. The lives of my comrades will be protected by me, Naruto Uzumaki. The path to strength begins with the fundamentals. Within the seldom trodden Area 3 of the survival training ground, Naruto Uzumaki adjusted his footing, his muscles taut like a poised young leopard, intently observing the towering tree before him, its trunk so massive that it would require several dozen people working in unison to encircle it. For some time now, aside from the necessary appearances before the villagers, Naruto had devoted nearly all his time to this vast, tranquil forest, or more accurately, to this giant tree, the tallest in the entire forest, which he was determined to conquer. This time, he must break the record. With the innocent confidence of a child, he encouraged himself, and as the words left his lips, he stomped the ground, leaving a clear imprint of his small hand 3 inches deep in the earth, and darted toward the towering tree like an arrow released from a bow. Hey, this time the launch feels good. I can definitely do it. With a smile dancing on his lips, Naruto's feet began to emanate subtle waves of blue energy as his rapidly moving body approached the tree without any intention of evading. Instead, he lifted his right foot and forcefully pressed it against the broad trunk, arching his back to align his body at a 90-degree angle to the ground, and inexplicably began to run and ascend along the curve of the tree, gathering chakra at the soles of his feet. Ascending the great tree solely with his legs was a fundamental skill that most ninjas in the Naruto world would master. Once proficient, it would significantly enhance Naruto's ability to control his own chakra. The reason he had not chosen to practice the Flying Thunder God technique was that he had realized through multiple attempts that attempting to master such a complex technique in a single leap was but a fanciful dream. What he needed most now, and the only thing he could do, was to lay a solid foundation before formally practicing this S-rank space ninjutsu. Hence, the training method that Kakashi had imparted to Team 7 in his past life emerged as one of the most suitable plans for him at present. More, less, just right. Uh-huh. Perfect. As he steadily ascended, the blue glow on his feet fluctuated, deepening and fading as he adjusted. After several attempts, it seemed he had finally grasped a hint of the technique, and Naruto could not help but exclaim in excitement, forgetting the ancient adage that warns against excessive joy. Oh, no, wait. Don't do that. Just a little further. Hold on, just a little longer. Sensing the diminishing grip of his body against the trunk, Naruto's smile abruptly froze, his lips twitching as he instinctively attempted to increase his chakra output to rectify the awkward situation, only to discover that his chakra had been completely depleted during the previous adjustments. TSK, how could this happen? The difference was indeed minuscule. As Naruto's body lost its adhesive ability and the tendency to lean backward under the force of gravity became increasingly pronounced, he cast a reluctant glance at the indistinct outline of the treetop ahead. Although he yearned to surge to the very pinnacle, reason incessantly reminded him that to press on forcefully would only result in a gruesome splatter of Naruto flesh upon the training ground. Oh, there's nothing to be done. I shall have to wait for the next opportunity. After taking a deep breath to calm his spirit, Naruto summoned the last vestiges of his chakra, propelling himself off the tree trunk. He adjusted his falling trajectory while deftly using a sharp stone he had previously grasped in his palm to carve a shallow white scratch on the trunk, slightly higher than the previous mark he had made at the peak of his ascent. Following this exertion, both his stamina and chakra were utterly depleted. As he hung in the air, face downward, his eyes widened at the rapidly approaching ground, he attempted to spread his body to dissipate the impending impact. Huh? Here it comes again. Hey, you little brat, when will you be done? Who was just speaking? Ugh. Ouch, ouch, ouch. No, this isn't right. I've doubled the thickness of these leaves, yet the sensation of falling is no different from before. Where's the faith that as long as there's a pile of leaves or grass, I can disregard the height and land safely? Those protagonists in Assassin's Creed must be extraordinary beings, defying the laws of nature, even with the cushioning of leaves and the experience of countless falls. Naruto still found himself dazed, clutching his abdomen with both hands in a pitiful manner, massaging it while lamenting. After a brief pause, he shook off the leaves covering him and awkwardly rolled his body, collapsing unceremoniously into the pile of leaves, gasping for breath. Speaking of which, that voice of complaint. It seems just as I anticipated. Under the seal link, my connection with that guy is truly inseparable. As this realization dawned upon him, a hint of mirth sparkled in Naruto's eyes. He murmured to himself and reached into his pocket, rummaging around until he produced a handful of small, dark purple wild fruits, most of which were squished and oozing juice. These were discovered by Naruto during his search for sustenance in the training ground. The taste was far from delightful, yet they provided a substantial amount of essential nutrients for the body, reputed to be one of the main ingredients of soldiers' rations. He tossed them into his mouth without a second thought, unconcerned by the bitter flavor that spread throughout his mouth as he chewed and swallowed, hastily replenishing the fluids and energy lost from his earlier vigorous exertions. Having grasped the necessary chakra output for climbing, he realized that he could now circumvent the initial waste of chakra during his trials. With this in mind, he believed that he might succeed in a single attempt henceforth. As he plotted this in his mind, Naruto tilted his head back slightly to lie more comfortably, inadvertently catching sight of the various remnants he had left on the trunk during his struggles, from the tree's roots to about 3 meters above ground. A plethora of distinct footprints marred the bark, each one a testament to the force he had exerted, leaving clear imprints deep within the wood. This section of the trunk was nearly devoid of any intact bark, representing the clumsy struggles of Naruto during his initial training, where he could hardly maintain his balance and fell repeatedly, from 3 to 10 meters. Although footprints were still present, a closer inspection revealed that their frequency diminished with height, indicating that during this time, Naruto had gradually begun to master the control of his chakra output, despite occasionally tasting dirt. Finally, beyond the 10-meter mark, the footprints vanished entirely, replaced by distinct, pale scratches that climbed steadily higher, signifying Naruto's growing proficiency in his training as he initiated his final push. 3 stages, 3 types of marks, bearing witness to the significant progress Naruto had achieved through diligent practice. Phew. I've rested long enough. With my control over chakra improving and having received definitive answers through numerous trials, Naruto felt invigorated. Coupled with his remarkable recovery ability and the occasional wild fruits replenishing his energy, he soon cast aside his fatigue springing upright from the pile of leaves with renewed vigor, his leg muscles coiling in readiness for the next challenge. I, Naruto Uzumaki, shall change the very fabric of this world. The journey to strength has only just begun. How could I possibly be stymied by such trivial challenges? This time, I will surely conquer this tree. A peculiar fellow? The first competition between Naruto and Sasuke. Hey, big brother, will you teach me shuriken techniques today? Please. In the Uchiha clan leader's residence, the young Sasuke Uchiha fidgeted, mustering the courage to tug at his brother's sleeve as he made his request. Teach you shuriken techniques? I'm sorry, Sasuke, but the third Hokage has assigned me an urgent task. As Itachi Uchiha prepared to depart, he paused, momentarily taken aback. The warmth of his smile deepened. Yet he shook his head with a hint of regret, softly responding while gently ruffling Sasuke's hair. Therefore, I must leave the village immediately and may not return for several days. This means I cannot teach you for now. Perhaps you could ask father instead? And no, I only want you to teach me. While relishing the comfort and security of his brother's warm hand, Sasuke's heart sank upon hearing Itachi's words, leading him to pout in disappointment. An urgent task? Why does it have to be like this? It's such a rare day off for you. And last time, you didn't have time for me either. You're a big liar, brother. Well, it can't be helped. The task is pressing, and I truly cannot spare the time. You always say that. All right, don't be upset. Come here. Itachi, noticing Sasuke's pitiful expression, felt a surge of affection, nearly succumbing to the impulse to stay and accompany him. However, he stifled those feelings as he turned to beckon Sasuke closer. Brother, brother, you're doing that again. Seeing his brother gesture, Sasuke misinterpreted it as a sign that he would stay, the disappointment on his face instantly replaced by excitement. Before he could finish his thought, Itachi playfully poked his forehead with his fingers, and understanding that nothing would change the fact that his brother had to leave, Sasuke couldn't help but voice his childish complaints. Who could resist a child as adorable as you? Well then, I must be off. Forgive me, Sasuke. I promise to teach you next time I'm free. Here we go again. It's settled then. You must promise to practice shuriken techniques with me next time. Yes, it's a promise. With a sigh, Sasuke, the Uchiha, lamented to himself. It's always either a mission or an urgent matter. Perhaps next time. Each time his brother dismissed him with such excuses, Sasuke couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. He recalled fondly how his brother used to smile and readily agree to his requests. Amidst the bustling streets of the Hidden Leaf Village, Sasuke's mood soured as he pouted. His cheeks slightly flushed as he gently rubbed the spot on his forehead where his brother had playfully flicked him, murmuring soft complaints under his breath. He kicked at small stones in frustration, a manifestation of his pent-up dissatisfaction and sense of injustice. Could it be that my brother dislikes me now? No, that can't be. Surely that's not possible. I can't recall having done anything to upset him. As doubt crept in due to his brother's unusual evasiveness, the adorable Sasuke began to question his own actions, pondering if he had inadvertently played a prank that might have displeased his sibling. Well, I suppose I shall ask him again next time if he has some spare time. Why are there so many people gathered ahead? Puzzled by the crowd, Sasuke shook his head in resignation. He lifted his gaze, attempting to discern his way home, only to find the once bustling throng halted in unison, forming a circle on either side of the road, occasionally retreating in trepidation. The expressions on their faces revealed a complex mix of disdain, fear, and resentment, as if something terrifying lurked at the center of their gathering. What a strange display. But since it's still early to head home, I might as well take a look. Intrigued by the unusual behavior, Sasuke, embodying the curiosity of youth, pondered for a moment before altering his course. Using his small stature and agile movements to his advantage, he navigated through the crowd and soon found himself breathlessly at the forefront of the onlookers. Is that peculiar fellow I encountered before? He strained to elevate his view, cupping his hands over his forehead as a makeshift visor. Curiously, he searched for the object of everyone's attention and was taken aback to recognize a familiar figure with golden hair. If memory served him correctly, he often spotted this boy, covered in dirt and mud, returning home after a day of play. It seemed he never had to worry about being reprimanded by his parents, always enjoying the company of friends until late. In contrast to his own solitary days spent waiting for his brother, it appeared that this child lived a rather carefree existence. How enviable, in a sense. That monster is still alive today. Sasuke, with a smile gracing his lips, halted abruptly upon overhearing a nearby hushed conversation. As he tried to ascertain whether he had misheard, a cascade of unexpected remarks continued to reach his ears. I heard from others that this is all because of Ichiraku Ramen's owner meddling in affairs that don't concern him. He says that the boy is so small and neglected that it's pitiful, often treating him to ramen to stave off hunger. Really? Is Ichiraku out of his mind? That brat is a TSK. Everyone in the village wishes for him to die sooner rather than later. Ichiraku's misplaced sympathy is absurd. Don't worry, though. No one wants to care for that monster. He has always been alone. At his age, he can't stir up much trouble, and he'll die soon enough. A monster? Are they referring to that strange kid? Wishing for him to die? What does that even mean? Sasuke's curiosity faltered as disbelief washed over him. He lifted his gaze, surveying the faces around him, which were filled with hatred as they whispered venomous words. The boy in question appeared to be merely a child, much like himself. Why were these adults so comfortable in expressing such malice and even wishing for his demise? Confronted by the icy glares akin to sharpened blades, Sasuke's innocent heart brimmed with confusion, accompanied by a chilling sense of unease. Hey, kid, when did you arrive here? Step back. Don't let that monster harm you. Oh, In a daze, Sasuke instinctively took a few steps back, his attention drawn once more to the golden-haired boy standing in the center of the road, seemingly his age. He marveled at how the mere disdain of those surrounding him sent shivers down his spine, yet this boy, oblivious to the hostility, marched forward with an air of nonchalance. He clutched his head with both hands and, with a mischievous twinkle in his eye, began to whistle an off-key tune while making silly faces at the villagers surrounding him. How can he be so oblivious? Despite being the target of such animosity, he continues to smile. Watching the carefree child engage in self-entertainment, a smile began to creep onto Sasuke's face, and the fear that had once occupied his heart dissipated without his notice. He had unknowingly begun to smile as he gazed at the golden-haired figure before him. Indeed, you are a most peculiar fellow. Oh, I didn't expect that taking this path would lead to a direct entrance to the training ground. I never noticed it when I came here with my brother. As the golden-haired figure began to fade into the distance, Sasuke, instead of returning home as he initially planned, found himself increasingly curious about what this boy would do next. He trailed behind him, inadvertently discovering a hidden entrance to the No. 3 outdoor survival training ground, a site he often visited with his brother. It appeared this boy must have frequented this entrance, which explained why he always returned home so dust-covered. As he murmured to himself, Sasuke clumsily squeezed through the barbed wire fence, neglecting to smooth out the creases left on his clothing, and continued to follow the odd child from a distance. However, once inside the training ground, the boy's subsequent actions were far beyond Sasuke's expectations. Is he really running so fast in the training ground? Doesn't he fear crashing into a tree? Sasuke, who typically moved at a sluggish pace, found himself needing to pause and wait for distance to grow between them. Yet within the forest of sturdy trees and complex terrain, the boy moved with an agility that seemed almost otherworldly, speeding up his pace to the point where Sasuke struggled to keep him in sight. Could it be that he has noticed I'm following him and is intentionally trying to provoke me? My curiosity about you is only growing. The child's innate curiosity and competitive spirit drove Sasuke to forget his original intent to follow. With renewed determination, he quickened his own pace, eager to see who would prevail in this unspoken race. Oh no, this can't be right. Not only has he not shaken me off, but it seems he is even more invigorated. As he concentrated chakra to his feet to quicken his pace, Naruto internally lamented his predicament. During his previous public appearance, did he act too flamboyantly, arousing suspicion among Danzo's associates? Indeed, it was unwise to be so ostentatious and playful. With his mind solely focused on the rigorous training of new ninjutsu, he concluded his daily interactions with the villagers and hurriedly made his way to the training ground. Excitement etched across his face. Yet, along the way, he sensed something amiss, a vague feeling of being followed, which only solidified upon entering the training area, where he finally discerned the indistinct figure trailing him from a distance. If Danzo's men were to see him, his ninjutsu training would be jeopardized. He had presumed that his familiarity with the routes to the training ground would suffice to elude his pursuer. But it was evident that the other party was equally knowledgeable about the forest, having traversed it many times before. Accelerating his pace would clearly betray the capabilities expected of someone his age. Alas, there was no choice left but to maintain his current speed. If it came down to chakra reserves, as the Jinchuriki, he should be able to endure longer. Perhaps by taking a few more laps, he could shake off the follower. He absolutely could not allow Danzo's attention to return to him. I will throw him off. I will catch up to him. With a shared, albeit unspoken, objective. Naruto and Sasuke instinctively quickened their pace, driven by an invisible force. The misunderstandings born from this fortuitous encounter led these two partners, whose bond was profoundly complex yet adversarial in the original narrative, to engage in their first competition of sorts. Sasuke and Appo's confusion mirrored the clarity of his conscience. In the tranquil yet secluded number 3 outdoor survival training ground, two slender shadows darted back and forth at remarkable speed. As their chakra reserves dwindled, this real-life parkour contest, born from a mere coincidence, was approaching its conclusion. How peculiar. In such a brief span, where has that fellow vanished to? Did I pursue the wrong direction? After scanning the surroundings and finding no trace of Naruto, Sasuke, whose chakra had been nearly depleted, gradually slowed down, abandoning the chase. He leaned against a massive tree and slumped to the ground, his flushed face panting heavily, attempting to calm his racing heartbeat from the intense exertion. Oh, had I known better, I wouldn't have taken that shortcut. After chasing each other for so long, Sasuke had completely forgotten that his initial curiosity led him to follow Naruto to the training ground. Clenching his chubby little fists in frustration, he was nonetheless unable to suppress the laughter bubbling within him. Since his brother Itachi graduated from the Ninja Academy, Sasuke had spent increasingly less time playing with him. And with their father Fugaku's strict expectations, he had few friends with whom to frolic. How long had it been since he had indulged in such carefree play? Oh no, I almost forgot that I still have to practice the great fireball technique today. It isn't too late yet. I must hurry back. Huh. As he muttered to himself, regaining some stamina, Sasuke slowly rose. Instinctively stretching his limbs, he glanced up and was unexpectedly met with the sight of Naruto, who he had thought had run far away. To be precise, Naruto was hanging upside down, his feet firmly gripping the tree branch above, both boys locking eyes, each with a fierce determination. Impressive. How on earth did you manage that? Wait, you've been hiding in the tree all along. That's so sneaky. Huh, sneaky? You dolt. I can't even comprehend what you're saying. Humph. Are you trying to make excuses for being unable to catch up to me? You. Come down here. Let's have a proper competition. Nah, if you're so capable, come up here. You come down. You come up. As Naruto's face contorted in disbelief, seemingly unable to accept the situation, he pointed at Sasuke with wide, incredulous eyes, the two engaging in a childish bout of taunts, their hearts heavy with the absurdity of it all. During their chase, Naruto had diligently controlled his chakra output to avoid revealing vulnerabilities that might attract unwanted attention. Despite his efforts, time passed, and he was surprised to find that Sasuke had failed to close the distance between them. He had assumed that the earlier pacing was merely a ploy by a member of the organization, a game of cat and mouse. Little did he realize that the other was just a curious child. What was I so anxious about? I squandered so much training time engaging in this back and forth, devising numerous excuses, only to discover it was merely Naruto being overly cautious, battling with thin air. How embarrassing. Indeed, maintaining a certain level of chakra is far more challenging than I had anticipated. Before the massive tree where Naruto practiced climbing, Sasuke lay exhausted amidst a pile of leaves, his face smeared with dirt from the numerous attempts he had made. Too much chakra, and he risked damaging the branches. Too little, and he lacked the grip needed to ascend. In any case, he found himself tumbling down before he could reach any significant height. As he panted heavily, recalling the lessons learned from his previous failures, he scrutinized the tree trunk he had attempted to climb, which was marred with uneven footprints and varying white scratches. Yet, the traces he had left were negligible in comparison. These must have been left by Naruto during his solitary practice. If this is the case, he must not have been running at full speed before. Well, it seems I cannot complain about losing. Straining to muster the last remnants of strength in his weary muscles, Sasuke pushed himself up against the tree trunk, his gaze shifting from the tree's battered surface to Naruto, who was diligently carving a kunai from a block of wood. What a troublesome fool. He seems quite amiable, so why does he carry such a vile reputation? What's wrong, Sasuke? Giving up so soon? As if sensing Sasuke's curious gaze, Naruto glanced up from his work, a playful smile curving his lips. How? How could that be possible? You idiot. I am a member of the esteemed Uchiha clan, the strongest in Konoha. This trivial training could never be a challenge for me. for reasons unknown. The gentle smile on Naruto's face gave Sasuke a fleeting illusion of his brother's presence, guiding him through his training. After a moment of daze, he felt a slight flush of embarrassment creeping over him, causing him to turn away, muttering a retort while a smile danced in his eyes. By the way, Naruto, are you aware of how the villagers perceive you? After a brief pause, Sasuke's gaze returned to Naruto. As the feared and notorious demon fox in the eyes of the villagers, his own experiences led him to view Naruto as approachable and gentle. A revelation that only fueled his curiosity further, prompting him to inquire hesitantly. Oh, you mean those remarks? Suggesting that I am the monstrous nine-tailed fox responsible for the demise of the fourth Hokage, and that I should have perished long ago, something along those lines? Sasuke inquired abruptly, yet Naruto appeared utterly unfazed, engrossed in meticulously carving the wooden shuriken in his hands, nonchalantly shrugging as he replied. After all, as a traveler from another realm, Naruto was acutely aware that his parents, who had valiantly sacrificed their lives to protect him from the Kyuubi's wrath, indeed met their end because of him in a certain sense. Coupled with the sealed Kyuubi dwelling within him, it was not entirely inaccurate. Well, having heard such things since childhood, he had long since grown accustomed to them. There was nothing worth fretting over. But, let me ask you something. Sasuke, are those villagers irreplaceable family members in my life? Observing Naruto's indifferent demeanor, Sasuke felt an inexplicable pang in his heart, his brow furrowing as he hesitated to speak further, only to be interrupted by Naruto's serious counter-question. That doesn't seem to be the case, does it? Exactly. In the end, they are merely strangers to me. Since they hold no connection to my life, why should I care about what they say? It seems. That might be true. At Naruto's words, Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, there seemed to be some merit in what he said, and he instinctively nodded, a seed of thought quietly taking root in his heart. Just because they whisper behind my back, urging me to die, does that mean I must obediently comply? TCH. I am not foolish enough for that. Watching Sasuke, who was still struggling to grasp the implications of their conversation, Naruto's eyes sparkled with mirth. After a brief pause, as if to elucidate his thoughts, he murmured, enunciating each word carefully, regardless of how they perceive me, whether as a demon fox or a monster. I remain who I am, Naruto Uzumaki of the Hidden Leaf Village. The truth will not waver in the face of external judgments. Thus, rather than squander time fretting over the trivial opinions of those unimportant individuals, it is far more prudent to dedicate time to my training and strive to enhance my strength. To live with a clear conscience, devoid of regrets or remorse, is what truly deserves my attention. Sasuke's transformation, the shadow clone technique, in hand. As dawn broke, while most remained blissfully lost in dreams, the Uchiha family had risen early, gathered around the dining table to enjoy a lavish breakfast. Delicious. Mom, another bowl. Please. Sasuke, cheeks round with food, struggled to chew and swallow, yet did not lower his bowl and chopsticks. Instead, he unexpectedly lifted them again towards his mother, mumbling through his mouthful. You want more? You've already had a second bowl. Mikoto Uchiha took the bowl from Sasuke, her gaze scanning him with surprise and curiosity. Your appetite seems quite robust lately, Sasuke. It was noteworthy that, in her memory, due to his father's insistence on early rising, Sasuke had always been reluctant and slow during breakfast. Recently, however, not only had his appetite increased remarkably, but he had also inexplicably shed his habit of sleeping in. Apart from their elder brother Itachi, Sasuke was now the second earliest riser in the family, even having awakened his father, Fugaku, that morning. It's because your cooking is so delicious, I never feel like I've had enough. Seeing his mother's astonished expression, a slight blush crept over Sasuke's cherubic face as he finished swallowing the last bit of food and grinned playfully. You little charmer, have you learned to flatter your mother? Did Itachi teach you this? Upon hearing this, Mikoto was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, refilling Sasuke's bowl with steaming rice and affectionately ruffling his hair. But you are at an age where you should eat more. Here, the third bowl. I only prepared this much today, but next time I promise to cook more for you. No, I'm just speaking the truth. Thank you, Mom. I'm digging in. As Sasuke resumed his delightful feast, Fugaku Uchiha, who had been silent, glanced at the newspaper while discreetly observing his energetic son from the corner of his eye. Mind your manners while eating, Sasuke. Slow down. No one is competing with you. Don't eat like you're a starving spirit reborn. Dear, what kind of remark is that? If the child wishes to eat, let him. As soon as Fugaku's words left his mouth, Mikoto, embodying a nurturing mother, immediately expressed her discontent, gently stroking Sasuke's bewildered little head while turning to tenderly chide her husband. Look, it's rare for Sasuke to have such a good appetite lately. You've frightened him into not eating. Humph, you just indulge him. A doting mother spoils her child. Noticing Sasuke had paused, seemingly anxious not to upset him, Fugaku let out a soft grunt and returned his focus to the newspaper, though a hidden smile flickered in his eyes. Though he had never made it overtly known, Fugaku was quite pleased with his younger son's recent behavior and changes, especially considering that Sasuke had ceased to complain and make excuses to be lazy, no longer clinging to Itachi for affection. Furthermore, he had astonished Fugaku by showcasing the complete fire release, great fireball technique just the day before. While this was merely an introductory C-rank jutsu, it was remarkable that just days prior, Sasuke had struggled to conjure even a small flame. Such significant progress reminded Fugaku of his elder son, Itachi. He had initially thought the younger would resign himself to mediocrity in the shadow of his brother's brilliance, only to find Sasuke's sudden emergence to be a delightful surprise. Both children were prodigious talents, filling Fugaku with pride and contentment, which is why he refrained from admonishing Sasuke for his daily escapades. He sensed that Sasuke's recent transformation was intricately linked to his ventures outside. Dad? Dad? Oh, what is it, Sasuke? Lost in pride for his children. Fugaku was gradually pulled back to reality by Sasuke's cautious inquiries. As he turned to face his son, he was unaware that a rare, affectionate smile had graced his otherwise stoic face. Well, Dad, didn't you promise me that if I mastered the great fireball technique, I could choose a jutsu I like to practice? Seeing the rare smile on his father's face filled Sasuke with satisfaction, deepening his gratitude and affection for Naruto, who had diligently guided him in his training. After a brief pause, he tentatively made his request in accordance with their earlier agreement. Oh, you mean that? Certainly, Sasuke, but given your age, I can only permit you to select a B-rank jutsu for practice. As Sasuke's recent efforts had not gone unnoticed, Fugaku's demeanor had unconsciously softened considerably. After a moment of contemplation, he selected what he deemed most suitable for Sasuke's current level. Weren't you always interested in shuriken techniques? How about this? I will teach you a new shuriken technique, along with a jutsu that complements it, fire release, dragon fire technique. Though the fire release, dragon fire technique is merely a C-rank jutsu, it possesses the remarkable ability to synergize with the unique shuriken techniques of the Uchiha clan. Even in the event of an error in shuriken deployment, it can serve as a surprising counterattack to inflict significant damage upon the adversary. In Fugaku's eyes, this undoubtedly represents the finest reward for Sasuke, who has harbored a keen interest in shuriken techniques since childhood. As he gazed at his father, who was earnestly contemplating for him, warmth surged within Sasuke's heart, yet he struggled to suppress his curiosity. To Fugaku's surprise, Sasuke slowly shook his head. Can I choose for myself? The younger son's unhesitating refusal nearly left the confident Fugaku in a state of shock. He steadied himself to avoid any embarrassment while attempting, albeit reluctantly, to continue his recommendation. Why not, Sasuke? This jutsu can complement your beloved shuriken techniques. Moreover, it is far more impressive and stylish than the great fireball technique. That sounds wonderful, but I have already decided on the jutsu I want to learn. Perhaps I will study the dragon fire technique next time. All right. Very well. Observing his youngest son, who remained utterly unmoved, Fugaku reaffirmed his realization that Sasuke had indeed surpassed his expectations and grown increasingly independent. Yet, a wave of melancholy washed over him, a bittersweet sensation that accompanied the recognition of his child spreading his wings. With mixed emotions, he weakly inquired, pausing momentarily before reiterating his boundaries. However, you must think carefully. I will only teach you B-rank jutsu at most. Anything above that will not be imparted by your father. Yes, don't worry, father. I have made up my mind. With a sigh of relief as his father acquiesced, Sasuke grinned as he revealed the name of the jutsu he had already resolved upon in his heart. Father, I wish to learn the B-rank jutsu, shadow clone technique. A profound sense of guilt, young angel Sasuke. As fate would have it, while Sasuke reveled in the warmth of daily life with his parents, Naruto, who had arrived early at the training ground, now lay on the ground in a state of utter exhaustion, resembling one who had just survived a fierce battle. His orange jacket, as if sliced by a sharp blade, had become mere tattered remnants fluttering against his black shirt, while the lush green grass beneath him was steadily stained crimson with the blood that flowed from his wounds. "Ha ha," he gasped, reflecting on whether he had been too reckless given his age. "If it weren't for the partner residing within me providing support, I might as well be meeting the Sage of Six Paths right about now." Despite his battered condition, Naruto's trademark smile only grew brighter, as if he had stumbled upon the greatest fortune. The cost of taking the first step had indeed exceeded his expectations, yet the reward seemed worth the sacrifice. Lost in memories of recent events, Naruto felt no fear from his grievous injuries. Rather, the adrenaline coursing through him ignited an exhilarating excitement. Clenching his jaw, he disregarded his perilous state and summoned the last vestiges of his energy to flex his fingers into a fist. Turning his head slightly to examine the kunai in his palm, drenched in his own blood and sweat, revealing faint, strange symbols. Although it was merely a transfer of less than 3 meters, it could still be deemed a successful first step. At last, I have touched the threshold of the Flying Thunder God technique. Not only did Naruto possess the remarkable regenerative abilities of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but he also inherited the astonishing vitality of the Uzumaki clan from his mother, Kushina. By the time Sasuke arrived at the training ground with a scroll and backpack, the life-threatening injuries that could have claimed the life of an ordinary person had vanished without a trace. The body of the young child had returned to its pristine state, with not a single scar to be found. After washing away the bloodstains, Naruto's previous feeble appearance seemed like an ethereal dream, leaving no evidence of its existence. "Here, Naruto. This is the ninjutsu scroll you wanted. Why aren't you wearing a shirt today?" Sasuke, who had grown accustomed to visiting the training ground at the appointed time, observed Naruto's bare torso with curiosity as he handed him the scroll, detailing the method for practicing the B-rank shadow clone technique. "It's too hot, just trying to cool off," Naruto replied nonchalantly, disregarding the glaring inconsistency in his excuse while suppressing the rapid beating of his heart, all the while maintaining a facade of confidence as he received the scroll and eagerly perused its contents. Is that so?" Sasuke murmured, half convinced, while his peripheral vision caught sight of the increasingly barren branches of trees as autumn deepened, prompting him to internally question Naruto's peculiar behavior. "The weather has certainly begun to cool down." "Yes, this is it," Naruto exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. It became clear that merely knowing the hand seals was insufficient. Understanding how to manipulate and allocate chakra was imperative. "Huh, this is it. Now I understand everything. If the information in this scroll is accurate, I can create real shadow clones." Overjoyed at finally acquiring the coveted knowledge, Naruto couldn't help but marvel at how convenient it was to have a friend from a prominent family. Unlike regular clones that could inflict tangible damage on foes, the true essence of the shadow clone technique lay in the fact that any memories or experiences endured by the clones would be relayed back to the original. Thus, even if a clone were trapped and overwhelmed by enemies, the information gathered would return unscathed. This was the very purpose for which the second Hokage had developed this B-rank ninjutsu, to minimize casualties in intelligence work. Moreover, the enhanced version of the shadow clone technique, known as the multiple shadow clone technique, was recorded in the original work and later mastered by Naruto himself. However, whether through the ordinary technique or the more advanced variant, Naruto, who bore the stigma of the demon fox, had yet to access such powers. Had it not been for the inexplicable memories of the original story that surfaced in his mind since his arrival, which included the modified Flying Thunder God technique that Minato had never had the chance to impart to Naruto, alongside the training methods employed by Kakashi and Jiraiya, Naruto would have remained stagnant in strength, unable to surpass even the weakest of children before the plot mandated his theft of the sealing book. Despite his current progress compared to his counterpart in the original timeline, without any pivotal opportunities, Naruto would still have to wait patiently for future guidance from Mizuki before he could acquire the technique. Sasuke represented the very opportunity Naruto had long awaited. From his recollections of the Third Shinobi World War, he knew that the enemy ninja from the Rock Village had utilized the shadow clone technique, and specifically its advanced version, the A-rank forbidden technique, multiple shadow clones. Hence, Naruto boldly deduced that gaining access to the methods for practicing the shadow clone technique was not as implausible as initially depicted in the original narrative. While ordinary individuals might struggle to access it, surely Fugaku Uchiha, head of the Uchiha clan and the Konoha Guard, possessed the ability to teach his children the techniques. Sasuke's reliability today confirmed that Naruto's gamble of sacrificing his own training time to mentor Sasuke for mutual benefit was far more advantageous than detrimental. Hey, Naruto. Cough. Cough. What is it, Sasuke-kun? With the Shadow Clone technique finally within reach and the mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique on the horizon, Naruto couldn't contain his excitement, envisioning a future where he would triumph over the shadows of Uchiha Obito and tread upon the Akatsuki. Yet, as Sasuke's complex call broke through his reverie, Naruto's euphoric state led him to address Sasuke with an unusual honorific, causing Sasuke to shudder in discomfort. Ugh, Naruto. You really are a weirdo. It's just a B-rank ninjutsu. Why are you so thrilled? Unaware of the true implications of the Shadow Clone technique, Sasuke found it hard to fathom Naruto's exuberance, privately questioning whether he had been mistaken in seeing his brother's reflection in Naruto. Gradually, he stepped back, wary of being tainted by Naruto's eccentricity, creating a slight distance between them. Ahem, once you master this technique in the future, you will understand why I am so elated. Sasuke. Upon noticing Sasuke's disdainful expression, Naruto finally realized how much the image he had diligently maintained in front of this little fan had crumbled. He quickly composed himself, restoring his expression to normal, and earnestly inquired in an attempt to salvage his image while carefully placing the scroll containing the Shadow Clone technique into his pocket as if it were a precious treasure. Speaking of which, your training in tree climbing has been thoroughly completed, and you have successfully mastered the Great Fireball technique. So, Sasuke, what do you plan to do next? Will you return to continue your training under your father's guidance? The youthful and innocent Sasuke would hardly be a match for Naruto's cunning. The sudden inquiry left Sasuke, who had initially worn a face of disdain, momentarily stunned, causing him to forget Naruto's earlier embarrassment as he tilted his head in contemplative thought. From Sasuke's perspective, although Naruto appeared enigmatic, he was ultimately just a child of similar age. Analyzing rationally, considering the effectiveness of training, it would be the best choice for Sasuke, who had already caught the attention of his father, Fugaku Uchiha, to receive direct guidance from him rather than continuing to hone his fundamentals alongside Naruto. This thought had crossed Sasuke's mind earlier that morning when he witnessed his father's rare display of indulgence. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, after Naruto voiced this suggestion, Sasuke found himself resisting this ideal choice. Was it to satiate his initial curiosity and unearth more secrets hidden within Naruto? Or was it to preserve the bond he had painstakingly forged with Naruto, fearing that training would gradually lead him to lose his only friend, with whom he could freely communicate? I don't know. So that's why Itachi Uchiha is such an irredeemable brother complex. Goodness, this child is just too honest and adorable. Is he an angel? Naruto, who merely intended to divert attention to erase the humiliation he had displayed before Sasuke, now saw the little fan and Appo's chubby face furrowed in earnest contemplation, ultimately lowering his head in a pitiful manner, resembling a child on the verge of tears. This was enough to demonstrate that the innocent Sasuke had already come to regard Naruto as an irreplaceable companion. Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for deceiving and playing with the pure emotions of a child, leaving him utterly at a loss. Well, never mind. It doesn't take that long to think. You truly are a fool. I am not a fool. Idiot Naruto. While lightly teasing, Naruto struggled to suppress the urge to embrace and comfort the adorably explosive little fellow before him. His initial intention of leveraging Sasuke for personal gain was quietly shifting in light of Sasuke's unintentional display of genuine emotion. All right, not a fool. Naruto teased playfully, instinctively raising his hand, his eyes unknowingly reflecting a hint of fondness as he gently poked Sasuke's forehead with his fingers. What a naive little fool. Humph, that's more like it. No, I am not a little fool. Just as Sasuke began to comprehend and felt compelled to retort against Naruto, the familiar gesture from Naruto silenced him completely, causing his chubby face to flush crimson, resembling a ripe tomato. As always, Sasuke, I will do my utmost to teach you. Observing Sasuke's adorably dazed demeanor, Naruto smiled gently while internally sighing. It seems I cannot simply observe my childhood passively as originally planned. The Uchiha massacre? Compared to the cold, unfeeling, revenge-driven future, I much prefer this endearing little angel before me. Are you ready? Danzo. The fox you fear and wish to suppress is about to stir things up. A first encounter? The third Hokage. Do not rush, Sasuke. Walking on flowing water is not like standing still on a tree. You must constantly monitor your chakra output. Standing firmly upon the pebble-strewn, crystal-clear stream, Naruto maintained his balance effortlessly, the water parting around his feet without a single droplet touching his shoes. To better control chakra distribution, aside from tree climbing practice, this progressive challenge of walking on moving water was essential. Of course, compared to Naruto, who had mastered this technique and could even traverse waterfalls without getting wet, Sasuke's current struggle to maintain balance while occasionally being submerged in water was quite a spectacle. Soaking wet from the chilly stream that felt even colder in winter, Sasuke's hair, which had been styled with a few sharp angles, drooped after several tumbles into the water, vaguely resembling his older brother's appearance as a child. Yes, just like that. A little more chakra. Hold steady. Yes, yes. Guiding Sasuke patiently with his experience, Naruto was simultaneously busy. Gripping a rounded balloon in his right hand, he divided his attention, gradually infusing chakra into it, causing the water within the stream to rotate smoothly, making the balloon increasingly flat without bursting. Ah, is this all I can manage so far? I can't even release a spiral sphere with one hand. I can't even create a chaotic chakra flow with just one hand. Am I really destined to rely on that half-baked method from before with the shadow clones? Yay, success. As Naruto began weighing the advantages and disadvantages, Sasuke's delighted exclamation instinctively drew his attention. He turned just in time to see Sasuke, who had been somewhat unsteady, joyfully bouncing on the water's surface. Children are indeed easily satisfied. Ah, if only I could be like him, I wouldn't have to worry so much. Despite his words, Naruto's eyes glimmered with affection and satisfaction at Sasuke's success. Although Sasuke took much longer to master this stage, he was not burdened by an adult soul like Naruto. Compared to his peers, Sasuke, endowed with intelligence and a diligent work ethic, lived up to the Uchiha clan's legacy of brilliance. If not for the subsequent tragedy of the massacre, forcing this child to witness his beloved brother murdering their parents, this little fan might have developed a personality akin to a slightly tsundere version of Naruto. As Naruto mused to himself, Sasuke gradually suppressed his excitement. Regaining his balance with hands on his hips, his little face slightly raised, his sparkling eyes blinking eagerly, resembling a pet seeking praise. For some reason, even though Naruto appeared to be of similar age, his mature demeanor and unwavering patience often led Sasuke to unconsciously associate him with his brother, thus nurturing an ever-growing desire for Naruto's recognition and admiration deep within his heart. Though there are still some imperfections, it is undeniably remarkable, truly befitting of a genius from the Uchiha clan. Observing Sasuke, who increasingly displays affection and trust, Naruto secretly ponders the likelihood of being incinerated by a certain jealous younger brother's Amaterasu in the future. Meanwhile, he stands on tiptoe, gently caressing Sasuke's little head with his left hand, his eyes sparkling with praise. Well done, Sasuke. Of course. Receiving the compliment, Sasuke's smile broadens, his eyes narrowing as he unconsciously nuzzles against Naruto's palm, seeking affection. However, Sasuke, I advise you to consume a soldier pill right away. Huh? Why? Your chakra reserves are already less than mine, and with the training and the exertion from your previous success, you likely have little chakra left to keep you standing on the water. Noticing the puzzled expression on Sasuke's face, a mischievous grin appears on Naruto's lips, igniting a sense of foreboding in Sasuke as he watches his feet slowly sinking into the water, while Naruto continues with an innocent tone. Let me guess. The moment you lose your support and fall into the water is right now? Ha ha ha. Before Sasuke could react, he suddenly lost his footing, tumbling into the water with a splash, the familiar icy sensation engulfing him. Instinctively, young Sasuke flailed his arms in panic, while indignantly complaining to his friend, who was doubled over with laughter. Puffed. You weird idiot Naruto. Couldn't you have said something sooner? Wow, you were the one who didn't pay attention to your chakra reserves. You can't blame me for that. Splash, splash, splash. Before Naruto could finish, a wave of cool water hit him, transforming his previously dry demeanor into that of a drenched chicken. After a moment of stunned silence, he rolled up his sleeves, feigning a fierce expression as he glared at the smirking Sasuke in the water. Oh, so you dare to splash me? It seems you are yearning for rebellion. Who told you to bully me first? You asked for it. It's so unfair that I'm the only one who fell in. How does it feel, Naruto? Is this stream not chilling to the bone? Ha ha ha. Ah, you've grown quite bold. Haven to you? Well then, I shall show you my might. As he spoke, Naruto pumped his fists, releasing his chakra from his feet, allowing himself to plunge into the water as he splashed vigorously, engaging Sasuke in a playful water fight. Ugh, is that all you've got, dumb Naruto? Watch this. Huh. Uft. Don't get cocky. This is just the beginning. Try this move. Hiya. Ora ora ora. Madamu madamu madamu. While Naruto and Sasuke were engrossed in their water battle, a white-haired elder with a pipe stood quietly behind the bushes, his gaze primarily fixed on Naruto. His eyes, filled with affection and pride, were tinged with a hint of guilt. Naruto, my boy, not only have you proven to be far stronger than I anticipated, but you have also made true friends who sincerely care for you. As he took a puff from his pipe, the elder turned slightly, smiling gently at the dense forest before him. And you have become quite the remarkable ninja, Haven to you? Am I not right, little one? His words seemed to hang in the air, as if he were merely conversing with himself, for no response came. Do not worry, Naruto. Grandfather would never harm you. The elder shook his head in resignation, exhaling wisps of smoke, speaking in a tender tone as if teasing a mischievous grandson. Or perhaps, do you wish to play a game of hide-and-seek with your grandfather? Hee hee, as expected, I couldn't hide from you. After the elder's words, he fell silent, his kind gaze still fixed upon the thicket. After a brief pause, Naruto's laughter echoed from within. Soon, another Naruto, completely dry and untouched by water, emerged into the elder's view, sheepishly scratching the back of his head as he revealed the elder's identity. Nice to meet you. Or perhaps I should say, it's been a while. Good afternoon, third Hokage Grandpa. Indeed, quite impressive. Without anyone's guidance, you have not only mastered the shadow clone technique, but can also adeptly instruct that child from the Uchiha clan in his training. Naruto, you never cease to surprise me. As he regarded Naruto, who had finally lowered his guard, the third Hokage smiled, stroking his bearded chin in admiration. Speaking of which, how is it that you recognize me? Well, of course. I see your statue carved into Hokage rock every day. How could I possibly not recognize it? Upon hearing this, Naruto proudly pointed to his own nose, standing tall with his hands on his hips while squinting and grinning widely in response. It's not bad, although I've been training hard. I still can't hide from the third Hokage Grandpa. Hee hee, just as everyone says, the third Hokage Grandpa is the strongest ninja in the village. Haha, though you are still young, your flattery is quite impressive. Hearing Naruto's words brought a deeper smile to the third Hokage's eyes as he affectionately ruffled the boy's hair with one hand. Suddenly, curiosity struck him. Wait, did you just say it's been a while? Ah, of course. Although I don't remember much, I believe this isn't the first time we've met, right? As the third Hokage inquired, Naruto struggled to suppress his embarrassment, allowing the elder to indulge in the endearing gesture of head patting, while tilting his head slightly. He continued to smile as he uttered a shocking revelation. After my parents sacrificed their lives for the village, I'm sure the third Hokage Grandpa was there to confirm the situation, right? So, it would be quite normal to think we have met before. Parents, sacrificed. Naruto, you. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, an icy chill surged through the third Hokage's body, leaving him in a state of shock. His hands trembled slightly as he scrutinized Naruto's expression. Who told you about this? Naruto, do you know who your parents are? Of course. As the child they protected with their lives, how could I not know who my parents are? Noticing the scrutinizing gaze from the third Hokage, Naruto met his eyes without flinching, tilting his head slightly, as if discussing something completely ordinary, continuing with deliberate clarity. My mother was the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Kushina Uzumaki, and my father was the great hero who sacrificed himself to save the village, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Am I not correct, third Hokage Grandpa? You speak the truth, my child. The third Hokage scrutinized the young boy before him, realizing that Naruto, despite the villagers' years of indifference and discrimination, bore no trace of hatred or resentment towards him. Instead, his azure, crystal-clear eyes were filled with affection and unreserved trust, which eased the third Hokage's heart significantly. Knowing the truth of his lineage did not break the pact with Danzo, he nodded slightly in affirmation of Naruto's response. Naruto, since you are aware of your background, why did you not reveal it to your grandfather sooner? It could have spared you much suffering. Suffering? Heh, not at all. From the moment I was born, this place has been filled with the love of my parents. All that remains is to view these challenges as part of my training. Naruto's lips curled into a subtle smile as he playfully gestured towards the robust tree roots exposed by the earth beside them. Moreover, The fact that even the third Hokage could not prevent such circumstances from arising indicated that the village was not as peaceful and serene as it appeared. At this critical juncture, enduring a little hardship is inconsequential. I cannot afford to burden my grandfather, the third Hokage, with more troubles, he thought. This sentiment was not a mere facade, but a genuine expression of his feelings. Naruto understood the ruthless lengths to which Danzo would go to secure the Hokage title. Maintaining his identity as the despised Nine-Tails would ensure his safety through the vulnerable years of his childhood. Additionally, his familiarity and respect for the amiable elder before him played a significant role in his feelings. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, a direct disciple of both the first and second Hokage, possessed mastery over all 5 chakra elements. He was capable of executing techniques of wind, lightning, earth, fire, and water with unparalleled proficiency, earning him the esteemed title of ninjutsu instructor and the privilege of nurturing the legendary Sannin. His unmatched strength in his era allowed him to inherit the title of God of Shinobi from the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Furthermore, the third Hokage was the longest-serving Hokage in Konoha's history, having led the village during its golden age. He single-handedly faced the resurrected first and second Hokages in a battle to protect Konoha from the invasion led by Orochimaru in the Sand and Sound villages, ultimately sacrificing his life with the Reaper Death Seal to save his beloved village. He was, without a doubt, a venerable ninja who dedicated his entire life to the welfare of his cherished village. Of course, these accomplishments earned him Naruto's respect. But the most pivotal reason for Naruto's unwavering trust in the third Hokage was that he was one of the few, if not the only, high-ranking officials who genuinely protected and supported Naruto during the villagers' persecution and accusations of being a monster. During Naruto's early years, when he faced exclusion and resentment, it was the third Hokage who discreetly sought him out, offering guidance to help him emerge from the shadows that threatened to twist his psyche into that of a monster. When Naruto was led astray by Mizuki and stole the Forbidden Scroll, it was Iruka who had been encouraged by the third Hokage to look after Naruto. That brought Naruto back to the right path. The choice of Kakashi, the instructor of Team 7, was also a carefully considered decision by the third Hokage, showcasing his dedication to Naruto and Appo's well-being. Though these events were only destined to occur in the original story, having assumed the identity of Uzumaki Naruto, he would hold them dear in his heart. A drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude, was a principle Naruto cherished deeply. What do you truly know, child? Well, it's just that I tried to gather some information during my training breaks. I have a bit of understanding, he replied innocently, playfully blinking his eyes in an attempt to appear endearing and harmless. However, the subtle gesture of pointing towards the tree roots was enough for the third Hokage to realize that the surprises and secrets hidden within this small body far exceeded his initial expectations. Then why, after enduring this for so long, have you chosen to share these truths with me now? Do you no longer intend to keep them hidden? Or is there something significant compelling you to seek my assistance? The third Hokage, no longer viewing Naruto merely as a child, slowly withdrew his hand and asked softly, "No, I intend to continue concealing it, for with my current strength, living as the Nine-Tails is safer. Thus, this will remain a secret between me and you, Grandpa Third Hokage." Naruto briefly glanced at the small fan playing in the stream before him, pausing momentarily to suppress his smile. However, there are indeed several matters I wish to discuss with you in earnest. As Naruto methodically articulated his thoughts, a maturity that belied his years emerged on his youthful face, astonishing the third Hokage and evoking a sense of nostalgia within him. Reminiscent of the calm and wise Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, clad in his cloak. The third Hokage's resolve strengthened. He was returning as a king. The Uchiha massacre and the alliance with Orochimaru to destroy Konoha. How could this be? Child, are you jesting with your grandfather? Even though he had mentally prepared himself, knowing the boy was no ordinary child, the chilling revelations that Naruto casually disclosed still compelled the third Hokage to exclaim in disbelief. Danzo's actions over the years had indeed been extreme, but regardless of the means, they were all intended for the sake of the village. Naruto, if your grievances stem from Danzo's schemes against you, starting tomorrow, I can restore everything you rightfully deserve and reclaim your honor as the hero's son. For the sake of the village? Then why was I falsely branded as the Nine-Tails, a label that would only foster a rebellious and isolated character within me, potentially leading to emotional breakdowns and the resurgence of the tailed beast's uncontrolled rampage? Did this truly bring even the slightest benefit to the village? Naruto anticipated the incredulity of the elder before him, recognizing that when one hears that a former friend is plotting to take their life for personal gain, it is only natural to dismiss such claims as mere jest. This was especially true for the usually lenient third Hokage. Yet, Naruto needed to convince this elder of the truth, to believe in the impending realities. Otherwise, before Naruto could amass the strength to confront Danzo, he would have no opportunity to alter the course of history. Even this amiable elder would fall victim to his beloved disciple-esque betrayal, succumbing to the perils of excessive tolerance and compassion. I cannot divulge the reasons behind my foresight of the future, but I assure you, I am not fabricating lies or jesting. Third Hokage, consider this. Since the Uchiha clan was relocated to the outskirts of the village, ostensibly to bestow upon them the honorable title of the Konoha Guard, it appears that the village has entrusted them with the significant responsibility of maintaining security. However, the true intention lies in facilitating the village's surveillance and control over them, does it not? Just recently, the head of the Hyuga branch family sacrificed his life to appease the unreasonable demands of the Land of Lightning, thereby averting the outbreak of war and ensuring the continued peace and comfort of Konoha. While it may seem that this was a minimal cost to quell the unrest, it has secretly incited the branch family's animosity towards the main house. Moreover, the situation is far more complicated than it appears. With the intelligence network of the Land of Lightning, is it conceivable that they would not be aware that the Hyuga clan leader, who regularly presents himself publicly, has not yet perished? If they truly sought war, they could use this information as an excuse to repeatedly pressure the village into surrendering the Hyuga clan leader. The sacrifice of the branch family head would then be in vain. Now, let us examine the origins of this incident. Third Hokage. If you were an unfamiliar ninja from the Land of Lightning, without the assistance of any internal Konoha personnel providing information and enticing aid, would you be able to bypass the formidable defenses of the Hyuga clan, known for their acute perception, to silently approach and abduct the most crucial heir of the main house, the ninja from the Land of Lightning who managed to infiltrate the Hyuga territory so stealthily? If they truly sought only the secrets of the Byakugan, why would they not simply capture a less conspicuous child from the branch family who possesses the ability to awaken the Byakugan, rather than targeting the highly protected heir of the main house? As long as the abduction is not classified as a kidnapping by another ninja village, the main house would not activate the caged bird seal to annihilate the Byakugan, allowing them to gather the necessary intelligence to fulfill their objectives, would it not? Lastly, and most critically, if I am not mistaken, the person who significantly influences the final decisions in these events is Danzo. Yet the one who publicly makes the decisions and issues the orders has always been you. Third Hokage. The accompanying risks and consequences also fall upon your shoulders. In other words, you have been used as a pawn. As Naruto spoke fervently, the third Hokage found himself wanting to refute, yet he struggled to find words, realizing he had no response. For deep down, he understood that Naruto's conjectures were strikingly close to the truth. The third Hokage, capable of bearing the name of Hokage and leading Konoha to restore its prosperity after the devastation wrought by the Nine Tails, was far from inept. When Danzo seized the opportunity to alter Naruto's placement plan during the vulnerable transition of power, the third Hokage had already begun to harbor suspicions akin to Naruto's. However, unlike Naruto, who had no connection to Danzo and harbored a palpable disdain for him, the third Hokage, who had once fought alongside Danzo, was reluctant to believe that his dear friend had fallen so low for the sake of obtaining the Hokage title. He had been deceiving himself, forcing himself to believe that Danzo's actions, though extreme, were ultimately for the good of the village. Yet now, Naruto's direct words compelled him to confront this terrifying suspicion. For the sake of the village, he could no longer feign ignorance. Ah, Naruto, you truly are not an ordinary child. It is time for this old man to make a resolute decision. In a state of complex emotions, the smoke from the third Hokage's pipe flickered as he remained silent for a long moment before he spoke again. So, what do you wish for your grandfather to do next? Do not deliberately suppress the Uchiha clan any longer. Pay attention to Itachi and Shisui Uchiha. These two not only possess formidable talents, but also hold a profound sense of justice, prioritizing the village's welfare over their own clan's loyalty. Consider entrusting them with significant responsibilities to indirectly soothe the rebellious sentiments harbored by the Uchiha clan due to their isolation from the village. As the third Hokage regarded Naruto, The murky confusion that had previously clouded his eyes dissipated, replaced by a clarity reminiscent of his youthful vigor, instilling a sense of reassurance in Naruto and heightening his confidence in their forthcoming actions. After gathering his thoughts and articulating them, he continued to express his insights. We must eliminate the possibility of Danzo's interference. In times of crisis, they will become the crucial figures capable of preventing the Uchiha clan from facing annihilation. They could even restore the glorious era when the Uchiha clan placed their complete trust in the village, cooperating without reservation, as during the founding of Konoha. Itachi and Shursui Uchiha. It seems you have meticulously planned everything, just as expected of Minato's child. Indeed, a tiger begets no dog. The third Hokage observed the young Naruto, who, despite his tender age, responded with remarkable composure and clarity. He felt increasingly unable to foresee the future accomplishments of this promising youth, while his heart reignited with the long-dormant spirit of competition. Very well, I shall place my trust in you this once. By the name of the third Hokage, I swear that the tragedies you spoke of shall not come to pass. At the moment the third Hokage uttered these words, Naruto understood that the once dormant lion, who had endured humiliation and feigned slumber, had now quietly awakened. The true king had returned. The Hyuga clan's lamentations echoed alongside Hinata's misunderstood demise. As time flowed on, the sun gradually dipped below the horizon, and a new moon ascended, casting its gentle light upon the earth, heralding the onset of night. Before the ancestral temple of the Hyuga clan, one of Konoha and Appo's two great eye bloodlines endowed with the Byakugan, flickering lights began to illuminate, dispelling the encroaching darkness with orange lanterns inscribed with the words Spirit Lantern. Inside the ancestral temple, the brightness rivaled that of day. All clan members, except those who were away on missions, gathered as commanded by the clan leader, with none absent. The sight of the assembly, kneeling reverently around the central altar, was quite a spectacle. Every attendee, regardless of age or gender, donned identical black kimonos, yet the light illuminated faces devoid of joy or excitement. Instead, they bore the unmistakable marks of profound sorrow and remembrance. They all understood that this large-scale gathering was not for the annual traditional ancestral ceremony, akin to a celebration, but to commemorate the passing of a member, to honor the hero who sacrificed his life to protect his elder brother, Hinata's twin brother, Hyuga Hisashi. It appeared that the first group of attendees had all arrived. The ceremony could soon commence. Surveying the increasingly cramped space within the ancestral temple, Hyuga Hayashi instructed his clan members to begin the memorial ceremony, maintaining a calm demeanor that betrayed none of his inner turmoil. His expression was composed and clear, yet it exuded a chilling cruelty. Only his daughter, Hinata, who stood timidly beside him, grasping his hand, was aware of the trembling of his large palm hidden within the folds of his robe. The loss. How could such a tragedy occur? His child is only 4 years old, having lost a father. Poor Niji. Indeed, who could have anticipated that just a few days ago? There was laughter and joy surrounding Rika, and now, at such a young age, he has departed from this world. Father, they say Uncle Rika has died. What does died mean? With wide eyes scanning the sorrowful faces of the clan members, her gaze finally settled on her cousin Niji, who had gone from excitement to tears streaming down his face. Hinata felt an inexplicable heaviness in her heart, and after a brief pause, she reached out with her other hand to quietly tug at her father and Appo's sleeve, her soft voice barely a whisper, akin to a mosquito and Appo's hum. Why did Uncle Rika have to die? Niji brother is crying so sadly. If Uncle Rika hadn't died, then Niji brother and everyone else wouldn't be crying. As the heir of the Hyuga clan, Hinata had been raised in seclusion, trained in gentle fist techniques under her father's guidance. At merely 3 years old, being an introverted and shy flower sheltered from the world, she could not grasp the profound sorrow encapsulated in the concept of death. Death means to leave us forever, Hinata. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Hayashi, who was struggling to suppress his own grief, was suddenly flooded with memories of his brother's life. His hands trembled more violently as he endeavored to maintain a steady tone. Speaking deliberately, he will never return. Never return? But Uncle Rika was supposed to guide Niji brother in his training. Hinata's heartache deepened as she absorbed her father's explanation. The color drained from her rosy cheeks, and as she spoke softly to herself, she found herself lacking the courage to even glance at Niji. We had made plans. Why did Uncle Rika have to die? If only I could have saved him that night. As Hayashi observed his daughter, whose voice was growing fainter, he shook his head helplessly. His expression quivered slightly at her innocent words, nearly contorted by the weight of his sorrow and regret. Rika, my brother, how could you leave your family and children behind? It should have been me lying in that coffin tonight. Taking a deep breath to stabilize his emotions, Hayashi slowly raised his gaze, searching for Niji, whose back was hunched over Rika's coffin, weeping inconsolably. His eyes brimmed with guilt and compassion for the young child. Yet, Hayashi failed to notice that Niji, already harboring resentment towards the main family due to the caged bird seal imposed upon him, was now having that rift between him and the main family widen even further due to the sudden loss. It was because of this cursed seal that my father died as a stand-in for the clan leader. It's all the main family's fault. My father was driven to death by them. As Niji's fists clenched tightly, the seeds of hatred towards the main family began to take root in his heart. Fueled by the news of his father's demise delivered under the guise of kindness by Danzo's subordinates. Just wait, father. One day, I will kill every member of the main family and avenge you. I swear I will. Niji, brother. Meanwhile, witnessing her cousin's profound sorrow, Hinata quietly released her father's hand, silently turning away and slowly walking out of the ancestral shrine. Oh, it hurts. The biting cold and howling wind greeted Hinata as she stepped outside the shrine, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the ground. The delicate girl, who had been pampered since childhood, felt tears prick at her nose, but she quickly wiped her eyes with her sleeve and bravely got back on her feet, wobbling as she continued forward through the deep snow that came up to her ankles. If only I could bring back Uncle Rika, then Niji brother and everyone wouldn't cry anymore. Though she had grasped the meaning of death from her father, the vague and ambiguous explanation led the innocent Hinata to believe that Uncle Rika had merely gone to a faraway place that was difficult to return from. As long as I can find Uncle Rika, he won't be dead. Then everyone won't cry. With her gentle and caring nature, Hinata, influenced by this misunderstanding, decided to venture out for the first time without notifying her father or bringing any guards along. Wait for me, Uncle Rika, as she murmured softly. Hinata wrapped her thin clothing tighter around herself, her breath forming white puffs in the cold air as she shivered, determined to move forward into the falling snow, her small, fragile figure gradually disappearing into the deep, quiet night. Hinata has come to bring you home. In the cold night, the sun of a new day dawned as Naruto and Hinata had their first encounter, after a lengthy secret discussion with the third Hokage, who left to avoid drawing attention by departing from different directions at different times from the training field. It was already deep into the night with the moon hanging high in the sky. Speaking of which, that kid Sasuke seems to have already gone home. Aside from the third Hokage, who left early, Sasuke had long finished his training on water walking and had engaged in playful water fights with Naruto's shadow clone. Unaware of anything amiss, he lit a fire to dry his clothes and bid farewell to Naruto's shadow clone, eager to show off his recent training achievements to his father for praise and recognition. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto found himself once again in solitude, a state he had grown unaccustomed to after spending so much time with Sasuke. Is it because I've been with that kid for too long? Heh, I'm being sentimental. It's not the first time I've gone home alone, so why should I care so much? Shaking his head to dismiss the strange feelings, Naruto, buoyed by the deep bond he had formed with Sasuke and the successful persuasion of the third Hokage, felt a renewed sense of hope about avoiding the impending tragedy. This duality of good news allowed him to relax and revel in the moment, skipping joyfully homeward with his hands in his pockets, humming a cheerful tune. Oh, am I imagining things? Is that a child? As Naruto reached his doorstep, ready to ascend the stairs and rest from the day's fatigue, he caught sight of a small, helpless shadow twirling under the distant light. Curiosity piqued, he stopped in his tracks, rubbing his eyes multiple times to confirm whether he was truly seeing things. After all, having been treated as the embodiment of the Nine Tails since childhood, with the entire village projecting their hatred and disdain onto him, feelings that should have been directed at the Nine Tails, which nearly destroyed Konoha. Seeing another person in this desolate neighborhood at such a late hour was nothing short of a dreamlike illusion. What a rare sight. Someone daring to linger near my home at such an hour. They seem to need help. Standing by the roadside for a brief moment, Naruto observed that the individual before him showed no intention of leaving. Instead, she curled up and began to tremble, tears streaming down her face, prompting him to shrug in resignation. Well, considering I'm in a good mood today, I might as well lend her a hand. Although I can surmise that upon seeing me, This little one would likely be frightened by Mai and Appo's, Demon Fox and Appo's, appearance and cry even harder, complicating matters further. With a self-deprecating smile, Naruto altered his course, consciously slowing his steps to avoid startling her. Once he estimated that she could hear him, he bent down and greeted her in a gentle, lowered tone. What's wrong? Is something the matter? As the temperature continued to plummet with the onset of winter, snow began to fall like delicate white feathers, gradually blanketing the prosperous Hidden Leaf village in a pristine layer of white. Night had quietly descended, and the streetlights along the road gradually flickered to life, illuminating the thick snow with warm, orange halos that stretched and contracted, casting the shadows of passers-by in a cozy glow. Having walked for so long without finding Uncle Hayashi, Hinata pondered if it was because her father had mentioned he had died, that he would never return, making him difficult to find. In the desolate alley, Hinata, her small face tinged with a faint purple hue from the cold, trudged forward step by step, murmuring softly to herself as her chubby little hands were clasped together in front of her, occasionally exhaling warm breath for a modicum of warmth. Oh, it's so cold. Why was it not this cold just a few days ago? The rapidly dropping temperature, causing her breath to crystallize into frost, left Hinata feeling bewildered, her memories of a few days prior, basking in the warmth of sunlight, feeling like a distant dream. Instinctively rubbing her hands together for warmth, she lifted her gaze, taking in the night sky, which, despite the darkness, was still speckled with stars that glimmered like precious jewels. Under normal circumstances, Hinata would be bundled up in a snug, beautiful winter coat at her doorstep, delighting in identifying constellations and admiring the breathtaking night scenery. Or she would be playing joyfully in the snow-covered courtyard. But now, having personally experienced the frigid reality, she had come to understand the terrifying dangers hidden within the once enchanting snowy nights. Should I return home and ask Mom and Dad where to find Uncle Hayashi if he has indeed passed away? Then I could put on warmer clothes and continue my search? Even adult ninjas with superior physical abilities struggle against the relentless cold of nature. How could a mere 3-year-old like Hinata, who barely qualifies as a genin, withstand such harshness? The chilling air that gnawed away at her consciousness had extinguished her initial resolve to venture out in search of her uncle, and as her steps slowed, she began to waver in her decision. But soon, Hinata encountered a dilemma far more pressing than choosing between continuing her search or retreating home. If I go home, which way should I go? Her bright, doe-like eyes blinked rapidly as she surveyed her surroundings. The more she scrutinized, the deeper her sense of panic grew. As the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, who rarely ventured outside, she had lost track of her path after wandering aimlessly for so long. It was only when she wished to turn back that she realized she was in an entirely unfamiliar environment. At that moment, Hinata couldn't even recall which way she had come. Oh dear, I think I came from the left. No, it must have been the right. What should I do? Everything looks the same. I can't recognize anything. The dimly lit alley appeared to Hinata as if it were a gaping maw of a beast, ready to devour her, instilling in her no courage to take another step forward. After spinning in circles, desperately trying to find her way home, she succumbed to the innate fear of the unknown that gripped her as a child. What should I do? Dad, Mom, where are you? Bending her knees, she slowly crouched down, covering her eyes with her hands and burying her face into her knees, her shoulders shaking as she let out quiet sobs. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Just as Hinata felt increasingly helpless and frightened, a gentle, youthful voice reached her ears, prompting her to lift her tear-streaked face, desperately searching for the source of the voice, like a drowning person spotting a lifeline. Why are you still out here alone at this hour? Did you run away from home after a quarrel with your family, or have you lost your way? As the sounds of footsteps crunching through the snow and the kind inquiry drew closer, Hinata, crouched beneath the light, finally caught sight of a boy her age, smiling gently at her with his hands tucked in his coat pockets. Well, regardless of the reason, it's not wise to linger outside in this weather. You might catch a cold. Do you remember where your home is? His bright blue eyes and golden hair illuminated by the light shone like the sun. For reasons unknown, Hinata felt as though she had encountered a small sun, a symbol of hope, as the despair and fear that had filled her heart began to dissipate. Please, stop crying. Come, take my hand, and I'll help you get home. Okay. Whether it was from the cold or shyness, Hinata's cheeks flushed as she felt no resistance to his warm hand reaching out to her, and she obediently stood up, wiping away her tears while tilting her head in curiosity. In that moment, Hinata was unaware that the image of the boy extending his gentle hand to her had become deeply etched in her young heart, rooted and everlasting. The nurturing of a cherished companion must begin from a tender age. Surprisingly, she wasn't frightened at all. This child must not have heard the rumors. Much like Sasuke, as Naruto approached, he noted with surprise that the little girl, who had been crouching on the ground, not only showed no signs of fear or panic upon noticing him, but her previously distressed expression had transformed into one of relief and calmness as he helped her to her feet. Amused and slightly self-mocking, he mused, perhaps in her desperation. She didn't recognize me as the monster the villagers speak of. Please, stop crying. Be good now. He gently held her hand, which felt as cold as ice, indicating she had been enduring the harsh cold for quite some time. Feeling a pang of sympathy for the obedient and gentle child, Naruto instinctively removed his warm coat and scarf, deftly draping them over her before she could react. As winter's chill encroached upon the subconscious, Hinata, whose awareness was already somewhat hazy, finally grasped the situation. By the time she realized it, Naruto had already shed his own garments and draped them over her shoulders, allowing the residual warmth to gradually dispel the cold that had settled in her body. This instinctive and unpretentious act of concern from Naruto warmed Hinata's heart immensely. "Hehe, you should feel a bit warmer now, right?" Naruto said with a smile, reassuring the shy, timid girl before him while his gaze lingered on her youthful face. "But if I wear these, you want to you?" Hinata hesitated, her voice barely a whisper as she attempted to return the clothing, even as she reveled in the comforting warmth it provided. "I didn't ask. No need to worry about it. You need these clothes to stay warm more than I do, don't you?" Naruto replied, his other hand habitually resting on Hinata's small head and gently tousling her hair. He paid no heed to the fact that her cheeks were now flushed and seemingly emanating steam, viewing it simply as her body's natural response to the cold. "Those eyes, Byakugan? You are a child of the Hyuga clan, aren't you?" Hinata's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson upon realizing that Naruto had noticed her gaze. She lowered her head, burying her face into the red scarf, nodding almost imperceptibly as she replied, I am Hinata Hyuga, that's good. If that's the case, I think I know where your home is. It's quite late. Your family must be worried sick." Upon confirming his suspicion with Hinata's nod, Naruto interrupted her next timid words, scanning the surroundings to ascertain their direction. Drawing upon his familiarity with the area, he quickly identified the best route back to the Hyuga territory. "Let it Appos. Let's go. Hold my hand, and I'll take you home." Okay, thus, utterly oblivious to how easily his words could be misinterpreted, Naruto and the now tomato-red Hinata, hand in hand, began to jog away, swiftly disappearing into the dimly lit alley. Meanwhile, as Naruto and Hinata made their way towards the Hyuga territory at a leisurely pace, the ancestral shrine, which had just concluded the memorial ceremony for Hyuga Hisashi, was in a state of turmoil. "What? We still haven't found Hinata?" Hyuga Hayashi's normally placid features were now etched with worry as he paced anxiously like an ant on a hot stove, quietly inquiring of the clan members who had come to report. "We sincerely apologize, Hayashi-sama. We have searched the entire territory meticulously with Byakugan several times, yet we have found no trace of Lady Hinata. Please forgive our incompetence." The clan member, his eyes bulging with veins as he activated the Byakugan, felt a deep sense of shame for failing in his duty to protect Hinata. It appears that Hinata is no longer within the Hyuga territory, although Hayashi had mentally prepared himself for this outcome. The report still stirred a tempest of emotions within him. Have those damned ninja from the land of lightning broken their promise and returned? Or is there an enemy lurking within Konoha, coveting the secrets of the Byakugan, beyond just the forces of the land of lightning? Regardless of the scenario, it was certainly bad news for Hinata, who had been missing for so long. Damn it, when did Hinata go missing? Why didn't I notice at all? Is fate truly intent on making Hisashi's sacrifice in vain? Must I endure the anguish of losing a brother only to lose a daughter as well? No, calm down, Hayashi, think. Surely there must be a way to remedy this. Hayashi-sama, should we report this to the third Hokage? The third Hokage? Hayashi, whose mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, turned to gaze at the tightly closed coffin at the center of the shrine, falling into a heavy silence. Indeed, the disappearance of Hinata, the heir of the main branch, was a matter serious enough to warrant notifying the higher-ups in Konoha for assistance. However, having just experienced the loss of his twin brother Hisashi, Hayashi was devoid of any desire to report to the higher-ups at this moment. although it was nominally true that Hisashi had willingly sacrificed himself in Hayashi's stead. This decision had been made unilaterally by Konoha's higher-ups, bypassing Hayashi as the head of the Hyuga clan. Hayashi was painfully aware of the undeniable responsibility he bore for Hisashi and Appo's death. Yet, knowing full well that the incident was triggered when ninjas from the Land of Lightning forcibly attempted to abduct Hinata, and that Hisashi had perished in the self-defense that ensued, he felt too cowardly to confront the unreasonable and aggressive demands of the Land of Lightning, and instead chose to sacrifice a member of the Hyuga clan to appease the enemy. In a certain sense, one could say that those high-ranking officials, who prioritized the greater good, had forced Hisashi onto a path of certain death. In the midst of these extreme thoughts, how could Hayashi possibly wish to seek assistance from Konoha's higher-ups again? Heaven knows who they would decide to sacrifice next after this request for help. Orders: Teams 1, 2, and 3, continue searching for Hinata within the territory. With this in mind, Hayashi took deep breaths to force himself to calm down, then paused briefly before furrowing his brows and decisively commanding the waiting members of the Hyuga clan. Teams 4, 5, and 6, expand the search to the entire village. Yes. And what about the Hokage? As for the third Hokage, I will report to him myself shortly. Having resolved to avoid involving the higher-ups, Hayashi interrupted his subordinate's inquiry, then, with widened eyes, shouted, "Listen carefully. Search diligently, and leave no corner unchecked, even if we have to turn the village upside down. We must bring Hinata back." "Yes, Hayashi-sama." Once the clan members dispersed to resume the search, Hayashi turned and walked step by step towards Hisashi's coffin, gently caressing the intricate carvings on the casket, speaking softly as if to confide in someone, or perhaps making a promise to himself. "Rest assured, Hisashi, I will not let your sacrifice be in vain. I will not allow the weak, submissive self I once was to occur again. I will make those who covet the Hyuga clan understand the Hyuga clan is the strongest in Konoha." A brief interlude at Ichiraku Ramen. "Welcome, oh, it's you, little one. It's quite rare to see you here this late. Would you like some ramen?" As the young child steadily ascended, the blue radiance emanating from his feet constantly fluctuated, deepening and fading in response to his efforts. After numerous attempts, it seemed he had finally discovered a hint of technique, prompting Naruto to exuberantly shout out, momentarily forgetting the ancient adage about the perils of excessive joy. "Oh no, wait, don't do this, just a little bit more. Hold on, just a little longer." Realizing that his body's adhesion to the tree trunk was diminishing, the smile on Naruto's face froze, his mouth twitching as he instinctively sought to amplify his chakra output to remedy the awkward situation. However, he quickly discovered that his chakra had been utterly depleted during the previous adjustments. "TSK, how could this happen? I was so close." As his ability to cling to the surface waned, and the pull of gravity increasingly urged him to tilt backward, Naruto cast a reluctant glance at the faint outline of the treetops ahead, though he yearned to surge to the very top in one vigorous effort. Reason persistently reminded him that to press on recklessly would only result in leaving a gruesome Naruto-shaped pancake on the training ground. "Ah, there and damp. Appo's, nothing to be done. I can only wait until next time." Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Naruto summoned the last remnants of his chakra to empower his feet against the tree trunk, using the force to propel his entire body into a backward somersault. Having long grown accustomed to the special care provided by Uncle Ichiraku, Naruto was not surprised at all. With an air of nonchalance, he reached for the bowl of soup and tilted his head back to gulp down the ginger broth in one go. Then, he rummaged through his pocket to produce a crumpled piece of paper, barely legible but marked with the words "special coupon." With a playful smile, he placed it on the table and handed it to Uncle Ichiraku, saying, "2 special coupons. Thank you for your hospitality, Uncle." "All right, duly received. You're welcome to come again." After Naruto and Hinata finished their meal and left, the customers in the Ichiraku ramen shop had mostly departed. As Uncle Ichiraku contemplated closing early to head home for some sleep, a bone-chilling gust of wind swept through as the door curtain was lifted, prompting him to instinctively call out, "Welcome. What can I get for you? It's been a while. I'll have the usual, a bowl of soy sauce ramen, please." The newcomer, while brushing off the snow that had accumulated on their thick cloak, responded with a weary gaze that hinted at the fatigue of travel. "Oh, it's you. It has indeed been some time. All right, 1 bowl of soy sauce ramen, please wait a moment." As the person removed their cloak, revealing a relaxed visage framed by a black scarf and a tousled white hairstyle, Uncle Ichiraku understood not to inquire further, and began preparing the ramen. Once he tossed the noodles into the boiling water, he quietly remarked, "That boy Naruto, despite being misunderstood and resented by the villagers, remains a kind-hearted soul. Just a moment ago, he was here treating a lost child to ramen and promised to escort her home." Naruto. He was just here? Upon hearing Uncle Ichiraku's words, the diner momentarily paused, their hand reaching for the bamboo chopsticks, trembling ever so slightly. "A good boy indeed. Here you go. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is your soy sauce ramen. Enjoy." As he spoke, Uncle Ichiraku finished plating the ramen in a large bowl, garnishing it with toppings, while smiling warmly as he looked up at the customer. "If you had come earlier, you could have seen for yourself. I believe that when that child grows up, he will undoubtedly be as remarkable as his teacher, just like his father. What do you think, Kakashi?" In the Hyuga clan's ancestral home, Hayashi paced anxiously, hands clasped behind his back. Beside him, his wife, a beautiful woman, watched him with concern. After a moment of hesitation, she placed a hand on his shoulder, suggesting, "Perhaps we should inform the third Hokage? With the village's assistance, we might be able to find Hinata. It's not the right time. Let us wait a little longer." Hayashi's footsteps faltered as he pondered his wife's words. After a long silence, his hands clenched into fists as he struggled to voice his thoughts. "Perhaps they will soon be able to bring Hinata back. Wait. It has been far too long already. If we wait any longer, we may never find her." The beautiful woman, who had been suppressing her emotions over their daughter's disappearance, could no longer contain herself. She shook Hayashi's shoulders vigorously, her words laced with fear and anger over the loss of their beloved child, before collapsing to the ground, covering her face with her hands and quietly sobbing. "It was you who took Hinata to that memorial. What? Why didn't you notice she was missing?" "I'm sorry. Perhaps due to his wife's anguished cries, or the dwindling hope of the clan's search, Hayashi felt increasingly unsettled. As he knelt to comfort her, the heavy door was suddenly pushed open with great force. Clan. What's wrong? Why are you in such a fluster?" Hayashi was about to reprimand the intruding clan member when he caught sight of the mixed expression of joy and worry on their face, causing his heart to race. He tried to maintain a calm tone as he urged, "Speak slowly. What has happened?" "Clan, cough, clan leader, ha. Lady Hinata." The Hyuga ninja, breathless and drenched in sweat from exertion, took several deep breaths before managing to convey the message. "Lady Hinata has been found. She is in the village, standing right at the entrance of our clan's territory." "Hinata, found her? That's wonderful. Dear, did you hear? Hinata is safe. She wasn't taken away. She's in the village." Hinata's mother, her eyes glazed with disbelief, repeated the joyous news brought by the clan member. Tears of happiness streaming down her face as she disregarded her usual composure and leaped into her husband's embrace, overwhelmed with joy. "Oh, I heard. It's good that she has been found." Hayashi, while feeling immense relief at the return of his daughter, struggled to contain his impulse to join in his wife's celebration, maintaining the dignity expected of a clan leader, though his trembling hands betrayed his inner joy. "Then what are you waiting for? Why not hurry to bring Hinata back?" "About that, clan leader, please listen." The Hyuga ninja, aware that he could not evade the situation, sighed softly and leaned closer to Hayashi, lowering his voice to avoid further distressing the excited matriarch. "Hinata has indeed been found. But the one who brought her back may pose a danger to her, making us too afraid to approach." "Hurt Hinata? Humph. I suspect you are simply afraid of the responsibility." Hayashi, now knowing his daughter was at the doorstep, felt a weight lift from his heart. He furrowed his brow, confidently continuing, "Even the third Hokage would give me, Hyuga Hayashi, some recognition. I shall see who in this hidden leaf village dares to harm my daughter." "Who is it?" To Hayashi's surprise, what he had expected to be reassuring words instead drew forth a hint of pity. "The person is Uzumaki Naruto." Hayashi's smile gradually faded. "Ah, clan leader, if you can't recall who he is, Uzumaki Naruto is the notorious Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails." Hayashi began to stride back towards the house. "Wait, clan leader, where are you going? Don't leave. That direction is wrong. You promised to go and bring back Lady Hinata." "Silence. If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute." The strongest weapon of war in the village, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, was with his own child. Should anything go awry, leading to the Nine Tails rampaging once more. The gravity of the situation made Hayashi regret not having informed the third Hokage sooner, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. "Hinata, father suddenly thinks that if you had been taken by an enemy, it might have been easier to resolve." Hyuga, Hyuga, Hyuga. Oh, you have been found. On the day when Hinata's father was filled with worry and sighs, Naruto, holding Hinata's hand and scanning the surroundings, gradually came to a stop in front of the grand gate adorned with the Hyuga insignia. Although he was aware that the Hyuga clan was one of the most prestigious families in Konoha, with their unique Byakugan bloodline rivaling that of the Uchiha, and their economic standing far superior to that of ordinary families, he couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of the vast array of towering mansions before him. The disparity in their lives was staggering, even for someone like him who also hailed from a well-off background. Reflecting on his own meager and dilapidated dwelling in stark contrast to the opulence surrounding him, and considering how Sasuke could effortlessly request any jutsu from his father, Naruto felt a twinge of existential doubt. It dawned on him that the challenges he faced at birth must have been nothing short of infernal. To have survived and remained optimistic until the age of 12 under such conditions was indeed commendable. Are you all right? Nothing at all. I was just thinking about how spacious your home is. I suppose you must have many people around you? As he was drawn back to reality by Hinata's curious inquiry, Naruto playfully reached out to gently tap her cute little nose. Reminded of the helplessness he first witnessed in her when she cried, he chuckled teasingly. With such a large house, why were you crying alone on the roadside? Hell, look at me. I have no one around, yet I still managed to have a super-duper happy day. Oblivious to Hinata's flushed face as she attempted to articulate her thoughts, Naruto continued his jovial banter before gradually loosening his grip on her small hand. With his hands clasped behind his head, he turned and swaggered back in the direction he had come. Although his initial intent was to reunite the lost child with her family as an outcast fox spirit, he understood that it would be wise to retreat to avoid any misunderstandings that might spoil the happy ending. Moreover, this brief detour had consumed a significant portion of his solitary time that evening. Having already decided to take action and amuse Danzo, he needed to hurry home to meet one of his housemates. Well, we're at the door now. You should know how to get home from here, right? So, I'll take my leave first. Goodbye. Wait. I still don't know your name. By the time Hinata, flustered from the affectionate gesture of Naruto tapping her nose, regained her composure, Naruto's figure had vanished from sight. Standing in the cold wind, she scanned the surroundings for a moment before lowering her head, gently stroking the coat and scarf that belonged to Naruto. After a while, her eyes narrowed, and a bright smile replaced the blush on her adorable face as she murmured to herself, "Well, never mind. I can just ask him for his name when I return these clothes next time." Father? Taking a deep breath to restore her expression to a calm and neutral state, Hinata turned to head home, only to unexpectedly see her father peeking out from behind the door, scanning the area. His cautious demeanor starkly contrasted with her impression of him as a serious figure, prompting Hinata to curiously inquire, "What are you doing here?" "Oh, Hinata. I was just looking for you. Where have you been? Your mother has been worried sick about you, thinking you might have been kidnapped." Realizing he had lost his composure, Hayashi coughed to mask his embarrassment, redirecting the conversation as he stepped out from behind the door to continue his search. "By the way, where's the person who brought you back?" I'm sorry, Dad. I just wanted to find Uncle Hizashi, but I ended up getting lost." The long exposure to the cold and the sight of her family caused Hinata's pent-up grievances and fears to finally spill over. With red-rimmed eyes, she rushed into Hayashi's embrace, nuzzling affectionately against him. After a while, she managed to respond intermittently, "He brought me here and then left. Dad, I met a good person tonight. He brought me home and even treated me to, ramen. It was so delicious. And look, Dad, these clothes are from him. He took them off to keep me warm." Watching his daughter gradually calm down amidst her excited recounting, her tear-streaked face transformed into a radiant smile, showing no signs of harm. Hayashi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, as he listened to her describe this hero in glowing terms, he found himself reflecting on the rumors surrounding the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki. Was this little boy truly the dangerous monster the village spoke of? In a dilapidated and remote apartment atop an old building, a series of faint footsteps approached, growing closer before suddenly ceasing. The rusty iron door creaked open with a piercing sound, allowing the silvery moonlight to flood in and dispel the darkness within the room, revealing a small shadow quickly slipping inside. "I'm back." The tender voice echoed through the narrow confines of the empty, worn-down abode, resonating with a profound sense of loneliness. In this desolate space, it was impossible for anyone to respond to such a customary greeting. Naruto had long grown accustomed to this solitude after more than 3 years in this world. Rather than a salutation, it felt more like a customary practice of fitting in. It took longer than I expected. Ugh, this freezing weather. I should have dressed warmer. As he muttered to himself, Naruto removed his icy ninja boots and slipped into a pair of worn-out children's slippers. While fumbling for the dim, flickering yellow light in the room, he pulled the rusty door shut to block out the frigid wind and snow. Stretching and yawning, he sauntered into his disheveled bedroom. A child's body cannot endure much strain. And after traversing the cold, Naruto realized that the energy expended to keep warm had depleted a significant portion of his chakra. In the past, when he found himself in a state of exhaustion, he would typically choose to rest early to recover. However, on this journey home, he felt invigorated by bursts of crimson chakra replenishing his reserves, strengthening his resolve to proceed with his original plan. Considering the unexpected benefits of intervening in the course of history, he mused that perhaps it wasn't such a terrible idea after all. Sitting cross-legged on the edge of his bed, he wrapped himself snugly in a thick blanket with one hand while gently caressing the sealing mark on his abdomen with the other. Although his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique had made some progress, it was still insufficient for self-defense. Well, it seems I have no choice but to meet him and have a proper discussion. In a low murmur, Naruto gathered the remaining chakra within him, focusing intently before resolutely thrusting toward the vast, malevolent crimson chakra within him. Huh, are you seeking your own demise, little boy? Very well, this time, I shall seize your body. Heh, it seems you have been observant all along. Long time no see. Are you ready, partner? The landlord has come to collect the rent, hasn't he? At the moment when two streams of chakra completely converged and merged, Naruto, whose mind was immersed in chakra, found the scene before him transformed from a dilapidated, cramped room into a dim, chilling corridor. This was the consciousness space of the Nine Tails, the most powerful among the nine-tailed beasts sealed within Naruto's body, using the 8 trigrams sealing technique. Although he had visited this place numerous times before, its eerie atmosphere still sent shivers down his spine. Ah, I get it. I understand. No need to rush me. I'm on my way. After stretching his limbs to adapt to the subtle sensations of this consciousness space, Naruto raised his hands and returned to his usual lazy demeanor, walking slowly through the icy, stagnant water towards the depths of the tunnel, where the thunderous roars of beasts echoed, until he stopped a few meters before the tall, closed cage door. Tilting his head slightly to gaze intently at the flickering crimson light in the darkness, a smile of mockery dancing in his eyes. I say, partner, this is your own dwelling after all. Can't you make it a bit cozier? Or do you have a penchant for suffering? Roar. The beast's roar, which had gradually subsided as Naruto approached, became frenzied again the moment he finished speaking, accompanied by piercing sounds cutting through the darkness. A massive, sharp claw, imbued with a chilling intent to kill, shot through the gap of the cage door, lunging swiftly towards the smiling Naruto. Here we go again? Hey, this trick was already used when I was but an infant, partner. As the looming threat registered in his body, Naruto stood frozen in place, seemingly stunned, instead of dodging. Instead, he continued to provoke the beast within the cage. Saint Seiya, I, Naruto Uzumaki, shall not be frightened by the same trick twice. Moreover, if you truly wished to kill me, during that mishap while practicing the Flying Thunder God technique, you would not have used your chakra to mend my injuries. Would you? Humph, boring little brat. As if to validate Naruto's words, the ferocious strike halted just inches from Naruto's nose, and the echoing roars of fury transformed into a low, disgruntled male voice. It seems you are not truly disheartened by the foolish villagers' attempts to break your spirit. Speak, Naruto, what brings you to disturb this old man at such a late hour? If I said I simply missed you and came to see you. No. I was wrong. Withdraw your claws, retract them. Observing the stark contrast between the composed demeanor he presented to the outside world and the unrestrained child before him, the Nine Tails reluctantly retracted his claws with a twitch of his mouth, reflecting on whether being forcibly sealed within this child would become an indelible blemish on his beastly existence. Yet, Naruto's genuine affection and ease gradually made him feel more at ease, and he couldn't help but snicker as he teased Naruto in return. I say, you little rascal. So dignified and composed outside, yet you transform into a different person when you are here with me? Do not forget, I am the enemy who killed your parents. Calling you partner day in and day out, yet I have never seen you express a desire for vengeance for your parents. You, The most carefree child in the world, surely no one else would dare claim the title of second. In a world rife with dangers, one must indeed be cautious. Now that I have the rare opportunity to reunite with family, why must I continue to wear that burdensome mask? Hearing the Ninetales' teasing remarks, Naruto's smile remained unshaken, and, embodying the carefree spirit the Ninetales spoke of, he shrugged. Did I not mention this during our first meeting? Yes, because of your existence. My parents sacrificed their lives for the village, and I was forced to bear the stigma of the monstrous fox and face discrimination and scorn from the villagers. Yet, I also understand that you were merely venting the anger accumulated from being forcefully confined by ninjas for so many years. If one must assign blame, it should rightly fall upon the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, who initially captured and sealed you. Furthermore, the heavy price of losing my freedom, which is more significant than life itself under the 8 trigram seal. Such a weighty cost should suffice to erase any grudges, should it not? Humph, you little brat, still the same as before, spewing endless meaningless words. But these seemingly useless words are indeed gradually calming your fury, are they not? With his cerulean eyes unwaveringly meeting the terrifying crimson beastly gaze, Naruto's smile widened as he slowly raised his right arm, reiterating the solemn words he had spoken upon first encountering the Ninetales. I am Naruto Uzumaki of the Hidden Leaf Village. No matter how much you despise being sealed and stripped of your freedom, from the moment you were sealed within me, we became the best partners in life and death. Did we not? Humph, you presumptuous little fool. I never agreed to that. Oh, then why have you repeatedly saved me? ISNT that a contradiction. You fool. If you die, I would also be buried alongside you. Is that so? Shouldn't the best course of action be for you to seize my body at the moment of my near death, and then heal my injuries, preserving my life while regaining your freedom? Silence. I find your current body too weak and unworthy. If you truly wish for me to take over your body, I could fulfill that desire right now. Cough, cough. I was wrong. I want to mention it. Well, please take care of me in the future, partner. Observing Naruto's unguarded little hand reaching through the cage, the Ninetales' gaze trembled, and after a moment of hesitation, he reluctantly extended his claw to lightly touch Naruto's hand, muttering grumpily. This is such a hassle. Just so you know, it's only because you appear more pleasant than the previous two. You are still as awkward as you were when we first met, partner. Well, there's no helping it. After all, you still refuse to tell me your name, leaving me no choice but to call you partner instead of addressing you directly. Humph, you little brat. You know full well why, yet you insist on having me say it out loud. Knowing the answer and hearing it from the owner of the answer are ultimately worlds apart, are they not? TCH, you have so many reasons. The Ninetales, having been repeatedly hit with the truth, decided to cease arguing with Naruto. After a brief pause, he scrutinized the seemingly carefree Naruto, his brows furrowing as he continued. Have you already confronted the third Hokage? By your demeanor, are you planning to take action early? Be cautious. Do not let carelessness lead to your demise out there, you little brat. You must understand, the higher-ups in the Leaf Village are not to be trifled with. Do not look at me with those eyes. You, do not overthink it. This is not concern for you. I just do not wish to be sealed for a 4th time. Old man, you are clearly older than anyone in the village. I say, cough, cough. I didn't say anything, rest assured, partner. Kai-bai. As he gazed upon the prideful nine-tailed fox, who displayed a contradictory concern for him, Naruto felt a gentle warmth in his heart. With his right hand clenched in a fist, he pressed it against his chest, suppressing a smile as he solemnly vowed. I am a man who dares to challenge fate. I will absolutely not perish. Humph, it seems we've kept the old man waiting a tad too long. The nine-tailed demon fox, Kurama, who had been watching Naruto grow, could discern which of the boy's words were jest and which were a life-or-death promise. From the earnest seriousness of his youthful face, Kurama almost saw a familiar elderly visage, causing him to momentarily lose focus. When he regained his composure, a fleeting, barely perceptible smile flickered in the depths of his crimson eyes, and he quietly began to channel his vast chakra to swiftly restore Naruto's strength. This little brat. His bravado is quite impressive. Well then, let me see. No, let the world see just how far you can grow. As my Jinchuriki, do not disappoint me. Uzumaki Naruto. Amidst the daylight, while accompanying and guiding Sasuke in his training, Naruto diligently honed his Flying Thunder God technique and Rasengan through the use of shadow clones. By night, he engaged in playful banter with Kurama, gradually earning the trust of this life and death partner. Coupled with his familiar routine of home, training ground, home, Naruto's recent days were indeed fulfilling and vibrant. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who had set aside his playful demeanor to focus earnestly on his practice, found himself increasingly lauded by his father, Fugaku Uchiha. With his inner desire for paternal affection greatly satisfied, he poured himself into daily training, creating a beneficial cycle of pain and joy. Of course, Sasuke's meteoric rise in strength, unabashedly displayed, not only impressed and filled his father with pride, but also caught the attention of his elder brother, Itachi Uchiha, who had just returned home. This was a trajectory Naruto had anticipated, or rather, the reason he did not dissuade Sasuke from seeking the spotlight was to lure in the formidable Itachi. With Sasuke's diligent training and the resources that came with recognition, if the current pace continued, Naruto was confident he could attain the strength of a Jonin or even a Quasi-Kage by the time of the Chunin exams at 12. Yet, having resolved to preserve Sasuke's cheerful disposition, it was imperative to create an opportunity for a future encounter with Itachi, a pivotal step towards altering the fate of the ninja world. Not to mention that Itachi would be crucial in Naruto's endeavor to prevent the tragic annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Above all, Naruto was determined to reshape Itachi's destiny, for the safety of the village, and to ensure Sasuke could live peacefully within it. Despite having to take the lives of his parents and slay his kin, Itachi was wrongfully branded a cold-blooded traitor, when he was, in fact, a hero seeking to quell the rebellion. To grant Sasuke the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, Naruto willingly transformed all of Sasuke's unreserved admiration and trust into the overwhelming hatred necessary for the evolution of the Sharingan. He concealed the truth of his ongoing care for Sasuke, ultimately fighting to the death for him, meeting his end with a smile before Sasuke's eyes. From his defection to the village to their brotherly confrontation, everything was within Itachi's meticulously laid plan. He had shouldered most of the risks for Sasuke, choosing what he believed to be the correct path forward. It appeared he was always considering Sasuke's best interests, yet he never contemplated. After losing his guardian, would Sasuke ever be able to find joy again if he learned the truth? I am full. Mom, are the soldier pills and lunch ready? After devouring the sumptuous meal prepared by his mother, Sasuke, with an oil-smeared face and a satisfied grin, inquired sweetly from his mother, who was still busy in the kitchen. It will be ready shortly. Take a little break for now, Sasuke. In the kitchen, Mikoto Uchiha busily prepared a nutritionally balanced lunch, responding affectionately to Sasuke while plating the finished dishes. Three portions for breakfast. You've really been eating more and more lately. Observing Sasuke's diligent efforts to rise early for training without needing supervision, Fugaku's pride and satisfaction deepened, leading him to adopt a more relaxed demeanor towards his son. Hey, maybe it's because you've been training harder lately, which makes you feel hungrier. Plus, your mother's cooking is simply delicious. So I can't Appos. Tea help but eat so much. Having adapted to his father and Appos' significant change in attitude, Sasuke playfully responded while grabbing a juicy red tomato to munch on. Appos, wonderful that you're eager to train, but remember to take care of your body. Overtraining could be counterproductive, Sasuke. Having returned home a few days prior, Itachi Uchiha quietly and elegantly finished his breakfast, then stood to help clean the table, casting a sidelong glance at Sasuke. His gaze lingered on the small face, keenly enjoying the tomato, and a tender smile graced his lips. By the way, I promised to find time to teach you shuriken techniques. Since I have more free time lately, how about I take you to the training ground after you finish your meal? Yes, I'll be careful, brother, no worries. Perhaps sensing Itachi's watchful gaze as he devoured his food, Sasuke's cheeks flushed slightly, and he pondered seriously. Shuriken techniques. Let's talk about it next time, brother. He replied earnestly. I've made plans with friends today, so I can't do anything else. Let us practice together next time. The serious expression on Sasuke's face left Itachi momentarily stunned. The joyful crescent of his eyes turned into disbelief, his brow moistening with sweat as he questioned whether he was experiencing an auditory hallucination, the echoes of a heart-shattering resounding in his mind. Cough, cough. Hearing his younger son categorically reject his elder brother's training invitation nearly caused Fugaku to burst into laughter. Itachi's incredulous expression as he grappled with the shock mirrored Sasuke's earlier rejection of his suggestion to learn the Dragon Fire technique in favor of a Shadow Clone training scroll. Right now, you must be wondering if you're still dreaming, Itachi. Observing his eldest son, who now mirrored his own past disbelief when faced with Sasuke's rejection. Fugaku felt a sense of balance and satisfaction, though he struggled to suppress his laughter, his facial expressions twitching uncontrollably. Tilting his head slightly, he cast a gaze filled with a mix of schadenfreude and a hint of sympathy towards his oblivious eldest son, who appeared utterly dazed. However, such are the harsh realities of life. The double agent, Kakashi Hitaki. Pray tell, what have you unearthed? In the shadowy recesses of the Root Organization's clandestine headquarters, Danzo, one of the three esteemed advisors of Konohagakure, sat in a high position with his eyes narrowed, seemingly in deep contemplation. 3 years had passed, and aside from the conspicuously bandaged right arm that hung before him, there appeared to be little significant change in the elder statesman. Gently caressing his right arm with his left hand, he patiently listened to his subordinate report the intelligence gathered. Yes, Lord Danzo. To begin with, regarding the recruitment of new members for the Root Organization, based on the current candidates you have provided, the Oil and Yamanaka clan's new generation possesses qualifications that are fairly adequate, exhibiting potential worthy of cultivation. However, the specific recruitment targets will still require your personal selection. Lord Danzo, the Oil clan, adept in insect manipulation, and the Yamanaka clan, masters of mental jutsu? Indeed. I have been troubled since the discord I instigated between the Hyuga clan and the village's upper echelon, leaving me without quality sensory ninjas to supplement our ranks. Although their abilities pale in comparison to the Byakugan, for the time being, they will have to suffice. Danzo, well versed in the intricacies and clandestine techniques of various factions within the village, pondered over the list presented by his subordinate. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded slightly, indicating for the report to continue. Your choices were anticipated and are indeed the most prudent course of action at present. You have performed commendably in this task. Your praise is undeserved. It is all due to your guidance, Lord Danzo. Now, I shall proceed with the report on the third Hokage's movements. The masked ninja, adorned with a peculiar patterned mask that concealed his identity, knelt silently before Danzo like a statue. It was only upon receiving a command from Danzo that he slowly began to speak, his tone devoid of any emotional inflection as he continued to relay his progress. Following your previous instructions, I have been lurking day and night in proximity to the third Hokage. Just a few days ago, when the Hokage deviated from the original plan and left his post without authorization, I promptly followed his trail. The locations he visited include Hokage Rock, the commercial district, and the Ninja Academy. Regrettably, due to the Hokage's keen vigilance, I was unable to maintain close proximity, and I lost track of him towards the end. However, I can ascertain that the last place he lingered before returning to the Hokage's office was the third outdoor survival training ground. The third outdoor survival training ground? For no apparent reason, why would he suddenly choose to go there? Could it be to meet someone? Aside from the Hokage, did you observe anyone else entering that location? Rest assured, since the third Hokage entered the training ground, I have been stationed at the sole entrance. And until the deep hours of the following night, aside from the 3 Hokages who had already returned to the Hokage building, no one has entered or exited the third training ground. No one at all. How can this be? Upon hearing this, Danzo's previously relaxed brow began to furrow with concern. He pondered aloud, the third outdoor survival training ground. After circling the village for so long, what scheme are you concocting, Hiruzen? Naturally, Danzo, whose nature was steeped in suspicion and paranoia, was reluctant to believe that the actions of his comrade, entrusted with the Hokage's mantle by the second Hokage, were merely a whimsical jaunt without deeper significance. Yet, despite his numerous conjectures, he found no evidence to counter this established fact. He was acutely aware that his subordinate, having endured the brutal and bloody selection process of the Root Organization, had become a mere tool, obedient to his every command, one who would not hesitate to take their own life if so ordered. In other words, the intelligence conveyed by his subordinate bore no hint of fabrication. Very well, I comprehend the intelligence sufficiently. You may return to Hiruzen's side and continue your surveillance duties. With an air of mild impatience, Danzo gestured for his subordinate to depart, leaning his chin pensively on his hand. The intelligence was woefully inadequate. Had the Root Organization fallen to such a disadvantage? If you are indeed plotting something, Hiruzen, consider this a minor victory in your favor. Exhausted from fruitless speculation regarding the third Hokage's sudden actions, he let out a resigned sigh, his gaze drifting to the tightly bandaged right arm, a flicker of cold. bloodthirsty light dancing in his eyes as he murmured to himself. However, do not rejoice too soon. Once I obtain the power of the Sharingan, the position of Hokage shall ultimately be mine. Upon departing the Root Organization S-Base, the masked ninja who had earlier reported to Danzo basked in the cool morning sunlight, momentarily shielding his eyes with his hand while scanning his surroundings. Confirming that no one was tailing him, he leaped into the air, swiftly disappearing into the dense foliage. As though rehearsed countless times, he adeptly evaded attention while making his way to the office of the third Hokage. Removing his mask, he approached the elderly man, who sat with a smile, hands resting upon a peculiar crystal ball as though awaiting his arrival. Apologies for the wait, third Hokage. Did I not mention that? In the absence of others, such formalities are unnecessary? The third Hokage, his smile broadening, withdrew his hands from the crystal ball, observing the image within as he inquired softly. So what is the outcome? Rest assured, Danzo has not expressed any suspicion regarding the intelligence I relayed. The ninja, shedding the emotionless tone of the Root Organization, spoke with a hint of languor as he playfully tousled his hair, his eyes twinkling with a smile. But this is hardly surprising, as I spoke nothing but the truth. Indeed, I did not see anyone else enter or exit through the main entrance of the training ground besides you. Well, in this case, I suppose it grants us a slight edge in intelligence. Haha, that little rascal Naruto has surprised me time and again. I was contemplating whether to use Genjutsu to temporarily alter your memory to obscure our interaction. Yet I never anticipated that Naruto's vigilance would rival that of any seasoned ninja. I find myself increasingly curious about how this child managed to navigate the training ground without utilizing the soul entrance. Upon receiving the desired information, the third Hokage visibly relaxed, a smile gracing his lips as he praised the resourceful Naruto. He gestured for the ninja to draw closer, refocusing his attention on the images displayed in the crystal ball. It is fortuitous that your return coincides with recent events. Just days ago, in your capacity as the Jinchuriki representing the higher echelons of Konoha, you facilitated the safe return of the Hyuga clan's heir, thereby significantly alleviating the grievances and discontent harbored by the Hyuga clan towards the village. Now, this young individual has successfully initiated contact with Uchiha Fugaku's eldest son, Uchiha Itachi. Should Naruto's seemingly absurd prophecy come to fruition, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui may prove to be pivotal in dismantling Danzo's ambitions. Do you not wish to witness firsthand whether this youthful Uchiha Itachi is truly deserving of Naruto's esteemed endorsement? After all, it will not be long before he joins the Umbu and becomes your comrade and subordinate, Kakashi. The proper utilization of the shadow clone technique. The narrative unfolds in two contrasting threads, as the clandestine rivalry between Shimura Danzo and the third Hokage ignites, while Naruto, the unwitting catalyst, remains oblivious to the brewing conflict. He continues his routine at the third outdoor survival training ground, eagerly awaiting Sasuke's arrival, diligently practicing his techniques through shadow clones. However, the mere presence of a couple of shadow clones assisting his training is insufficient to captivate the attention of the third Hokage, who is preoccupied with the affairs of the Hidden Leaf Village. What truly astonishes this seasoned sage of the ninja world, causing his hand to tremble in disbelief around his pipe, is the spectacle unfolding before him through the crystal ball, a multitude of Narutos, each possessing individual consciousness, engaging in self-training, and even exchanging whispers amongst themselves. Such a breathtaking scene, if judged solely by Naruto's tender 3-year-old visage, would seem utterly inconceivable. Yet, it is a testament to Naruto's relentless dedication and the fruits of his arduous training. Over the course of 3 years, Naruto's unwavering companionship has bridged the chasm of enmity between the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast, earning the complete trust of the Nine Tails sealed within him. Consequently, Naruto has become liberated from the constraints of the Nine Tails chakra during his ninjutsu practice, conserving the chakra that would typically be used to sustain the seal. Furthermore, when his chakra is nearly depleted, he unexpectedly receives a restorative boost from the proud Nine Tails residing within him. This dynamic interplay has allowed Naruto, whose heritage from the Uzumaki clan endows him with an extraordinary chakra reserve, to manifest significant advantages in his training. The most evident illustration of this is his mastery of the shadow clone technique, no longer needing to allocate chakra to suppress the potential upheaval of the Nine Tails. Naruto can effortlessly create dozens of shadow clones and maintain them for extended periods, even in the absence of the Nine Tails chakra. Additionally, The unique feature of shadow clones is that upon dispersal, they relay all their experiences and perceptions back to the original, enabling Naruto to fully command the technique and successfully progress to the more advanced multi-shadow clone technique. As a result, Naruto and Appo's training accelerates at an alarming rate. However, this seemingly advantageous method is not without its drawbacks. In addition to requiring a substantial chakra reserve to sustain the shadow clones, a significant point of concern arises during the absorption of training insights, as the fatigue experienced is magnified exponentially. A momentary lapse in vigilance could potentially lead to unconsciousness or even life-threatening circumstances. This perilous aspect is precisely why the second Hokage deemed the multi-shadow clone technique an A-rank forbidden jutsu. Yet, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto has deftly circumvented these daunting risks, with no fear of chakra depletion and his remarkable recovery ability allowing him to fully rejuvenate after a restful slumber. Naruto can afford to push the limits of his training. Moreover, the bond of trust between Naruto and the Nine Tails has grown so profound that he is willing to relinquish control of his body to the Nine Tails during moments of leisure. Should an unforeseen crisis befall him while he is in a state of unconsciousness, it could paradoxically pose a far greater threat than if he were awake. Thus, what appears to be a reckless venture into the multi-shadow clone technique has, in fact, become a meticulously tailored training regimen for Naruto. In other words, within the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto stands alone in his ability to lavishly expend chakra for training purposes. As the sun rises on a new day, and with the assumption that Sasuke is en route to the training ground, Naruto begins to dismiss his shadow clones, concluding his morning practice. He reclines comfortably in a cave, strewn with dry straw, absorbing the insights returned from his clones while simultaneously utilizing the Nine Tails chakra to quickly alleviate the deep fatigue accumulated in his spirit from the training. Strangely enough, despite executing the Flying Thunder God technique according to the prescribed steps and mastering short to medium-range teleportation, he finds himself unable to achieve long-distance transfers. The success rate resembles that of winning a lottery, and the discrepancies are outrageous. The coordinates for his shadow clone were set at home, yet he nearly materialized atop Hokage Rock. Once the clones have dissipated and his energy has replenished, Naruto retrieves a specially crafted triple-pronged kunai, designed in the style of his father, Minato Namikaze. He examines the peculiar runes inscribed on the handle while musing aloud about where he might have gone awry. What have I overlooked? How did those clones manage to successfully execute long-distance teleportation? Just as Naruto prepares to sift through the memories of his previous clones, the usually reticent Nine Tails suddenly interjects, infusing a note of caution into Naruto's contemplation. What is it, Nine Tails? Have you sensed something? Indeed. Aside from that Uchiha brat who typically shadows you, I detect another unfamiliar presence drawing near. An unfamiliar presence? Could it be a member of Danzo's rude organization? Naruto's heart races as he springs to his feet, gripping the kunai in a defensive posture, his brow furrowed in concern. I cannot say for certain, but I can assure you that this individual exudes a repugnant aura, the Nine Tails responds, though it pales in comparison to the malevolence of Uchiha Madara. The sensation I perceive is of the same ilk. Someone akin to Madara from 3 years ago. Naruto's mind races with the implications of the Nine Tails assessment, recalling that until he matured into a formidable ninja, Madara, or rather Obito, masquerading under Madara's name, should not have posed a threat to him. Could it be that the changes he has wrought in this world have triggered a butterfly effect, prompting an early attempt to seize the Nine Tails? If the approaching individual is indeed Obito, Naruto's troubles would escalate significantly, given that he has yet to master Sage Mode. Even if Obito's current strength is inferior to what it was 3 years prior, a single Kamui could spell disaster for him. Wait a moment. Are you certain that this person is not Madara? Of course not. While this presence is distasteful, if you grant me control of your body, defeating or even eliminating him should pose no challenge. Besides, if it were Madara, would I even allow you to remain here? I would have instructed you to teleport away long ago. The Nine Tails retort, tinged with irritation, causes Naruto to relax somewhat, prompting the beast to raise an eyebrow and inquire. What prompted this sudden inquiry? Are you formulating a strategy? Rest assured, as long as I can confirm that our visitor is not Madara, I will be content. Upon hearing the affirmative response from the Nine Tails, Naruto exhaled a long sigh of relief. He returned the kunai to his embrace while standing on tiptoe, smiling as he gazed into the distance at the unfamiliar figure swiftly approaching Sasuke. At that moment, he could roughly deduce the identity of Sasuke's companion. with identical dark eyes, prominent cheekbones, and a gentle demeanor accentuated by occasional affectionate glances towards Sasuke. It was unmistakable to Naruto that the unexpected visitor was none other than Itachi Uchiha. "Good morning. Sasuke, you're quite late today." Knowing the identity of the visitor brought immediate relief to Naruto, who stood with his hands behind his head, wearing a cheerful expression. As Sasuke and Itachi drew near, he teasingly quipped at the younger Uchiha, "Given how cold it is today, I thought you might have decided to forego your training and luxuriate in your warm bed for the entire day." "Ah, good morning, Naruto." "TCH. That could never happen. You idiot, Naruto." Perhaps due to Itachi's presence, Sasuke, who had recently grown accustomed to Naruto's teasing, flushed once more upon hearing Naruto's playful remarks. He retorted with annoyance while retrieving 2 still warm rice balls from his bag and tossing them forcefully at Naruto's face. "Here, this is your breakfast." "Wow. Hee hee. Just in time, my stomach was growling." "Thanks, Sasuke." Unfazed, Naruto raised his hands and deftly caught the rice balls, shoving them into his mouth to stave off hunger while pretending to innocently tilt his head at Sasuke, mumbling, "But I was merely stating the truth. Don't worry. Even if you truly overslept, I wouldn't laugh at you. After all, it's not like you're the first." "Shut up, you fool, Naruto. If you keep talking, no one will think you're mute." Sasuke's face grew even redder as he interrupted Naruto, who seemed poised to reveal embarrassing stories from their early training days. He then took another rice ball and directly stuffed it into Naruto's mouth, covering his lips with his hand to silence him. "Eat, eat. Just have your breakfast. Can't food keep your mouth shut?" Wait a moment." Caught off guard by Sasuke's shyness in front of Itachi, Naruto struggled to escape Sasuke's grip while plaintively exclaiming, "Hey, you jerk, Sasuke. Are you trying to suffocate me? Huh? Who told you to speak out of turn and slander me? You brought this upon yourself. Who slandered you? I was merely speaking the truth." No, I know nothing. I didn't say anything. Just put down that rice ball. I can't eat anymore." No need to be shy. I know those few rice balls won't be enough for you. Don't worry, I brought plenty, enough for you to eat your fill, Naruto. Sasuke, is this your new friend? You seem to get along quite well. No wonder you asked your mother to prepare so many bento boxes. One of them must have been for him, right?" Itachi observed the lively banter between Naruto and Sasuke, smiling as he gently pulled Sasuke away from Naruto, allowing the latter to breathe freely once more. He then lovingly cradled Sasuke, affectionately ruffling his hair. All right, stop fooling around. If you keep this up, your friend might just suffocate." Who said it was for him? I just didn't want one portion to be insufficient." Despite his stubborn denial, Sasuke and Appo's anger quickly dissipated at the sight of Itachi and Appo's smile. Instinctively, he nestled closer to his brother, purring like a kitten. "I and Appo's been saved. Thank you, Itachi. Thanks a lot." Seeing Sasuke transform so quickly after being held by Itachi, Naruto stifled a laugh, delighting in the affectionate dynamic of the brothers, a classic case of sibling admiration. "By the way, Sasuke, who is this big brother of yours? I haven't seen you bring anyone else during your training before, and he looks just like you." "Oh, right. I forgot to mention it to you, Naruto." Perhaps to introduce Itachi or sensing Naruto and Appo's mischievous gaze, Sasuke reluctantly wriggled free from his brother and Appo's embrace, standing proudly before Itachi. He puffed out his chest, beaming with pride as he declared, "Let me introduce you. This is my brother, the most talented genius of the Uchiha clan and the best brother in the world, Itachi Uchiha." "Really? The most talented genius of the Uchiha? That sounds fantastic." "Heck yes. Aren't you envious, Naruto?" "Wahaha. I tell you, my brother is dozens of times more skilled than I am. Even the teachers at the Ninja Academy might not be his match." "Is that so? Wow. Sasuke's brother really is impressive." Sasuke, riding high on his moment of triumph in their playful exchange, momentarily forgot that Itachi was standing right beside him, unabashedly boasting about his brother's prowess. It seems Sasuke has truly made a good friend, compared to the obedient persona he exhibited at home. This lively and cheerful version of Sasuke was a delightful surprise for Itachi, who felt a swell of joy at witnessing his brother and Appo's blossoming friendship. Yet, he also felt a touch of embarrassment at Sasuke's unabashed admiration, as Itachi, naturally modest and humble, gently rubbed his nose and smiled, shaking his head. Now, Sasuke, don't exaggerate. I'm not as remarkable as you claim. That was just the teacher going easy on me. I'm not exaggerating. You're super amazing. Besides, those teachers have acknowledged that you're better than them. Well, that's because. Here we go again. Sasuke's infinite praise for his brother. Nonetheless, what Sasuke said was likely true. At such a young age, being able to defeat the adult ninjas who served as teachers at the academy truly justified Itachi's reputation as a prodigy among fans of Naruto. As Naruto observed the warm and loving interaction between the two brothers, he couldn't help but recall the tragic fate of their rivalry in the original story, a memory that left a painful imprint in his heart, echoing words that resonated deeply within him. "Forgive me, Sasuke, this is the last time." They all smiled. Their smiles were bought with Itachi's life. To ask me to forsake my revenge? Haha. Fine. Itachi, my parents, my clan. Bring them all back to me. If you can do that, I will give up on destroying Konoha. It's perfectly alright if you never forgive me. No matter what you become in the future, I will always love you. Plotting the downfall of the Uchiha clan to seize the power of the Sharingan, colluding with Orochimaru to destroy Konoha to eliminate the third Hokage, even delaying the news of Pain's invasion for his own ambitions. Danzo, for the sake of your dream of becoming Hokage, you have indeed made some remarkable contributions to Konoha that will be etched in history. After witnessing the profound and enviable brotherly bond between Sasuke and Itachi, Naruto felt an increasing sense of gratitude for his earlier impulsive decision to thwart Danzo's nefarious scheme, embarking on a path fraught with uncertainty and peril. Clenching his fists tightly, he whispered with deliberate emphasis, "However, this time, your meticulous plans are destined to fail." Sasuke and Appo's Jonin mentor. Perhaps it's best to indulge his brotherly affection later, Sasuke thought. Patiently waiting with his hands cradling his head, Naruto remained steadfast until the sun reached its zenith. Yet Sasuke showed no sign of concluding his affectionate banter with Itachi. With a gentle cough to shatter the warmth of the moment, Naruto reminded him that it was time to commence their training for the day. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Sasuke snapped back to reality, instinctively turning to respond, only to catch Naruto's mischievous grin, which provoked a blush on his chubby cheeks. Wait. Who are you calling spoiled, Naruto? Oh dear, which little one is blushing with guilt? I'm talking about you. You. Who's the little one? You look even younger than I do. Sasuke's offhand remark triggered a sudden realization in Naruto. If they were counting by their current ages, it seemed he was born just a tad later than Sasuke. This implication made him ponder. If Sasuke was a little one, could he escape such a title himself? A moment of awkward silence enveloped them as they both processed this unforeseen predicament. Why have you suddenly gone silent? Could it be I've struck a nerve? Naruto. All right, Sasuke, Naruto and Appo's right. Itachi and Appo's gentle voice, whether by intuition or coincidence, interrupted the moment just as Naruto struggled to formulate a rebuttal. This diversion deftly redirected Sasuke and Appo's attention, while also allowing the younger boy, who easily found satisfaction in small victories, to miss the rare opportunity of having the upper hand against Naruto's teasing. Time is nearly noon, and the hours initially allocated for training have slipped away. If we continue this frolicking, it will soon be time for lunch. True enough. Since my brother has spoken, I shall grant Naruto a reprieve. Phew, that was close. I was saved. It seems I must be more cautious with my words when teasing this little rascal, lest I dig my own grave. Just as Naruto sighed in relief for preserving the trustworthy elder image he had painstakingly cultivated in Sasuke's eyes, Itachi's next words nearly made him stumble. Speaking of which, it's already this late. Where is the Jonin who is supposed to guide you in your training? Jonin. Oh, I forgot that you are not yet familiar with the ranks of ninja. Simply put, it refers to the teacher who has been instructing you during this period. Observing Naruto's stammering, Itachi assumed the young boy was oblivious to the implications of the term Jonin, completely unaware of the unease in Naruto's tone. After a brief pause, he continued with a smile. Sasuke has already informed me of your training regimen. The fact that he proposed tree climbing and water walking as progressive and effective methods to hone your chakra control suggests that your instructor must be a Jonin, as such insights typically elude a Chunin. Hey, Sasuke, didn't you tell your brother everything? Naruto interjected, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he nudged the equally bewildered Sasuke. Where did this Jonin teacher come from? Haven't I been the one teaching you all along? Well, when he came, my brother only asked about the training I had undergone and didn't inquire further. Plus, I was in a rush, so I didn't mention anything else. Who knew he would think of you as a Jonin? Is that even a possibility? Naruto's expression turned complex as he scrutinized Itachi, who was now passionately theorizing about the identity of this non-existent Jonin based on the roster of Jonin he was familiar with. No. You see, your brother isn't regarding me as a Jonin. He is merely fabricating a fictitious Jonin mentor for us. Well, although this training method indeed originated from Kakashi Hatake, who would later become the leader of Team 7, Itachi's conjecture isn't entirely unfounded. Wow, so my brother knows so many Jonin? How impressive. What? Wait, now is not the time to flaunt your brother's achievements. You foolish brother complex, Sasuke. Shouldn't you be considering how to explain this to him? Nanny? Why should it be my responsibility, stupid Naruto? Shouldn't it be you, the Jonin teacher? This misunderstanding arose because you failed to clarify things, so it's your duty to resolve it. That does make a bit of sense. Wait, what? As the volume of their banter escalated, Itachi was drawn back to reality. Turning at the sound, he caught sight of their faces contorted in a comical struggle to suppress laughter, filling him with perplexity. Did I say something amiss? Cough. There are indeed some discrepancies. But it's not entirely incorrect, brother. As Naruto hummed a tune with his hands behind his head, Sasuke felt a twinge of anxiety while reluctantly admitting, indeed, the methods of tree climbing and water walking were taught to me by someone. But that person is not a Jonin, and they had already arrived here before we did. What? Already here? Itachi was taken aback by his younger brother's unexpected revelation. From his perspective, aside from the two boys, there was no one else around. While contemplating the might of the Jonin guiding his brother's training, he marveled at the hidden prowess of such an individual. They must be observing us from the shadows. I was completely unaware. Truly remarkable for a Jonin. No, that is not it. How should I explain? As Sasuke watched his brother praise this fictitious Jonin, his embarrassment intensified. He gestured toward Naruto, who was trying hard to stifle his laughter, and muttered slowly. The one who taught me was not a Jonin, and brother, you actually saw him upon your arrival. What? I've seen him? Where? How come I didn't know? Itachi instinctively followed Sasuke's direction, only to be met with the sight of Naruto, red-faced and trembling from laughter. Just as he was about to inquire further, his eyes widened in shock as he focused on the innocent-looking Naruto. Wait, Sasuke, you can't be implying. The one who taught you is. Although you may find it hard to believe, the truth is exactly as you suspect, brother. How can this be? December 14th, 51st year of the Leaf Village era. This is a day that Uchiha Itachi will never forget. It marks the first encounter between Uchiha Itachi and the Child of Prophecy, Naruto Uzumaki. It is also a day when Naruto completely refreshes and resets Itachi's worldview. Naruto Uzumaki versus Itachi Uchiha. In the third outdoor survival training camp, on the vast expanse of white snow, Naruto and Itachi stand facing each other, separated by a distance of 5 meters. Please guide me. Please guide me. After their gazes met, Naruto and Itachi, as if sharing a telepathic bond, raised their arms in unison, fingers curling into their palms while their index and middle fingers pointed skyward, forming the opposing seal that signifies the commencement of a ninja duel. Upon learning from Sasuke that the one who significantly advanced Sasuke and Appo's skills is none other than Naruto, who is roughly the same age as his younger brother, Itachi's understanding of the world was drastically altered, igniting within him an immense curiosity regarding Naruto's true capabilities. As for whether this late-blooming brotherly affection was tinged with a hint of jealousy derived from Sasuke's words of admiration and reliance, that remains uncertain. Naruto, too, was filled with interest in gauging the extent of Itachi and Appo's rapid growth, which had earned him reverence as a god among the Uchiha. Given that Itachi was an indispensable part of the plan to thwart Danzo's schemes, it was undoubtedly advantageous for Naruto to possess a general understanding of Itachi's prowess, leaving no room for avoidance or refusal. If you don't believe me, big brother. Right. You can practice with Naruto. That way, you'll know whether what I say is true. With both parties harboring the intent to assess one another's strength, and spurred on by the unintentional suggestion from little Sasuke, the two initially reluctant individuals readily agreed to the sparring proposal. Thus, prepared. After confirming that both were ready, Sasuke, standing a short distance away, took a deep breath, excitement gleaming in his eyes, and raised his small hand high before bringing it down forcefully. Naruto Uzumaki, yes, Itachi Uchiha. Ninja sparring, begin. As Sasuke's voice faded, Naruto and Itachi transformed into two fleeting shadows, vanishing from their original spots. As the snow behind them billowed up, in the brief moment it took Sasuke to blink, The two figures solidified and collided with a resounding impact of fists. Indeed, no matter how hard I train, age remains a significant disadvantage. Before the duel commenced, Naruto had scarcely considered this fact, but upon colliding with Itachi, the 5-year age gap became painfully evident. Despite Naruto's attempts to amplify the strength of his punches, Itachi's arms stood firm, unyielding as an immovable mountain, unaffected in the slightest. This left Naruto feeling somewhat deflated. With his current physique, he could manage against peers of his age, but against an older opponent, he was at a distinct disadvantage. However, being younger also had its merits. At least in terms of agility, this body was undoubtedly more nimble. Thankfully, Naruto had anticipated this outcome, making it easier to accept. As he pondered his next move, he unhesitatingly abandoned the unrealistic notion of continuing to grapple in a battle of strength. Just as Itachi began to press his advantage, applying force downward, Naruto swiftly retracted his punch's power, leveraging his smaller stature to sidestep Itachi's oncoming strike like a slippery eel. Seizing the moment, he sprang upward, bending his right leg to strike at Itachi's ribs. What kind of strength is this? Is this child truly endowed with monstrous power? Can he really be only 3 years old? Contrary to Naruto's expectations, Itachi's expression remained calm, yet internally, he was astonished. While it appeared that Itachi was effortlessly dominating Naruto in terms of strength, he was acutely aware that he had exerted nearly 70% of his own power to achieve this result, and this was without the use of chakra, relying solely on their physical capabilities. Oh no! Caught off guard by his surprise, Itachi momentarily lost focus, and as he noticed Naruto's evasive maneuver, the pressure from Naruto's retreat relieved his right arm, causing his body to drop suddenly, rendering his stance ineffective. Unable to regain his balance in time, he stumbled forward, instinctively attempting to pivot and block Naruto's follow-up attack, yet found himself in a position of awkward vulnerability. As described by Sasuke, I must treat this child with the utmost seriousness, without any negligence. Acknowledging this reality, Itachi exhibited the adaptability worthy of his esteemed title. Recognizing that blocking was no longer feasible, he swiftly redirected chakra to his feet, forsaking the deceleration of his forward momentum, and propelled himself upward, evading Naruto's imminent strike while his hands moved with astonishing speed to form intricate seals. Rat, tiger, dog, ox, rabbit, tiger. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. As the final hand seal was completed, Itachi inhaled deeply, his cheeks puffing slightly as he leaned forward, unleashing a barrage of small fireballs from his mouth. Under Itachi's deliberate control of chakra, the flames nearly engulfed all possible escape routes for Naruto, descending upon him like brilliant phoenix blossoms, targeting the boy still in midair. What the? This seal formation speed must be a cheat. Is there no escape for me? Watching the onslaught of fireballs, Naruto could hardly believe his eyes, mentally lamenting as he scanned for any potential openings. Under Itachi's meticulous calculations, the avenues for evasion had completely vanished. Truly, Uchiha Itachi, when he gets serious, he leaves no room for error. Itachi's swift, flawless counterattack shattered Naruto's plan to use his agility to engage Itachi in close combat, leading him to shake his head helplessly. I can't possibly respond with ninjutsu at such an incredible speed. There's no choice now. Though risky, I must proceed. Boom, boom, boom. The descending fireballs would not hesitate for Naruto's contemplation. Accompanied by a series of explosive sounds, the searing projectiles struck the ground, melting the snow and ice, creating a cloud of steam that enveloped Naruto entirely. Naruto, Sasuke, watching with keen interest, was alarmed to see Naruto standing dazedly in place, seemingly frozen in fear as the Phoenix Fire technique rained down, with no sign of evasion or defense. You fool. Why aren't you dodging? To think he wouldn't even attempt to counterattack. Am I taking this too seriously? After landing gracefully, Itachi felt perplexed by Naruto's inaction. Only when he heard Sasuke's worried exclamation did he recall that Naruto was merely 3 years old, tightening his fists in concern as he focused intently on the mist. Using ninjutsu against a 3-year-old. Perhaps I have indeed gone too far. Please, let nothing happen. Oh, is this how you perceive me? Just as Itachi was about to step into the mist to locate Naruto, the boy's boisterous, teasing voice erupted from within, accompanied by the sound of a raging wind. Soon, Naruto's figure began to materialize through the fog, revealing him clutching a brilliant blue orb in his right hand, seemingly unscathed by the prior Phoenix Fire technique. charging towards Itachi once more with remarkable speed. Unharmed. How is this possible? The scene unfolding before Itachi was one of profound astonishment. An instinctual sense of crisis compelled his gaze to gradually fixate on the unassuming orb in Naruto's right hand. Could that be the cause? He had never witnessed such a ninjutsu before. The true confrontation was only just beginning. If one underestimated me due to my age, they would suffer a significant loss. As Itachi's figure loomed closer, Naruto's smile broadened, and he thrust his right hand forward, the azure sphere firmly grasped within it. Now, it was my turn to counterattack. Rasengan. The clash between Naruto and Itachi had commenced. Itachi, who had anticipated a weakened Naruto in the wake of the F's and fire technique, found himself caught off guard by Naruto's swift retaliation. By the time Itachi comprehended the situation, Naruto was perilously close, within 3 meters of him. This technique is exceedingly dangerous. I cannot take it head-on. I must evade. As Naruto's form became increasingly distinct in Itachi's line of sight, the azure orb in his grip set off alarm bells within Itachi's mind. While pondering a countermeasure, his body instinctively bent and coiled to evade the incoming threat. With a swift pivot, he used the chakra-enhanced state of his foot to push off the ground at an angle, creating some space for evasion. His hands quickly formed seals, preparing for any potential developments that might arise, while his narrowed eyes began to glimmer with a crimson hue. The Sharingan, a hallmark of the Uchiha clan, manifested in Itachi, who bore the title of genius. He had awakened it. To the average person's perception, Naruto's outburst of speed left little choice but to confront the Rasengan directly. However, for Itachi, with his Sharingan activated, Naruto's movements appeared as if they were in slow motion. A brief assessment allowed Itachi to accurately predict Naruto's attack path. Coupled with his own honed physical prowess, Itachi had ample time to rectify his earlier miscalculation. Understanding that a standard Rasengan could not be thrown and that he needed to close the distance quickly, Naruto held no expectations of successfully landing a hit on Itachi. Indeed, evading this strike would be the norm. Yet, he would not simply stand by and watch Itachi reclaim the initiative. Trying to evade? Not so easily. The moment Itachi began to maneuver, Naruto bent his knees, maintaining a nearly 90-degree angle with the ground, and without hesitation, slammed his outstretched right hand down forcefully. The astonishing recoil from the Rasengan and Appo's contact with the earth recalibrated his trajectory while simultaneously enhancing his charge. This was the true purpose of Naruto and Appo's use of the Rasengan. Beyond countering the F's and fire technique, it was ostensibly aimed at inflicting a tangible threat upon Itachi, yet secretly, it provided the necessary momentum for a second pursuit. Naruto and Appo's battle awareness rivaled that of a seasoned ninja. This boy, no, Uzumaki Naruto, could not be underestimated. Should one approach this battle carelessly, it would become quite troublesome. As Itachi observed Naruto's astonishing adaptability in his subsequent offensive, his initial surprise morphed into a numbing realization. The latent thirst for battle within his blood surged forth. And unbeknownst to him, a smile of acknowledgement of Naruto's strength crept onto his lips. The true contest had only just begun. Thus, I shall hold nothing back. Though suspended in midair and unable to retreat, Naruto was equally constrained in altering his forward trajectory. In other words, it presented a splendid opportunity for a counterattack. Fire release. Great fireball technique. As Naruto's fierce strike was about to breach Itachi's vulnerable torso, Itachi's dazzling hands completed the final seals. With the last sign of the tiger completed, he inhaled deeply, channeling the chakra amassed in his throat, and unleashed a massive, scorching fireball, engulfing Naruto and Appo's petite figure entirely. The overwhelming force propelled Naruto backward, nullifying his assault while delivering a significant blow to the defenseless ninja. Boom. Ouch, that hurts. Indeed, Itachi and Appo's ceiling speed was phenomenal. It was excessive. Within the fireball, a rolling silhouette could be faintly discerned, accompanied by Naruto's youthful cries of pain, confirming that Itachi's attack had indeed struck home. Yet, Itachi did not relent. The instinctual sense of danger intensified the moment the fireball made contact. Having been hit by the great fireball, how could Naruto possibly muster the strength to retaliate? Could it be? Suddenly grasping a certain possibility, Itachi's eyes widened. He disregarded his rapid breaths from chakra exhaustion and leaped into action the moment his feet touched the ground. Boom. Nearly simultaneously with Itachi's leap, a fireball, though smaller than the one he had conjured, rushed toward him, trailing a wave of heat. It narrowly grazed Itachi's foot before crashing to the ground, causing a deafening explosion. So that is how it is. With his body soaring high, Itachi's Sharingan rapidly calculated the trajectory of the great fireball. He turned to its source, a mix of surprise and amusement gleaming in his eyes. Uzumaki Naruto, you truly are a cunning little rascal. Itachi's gaze settled on the area where the initial F's and fire technique had rained down upon Naruto. The white mist produced by the technique had long since dissipated, revealing the second, battered figure of Naruto, who had been hiding in ambush. I was detected after all. I had hoped to use a shadow clone as bait. The long-planned strike had missed its mark, leaving Naruto with a tinge of dissatisfaction while he slumped to the ground, utterly exhausted. After a brief pause, he lifted his ashen face, grinning as he waved a hand. Indeed, the speed of seal formation is of utmost importance. All that effort spent concocting an attack was evaded. I'm done for. I'm out of energy. I've reached my limit. At your age, you have done exceedingly well, Naruto. Had I not possessed the Sharingan, perhaps your plan would have succeeded. Observing Naruto, who had completely lost the will to fight, Itachi felt the tension within him begin to ease, his nerves relaxing as he smiled in praise while adjusting his stance to land gracefully. That is true. Without the Sharingan, Naruto lay sprawled in the snow, panting heavily, but just as Itachi's feet were about to touch down, Naruto abruptly paused. His face twitching as he struggled to lift his head slightly, a triumphant grin spreading across his features. No need to plan so many steps ahead now. What? Naruto's sudden exclamation left Itachi perplexed. Before he could fully grasp the meaning behind those words, Naruto, still smiling, transformed into a cloud of white smoke. A shadow clone? This is bad. The previously fading sense of crisis surged once more. Just as Itachi intended to investigate the source of the threat, a howling hurricane, intermingled with an alarming heat, mercilessly struck him from behind, enveloping him entirely. Oh no, Itachi-san, your great fireball technique. I return it to you now. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The shadow clone of Naruto, previously engulfed by the great fireball technique, did not dissipate into white smoke as expected. Instead, resembling charred coal, he exuded wisps of steam, laboriously forming hand seals to channel chakra accumulating in his throat. As he exhaled, the chakra transformed into a hurricane that propelled the remnants of the great fireball technique, which still had residual energy, towards Itachi. The newly formed fireball, born from the combination of wind release and fire release, surpassed the coverage of Itachi's initial great fireball technique. I mentioned it before, didn't I? Using a shadow clone as bait is quite rare. Is this truly Naruto's strength? Remarkable. Sasuke, watching from the sidelines, had his eyes transformed into stars. He initially believed Naruto would only be able to exchange a few blows with his brother before succumbing. Yet Naruto was able to engage in a back and forth with the brother he revered as omnipotent, deepening his admiration and envy. No, this is not the time to think about that. Brother, rest assured, Sasuke. Just as Sasuke was overtaken by worry and instinctively prepared to rush into the fireball to find Itachi, Naruto, having exhausted all his chakra, sat down without pretense, breathing heavily yet smiling as he halted Sasuke's actions. After a brief pause, he murmured to himself in jest the substitution technique. It and Appos. It's great to be quick with the hand seals. ISN and Appos. T it? I still couldn't and Appos. T defeat you, Itachi-san. What are you talking about, Naruto? Brother. With Sasuke's exclamation, Itachi's unscathed figure appeared beside Naruto. As for the Itachi engulfed by the fireball, he had long since turned into a charred wooden post. As you can see, Itachi-san, I truly am exhausted this time. Defeat is defeat. The gap in strength cannot be easily bridged by clever tricks. Naruto raised his left hand, slightly distressed as he scratched his golden hair, which had not turned to charcoal, while his right hand formed the opposing seal, extending it towards Itachi. The result of this practice match is my loss. Do not concern yourself. If it weren't for my habit of reserving the substitution technique as a fallback, the outcome could have been uncertain. Naruto's audacious act of enduring the scorching heat of the great fireball technique while waiting for the right moment to strike had completely placed him on equal footing with Itachi. With a lingering sense of trepidation, Itachi cast a glance at the wooden post slowly turning to ash in the flames, then bent down and extended his hand to form the opposing seal, intertwining it with Naruto's to signify the conclusion of their practice match. At merely 3 years old, you already possess such formidable strength. I am curious to see how far you can grow. Thus I declare, the result of the practice match between Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Itachi is brother's victory. Hey, Sasuke, why does your voice sound so excited? You weren't secretly hoping I'd lose from the start, were you? Humph, I did not hope for that. I merely knew from the beginning that brother would never lose. TSK, you late-stage Brokon. Sai, there and Appos. S no saving you. Huh, who and Appos? S.A. Brokon. You fool Naruto. I'm not. Wait, what does Brokon mean? Hey, don't laugh, Naruto. What does Brokon mean? Sasuke truly has made an extraordinary friend. Watching Naruto playfully banter with Sasuke without a care, Itachi smiled fondly, confident that he could entrust Sasuke to Naruto's care even when he could not be present. After a moment, he smiled and gently patted Naruto's shoulder. This child, Sasuke, I hope you will take good care of him, Naruto. He, of course. Sasuke is my most important friend, so you can rest easy. Upon hearing this, Naruto's expression faltered slightly before he met Itachi's gaze once more. A subtle smile gracing his lips as he made a promise. I vow to protect Sasuke. Absolutely. Beautiful misunderstanding, huh? I lost again. This child named Uchiha Itachi is indeed strong. If I recall correctly, he shouldn't even be 9 yet he possesses the Two-Tomo Sharingan. No wonder Naruto believes he is one of the key figures in determining the fate of the Uchiha clan. At the moment Sasuke announced the outcome, the third Hokage, who had been intently watching through the crystal ball, finally relaxed his tense heart. He picked up the pipe resting on the table and took a few puffs to calm himself, then chuckled wryly. However, Naruto is indeed reckless. I never expected him to have the heart to use his body as bait, enduring the scorching heat of the great fireball technique while waiting for the right moment to strike. Setting aside the outcome, considering the surprise attack's effectiveness, this plan was undoubtedly successful. If Itachi hadn't prepared a substitution technique in advance, enduring such a composite jutsu could have rewritten the outcome. Kakashi, standing nearby, nodded in agreement while his gaze remained fixed on Naruto, a smile gradually appearing in his only visible eye beneath his forehead protector. And that technique he used before. Although I don't know where Naruto learned it, it is undoubtedly the no-hand technique developed by my teacher, the Rasengan. Now you should understand why I believe in Naruto's nonsense, Kakashi. Not to mention that much of Naruto's speculation aligns with the information I possess, just by observing Naruto's demonstrated abilities. It is clear he is not just a mischievous trickster spouting nonsense. After confirming through the crystal ball that Naruto was merely exhausted and in no life-threatening danger, the third Hokage slowly raised his head, his gaze resting on Kakashi, whose youthful face still bore traces of innocence. Exceptional combat talent, a strong heart capable of enduring humiliation, and a ninja aptitude that rivals his father, Minato. With proper guidance, this child's future will undoubtedly mirror his father's. No, perhaps he might even surpass his father and become a Hokage worthy of being recorded in history. Unveiling Danzo and Appos' ambitions, alleviating the Hyuga clan and Appos' anger towards the Hokage faction. Engaging in a fierce battle with Uchiha Itachi as a breakthrough, and thereby gaining the trust of the future heirs of the Uchiha clan. Naruto's outstanding performance convinced the third Hokage that he had found a suitable successor to entrust with the weighty responsibility of Hokage, and in his elation, he resolved to shatter Danzo's ambitions. It is about time to begin deploying the plan. Naruto has worked so hard, and as the old man, I must also exert myself. The third Hokage's rough, wrinkled hand caressed the smooth crystal ball as he refocused his attention on Naruto, murmuring affectionately to himself. If you solve all the problems, then this old face of mine will have nowhere to hide. Of course, if Naruto were to discover how highly the third Hokage regarded him, he would probably laugh so hard he'd roll on the ground. The bond with Sasuke originated from a curious tailing of a small fan and Naruto's desire to utilize Sasuke to learn the shadow clone technique. Even Naruto himself did not anticipate that, in the process, they would inadvertently deepen and solidify their friendship, transforming it into the profound bond of mutual trust where they willingly entrusted their backs to one another without suspicion. Would this ease the conflict between the Hokage faction and the Hyuga clan? Naruto remained blissfully unaware. After all, from his perspective, that night was merely a moment when he felt unusually cheerful, leading him to take the lost Hinata Hyuga, a child he did not know, back home. Moreover, even after delivering Hinata safely to her residence, Neither Naruto nor Hinata exchanged names. Naruto was completely oblivious to the fact that the little girl he encountered in the alley was none other than the esteemed heiress of the Hyuga clan. Thus, any notion that he could mediate the discord between the Hyuga clan and the Hokage faction was utterly unfounded. As for the idea that he would deliberately engage Itachi Uchiha in combat to earn his trust, that was sheer nonsense. It was simply Naruto. After 3 years of relentless training, feeling restless and eager to measure his abilities against the formidable Itachi who stood before him. He had never even considered using Itachi and his brother Sasuke as a means to connect with their father, Fugaku Uchiha, the future leader of the Uchiha clan's rebellion. In summary, the praises of Naruto's supposed meticulousness were nothing more than a delightful misunderstanding concocted by the third Hokage and others. If one were to describe the truth using the popular phrases from Naruto's previous world, it would be, fate, ineffably wondrous. Furthermore, if the third Hokage were to discover Naruto's true nature behind the scenes, not only would he refrain from grooming Naruto as the next Hokage, but his worldview would likely be shattered beyond repair. Meanwhile, as the Hokage faction enjoyed a significant boost in morale due to the unexpectedly effective strategies chosen by Naruto. The very Naruto in question was presently trudging home in tattered clothing, his body blackened and disheveled. Come on, don't be angry, Kurama. I'm fine. While harnessing Kurama's tailed beast chakra to expedite his own recovery, Naruto simultaneously engaged in a discussion with Kurama, who was observing from within. You really are a fool, Naruto. How could you withstand the great fireball technique with your puny limbs? If I hadn't summoned my tailed beast cloak in time, you would have been reduced to ashes. Don and Apos, forget, I and Apos, am sealed within you. If you wish to perish, do not drag me into your demise. Don and Apos, be angry, please. It's precisely because I knew you were here that I had the courage to withstand the great fireball technique, Naruto replied weakly, scratching his head in a sheepish manner. Trying to placate Kurama. Think about it, Kurama, you are the strongest of the 9-tailed beasts. As your Jinchuriki, you wouldn't allow me to be defeated by such a trivial C-rank technique. Oh, so it's all my fault for meddling, is it? Kurama retorted, his irritation palpable. As I watched that brat being engulfed by the great fireball, you have no idea how anxious I was. Even now, seeing you with that carefree grin, my anger only escalates. After a brief pause, Kurama and Apos' expression twisted into a sinister grin. So, you must actually enjoy being scorched by flames? Very well. I shall let you experience temperatures far worse than the great fireball. No, I didn't say that. With Kurama's seemingly benevolent smile bearing down on him, Naruto gulped nervously, swiftly adopting a serious demeanor as he prostrated himself before Kurama, exclaiming, I was wrong. Not this again, you little brat. Do you have no shred of dignity as my Jinchuriki? What happened to that defiant spirit you show to others? Dignity? What is that worth? Can you eat it? Naruto feigned innocence, blinking his eyes earnestly. Besides, Kurama, you're not a stranger. You're my most important partner. The defiance I show to outsiders does not apply in front of you. All right, Kurama, I know I'm handsome. But you don't need to get so flustered that you can't even speak. Observing Naruto's shameless demeanor, Kurama felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, questioning whether his decision to trust and acknowledge Naruto as his Jinchuriki had been too hasty, swearing internally in frustration. If it weren't for this damned seal, he would have certainly grabbed Naruto and given him a well-deserved spanking. Speaking of which, hey, kid, haven't you mastered your father's flying thunder god technique? Even if you can't yet perform long-distance teleportation with the conditions during your previous spar, a series of short-range flying thunder god strikes would surely catch that Uchiha brat off guard with your Rasengan, right? Wouldn't that prevent all these subsequent troubles? Huh? The flying thunder god technique is my top priority on the list of jutsu I've been practicing lately. There's no way I could forget it, Kurama. Standing at the crossroads on his way home, Naruto surveyed his disheveled appearance, estimating that since it was the weekend, the number of students at school should be minimal. He decided to avoid the bustling commercial streets and take the longer route through the quiet woods near the ninja academy. With his hands behind his head, he pouted and responded dismissively to Kurama's query. Didn't you already say it? This is merely a spar between ninjas, not a life-or-death battle. I have no reason to go all out. Moreover, you know the power of the Rasengan. If I truly used the Flying Thunder God technique to hit Itachi with it, I could indeed severely injure him and claim victory. but it would also infuriate the Uchiha clan and jeopardize the bond I've painstakingly built with Sasuke. In other words, apart from a momentary, meaningless victory, I see no other potential benefit. The drawbacks far outweigh the advantages. Unless one day I lose my mind, I want to do it. I see. Humph. You clever little brat aren't one to easily suffer losses. I suspected something was amiss. You clearly held back. I knew my Jinchuriki couldn't be easily defeated by that Uchiha child. Kurama's words did hold some truth. The swiftness of the flying thunder god technique, combined with Naruto's ability to freely draw upon Kurama's chakra after earning his complete trust, meant that Naruto's true strength was not easily judged by his age or appearance. This was evidenced by Itachi, who had underestimated Naruto due to his youth at the beginning of their duel, nearly suffering a significant setback under Naruto's relentless assault. However, Naruto was acutely aware that he had not revealed everything he was capable of. Even now, despite the duel being over, his instincts warned him that Itachi's strength was far greater than what had been displayed during their sparring match. In the original work, we shall temporarily set aside the illustrious achievements of Itachi Uchiha. As a prodigy who awakened his double Tomo Sharingan at the tender age of 9, he never once utilized the illusion techniques he was renowned for. Even the Sharingan itself seemed merely a tool to rectify mistakes. Its demonstrated capabilities limited solely to assisting in calculating the trajectory of Naruto's Rasengan attack. Beyond that, it served no other purpose, resembling nothing more than a mere ornament. When juxtaposed with the breathtaking enhancement of power exhibited by Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Sasuke upon their initial awakening of the Sharingan, it is hard to believe that Itachi, unlike Naruto, did not hold back or show leniency, and that he truly exerted his full strength. Naruto would scarcely believe it. Of course, upon observing the perceptible shift in Kurama's mood after hearing his words, Naruto would not indulge in excessive explanations as if he were a masochist. It is far better to let his companion deduce the truth on his own than to provoke his ire. Alas, what misfortune is this? Snow is falling once again. Surely the total number of snow days in the past 2 years does not compare to this year's. At this rate, we might even break the record for the lowest temperature. His thoughts were gradually interrupted by the gentle descent of snowflakes. Naruto raised his head and muttered to himself, his gaze unconsciously drifting around until it was captivated by a cacophony of sounds, settling on the distant sight of 3 small children encircled in a huddle. Oh, how enviable the carefree childhood of children is. Even in this frigid weather, they still find joy in playing outside, unbothered by the prospect of catching a cold. Well, it hardly concerns me. I ought to return home to change out of these already burnt clothes. Hey, if you're a child of the Hyuga clan, show us your Byakugan. In this snowy winter, the children of the Hyuga clan. This scene feels oddly familiar. This unexpected outcry caused Naruto to halt in his tracks, subconsciously feeling that departing now would mean missing out on something significant. Yet he could only grasp at vague outlines of what that might be, causing his brow to furrow in contemplation. Never mind. Itachi has already decided to guide Sasuke's training today. There is still ample time, so I might as well see what those rascals are up to. With his mind made up, Naruto quietly altered his course, deliberately suppressing the sound of his footsteps as he approached. The taunts laced with derogatory words from the children gradually became clearer. Unwilling? Or perhaps you simply can't do it. Then don't look our way, you fool. Ugh, such a terrifying glare they possess. Of course, she is a monster. No doubt about it. You're a Byakugan monster. Ha ha ha. Whoa, a monster? The increasingly outrageous remarks, mingled with the sounds of helpless whimpering, ignited an unexpected surge of anger within Naruto, a feeling he had never experienced since his birth in this world of Naruto. Hey, have you all had your fill of mischief? Taking a deep breath to calm the unprovoked fury surging within him, Naruto, for the first time, shed his usual gentle demeanor, his lips forming words with icy precision. If you don't wish to suffer, cease your antics at once. Who do you think you are? Upon hearing Naruto's words, the trio turned in unison. The lanky boy in the center, upon seeing Naruto's soot-stained, tattered appearance, visibly relaxed, hands on his hips, tilted his head back, and scoffed mockingly, Suffer? Really? You, a little beggar, think you can play the hero? Don't make me laugh. Ha. Hey, look at this. His clothes are all burnt and discarded. He must be an orphan without parents. With such a pitiful appearance, he thinks he can save anyone. Ha. Just hurry back to your trash heap. You might find a ragged coat to wear. Oh, is that so? I understand now. It seems you all wish to experience a bit of suffering, do you? Witnessing the trio's escalating mockery, Naruto could not help but smile. Just now, you appear to be discussing monsters? Have you ever encountered a true monster? Step by step, he drew closer. Anger, jealousy, and hatred, various negative emotions from Kurama's chakra, silently radiating from Naruto, creating an overwhelming pressure that rendered the three children, despite their youth, utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Naruto's smile grew ever brighter. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Uzumaki Naruto, and in another sense, I am a true, genuine monster fox. Eek. A monster fox. I remember now. My dad warned me never to go near that boy. It must be him. Hey, you can't be serious. This can't be happening. I've heard that this monster eats children. What do we do now? Eek. Should we apologize and hurry home? I don't want to be eaten. Me neither. I don't want to die. The rumors spread by Danzo led the villagers to despise and discriminate against Naruto, and inadvertently, the deep-seated intimidation left by Kurama was transferred onto Naruto himself. Even the strongest adult villagers dared not approach him closely, let alone these children who had been taught to steer clear from him since childhood. Don't let him scare you. Just as two of the children trembled, contemplating retreat, the lanky boy in the center feigned composure, stuttering as he urged his companions. Taking on the role of the leader, you all see. He is just an unknown little beggar. How could he possibly be that monster fox? But stop your rambling. Remember, there are three of us. I refuse to believe that we can't take him down together. Why, yeah, that seems right. All right, we'll follow your lead. Let us go. That is more like it. The audacious little beggar dares to frighten us in the name of the monster fox. We must make him kneel and beg for mercy. Oh, have you all made your plans? After a lazy yawn, Naruto regarded the revitalized children before him with keen interest, pausing slightly before placing his hands behind his back, tilting his head with a smile. Oh, you've perked up again? Your leadership skills are commendable, but alas, they are misplaced. Come, let us see what you can do. Rest assured, in order to avoid accusations of bullying, I shall not employ any ninjutsu against you, and will even grant you an extra hand. Are you mocking us, you bastard? Whether it was the peak of suppressed fear transforming into courage or Naruto's brazen provocation igniting their anger, the chubby boy on the left could no longer contain himself, roaring as he lunged for Naruto's face. Damn it! Prepare yourself, bastard. I will make you regret your actions today, begging for mercy at my feet. Humans possess an inherent tendency to conform. When one individual takes the lead, the others, without hesitation, join the fray, either targeting Naruto's midsection or maliciously kicking at his knee joints. In an instant, they ruthlessly unleash a barrage of attacks upon him. Be careful. That voice. It sounds somewhat familiar. There is a sense of having heard it before. The timid words, as delicate as a whisper, filled with concern, momentarily distract Naruto, who finds himself lost in thought, searching through his memories for a match to the voice while effortlessly evading the onslaught of the three rascals. Hey, are you kidding me? Is this really your full strength? Put in some effort. Have you all forgotten to eat? Come on, give it your all. Ugh, so weak. Can't you move any faster? Can you even be considered a threat with such sluggish attacks? If this counts as an assault, I might just fall asleep standing here. The chaotic and uncoordinated assault of the children fails to even graze Naruto's clothing, remaining firmly within the confines of their own space, neither advancing nor retreating. His expression is one of utter disinterest, as if he could slip into slumber at any moment, occasionally taunting them with a lackadaisical mockery. Shut up, you coward who only knows how to dodge. Exactly. All you do is hide. What kind of skill is that? Ultimately, you're just a coward who can't strike back, resorting to empty bravado. If you have the guts, come at us. Naruto's incessant taunts stoke the flames of anger within the children, overshadowing their fear of the fox monster, causing them to increase their attack frequency while reverting to their true nature, hurling insults and laughter. Indeed. I've grown weary of this. It's about time to bring this dull farce to an end. Upon recalling the owner of the previous innocent voice, Naruto's lethargic demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by a radiant smile brighter than the sun. Innocence is a blessing. You know nothing of true power. You asked for this, so when you awaken, don't blame me, all right? You're talking nonsense. Ugh. Before the children could grasp the meaning behind Naruto's words, he bent his legs slightly to gather strength and leapt effortlessly, evading their final round of attacks while simultaneously twisting his torso. His powerful kick swept through like a tempest, unceremoniously knocking down all three of them in succession. The speed was such that the last impression they retained before losing consciousness was merely a fleeting shadow appearing before them, requesting to be hit. How peculiar. Could it be that these three rascals possess a hidden penchant for masochism? No, I mustn't be contaminated by such nonsense. Muttering to himself as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, Naruto paid no mind to the fallen trio while disdainfully rubbing the soles of his shoes in the pristine snow to clean them. Are you all right? Cough. Of course I am fine. With their abilities, they could never harm me. Hearing the timid voice behind him, Naruto recalled the initial reason for his engagement. As he paused in his shoe cleaning, feeling a bit embarrassed by the disheveled state left from practicing with Itachi, he took a deep breath and turned around, embracing his usual carefree smile. It's good to see you again, little one. Perhaps I should address you as Lady Hyuga Hinata? You won't perish if you don't provoke danger. Oh dear, you know my name? Of course. It's not my first time seeing you. How should I put this? Let me think. By the way, how was the ramen that night, little one? Ramen. It can't be. Despite being aware that Naruto had always aimed to assist her, the unexpected surge of negative emotions emanating from him due to the tailed beast still made the inherently shy and timid Hinata feel anxious. Yet, upon hearing Naruto revert to his usual self, the familiar tone buried deep in her memories gradually calmed her. Squinting her eyes to discern better, she couldn't help but gasp in surprise. It really is you. Do you remember now? It seems I haven't been completely forgotten. After receiving confirmation from Hinata, Naruto couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, piecing together the near out-of-control state he had experienced earlier. This little girl, named Hinata Hyuga, was the only one in the original narrative who had never looked down on Naruto, always silently supporting and aiding him from behind. Eventually, when all was said and done, her long-standing efforts bore fruit, and Naruto, with his emotional intelligence at a deficit, finally awakened to the truth, granting her a second name, Uzumaki Hinata. In simpler terms, this little girl before him is to become the mother of Naruto's future children. Seeing outsiders bully his future wife, how could he possibly restrain his anger? That night, not returning home was indeed the wisest decision. But why hadn't he recognized this child's identity until now? Could it be that Naruto's emotional ineptitude had also been inherited during his journey? As Naruto reflected on how wise it had been to meddle in her affairs that fateful night, he quietly questioned whether his emotional attributes on his skill tree were too low. After ensuring his hands were clean, he extended one towards the tearful little girl before him, smiling gently. Come on, get up. The ground is cold and snowy. Sitting here will only make you catch a cold. Okay. After taking a careful look, the disheveled Naruto reminded Hinata of the gentle figure who had escorted her home that night, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. As her fear dissipated, she shyly nodded, allowing Naruto to help her up from the cold ground. After a brief pause, she blinked, her curious gaze roving over Naruto's soot-stained, ragged attire. How did you end up like this? Oh, you mean this? I was practicing with friends at the training ground and accidentally got a bit carried away. As he reflected on the experience of being doused in a raging fireball, Naruto answered nonchalantly while, out of habit from comforting children, gently wiped away the faint traces of tears on Hinata's cheeks. And what about you? What brings you here today? If I'm not mistaken, the Hyuga clan's territory is quite a distance from here. Have you gotten lost again? Not at all. Today, I came with my father to the ninja school to handle enrollment procedures. Faced with Naruto's familiar demeanor, the shy and easily embarrassed Hinata's cheeks flushed even more adorably. However, she felt a sense of comfort from Naruto's presence and, with an obedient squint, allowed him to continue. After hearing Naruto's cheerful teasing, she softly explained, my father said he had matters to discuss with the teacher and would be late returning home. So he asked me to wait here and not wander off. With Hinata's sheltered upbringing, Naruto became her first peer outside her clan, having come to her aid in her moments of utmost helplessness. By serendipity, or perhaps fate, she felt no need for vigilance around him, making her yet another innocent companion who shared everything with him, following Sasuke. So it is, but even so, there's no way you could be bullied by these three these three ordinary children, right? It seems that recalling the faces of those three mischievous kids who had recently been lying on the ground, Naruto's anger surged once more. He forcefully swallowed back the curse that had risen to his lips, furrowing his brow in confusion as he gestured with his hands, saying, "Look, they can't even perform ninjutsu, let alone the most basic taijutsu. You, raised as the heir of the Hyuga clan, must have learned the distinctive gentle fist style of your family, right? You shouldn't be bullied like this." Naruto rambled on, solemnly questioning her as if he had known Hinata for a long time, leaving her momentarily dazed. Before her mind could catch up, her body instinctively lowered her head, pouting and muttering softly in a tone of grievance. But my father told me to stand here and not move until he comes back. No wonder. What? Wait, are you saying that on this frigid day, you've just been standing here, freezing, without moving even when being bullied and insulted? Hinata's naive and innocent words made Naruto realize he had underestimated her docility. The icy little hand he held in his palm sent a pang of pain through his heart. Rolling his eyes and speaking with mock exasperation, he greeted the curious gaze of the nine-tailed beast within him and, entwining his fingers with Hinata's, began to transfer his chakra to warm her. "I really don't know whether to call you a well-behaved child or a foolish girl who can't adapt. It's quite humiliating for the heir of the Hyuga clan to be bullied by the children of ordinary villagers. Say, if I hadn't walked by here today, would you have endured the torment of these three brats until your father returned?" Upon hearing Naruto's incessant complaints, Hinata felt even more aggrieved. Summoning her courage to rebut, she met Naruto and Appo's gentle and indulgent gaze, causing her previously built-up momentum to dissipate. Feeling the warmth radiating from Naruto's grip on her hand, she couldn't help but blush and lower her head again, her words faltering. Resembling a submissive young wife before her husband, I wouldn't. Oh, what can I say? Your father really is quite irresponsible. Not only did he let you wander off alone before, nearly not returning home, but even if he were busy, he should have taken you with him, right? Observing Hinata's pitiful demeanor, Naruto couldn't bear to say much more. He sighed, reaching out to pat her head, while redirecting his frustration toward his future father-in-law. Moreover, is it really acceptable to leave your precious daughter alone in such freezing weather? This is the second time after sending you home. Doesn't he learn from his mistakes? He really is a rather incompetent father. Hey, kid, you're in for a big embarrassment now, huh? What do you mean by that, Kurama? Well. What's wrong, Hinata? Did I say something wrong? As Naruto noticed Hinata's expression shift from pouting to one of disbelief when he spoke, he initially thought she was just startled by his bold remarks and became even more animated. It wasn't until he recalled Kurama's sudden teasing that he sensed something was amiss. Swallowing hard, he began to focus on the unusual aura around him and, inevitably, detected the benevolent presence standing behind him. Struggling to adjust his facial muscles, he forced out a smile that was more painful than crying and continued, "Your father. He's right behind me. Isn't he? Hinata's face was clouded with worry, while Kurama inside her was laughing uncontrollably, leaving Naruto with a singular thought. Where in the Hidden Leaf Village is the nearest crevice that could hide a child of 3 years in size? I need it urgently. Before Naruto intervened to rescue Hinata, Hyuga Hayashi had already hurried to the vicinity, anxious to call Hinata home when he unexpectedly witnessed someone daring to bully his precious daughter. Infuriated, Hayashi prepared to give those 3 brats a lesson they would never forget, but the subsequent series of events triggered by Naruto's arrival gradually quelled his anger, leaving him in a state of bemused complexity due to Naruto's blunt and unabashed criticisms. As the leader of one of the 2 prominent ocular clans in the Hidden Leaf Village, Hyuga Hayashi occupied a position that seemed unattainable to ordinary people. Having grown accustomed to a life of privilege, he had developed a haughty demeanor, and those who approached him typically sought to ingratiate themselves, rarely daring to speak openly against him. Yet now, this scruffy, seemingly destitute child standing before him shattered Hayashi's gradually solidifying perceptions. Disheveled and unimposing, this child, fully aware of Hinata's identity, audaciously criticized him, and his words were unreservedly blunt. Most importantly, this stranger, whom he had never met, dared to tightly grasp his daughter's little hand. By all accounts, such behavior would be deemed equally reprehensible as that of the 3 previous brats, yet Hinata, in the midst of this child's relentless chatter, appeared shy and obedient, seemingly quite fond of him. Moreover, upon careful reflection, Hayashi found himself unable to come up with a single plausible reason to refute or reprimand the child's every word. Indeed, while confidentiality is paramount during meetings with adults, it would surely not be difficult to bring along his innocent and naive daughter, who had just been kidnapped, to gain understanding and permission. Furthermore, as a father, he had underestimated his daughter's attachment to his words, and the prolonged exposure to the harsh elements, compounded by the cold disdain she had received since birth, left Hayashi filled with regret over his impulsive decision before departing. As Hayashi contemplated Naruto's words in a daze, his body involuntarily moved forward, silently approaching until he stood behind Naruto like a statue, devoid of any emotion. Thus, the peculiar scene unfolded before them. Naruto, in front of his future father-in-law, boldly lambasting him. "Oh, why are you suddenly silent? Regardless of how others perceive me, be it as a demon fox or a mere monster, I remain unwaveringly myself, Naruto Uzumaki, a ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village. The truth will not waver in the slightest due to the opinions of outsiders." Thus, instead of squandering precious time fretting over the insignificant remarks of those unworthy of my concern, I would rather devote my efforts to my training, striving to enhance my abilities. To live sincerely, without harboring regrets or leaving any semblance of remorse in my life. This is what truly deserves my attention. As for Sasuke's transformation, it begins with the shadow clone technique. With the dawn breaking softly, while most remain blissfully ensconced in the embrace of their dreams, the Uchiha family has risen early, gathered around the dining table to relish a sumptuous breakfast. Delicious. Mom, another bowl, please. Sasuke, with his cheeks puffed out from the mouthfuls of food, diligently chews and swallows, yet his hands do not falter as he unexpectedly lifts his bowl once more towards his mother, mumbling through his full mouth. "Huh, you want more? You've already had a second helping." As Mikoto Uchiha takes the bowl from Sasuke's hands, her gaze roams up and down, astonished at her little son. "Your appetite seems remarkably robust lately, Sasuke." It is worth noting that, in her memory, due to his father's stern insistence on cultivating an early rising habit, Sasuke typically approached breakfast with great reluctance, dragging his feet. Yet, in recent days, not only has his appetite expanded, but he has also surprisingly shed the habit of indulging in late mornings. Goodness, how could he be so ruthless? Not long after, a refreshed Hinata emerged from the grove, casting a sideways glance at Naruto, who lay sprawled on the ground, writhing and softly wailing in pain. The amusement in Hinata's eyes grew as she picked up the girl and, for the first time, began to hum a cheerful tune while striding confidently towards home. On December 14th, 51 in the Konoha calendar, villagers passing by an inconspicuous grove near the Ninja Academy insisted they heard a sorrowful wailing akin to the cries of a slaughtered pig. Their vivid descriptions depicted a despair-laden lament that could bring tears to the eyes of any listener, yet the mystery remained unsolved, as no one could identify the source of the sound. By the time Naruto enrolled in the Ninja Academy, this tale had morphed into yet another enigma widely discussed among the students. The eighth of the Academy's great mysteries, the desolate ghost weeping in the grove. In the unremarkable grove outside the Ninja Academy, Naruto, clad in tattered clothes and appearing as disheveled as a beggar, lay helplessly in the snow. Though he had anticipated that Hinata would not easily let him off the hook, he found the severity of the punishment rather excessive. The 8 trigrams, 64 palms. It was clear she was jealous, teaching a lesson to the male who approached her daughter. To the uninformed, it might seem as if she were attempting to murder her daughter's future husband. Ouch, the pain. Covered in bruises, Naruto vented his frustrations while attempting to move. Yet the pressure points sealed by Hinata's gentle fist technique rendered him utterly powerless. He eventually surrendered to the futility of his struggle, lying on the ground like a fish out of water, gasping while gazing at the sky. On the bright side, if he were to shift his perspective, this could serve as an excellent opportunity to understand the Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique. Even if much of its force had been mitigated, it was still the authentic 8 trigrams, 64 palms passed down through generations of the main branch of the Hyuga clan. If he could successfully discover a way to unseal the pressure points, he would have a considerable advantage in close combat during the Chunin exams against that genius. Haha. Hey, kid, you look utterly pathetic. At the moment the Kyuubi's mocking voice echoed through his mind, Naruto's surroundings began to blur and fade. When he regained his senses, he found himself in the consciousness space sealing the Kyuubi. However, unlike the dreary environment he had encountered during their first meeting, the space had transformed entirely, reflecting the deep trust established between Naruto and the Kyuubi. Under their conscious efforts to reshape it, the dim, chilly yellow hue had been replaced by a bright and spacious avenue filled with vitality. The stagnant water that had once pooled at their feet now swelled rhythmically like the tides, and a lovely tropical island had seemingly emerged within the Kyuubi's domain. Enjoying the island breezes and splashing in the water, the Kyuubi's current situation stood in stark contrast to the dark days when it was sealed within Naruto. Despite the iron door that represented the seal remaining steadfast before the Kyuubi, it was hard to believe that this paradise could be the cold consciousness space of a tailed beast. Burned, sealed. Look at you, Naruto, the Kyuubi remarked, its lips curling into a teasing smile as it surveyed the boy's disheveled appearance. Your experiences today have been quite colorful, haven't they? You sure talk a lot, Kyuubi. Within the consciousness space, Naruto was free from the limitations imposed by his sealed body. He stood up, pouting in annoyance as he passed through the wide bars of the massive iron door and leaped onto the Kyuubi's head, finding a comfortable spot to rest. Why didn't you warn me earlier that Hinata was nearby? This has to be your fault for not informing me. Huh, don't blame me. I clearly warned you. But you were too busy throwing a tantrum to hear it. I won't take the blame for that. However, I must admit, your sheer anger during that outburst was quite to my taste. Having spent considerable time with Naruto, the Kyuubi had grown accustomed to the boy's peculiar phrases that occasionally slipped from his lips. The Kyuubi found Naruto's endearing actions, which defied common sense, amusing, and it lowered its head slightly to allow Naruto to settle more comfortably, as it released a subtle warmth from its chakra to protect Naruto from the biting cold. It playfully bared its teeth and extended its claws in mock threat. You're getting bolder these days, daring to come up here and cause a ruckus. Aren't you afraid I might seize the opportunity to take over your body and regain my freedom? The primary distinction between a Jinchuriki and a tailed beast lay in the fact that Naruto could traverse freely between the sealing consciousness space, while the Kyuubi could only observe from behind the iron door. This arrangement served as a protective privilege for the inherently weaker Jinchuriki. Yet, should a Jinchuriki like Naruto willingly step into the perilous territory that housed the tailed beast, it would be akin to unsealing the bond, allowing them to vie for control of the body. In essence, Naruto's seemingly habitual actions were the ultimate testament to his trust in the Kyuubi. If you truly wished to take control, would you openly declare it? This trick might frighten a mere child. Recognizing the Kyuubi's prideful demeanor, Naruto couldn't help but smile. Unfazed by the glinting claws mere inches from him, he comfortably rubbed against the Kyuubi's head, responding with a smirk. Besides, did you really remind me? If you only spoke up after I was already in trouble, that hardly counts. As if you weren't a child yourself. Naruto's increasingly bold displays of affection rendered the Kyuubi's intimidating presence moot. Finding it amusing, the Kyuubi retracted its claws and, after a brief pause, quipped, "Careful, kid. There's a ninja nearby who is stronger than even Uchiha Itachi. I believe I've mentioned this before, haven't I? You neglected my warning while focusing on those 3 little humans, and now you reap what you sow. Haha, it does seem that way." Naruto paused, reflecting on the Kyuubi's words. Upon realizing their truth, even his thick skin, honed over 3 years of enduring hardship, flushed with embarrassment as he scratched his head sheepishly. Noticing the Kyuubi and Appo's curious gaze, he decided to take the initiative, shifting the conversation away. But let Appo's not dwell on that. Kyuubi, why did you suddenly pull me into this consciousness space? Is something amiss? Indeed, your earlier interruption nearly caused me to forget the matter at hand. Aware that the little spirit above has discerned my intentions and is attempting to divert the conversation, Kurama, with an unspoken understanding, refrains from exposing the ruse. While his eyes, filled with fondness, gradually regain their solemnity, he pauses for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed as he continues. Since our practice session with Itachi Uchiha, I have felt an unsettling presence watching us. Moreover, during the brief moment when your actions inadvertently triggered my chakra to surge, I confirm that this sensation of being observed is not merely a figment of my imagination. Being watched? Oh, you must be referring to the crystal ball of the 3rd Hokage, right? Upon hearing Kurama's sudden shift to seriousness, Naruto hesitates, recalling something as he absent-mindedly strokes the smooth fur beneath him, casually assuring, "Relax, relax. Although the 3rd Hokage has a penchant for spying, he is on our side. He wouldn't harm us." I suppose I can find solace in the old man's regard for you. However, contrary to Naruto's expectations, Kurama's expression did not soften. Instead, his frown deepened as he gently lifted Naruto's chin to meet his gaze, remarking, "Your recent actions have become increasingly conspicuous. While the third Hokage may be trustworthy, can you be absolutely certain that those who wish to harm you are blissfully ignorant of your every move?" "Harm? You mean Danzo and his ilk?" Kurama's words immediately conjured images in Naruto's mind of Shimura Danzo, Mito Gate-un, and Narashikaku, the notorious elders of the Leaf Village. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head, responding with doubt. No, that's impossible. You're being overly cautious, Kurama. The third Hokage assured me that they have made a pact, swearing not to interfere with my growth. Humph, the human propensity to lie is as natural as drinking water. For their own benefit, they could easily tarnish your reputation as the son of a hero, labeling you a reincarnated demon fox. Such corrupt leadership in Konoha. Do you genuinely believe they will uphold their promises? Upon hearing Naruto's rebuttal, a flicker of disdain crossed Kurama's eyes, and after a brief pause, he focused intently on the now dumbfounded Naruto, who appeared to have an epiphany. With a sigh, Kurama continued, "Initially, they may have tolerated your freedom because your actions posed no threat to them. But now, you are challenging their very foundations, their prideful absolute authority. Do you think they will allow you to continue this folly? Do not forget, Naruto. To them, face and reputation pale in comparison to their own interests. Promises? Pacts? Oaths? Ultimately, they are nothing more than worthless scraps of paper, easily torn and discarded. Valueless, easily torn scraps of paper." Kurama's words caused Naruto's previously animated expression to freeze, and after a lengthy silence, he exhaled softly, crossing his arms and sitting cross-legged as he furrowed his brow in deep thought. While Naruto had considered the possibility of such an occurrence as Kurama's blunt warning suggested, his perspective as a reader of the original manga allowed him to comprehend the ambitions secretly plotted by Danzo more intimately than even the third Hokage, who had once fought alongside Danzo. However, since his inexplicable arrival in the world of Naruto as Uzumaki Naruto over the past 3 years, apart from filtering out the ignorant insults and cold stares from foolish villagers, he had never truly experienced any external interference affecting his freedom of action. Coupled with the joy derived from establishing solid bonds with Sasuke, Itachi, Hinata, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Kurama, his vigilance had significantly waned compared to when he first arrived in this world, leading him to act increasingly brazenly, without regard for consequences. "Humph, little one. Do you refuse to accept reality, or do you doubt my words?" The esteemed elders of Konoha, revered by many, possess a repugnant and despicable nature behind their polished facades, which I have grown weary of long before your birth. Do not forget, when I broke free from my seal under Uchiha Madara's control, had they not stood idly by, your parents would not have. Observing Naruto's silence, Kurama assumed that Naruto, still young, was unwilling to accept his words. With a huff, he continued to caution Naruto, his tone brusque and harsh, yet still tinged with warmth and concern for him. "Rest assured, Kurama, how could I ever doubt you? Long ago, I had my suspicions," Naruto replied, quickly tempering his prideful demeanor upon receiving Kurama's intentional warnings. He began to regain his alertness towards Danzo and the elder council of Konoha, feeling warmth within him at Kurama's seemingly contradictory concern. After gently patting Kurama's enormous head, he replied earnestly, "Moreover, you are right, Kurama. As your partner, I have indeed acted too carelessly of late. If it weren't for your reminder, I might have unwittingly walked into an irretrievable abyss." This was not Naruto exaggerating to flatter Kurama. The recent days had been so smooth that he had grown somewhat arrogant, foolishly believing that with the third Hokage's trust and support, Danzo would no longer dare to plot against him. Not only had Danzo orchestrated an ambush to seize the Sharingan from Uchiha Shisui, indirectly triggering the massacre of the Uchiha clan, but during the cataclysmic pain invasion that nearly annihilated Konoha, he coldly eliminated Fukusuku, who was responsible for communicating with Mount Myaboku. His sole purpose was to weaken the living forces of the Hokage faction through Pain and Appo's hand. Should Naruto foolishly continue on his current path, he would inevitably encroach upon Danzo's interests. At that point, facing a shameless man who would abandon even the village he professed to protect for his own gains. Even if the third Hokage publicly favored and protected Naruto with 24-hour surveillance, Naruto would still be at the mercy of the elite assassins nurtured by the Root organization, potentially meeting an untimely end. However, Kurama, once the arrow is loosed, it cannot be retrieved. To concede now would not only squander my efforts, but might also draw Danzo's attention to my prior actions. Assuming this is the case, future days would surely entail numerous restrictions imposed upon me. We cannot afford to suffer losses without gain. After sorting out his thoughts, Naruto's characteristic confident smile gradually appeared at the corners of his mouth. As he spoke methodically and eloquently, the preliminary plan, which had already begun to take shape, was continuously refined by the rapid flow of his thoughts. As the saying goes, every advantage carries its drawbacks. Indeed, recent actions have drawn attention from Danzo. But upon reconsideration, does this not signify that the recent achievements have become substantial enough to threaten Danzo's position? Since we are already involved, let us engage Danzo in a grand game. Naruto, you little rascal. Humph, this is how it should be. This version of you is worthy of being my Jinchuriki. The ominous premonition and impatience that had accumulated in Kurama's heart due to Naruto's increasingly ostentatious demeanor dissipated upon hearing Naruto's reassuringly familiar tone, causing the corners of his mouth to involuntarily rise into a smile that, by human standards, could hardly be deemed friendly. Look at you, brimming with confidence. You must have concocted some outrageous scheme again. Speak up, what grand move are you planning next? Indeed, without exceptional skills, one could hardly qualify as the renowned Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. With a habitual raising of an eyebrow and playful banter with Kurama, Naruto multitasked by organizing the resources and achievements at hand. Soon, the faces of the proud, protective elder brother and the gentle younger brother appeared in his mind. And with a smile deepening in his eyes, he unhesitatingly shared his thoughts with Kurama. The third Hokage must have started contemplating strategies to undermine Danzo's influence. But if we wish to effectively continue to intimidate and restrict Danzo's movements, we must expedite our efforts and seize the initiative before he fully reacts and retaliates. Let us go. First, we will return to change into suitable attire, and once night falls, we shall pay a visit to the Uchiha clan's leader. To visit the Uchiha clan's leader? With you, this little brat, you probably wouldn't even pass through the gates of the Uchiha territory, would you? Upon hearing Naruto's confident words, Kurama, although familiar with Itachi and Sasuke, was somewhat perplexed as he had never heard Naruto mention their identities before. Relax, Kurama, rest assured. The pair of Uchiha brothers we encountered earlier are the beloved sons of the Uchiha clan leader. Not to mention, the friendship cultivated through mentoring Sasuke and his training should suffice to ensure we meet his father, right? As Naruto responded nonchalantly to Kurama's doubts, he gradually withdrew his mind from the consciousness space, no longer greedily delving into the mysteries of the Hyuga's gentle fist. With Kurama's chakra breaking through the restrictions, he leaped up, quickly identifying the direction and departing swiftly, leaving behind a faintly cryptic remark that faded into the distance. Moreover, even without the introductions from Sasuke and Itachi, I still have connections from the previous generation to serve as a stepping stone. In the office of the third Hokage, as night fell, the bright, gentle lights diligently warded off the encroaching darkness outside, illuminating the shadow of the frail old man who had tirelessly borne the burden for the village. Phew, this should be the last one. Truly, age is catching up with me. I should have resolved this trivial amount of work much earlier. After signing off on the last document of the day, the third Hokage casually placed the scroll on the stack of papers piled atop his desk. While using his now free hand to gently massage his nose, he turned his soft leather chair to face the large window behind him, quietly observing the village nestled in darkness, adorned with flickering lights that painted a scene of vibrant beauty. His expression relaxed and softened. He murmured to himself, "Oh, no matter how many times I see it, the night view of Konoha remains enchanting." As he spoke, the office door, which had been tightly closed, creaked open and then closed again, allowing a tall, dark figure to slip silently through the narrow gap. The figure paused as if hesitating whether to proceed, standing silently in the dim corner where the light did not reach. Though everyone has been persevering for these 3 years, simply witnessing this thriving scene makes me feel that all our sacrifices were worthwhile. What do you think? The night view of Konoha? Although it pales in comparison to my past memories, the sense of peace and tranquility is indeed nostalgic. Understanding from the third Hokage's words that he was aware of his presence, the shadow shook his head slightly and, without further hesitation, stepped forward. As he approached, his waist-length white hair and the large scroll he carried gradually came into the light until he reached the cluttered desk of the third Hokage, where he paused once more. After a brief moment, he crossed his arms, furrowing his brow slightly, and sighed, as if referring to a deeper concern. If only those who once vowed to protect the village with their lives had not abandoned their humanity for personal gain, blinded by the greed for power. Those shameless individuals are utterly unworthy of enjoying the peaceful life that Minato and Kushina sacrificed their lives to secure. This is also why I urgently summoned you back. My child, even after 3 years, do you still feel guilt over what transpired 3 years ago? When the figure stepped onto the territory of the Hidden Leaf Village, the third Hokage had already received a report from the guard team and was therefore unsurprised by the unexpected late-night visit, displaying no signs of vigilance as he continued to face away. From the person's words, he discerned a strong sense of reluctance and regret, which dimmed the third Hokage's previously satisfied gaze. With a long sigh, he pressed his hands on the armrests of his chair and slowly stood up, turning to meet the person's gaze. After a long moment, he finally spoke again. The rampage of the Nine Tails was far too sudden and bizarre. Even I did not anticipate that it would truly happen under seemingly smooth circumstances. The disaster appeared so abruptly. It was not your fault for not being in the village at that time, and no one would blame you. Why must you dwell on it so? Why speak of feeling unworthy to return to the village? But I will. I will blame myself. I can never forgive myself. The unexpected visitor unhesitatingly interrupted the third Hokage's heartfelt counsel, clenching his fists tightly. As if recalling some unforgettable memories, he slowly closed his eyes and bowed his head. If only I had not pursued Orochimaru's whereabouts at that time. If I had remained in the village, Minato and Kushina would not have had to. While my disciples are risking their lives to protect the village, I foolishly left, clinging to hope, searching aimlessly. As their elder, not only did I fail to assist them when they needed me the most, but I also couldn't even manage to see them one last time. The fourth Hokage couple, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, had long been regarded by the third Hokage as his own children, cherished and cared for. This bond, no less profound than that of blood relations, was exceedingly precious to him, a man who had spent his years in solitude. Thus, upon learning of their sacrifice for the village, the heart-wrenching pain and guilt transformed into a suffocating anguish that nearly crushed this iron-willed man. As his emotions surged, his breathing grew heavy and labored, and he continued hoarsely, each word punctuated with intensity. That day was undoubtedly meant to be a joyous occasion, celebrating the arrival of a new family member. I still vividly recall the radiant joy on Minato's face, filled with the anticipation of fatherhood, and Kushina's blissful expectation of becoming a mother. Yet, here I stand, a failure who has protected nothing and no one. I, a complete and utter loser, have no right to be regarded with such respect and trust by those two children. How infuriating. Bang. In a moment of emotional turmoil, my trembling hand shot up, and with a roar filled with regret and self-reproach, it came crashing down upon the Hokage's desk. Crafted from a special wood as hard as iron, the force was so tremendous that it left a deep and visible imprint in the surface, which should have shown no signs of damage from such a blow. Huff, huff. My apologies, sensei. The weight of my unleashed fury momentarily eased the tension in the robust man before me, as reason gradually returned to my body. Gritting my teeth, I slowly retracted my fist and hoarsely murmured an apology. No, it seems I have underestimated the bond you share with Minato and the others. I never anticipated that after 3 years of healing, you still had not overcome this hurdle. The third Hokage, who had watched you grow since childhood, easily discerned that the pain you harbored had not diminished since the day he learned of Minato and Kushina's sacrifice. You merely buried it deep within yourself over the past 3 years, striving to conceal it for the sake of others. With a mixture of amusement and pity for your obstinacy, he felt his expression soften, a slight smile gracing his lips. However, since I have resolved to address the corruption within the village's higher echelons, there is something I must clarify for you. Speaking of which, it was indeed mentioned that there was a matter of utmost confidentiality that required my attention, something I would regret missing for the rest of my life. Which is why I returned. While I knew my teacher was a man of his word, I still found myself unable to fathom what this old man had in store for me until he mentioned it directly. I raised my hand to scratch my head, perplexed, and inquired, "What exactly is this confidential information? You will certainly find this news intriguing. Do you remember the child chosen to become the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails upon Minato's sacrifice? Oh, that poor child who was ostracized and discriminated against by the villagers? Of course, I remember. You were always in a hurry to travel back and forth to the village, And due to the restrictions imposed upon me to protect this child, I never found the opportunity to reveal the truth to you. The child's name is Uzumaki Naruto. Huh, Uzumaki Naruto? Is this the so-called confidential information? I mean, sensei, surely you're not. Wait. The simplicity of the revelation left me somewhat disheartened, and I rolled my eyes in preparation to complain. However, I was suddenly struck dumb, as if by lightning. Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Could it be? Indeed, that child is precisely whom you suspect. Observing the dawning realization in your eyes, as they widened in disbelief, the third Hokage felt a sense of relief wash over him. He continued, squinting slightly as he spoke. The name now is Uzumaki Naruto. But that was a name forcefully changed under Danzo and Appo's interference. The name that truly belongs to this child is Namikaze Naruto. Namikaze Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. Namikaze Uzumaki. Ah ha 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 ha. So that was it. They are indeed their child. Minato and Kushina's child is alive. Alive. Ha ha. The affirmation from my teacher, combined with the familiar surname and the name I had proposed, caused my expression to oscillate between joy and sorrow. After a prolonged moment, I began to dance about the Hokage's office, laughing maniacally, tears unwittingly streaming down my face as I murmured repeatedly. I thought that child had perished 3 years ago alongside Minato and the others. Haha, alive, alive is enough. How about that? Sensei did not deceive you, did he? Yes, Sensei, you remain as steadfast as ever, truly a man of your word. I had already missed one opportunity 3 years ago. To miss this one would indeed be a deeper regret. No, it would be a torment beyond measure. The third Hokage's revelation regarding Naruto's lineage undoubtedly illuminated a path of redemption and hope in my otherwise desolate life. As I struggled to contain my overwhelming joy, I eagerly pressed on, saying, "Tell me, what do you require of me? Whatever it may be to assist Naruto, I would not hesitate to sacrifice myself." Oh, this resolve and fighting spirit are commendable. I knew I had not misjudged you. This is the student I take pride in. The task I am about to entrust to you makes you the best and most suitable candidate. With a sense of renewed vigor in my long-lost student, the third Hokage's eyes sparkled with approval as he internally praised Naruto's innate ability to unite. After gathering his thoughts, he slowly began to relay the details of the warnings concerning Danzo's ambitions to his eager pupil. However, before that, you must first understand the crisis currently facing the village. In his explanation, the third Hokage omitted the source of the alarming information, which had been disclosed to him by the 3-year-old Naruto, instead attributing it to investigations conducted by the Umbu. Little did the third Hokage know that by concealing Naruto's prophetic abilities, he inadvertently tethered his pupil to fate, nearly costing the life of the student he cherished so dearly in a future event. To meet the parents of Sasuke? This is all the information I currently possess. After patiently detailing everything, the third Hokage exhaled a sigh of relief, reaching for his pipe from the drawer in an attempt to relax. He also retrieved a sealed scroll to hand over to his pupil, stating that all the detailed explanations were recorded within, and he should take the time to review it. I see. Shimura Danzo, that old scoundrel. I always found his perpetually stern and sarcastic demeanor unpleasant, but I never imagined he would stoop to such depths. As I absorbed the shocking information, my brow furrowed with concern. I took the scroll from the third Hokage's hands, scoffing derisively. Humph, I always thought the events 3 years ago were too peculiar. No matter how troublesome the Nine-Tails rampage was, it should not have reached a point where it forced Minato and the others to sacrifice their lives for the sealing. Since we now know that Old Man harbors ulterior motives, why not act now? If it is due to a lack of suitable candidates to lead the charge, I can take a team of Umbu and personally bring that old scoundrel's head back. Eradicate the roots of the problem. Now is not the right time. Everything I have stated is merely conjecture based on the existing information. While it is highly probable, we still require definitive evidence to substantiate our claims. Observing the third Hokage, who had grown up before him, one could easily discern his character. Thus, the outrageous proposal he voiced, devoid of any respect, was entirely expected. While leisurely filling his pipe with tobacco, he maintained a calm demeanor and continued to speak. After all, Danzo not only held a position as one of the 3 major advisors of the Elder Council, which served to oversee and restrict the Hokage's power, but he also possessed a formidable clandestine military force that could pose significant trouble. If effective evidence could not be presented, he could easily fabricate accusations of treason to incite rebellion. Should that occur, the village, which had only just regained peace, would once again be engulfed in chaos. It was conceivable that even the daimyo of the Land of Fire, who remained vigilant against the Hidden Leaf Village, might take the opportunity to dispatch trusted agents to infiltrate the village, thereby seizing complete control. It certainly sounds quite troublesome. Hence I say, you cunning political foxes are truly deceitful at heart. Upon hearing the third Hokage elucidate the stakes involved, the burly man, who had been itching to rush out and confront Danzo, suddenly felt deflated. He slumped into a chair, rolling his eyes in annoyance at the Hokage. What, pray tell, is the reason for summoning me back with such effort? Don't tell me you simply wish to enlighten me with the truth to soothe my tender, wounded spirit? Spare me your idle chatter. With your demeanor, you hardly look like one with a wounded heart. I have heard from the Umbu that you were eager to visit every public bath in the village upon your return. Ahem. It was all for the purpose of gathering material for my new epic creation. An epic creation? Humph. More likely another collection of unsightly tales. As if recalling some unpleasant memory, the third Hokage leisurely toyed with his pipe, while casting a benevolent smile at his increasingly restless disciple. It is indeed a shame that one of the legendary 3 shinobi of Konoha engages in such activities. You certainly bring honor to me. Cough, no more of that. Noticing the Hokage's growing seriousness, the burly man realized the gravity of the situation and straightened up, attempting to appear more composed while batting his eyelashes innocently to shift the topic. Teacher, you still haven't told me why you called me back. Humph, sly young man. Very well. Considering you still have some value, we shall settle this account another time. While feigning sternness towards his disciple, the third Hokage reached into a nearby pile of documents and, after some rummaging, retrieved a photograph depicting a gleeful golden-haired child. Danzo should have sensed my growing suspicion, yet he likely harbors no doubts about this child. Nevertheless, better safe than sorry. Your next task is simple yet formidable. At all costs, protect this child from Danzo's schemes. This child, I see. He is the offspring of Minato and Kushina. Despite enduring so much hardship, he still smiles so joyfully. What a remarkable child. Observing the child's distinctive golden hair and prominent whisker marks in the photograph, the burly man quickly grasped the identity of the target that the Hokage had personally entrusted him with calloused fingers gently caressing the child's face in the image. A glimmer of warmth and affection appeared in his eyes. After carefully tucking the photograph away, he solemnly assured the third Hokage, I understand. Rest assured, teacher. This time I shall not fail. I have tasted enough of the bitter fruit of regret. If that old coot Danzo truly intends to harm this child, he shall first have to step over my dead body. As the third Hokage outlined the task to his long-lost disciple, the focal point of the photograph, Naruto, was already undertaking the most crucial step in thwarting Danzo's ambitions under the cloak of night that enveloped the village. Bathed in the warm glow of dim yellow lights, Naruto, Sasuke, and Itachi walked side by side, engaged in jovial conversation. Hey, Naruto, are you really okay? Observing Naruto, who had been singed like a coal by his brother's fireball in the morning, but now appeared unscathed and playful, Sasuke scrutinized him in disbelief, searching for any trace of the battle's aftermath. How is it that you were nearly unable to stand this morning, yet now you seem perfectly fine and eager to continue training? I say, your recovery speed is truly astonishing. Are you, in fact, a monster? It's nothing. This marks the 8th time you've asked today, Sasuke. At the mention of concern for his well-being, Naruto felt a warmth in his heart, yet he feigned annoyance as he responded playfully to Sasuke. After a brief pause, he exaggeratedly bared his teeth in mock fright. Of course, I've already told you I'm a monster, and I particularly enjoy devouring little human children. Wahaha, who are you calling a child eater? You little brat. Ugh. Kurama, could you not let me scare you just once in peace? If you must scare someone, do not tarnish my reputation with such baseless claims. You humans meager flesh isn't even enough to fill my teeth. I have no interest in it. TCH, keep boasting. Of course, having grown accustomed to Naruto's antics, Sasuke felt no fear. Observing Naruto frown in irritation at Kurama's outburst, he misinterpreted it as concern for himself and defiantly lifted his chin, hands on his hips, dismissively huffing. If you truly are a monster, then I am a powerful ninja who can stand toe-to-toe with a monster. Well, in a certain sense, that statement isn't entirely inaccurate. Huh? Did you say something just now? Did I? Perhaps you misheard, Sasuke. While evasively deflecting the question, Naruto turned his head away to conceal his delight at Sasuke's adorably confused expression. He then leaned towards Itachi, the leader of their outing, and quietly inquired, "By the way, Itachi-san, would it be alright if I joined you for dinner at your home? I wouldn't want to trouble your family too much." "Wouldn't they be upset?" Of course not. Not to mention that your dedication to helping Sasuke train makes it quite normal to invite his friends over for dinner. It's a rare occasion for Sasuke to make a friend. I believe our parents would be delighted to hear about it." As Itachi spoke, his eyes softened into a characteristic warm smile as he affectionately ruffled the pouting Sasuke's hair. After a moment, noticing Sasuke gradually calming down and nuzzling against his hand, Itachi sighed with relief and continued, "Although we didn't give prior notice, it's just a few extra bowls and chopsticks. It's not a bother at all. Besides, it has been a while since we had guests. Having more people for dinner will surely enliven the atmosphere at home." "Is that so?" "That's reassuring." Upon hearing Itachi's words, Naruto seemed to exhale a breath of relief, lowering his head to pat his chest, while inadvertently concealing the fleeting smile of mischief in his eyes. "Well then, I shall disturb you today. I often hear Sasuke praising his mother's culinary skills, and I must admit, I find myself rather tempted." You can rest assured, Naruto. I would never utter a falsehood." When Naruto mentioned his mother's cooking, Sasuke, who had been enjoying his brother and Appo's comforting presence like a cat, suddenly snapped back to reality, instinctively feeling a surge of pride as he continued, "Not to boast, but my mother's meals are the most delectable in the entire Uchiha clan. No, in all of Konohagakure. You must brace yourself, Naruto. They are so delicious you won't be able to stop eating. Especially the rice balls she makes. The flavor is simply food prepared by mother. How wonderful." Watching Sasuke, who had opened up and was extolling his mother's culinary prowess, Naruto found himself softly murmuring, pausing momentarily to bury the envy that had briefly surfaced, nodding in agreement with Sasuke's words, while secretly reveling in delight. Just as he had previously surmised, thanks to the introduction by the Uchiha brothers, meeting their father, the Uchiha clan leader Fugaku, would not pose a challenge. As long as he obediently followed Sasuke home, he would be granted the opportunity to meet Sasuke's parents. Wait a moment. Following you home? Meeting your parents? It feels somewhat strange. The Uchiha clan, driven to rebellion. As the starlight accompanied by the full moon completely illuminated the night sky, Naruto and his companions finally arrived at the entrance of Uchiha territory. Is this your home? It's truly impressive. Bathed in the bright lights that resembled daylight, Naruto curiously surveyed the sturdy wooden sign engraved with the Uchiha clan name above the entrance. Gently patting the shoulder of the small fan beside him, teasingly remarking, "You know, Sasuke, I think I understand why you're always late." What nonsense are you speaking now, Naruto? Observing Naruto's somewhat elder-like demeanor, Sasuke could vaguely sense a hint of pity in Naruto's expression, questioning whether he had misread the situation. As he instinctively retorted, "Are you trying to mock me again?" No, how could that be? I was merely reflecting on how arduous it must be for you to travel such a distance to the training ground every day." Seeing the small fan's reflexive displeasure at his remark, Naruto spread his hands innocently, blinking at Sasuke. "Well, since I've experienced it myself, I won't tease you if you're a bit late next time, Sasuke." Is that all? Noticing Naruto's unexpected lack of teasing, Sasuke regarded him with suspicion, placing his hands on his hips and pouting slightly. It's good that you know. I leave home early every day. I certainly don't sleep in. Well, living so far away is unavoidable. After all, our Uchiha clan is responsible for the village's security. I see. A security force. That sounds quite impressive. Gently ruffling the hair of the small fan beside him, Naruto observed the childlike joy radiating from him, but internally mused. The situation is indeed worse than I imagined. A security force? In this desolate place, to put it bluntly. Isn't it just a post for guarding Konoha? Isn't it obvious they are forcing the Uchiha clan to rebel? Indeed. As one of the two major clans specializing in ocular jutsu in Konohagakure, and having once collaborated with the now-declined Senju clan to establish the village, the Uchiha clan possesses the most extensive territory among all clans in the village. On the surface, it might appear that Konohagakure treats this founding clan with respect. However, this vast territory is rather intriguingly located on the very outskirts of the village. Just how far is it, you ask? Let us put it this way. Even with Naruto and his companions, who have undergone ninja training and possessed significantly greater speed than ordinary individuals. Along with Sasuke and Itachi guiding them along the shortest route, they still arrived only when the sun had set and the moon was high in the sky. This arrangement was ostensibly made to allow the Uchiha clan to oversee the security duties, with the territory's location purportedly to maintain village order and safeguard its borders. But a closer examination of the map of Konohagakure reveals that the Uchiha clan is not only distanced from the seat of power at the Hokage's office, but also from the bustling commercial areas. Furthermore, their territory is surrounded by various other clans, all of whom are utterly loyal to the village, evidently deployed to guard against the Uchiha clan. Thus, should the Uchiha clan exhibit any signs of discontent, the higher-ups in Konoha would be alerted immediately, and they could swiftly launch a fierce assault, maintaining absolute control over the Uchiha's fate, leaving no escape route. Under such an arrangement, even a fool could discern that the village is ostracizing and oppressing them. In such circumstances, no matter how loyal a clan may be, if there exists even a hint of selfishness, they would be unwilling to accept a fate of gradual decline, especially the Uchiha clan, the village and Appo's founding family, which has long been distanced from the upper echelons of power. Entrusting the Uchiha clan with the security duties may have indeed been the intention of the previous Hokage, at most serving as a gesture of trust while also keeping a watchful eye on them. However, under the rule of the more moderate third Hokage, it is unthinkable that he would orchestrate such a clear-cut scheme to force the Uchiha clan, a vital military force of Konohagakure, into rebellion. Moreover, the one who would benefit the most from the Uchiha's revolt. Furrowing his brows slightly, Naruto lowered his voice to murmur to himself. As the thought of Danzo's unscrupulous face sprang to mind, he couldn't help but scoff derisively. It's likely he has twisted the previous Hokage's orders, just like 3 years ago when he falsely accused me of being the reincarnation of the Nine Tails. The resentment and hatred built up from 3 years of enduring the scornful gazes and jeers of the villagers would be enough to drive anyone mad, let alone the Uchiha clan, who live in constant fear of being eradicated by the village's high-ranking officials within their tightly encircled territory. Alas, even if we assume that Fugaku Uchiha, as the clan leader, originally harbored no thoughts of rebellion or ambition for power, under such extreme circumstances, he would inevitably have to rise as a leader for the sake of his clan's survival, fighting against the oppressive forces of the Hokage faction for a non-existent chance at survival, only to fall prey to the scheming Danzo, who would reap the benefits. Hey, Naruto. What is it, Sasuke? Realizing that resolving the Uchiha clan's grievances might be more challenging than anticipated, Naruto sighed softly, brushing his forehead in frustration. Just as he was about to gather his thoughts and consider a better solution, he felt a gentle tug on his sleeve, pulling him back to reality, prompting him to quickly suppress his unusual thoughts and smile as he lifted his head once more. Gradually accustomed to visiting the training ground at the appointed hour to seek out Naruto's training, Sasuke cast a curious glance at Naruto, who was bare-chested. While presenting him with a scroll detailing the method for mastering the B-rank ninjutsu, the shadow clone technique, a prized possession he had received from his father. The sweltering heat had prompted Naruto to shed his shirt for comfort. In response to Sasuke's comment, Naruto casually offered an excuse, seemingly indifferent to the glaring flaws in his words, while suppressing the tumultuous beating of his heart. He endeavored to maintain a facade of confidence as he accepted the ninjutsu scroll from Sasuke and began to peruse its contents with rapid efficiency. Is this how it works? Sasuke mused, his skepticism evident as he nodded slightly, his peripheral vision drawn to the increasingly sparse leaves adorning the branches of the trees surrounding them, a subtle reminder of the encroaching autumn. He couldn't help but ponder. The weather has indeed begun to cool. Naruto, however, remained a curious enigma. This is it, Sasuke exclaimed inwardly. Indeed, merely knowing the hand signs is insufficient. One must also understand how to manipulate and allocate chakra. Now I truly grasp everything. Elated with his newfound knowledge, he reveled in the prospect of finally being able to create authentic shadow clones. The experience cheat sheet was finally within his grasp. Overwhelmed with joy at acquiring the coveted information, Naruto couldn't help but marvel at the convenience of having a friend from a well-off family. As he spoke, Naruto slightly tilted his head, casting a sidelong glance at Itachi, who was smiling and effortlessly following behind him. The warmth in his eyes deepened as he gently reassured the restless companion within. Although Itachi was undeniably the son of Uchiha Fugaku, his love for the village far surpassed any affection he held for the Uchiha clan. He embodied the true essence of a ninja worthy of the title hero. If one were to rank the new generation of Konoha's shinobi based on their loyalty and affection for the village, Itachi would willingly concede the first position. As Naruto's thoughts drifted, he envisioned the imposing figure who walked through darkness, bearing the weight of being labeled a traitor and the resentment of his beloved younger brother, yet unreservedly protecting the peace of the village and the safety of his brother, ultimately facing death with a serene smile. After a brief pause, he reined in his smile and continued, "No one else is worthy of being called first." Slow down, Sasuke," Uchiha Mikoto exclaimed, her brow furrowing in concern as she watched her little son, whose face was slightly flushed from the cold, stumble closer through the snow. Taking a few steps forward, she drew him near, cradling him in her arms while gently brushing the accumulated snow from his giggling frame, her expression feigning sternness as she admonished, "Sasuke, you silly child. Running so fast, aren't you afraid of falling? What if you hurt yourself?" "Hee, I'm not afraid. I'm going to be a powerful ninja, just like Big Brother. This small issue is nothing to me." Naruto's training sessions with Itachi not only revealed a glimpse of Naruto's true strength to Sasuke, who usually appeared harmless but was utterly devoted to his brother, but also instilled in him a sense of pride in having a brother capable of effortlessly defeating Naruto's myriad of techniques. Consequently, Sasuke proudly relished this moment for an entire day, further solidifying his resolve to train diligently in pursuit of his brother's prowess. Hearing his mother's worried words, he instinctively responded without a second thought. Sasuke, who usually behaved obediently but lacked interest in training without Itachi's presence, was gradually changing, and as a mother, Mikoto felt a sense of satisfaction. However, witnessing her son's increasingly reckless behavior, returning home covered in dirt and injuries without any regard for potential dangers, her maternal instinct to protect him surged to the forefront. While her smile faded, a hint of displeasure flickered in her beautiful eyes as she gazed sternly at her capricious little boy. "And besides, I have Mom in front of me, so I definitely won't fall. I know I was wrong, Mom. I promise I'll be careful next time." Sasuke's realization of his precarious situation came with Mikoto's fading smile. Having engaged in playful banter with Naruto for an extended period, his wits had sharpened, and after a moment's thought, he nestled closer to his mother, softly purring, "Mom, I'm hungry. I want to eat." "Oh dear, what am I to do with you? Such a smooth talker. I wonder where you picked up these bad habits." Though Mikoto feigned discontent while lecturing Sasuke, she was clearly unable to resist his adorable charm. Her irritation dissipated significantly, especially with the arrival of Itachi and a child she had never met but felt an inexplicable familiarity with. After gently pinching his chubby cheek, she said with a hint of annoyance, "Just this once, but don't let it happen again. If your father finds out and gets upset, don't say I didn't warn you, Sasuke." Seeing his mother's expression soften, Sasuke felt a wave of relief wash over him. After a brief pause, noticing his brother and Naruto approaching, he eagerly introduced Naruto to his mother to divert her attention further. "Oh, Mom, let me introduce you. This is my new friend, Naruto Uzumaki." "Oh my, how rare to see you bringing a friend home," Mikoto replied, her curiosity piqued. "Naruto Uzumaki. That name seems somewhat familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere before." As she pondered Sasuke's acquaintance, a sense of familiarity grew in her mind, despite having no recollection of having met the boy before. Adjusting her hold on Sasuke, who continued to snuggle against her, she bent slightly and smiled at Naruto. "Hello, Naruto-kun. I'm Sasuke's mother. I hope this mischievous child hasn't caused you too much trouble. Please take care of him." "Mom, I'm not mischievous," Sasuke protested. Even without turning around, he knew Naruto's eyes were likely glimmering with amusement. His cheeks flushed as he squirmed in his mother's embrace, protesting, I haven't caused him any trouble. I never noticed before, but Sasuke seems to have the makings of a mama's boy," Mikoto mused, observing how her son, once a promising angel, had been transformed into a somewhat aloof figure by Danzo's influence. Watching Sasuke nonchalantly cuddle with his mother, Naruto recalled the prodigious Uchiha who had been lauded in the comics, now merely a childish boy. He respectfully smiled at Mikoto, saying, "Hello, Auntie. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I'm Sasuke-kun's friend. I apologize for dropping by unannounced and without a gift. I hope you can forgive me." "Wait, are you really Naruto? I didn't bring home a fake, did I?" Sasuke exclaimed. astonished by the polite demeanor that contradicted his expectations. He quickly turned around, scrutinizing Naruto in disbelief, unable to suppress the crude language he had picked up from their exchanges. You changed your face faster than flipping a book. What a monster. Sasuke, how can you speak to your friend like that? Mikoto chided, her tone firm. You shouldn't call your friend a monster. But Mom, I'm just telling the truth. He wasn't this polite before. Ouch. Okay, I'm sorry. Mom, I'm sorry. It hurts. Still stubborn and unrepentant. I really don't understand how you managed to befriend someone like him. You must have caused him quite a bit of trouble. Mikoto observed Sasuke's astonished expression and sensed something was amiss, but compared to her son's behavior, she found Naruto's courteous demeanor much more endearing. With a mix of pride and satisfaction in her son's choice of friend, she paused before stepping aside to invite them in. Smiling, oh no, not at all. Knowing Sasuke has made such a good friend makes me very happy. Come in. It's freezing out here. Let us get you both inside to warm up. Thank you, Auntie. As Naruto followed Mikoto through the door, he couldn't help but beam at Sasuke, who was begrudgingly accepting his situation. With an innocent expression, he exclaimed, by the way, Auntie, you look so young and beautiful. If Sasuke-kun hadn't told me you were his mother, I would have thought you were his sister. Alas, you little rascal. You truly have a way with words. Ultimately, Mikoto is also a woman, and like any woman, especially after becoming a mother, there is no one who does not wish to be complimented on their youthful beauty. Given that her first impression of Naruto was that of a well-behaved, innocent child, it is only natural that she finds it even more gratifying. With a light chuckle, she waved her hand dismissively and, in a playful manner, pinched the pouting face of Sasuke, who was nestled in her arms, saying, You should learn a thing or two from Naruto-kun. See how eloquent he is. Nanny, learn from Naruto. Previously, when Sasuke had engaged in banter with Naruto, he had received the critique of being slick-tongued from his mother, and now, she was suggesting that he should learn from the very same culprit? Why, when they are employing the same approach? Is there such a disparity in treatment? Mother, is your true son me or Naruto? Stunned into silence, Sasuke endured his mother's playful pinching while internally ranting. He cast a sideways glance at Naruto, who was following him at a leisurely pace, a forced smile twitching at the corners of his mouth, as if he could almost see the black question marks hovering above his head. I'm about to be driven mad. This little fan has begun to question his existence, and he looks rather adorable doing so. Witnessing Sasuke's plight, which left him feeling aggrieved yet unable to voice it, Naruto, with his hands buried in his pockets, was suppressing laughter by pinching the soft flesh at his waist. Even so, upon closer inspection, one could observe the subtle yet intense vibrations emanating from Naruto, who appeared to be harmlessly innocent. Sasuke, oh Sasuke, you were still rather young to play this game with me. I'm back. Sorry for the interruption. With varying tones of greeting, Sasuke and his companions finally returned to their warm and cozy home, shutting the door against the howling cold winds from outside, while shaking off the snow that had accumulated on their clothing and changing into warm indoor slippers. Why are you all back so late? Uchiha Fugaku, standing in the entryway with a serious expression, felt a sense of relief upon seeing his family return. Spotting his youngest son, who lay listless in his wife's arms, he was initially puzzled, but his attention soon shifted to the unfamiliar young visitor before him. Who is this? This is Uzumaki Naruto-kun, dear. He is Sasuke's first friend that he has brought home. Naruto-kun, let me introduce you. This is my husband, Sasuke's father. As Mikoto smiled and introduced them, she couldn't help but glance at her son, who was still moping in her embrace, honestly. Sasuke, how long do you plan to be lazy? It's a rare occasion that you brought a friend home to play. Shouldn't you be more energetic and show him around? Hee. Slick-tongued. Hee. Learn from him. Hee. It seems that the poor little fan, whose innocent heart has been thoroughly wounded, is not recovering anytime soon. At this rate, it is not entirely impossible for the naive and innocent little fan to be toyed with by the sly Naruto. Breaking the 10,000-word barrier, the benefits of parting ways with the original work. Uzumaki. Naruto, just like his wife. Fugaku felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity wash over him upon seeing Naruto's sun-kissed golden hair and distinctive name, as if he were forgetting something significant. Furrowing his brow in thought, he nodded slightly. Come in, little one. Mikoto, since it's rare for Sasuke to bring a friend home, why don't you showcase your culinary skills in front of the children tonight? Yes, dear, I was just thinking the same. It's not every day we have a little guest, and I happen to purchase plenty of ingredients today. Indeed, Nothing is better on a cold day than hot pot. I will prepare it right away. As a devoted housewife, Mikoto wasted no time in deciding the evening's menu. While still cradling the still disgruntled Sasuke, she headed toward the kitchen, reminding her husband, "In the meantime, please take care of our little guest, dear." Hot pot. It has indeed been a while since I've had that. I'm quite looking forward to it. Perhaps reminiscing about his wife's delicious meals. Fugaku's stern demeanor softened as he nodded in response, recalling something as he called out to Mikoto, who was walking away. "Don't forget to wash some tomatoes for Sasuke. He has been begging for them lately. Leave that to me, father." Itachi, who had been silent until now, observed Naruto with a thoughtful gaze and, with a knowing smile, patted Naruto on the shoulder before following Mikoto into the kitchen. "Mom will be busy taking care of Sasuke. She won't manage alone. I'll help her in the kitchen, Naruto-kun, so I'll leave you and Dada's care for a bit. Please rest in the living room." "Huh. Wait, Itachi." "No, Itachi, hold on. Dad is not good at taking care of kids." Fugaku, who had expected his eldest son to stay with him to help manage this unfamiliar little one, felt a rush of panic as he saw Itachi walking away to join his mother in the kitchen. He lowered his voice, attempting to persuade Itachi to stay, but was met with a mischievous grin from his son as he quickened his pace. "What? Wife? Son, are you both conspiring against me?" This unexpected turn of events caused Fugaku's mouth to twitch slightly as he turned to face Naruto, who blinked innocently with wide eyes. "Please help me. How am I supposed to interact with a child? I have no idea what to do." Although he was already a father, Fugaku's work kept him busy, and he typically interacted with respectful adult ninjas or the cunning elders of the village. Having entrusted all matters concerning the children to Mikoto, he now found himself at a loss when faced with the responsibility of caring for a naive little one, feeling overwhelmed and helpless. Instead of successfully bringing Naruto into the living room as his wife had suggested, he found himself awkwardly staring at the little boy. What is wrong, uncle? Is there something wrong with me?" The contrast between the comic depiction of a stern father figure and Fugaku's flustered demeanor sparked a mischievous idea in Naruto's mind, who had previously been teasing Sasuke. With a suppressed laugh, he tilted his head, adopting an innocent expression appropriate for his age, and feigned confusion. Or perhaps, "Does uncle dislike me? If that's the case, I should just go home." "Wait." Fugaku, reacting instinctively to Naruto's words, commanded sharply, "Stay here. Don't move. What nonsense is this? As my young son has grown, he has finally made a delightful friend who is eager to visit our home. However, if during this brief moment when my wife is joyfully preparing dinner, I inadvertently frighten this little one away due to my inadequate hospitality, it's not just that Sasuke might come to dislike me. Tonight, I fear, will undoubtedly find me alone on the cold, unwelcoming couch. Phew, I'm glad I voiced my thoughts. Now, let me ponder. How does Mikoto usually care for Itachi and Sasuke?" Oh dear. Just as Fugaku sighed in relief when Naruto paused his departure upon hearing his words, an inexplicable and intense sense of crisis surged within him. As he scanned the room in confusion, he noticed that Naruto, after a brief moment of surprise, began to tremble slightly, biting his lip and pouting in a manner reminiscent of Sasuke's reaction at a certain moment. This quickly led Fugaku to the most dreadful possibility. "Oh no. Please, don't cry, little one. No crying." In a moment of panic, Fugaku's voice rose in pitch. Yet, as he realized something was amiss and sought to correct himself gently to comfort Naruto, the tears that had been welling in Naruto's eyes cascaded down, and he buried his face in his knees, sobbing heart-wrenchingly. "Honey, I think I hear crying. Did you upset our little guest?" What? Haha, you must be mistaken." Mikoto, Fugaku, already at a loss for how to soothe the child he had frightened, felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss upon hearing his wife's gentle inquiry. In a flurry, he scooped Naruto into his arms and retreated to a corner of the living room, away from the kitchen. He cradled the struggling little one, who kicked and squirmed in protest, and after a moment's pause, forced a smile that was more grotesque than the child's tears, lowering his voice in a pleading tone. "My dear, no, my little ancestor. It was Uncle's fault. I shouldn't have frightened you. I apologize. Please be good and listen." To Fugaku's relief, his soothing words seemed to take effect, and Naruto's struggles gradually ceased. He lifted his head to look at Fugaku, but before Fugaku could relax, Naruto was frightened again by Fugaku's distorted smile, leading him to cry even louder, "I want to go home. Let me go home." This was disastrous. It would have been better had he allowed the child to return home earlier. If he let Naruto, who was now wailing and thrashing in his arms, go now, he would not only be relegated to the couch tonight, but would likely be banished from his home for several days to come. Darling, everything's fine. It's just the noise from my playful interaction with this little one. Upon hearing his wife's increasingly suspicious tone, Fugaku felt a shiver run down his spine. With furrowed brows and quick thinking, he hastily responded, "Ah, yes, Mikoto. This little one mentioned he was hungry and asked when dinner would be ready. Is that so? Well, tell him I'll prepare something as quickly as possible and to hold on just a bit longer." Though Mikoto was skeptical, she acknowledged that Naruto had arrived quite late with Sasuke and Itachi, making it plausible he might be feeling hungry. Thus, she chose to believe Fugaku's explanation and returned to her task of preparing a sumptuous dinner. Phew, that was a close call. Oh, my little ancestor. Please don't cry. I beg you, stop crying. As Mikoto's doubts began to dissipate, Fugaku felt a slight sense of relief. Yet, before he could fully embrace the moment, Naruto's protests grew louder, creating an even more counterproductive effect that left Fugaku's heart in disarray. The little one's resolute desire to return home made Fugaku feel like a restless ant on a hot pan, pacing anxiously while trying to lower his voice to avoid frightening Naruto further. In desperation, he promised, "My little ancestor, as long as you don't cry, I will grant any wish you have, all right?" Wah, ugh, sniff, ugh. Shortly after Fugaku's words, as if exhausted from crying, Naruto's sobs began to subside. He sniffled a few times and cautiously removed his chubby little hands from his eyes, his voice hoarse and tremulous as he timidly asked, "Really? Really? Of course. Uncle is the leader of the Uchiha clan. I would never lie to you." Seeing that Naruto might actually stop crying, Fugaku seized the opportunity to reassure him. Okay then." Naruto pouted, his gem-like blue eyes fixed intently on Fugaku. After a long moment, he cautiously extended his right hand, wiggling his pinky as he haltingly continued. Pinky promise. All right, pinky promise." Fugaku, now utterly focused on placating this troublesome little ancestor, instinctively believed that the child merely desired some toys, or perhaps a flashy jutsu. Without overthinking it, he quickly extended his hand, linking his pinky with Naruto's and shaking it gently. "Pinky promise, 100 years, no change, liars are little dogs. All right, pinky promise, 100 years, no change, liars are little dogs." As he saw Naruto's mood brighten, the heavy burden in Fugaku's heart finally lifted. He made an effort to soften his expression into a gentle smile, but he failed to notice. The once tearful Naruto, now composed, bore a sly smile reminiscent of a cunning fox. His eyes, which should have been innocent and pure, now sparkled with a hint of mischief. Alone with the child? Fugaku's great crisis. Uzumaki, Naruto? Despite knowing this was their first meeting, Fugaku felt an odd sense of familiarity wash over him, as if he had forgotten something significant. He furrowed his brow in contemplation and nodded slightly. "Please, come in, little one. Mikoto, it's a rare occasion that Sasuke brings a friend home. Tonight, you should showcase your culinary skills in front of the children." "Yes, dear. That's exactly what I was thinking. It's not every day we have a little guest, and coincidentally, I just purchased a variety of ingredients on my way home. Indeed, hot pot is the perfect choice for this chilly day. I shall prepare it right away." As a devoted housewife, Mikoto lived up to her reputation as a virtuous partner. Shortly after her husband's suggestion, she finalized the evening's menu and, cradling the still gloomy Sasuke in her arms, made her way to the kitchen while reminding her husband, "Before that, dear, please take care of our little guest." Hot pot. It had indeed been a while since they last enjoyed it, and Fugaku felt a surge of anticipation at the thought, remembering the delectable dishes his wife prepared. He relaxed his stern demeanor and allowed a small smile to grace his lips as he nodded in agreement. He then called out to Mikoto, who was moving further away. "Don't forget to wash some tomatoes for Sasuke. He has been asking for them for days." "I'll take care of that, father." Innocent and youthful, Sasuke could hardly contend with Naruto, the cunning strategist. The abrupt inquiry left Sasuke, who initially wore a face of disdain, momentarily stunned, causing him to forget Naruto's previous embarrassing antics as he tilted his head in earnest contemplation. From Sasuke's perspective, although Naruto exuded an air of mystery, he was ultimately just another child of a similar age. Rationally analyzing the situation, considering the efficacy of training, it would be far more advantageous for Sasuke who had already garnered the attention of his father, Fugaku Uchiha, to receive direct guidance from him rather than continue honing his skills alongside Naruto. This notion had crossed Sasuke's mind earlier in the day when he witnessed his father's rare display of indulgence. Yet, for reasons unknown, upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke felt an inexplicable resistance towards this seemingly optimal choice. Was it to satiate his initial curiosity, eager to uncover the secrets hidden within Naruto? Or was it to preserve the bond he had painstakingly forged with Naruto over the past days? Reluctant to lose the only friend with whom he could candidly share his thoughts due to the demands of training? I don't know. How could it be that Itachi Uchiha is an irredeemable brother complex? Goodness, this child is simply too honest and endearing. Is he not an angel? Well, all right then. Naruto pouted, his gem-like blue eyes fixed intently on Fugaku. After a long moment, he cautiously extended his right hand, his little pinky finger raised as he mumbled, That, let us make a pinky promise. All right, let us do it. Fugaku thought only of how to placate the troublesome little one in his arms. He instinctively believed that children merely desired toys or flashy jutsu. And without further contemplation, he quickly reached out, linking his pinky with Naruto's and giving it a gentle shake. Pinky promise, for 100 years, no changing. Those who lie are little dogs. All right. Pinky promise, for 100 years no changing. Those who lie are little dogs. Seeing Naruto's mood shift from gloomy to bright, the heavy stone in Fugaku's heart finally settled. He endeavored to ensure his smile appeared warm and gentle while responding softly. Yet he failed to notice that the little one, who moments ago had been crying and feeling wronged in his embrace, now wore a sly smile reminiscent of a cunning old fox. In what should have been innocent eyes, there now glimmered a conspiratorial delight. The familiar scent of home wafted through the air. Ah, dear, aren't you two getting along quite well? I thought you were not adept at caring for children. Whether it was Mikoto's culinary prowess or the earlier commotion of Naruto's wailing prompting her to hasten her cooking, within 10 minutes of Naruto and Fugaku's agreement, she entered the living room, clad in thick gloves and carrying a steaming, aromatic copper hot pot. As she carefully placed it on the dining table, her peripheral gaze fell upon Naruto, who was cozily nestled in Fugaku's arms, playfully seeking affection. The doubts that had accumulated in her heart from the earlier intermittent cries dissipated, and after a brief pause, she smiled and called out, "You must both be hungry. Go wash your hands, and once the broth comes to a boil, we can prepare to eat." Of course, I told you not to worry. I am the leader of the Uchiha clan. Taking care of a child is a piece of cake. Observing his wife's unexpectedly admiring smile, Fugaku felt a mixture of relief and a hint of pride, responding with a slight tilt of his head. After a moment, he adjusted his arms to hold the little one more securely, who, having buried his face in Fugaku's embrace, was trying to hide the traces of tears. He hurried towards the bathroom to wash away the remnants of his earlier sobs, anxious that Mikoto might notice something amiss. Piece of cake, huh? I recall when Sasuke would ask for a hug. You were utterly flustered. Mikoto chuckled softly to herself, watching her husband hurry away. After a moment, she took a plate of ingredients from Itachi and began to methodically arrange them on the dining table. As for the little fan she had previously held in the kitchen, it was now in the kitchen, happily gnawing on a half-eaten tomato, juice dribbling down its chin. Despite his future as one of the strongest in the ninja world, he was still just a child, and the allure of a delicious, juicy tomato had easily banished any lingering feelings of existential doubt. Honestly, at the age of 3, Fugaku had always thought that aside from Akimichi Choji, whose round little form was most impressive in terms of appetite, the next best eater was his own son, Sasuke. Yet at this moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before him, akin to a genjutsu. Wow, this is delicious. Another bowl, please. With his cheeks stuffed full, Naruto quickly finished the last bite of rice in his bowl, his eyes squinting in delight as he savored the flavors, and he turned to Mikoto, who was utterly stunned, handing her his empty bowl once again. Oh, okay. Initially indifferent towards Naruto, Mikoto's mouth gradually fell open in disbelief as she observed his seemingly insatiable appetite devouring bowl after bowl. Her jaw nearly dropped as she struggled to close it until Naruto spoke again. Slowly massaging her aching jaw, she glanced at Sasuke, who had also set down his utensils, equally astonished, and murmured to herself, More? This is already the 7th bowl. If it weren't for Sasuke's hearty appetite prompting Mikoto to cook a little extra lately, the pot would have been nearly empty by now. Even so, after filling Naruto's bowl, it was now completely devoid of rice. Though Naruto hesitated to load his bowl with meat, he welcomed the vegetables without reservation, devouring nearly 1.5 whole heads of cabbage on his own. This child, how much food will he consume in a month? His voracious and exuberant eating habits, in stark contrast to the timid and tearful demeanor he had shown earlier, made Fugaka begin to suspect that everything he had experienced was merely an illusion. Impressive. Of course, Naruto's ability to spar with his older brother must stem from consuming such large quantities of food. Gazing, agape, at Naruto's rapid consumption, the little fan murmured to himself, a spark of determination igniting within him as he grasped his own bowl and began to mimic Naruto's enthusiastic eating, thinking, I will not lose to Naruto. I must eat even more. I must become as strong as my brother. As their parents and younger brother remained in a state of astonished disbelief at Naruto's remarkable appetite, Itachi, who had quietly set down his utensils and was sipping tea, wore an expression of calm anticipation, devoid of surprise. Instead, as he observed Naruto's joyful indulgence, a flicker of concern occasionally shimmered in his eyes. Itachi had successfully gleaned several hard-to-believe truths from Naruto's heart during their earlier exchanges, confirming that the smiling, voracious eater before him was not feigning joy but revealing his truest self. Since entering the world of Naruto and becoming the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto had, out of caution against Danzo's potential tampering, refrained from consuming the exquisite meals stealthily delivered by the ambiguous Umbu. Coupled with his youth and lack of culinary skills, he had only managed to eat enough to satisfy his hunger, albeit lacking in flavor, and would occasionally treat himself to a bowl of ramen for a change. This had honed his iron stomach, making him adaptable and resilient, yet he had nearly forgotten what true deliciousness entailed, losing sight of the warmth and comfort that should accompany a regular meal. Now, however, this dinner at Sasuke's home was the most delectable meal Naruto had enjoyed in 3 years, and it was the first time in a long while that he felt enveloped in the rich warmth of home. I cannot let it go. After all this time, I've finally recalled this flavor. Just a little bit left, just this little bit. His small stomach had been filled to capacity with a variety of foods, yet Naruto clung to this rare moment of relaxation, unwilling to set down his bowl and desperately chewing and swallowing every last morsel. In an effort to engrave the essence of home more profoundly within him, he wished for the familiar aroma to linger a while longer in his memory. I am utterly full. I can barely muster the strength to move. After Naruto diligently swallowed the last morsel of his meal, his little belly had already grown round and protruding. As he collapsed onto the tatami mat, he basked in the astonished admiration emanating from Sasuke's family, contentedly caressing his ample stomach. The dramatic curvature of his form led Fugaku to ponder whether, should he poke it, Naruto might either regurgitate or burst entirely. 8 bowls of rice, 3 pieces of cabbage, a plate of beef, 2 bundles of enoki mushrooms, and a bowl of fried tofu. My dear boy, you truly have quite the appetite. With such a substantial intake, your parents must procure dozens of additional ingredients each week just to feed the family, wouldn't they? Yet, despite this, you appear neither overweight nor underweight, and you seem to have a fondness for vegetables. Observing his wife clearing the table to wash the dishes, Itachi carefully cradled the satiated Sasuke, taking him for a stroll outside. In the living room, Fugaku sat cross-legged beside Naruto, silently contemplating the stark contrast between the boy's earlier cries for home and his current ravenous feasting. He reached out to touzle Naruto's golden hair, smiling playfully. To ensure you maintain a balanced diet and cultivate healthy eating habits, your parents must shower you with affection by preparing a variety of meals each day, indulging you greatly. I presume. Well, I don't usually eat this much. It's simply that Auntie's cooking is so delectable that I couldn't help but indulge just a little bit more. Hearing Fugaku's light-hearted teasing devoid of disdain, even Naruto's thick-skinned nature couldn't prevent a blush from creeping onto his cheeks. After a brief pause, he shifted slightly, resting his hands behind his head as a makeshift pillow, and with a playful squint, he nodded enthusiastically, proclaiming, "Yes. My mom and dad are the most loving, the best parents in the world. It's just a pity. They left me the day I was born. They departed the moment you were born. How can you be so certain they are the most loving and the finest parents in existence?" Naruto's seemingly nonsensical reply left Fugaku momentarily perplexed. After crossing his arms and pondering for a moment, he believed he had discerned the answer, smiling as he inquired, "Oh, I see. Your parents must have gone off to work right after giving birth to you, leading to the infrequent reunions, correct? Uzumaki Naruto. Indeed, in the past 3 years. I have never heard of any members of the Uzumaki clan residing in the village. Why did your parents not take you with them when they left, instead leaving you in Konoha? Because the place they went to wasn't suitable for a newborn like me, and even now, they are unwilling to return to my side and take me with them. Sensing that he had piqued the man's curiosity, Naruto struggled to sit up while lifting his small face, eyes squinting playfully, proudly exclaiming, "But I know. My mom and dad have always loved me deeply. The fact that I can live healthily in the village is the best proof of their affection for me. Not suitable for a child, and they still haven't returned? How peculiar. Could it be a covert mission infiltrating an enemy faction? Yet such tasks are usually not entrusted to outsiders. Perhaps influenced by Naruto's optimistic pride. The familiar feeling that had previously subsided surged back into Fugaku's heart. With a broad smile, he gently rubbed his nose and inquired in a soft tone, "So, little one, who is your father among the Uzumaki clan? If I know his name, perhaps I can assist in bringing your parents back from their mission sooner." "Bring my parents back sooner? Really, uncle? Can you truly do that?" "Of course. You must know, I am the leader of the Uchiha clan. So accomplishing this small request is a simple matter." "That's wonderful. Thank you, uncle. I didn't realize you possessed the power to bring the dead back to life." Observing Fugaku's confident demeanor, Naruto's eyes sparkled with mischief, and he struggled to suppress his laughter, his body trembling slightly as he continued, deliberately elongating his words. "But my dad isn't from the Uzumaki clan. His name is Namikaze Minato, the son of a hero." "Humph, isn't that akin to resurrection?" "Quite simple. As the esteemed leader of the Uchiha clan, reviving someone is." Looking at the little boy's face filled with admiration, Fugaku's vanity as an elder swelled with satisfaction, causing him to overlook the oddity of Naruto's statement. He boasted grandly before Naruto until he realized the shocking words that had been uttered. The remainder of his boast caught in his throat. He slowly raised a trembling finger toward the innocent-looking Naruto. Your father is Minato?" "Indeed. My father is the hero who saved Konoha, the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato." Witnessing Fugaku finally comprehend, and now in a private room without the worry of being overheard, Naruto's smile broadened, and he spoke with robust pride. "If it weren't for the machinations of a villain, my original name shouldn't even be Uzumaki Naruto, but rather Namikaze Naruto. No wonder I felt an inexplicable familiarity. Now it makes sense. But wasn't Minato's and Kushina's child supposed to have perished 3 years ago during the sealing of the Nine Tails, along with them?" Fugaku murmured to himself, lowering his hand directed at Naruto and focusing intently on the boy. Though his youthful visage was tender, the confidence and sunny smile reminiscent of his late friend, along with the same hair color and style, led Fugaku to believe Naruto's words to a significant extent. Yet, due to the source being a mere 3-year-old child, he still harbored some doubts. After a brief pause, he inquired with furrowed brows, "But how do you know Minato is your father? When they sacrificed themselves, you had just been born. You should barely remember what your parents' voices sounded like." "Oh, Uncle Fugaku, are you doubting the authenticity of my lineage?" Having so easily engaged with Uchiha Fugaku and successfully created an opportunity for a private conversation, Naruto had already accomplished half of his intended goal. Now, noticing the unmistakable excitement in Fugaku's eyes upon hearing his words, he seized the unexpected joy of realizing Fugaku was on good terms with his father. He decided to drop the pretense of being a 3-year-old and, with a soft smile, slowly raised his right hand. "Ahem, this news is indeed quite sudden. It is only natural for you to harbor doubts. Truly, Uncle does not doubt you. It is merely that I." Faced with Naruto's cheerful inquiry, Fugaku, who had already chosen to believe based on reason, felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. Remembering past experiences, he feared that Naruto's gradually fading smile was an indication of feeling wronged due to his skepticism, which might lead the boy to burst into tears. As he sought to comfort and amend the situation, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of Naruto's raised right palm. His eyes widened in shock as they fixated on the long-forgotten, vividly blue sphere rapidly condensing and spinning in Naruto's hand. His speech faltered once more. I. This is the Rasengan, one of my father's signature techniques. Until now, besides my father, only my father's master, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, knows how to utilize this skill, does he not?" Seeing Fugaku's astonished and incredulous expression, Naruto realized that the Rasengan alone was sufficient to validate his identity before Fugaku. He felt relieved that he need not reveal the existence of the Flying Thunder God technique, his ultimate trump card for survival. As he ceased channeling chakra to maintain the Rasengan, dispersing the jutsu, he casually continued to speak, deliberately simplifying his words to mislead Fugaku into believing that Jiraiya had taught him the Rasengan and informed him of his lineage. Making Jiraiya a scapegoat was a well-considered decision by Naruto. As the teacher of the fourth Hokage and one of the renowned Sannin, Jiraiya was ostensibly the most likely person to have revealed the truth to the otherwise ignorant Naruto. This created an illusion of Jiraiya supporting Naruto from the shadows, enhancing the credibility of Naruto's words in conversation. Furthermore, should the information leak, it would divert the ire of those who merely spoke without action towards Jiraiya, who was already absent from the village and unconcerned, thereby minimizing the suspicion and scrutiny directed at Naruto himself. Truly a strategy with no drawbacks. The only cost might be that the oblivious perverted sage would unknowingly bear a heavy burden. As compensation, once Naruto met Jiraiya again, he would treat this lecherous uncle to a night of indulgence at a bar. Indeed, if Jiraiya were to return to the village, he would undoubtedly be the first to share all the truths of Naruto's lineage and remain by his side to guide him in his training. The mention of his dear friend's unique jutsu, uttered without hesitation by the young boy before him, dispelled all doubts within Fugaku. Sighing softly to himself, he suddenly leaned down, extending his arms to carefully embrace Naruto and Appo's soft, tender form in a warm hug. Yes, just like that. Now you believe me, Don and Appo's. To you, Uncle Fugaku? I am truly my father's child. Naruto exclaimed playfully, hands on his hips, as he pondered the potential outcomes and responses following his revelation of Danzo's conspiracy. To his surprise, he did not anticipate Fugaku's overly emotional reaction. After a brief moment of shock, he found himself enveloped in a warm, reassuring embrace. Uncle Fugaku, what is this? The unexpected turn of events left Naruto momentarily stunned, as he hesitantly inquired while remaining still in Fugaku's arms, fearing that any movement might introduce further unpredictable variables that could jeopardize his plan. Child, you are alive. It is truly wonderful. So wonderful. Fugaku's voice trembled as he spoke, his body quaking with emotion. The head of the Uchiha clan, who was supposed to maintain composure and authority, was now weeping in front of Naruto, a child of tender years. Despite being held tightly, the expression on Fugaku's face displayed a depth of concern, as if he feared Naruto might disappear at any moment. Warm tears dripped onto Naruto's head, mingling with the sorrowful cries that Fugaku struggled to suppress. You must have endured much suffering over these 3 years, little one. Why could I not have discovered sooner that the child of Minato and Kushina was still alive? It is truly wonderful that you are here. Just as Sasuke unconditionally trusted Naruto, so too did Fugaku harbor a profound bond with Minato that outsiders could scarcely comprehend. Had it not been for the sudden calamity 3 years prior, the two might have collaborated in secret, realizing the peaceful world envisioned by the first Hokage long ago. As the host of the Nine Tails, Naruto had experienced relentless scorn and mockery over the past 3 years, allowing him to easily discern between insincerity and genuine emotion. The regret and joy embedded in Fugaku's words dispelled any lingering worries within Naruto, confirming that this man, burdened with the fate of his clan, was not the cold-hearted figure portrayed in the original narrative. He recognized that his previous fears had been unfounded, a case of projecting his own insecurities onto someone noble. From this moment, Naruto recognized that he had underestimated the profound and precious bond forged through the trials of war between the previous generation. It was no wonder that Danzo would rather see the Uchiha clan's downfall than risk their resurgence. Naruto began to understand why he, despite being reviled by the entire village, had managed to survive unscathed, reaching 12 years of age without succumbing to despair or chaos. After a moment of silence, Naruto abandoned the notion of continuing their conversation, instead opening his chubby little arms to embrace Fugaku, who was sobbing like a child. He nestled his head against Fugaku's chest, occasionally rubbing against him for silent comfort, patiently waiting for Fugaku to release the pent-up emotions of 3 years and Appo's worth of grief. No matter how much he feigned optimism and ignored the world around him, the relentless discrimination and derision he faced over the past 3 years had accumulated within Naruto, breeding despair. He was not truly heartless. Rather, he understood the suffocating pressure he bore as a vessel of the Nine Tails all too well. As a time traveler aware of Naruto Uzumaki's destiny, he endured through sheer will, aspiring for a brighter future after his 12th year. At this moment, Fugaku's genuine concern and remorse served as a powerful tonic, granting Naruto the courage to persevere. For the first time in 3 years, someone cared deeply about his existence. This was the most precious legacy left to him by Minato. Thank you, Father. With the conspiracy foiled, the roles of hunter and prey had reversed. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, renowned for their formidable strength, Fugaku found himself powerless to save his dear friend, a burden of regret that had festered within him for 3 long years. Naruto's existence, as the last remaining blood relative of Minato and Kushina, provided Fugaku with immense solace and the possibility of healing his long-felt void. The realization that his beloved friend's orphan child still lived transformed Fugaku's feelings of guilt into a near-obsessive affection for Naruto. The unconditional trust that had once existed between Fugaku and Minato was now seamlessly transferred to Naruto, solidifying their bond in the face of adversity. Sigh. Haha. It has been many years since I last shed tears. I am quite unaccustomed to it. To appear so foolish in front of a child, how embarrassing. I must have made you laugh, little one. However, after crying, my heart feels significantly lighter and more at ease. A man seldom weeps unless truly sorrowful. Once the pent-up negative emotions are released through tears, Fujitake and Amp, Appo's mood begins to ease. He pauses for a moment, then gently brushes the soft golden hair of the quiet child in his arms. His gaze softening as he observes the cherubic face that bears a resemblance to his dear friend. Since Lord Jiraiya has so openly revealed your origins, he must have his reasons. You did not come merely for a meal of hot pot, did you, little one? Speak up. What is it you seek from your uncle? Tell me, I shall move heaven and earth to assist you, as long as it is within my power. Thank you, Uncle Fujitake. I indeed have something to ask of you, and only you can help me. With each word he spoke, Fujitake's sincerity and care resonated deeply with Naruto, allowing him to relax as he began to reshape his original roundabout approach, eliminating unnecessary probing from his words. He spoke candidly. You must be curious as to why, as the son of the 4th Hokage, my existence remained unknown for 3 years, despite me being alive, correct? Indeed. Had you not mentioned it today, I doubt you would have ever known. Kushina. Ah, your mother, when she was pregnant. Your father was as giddy as a child, especially in those first 2 or 3 months after confirming the pregnancy. His incessant boasting made my ears nearly bleed. Upon confirming Naruto and Appo's heritage, Fujitake, who shared a close friendship with the 4th Hokage, unconditionally trusted the little one in his arms. As Naruto and Appo's question aligned with Fujitake and Appo's current concerns, he nodded thoughtfully. Thanks to your father's relentless chatter, I learned your exact date of birth. I even believed, due to the chaos of the Ninetales rampage on that day, that you had perished along with your parents. Indeed, if not for my parents sacrificing their lives to protect me, I would have certainly died that day. The abrupt end of Naruto's words made it clear to Fujitake what he had wanted to say. Unfazed, Naruto adjusted his position to rest more comfortably in Fujitake's embrace and continued, but that is not the crux of the matter. The important point is that if it weren't for certain malicious individuals interfering, not only would my parents not have been forced to sacrifice themselves 3 years ago to reseal the Nine Tails, but you would have surely known of my existence when the 3rd Hokage resumed his post 3 years ago. And now, it seems that these unscrupulous individuals have set their sights on your Uchiha clan. Unscrupulous individuals? Eyeing the Uchiha clan? The seemingly casual words spoken by the child instantly alert Fujitake to the gravity of the situation. Furrowing his brow, he lifted Naruto and strode towards his study, locking the door to shield their conversation from prying eyes. Once inside the hidden, silent chamber, he ensured that no one else could hear before he spoke. Now, here we can speak freely. What did you mean by those words? Who is this individual? 3 years ago, during the calamity caused by the Ninetales rampage, a certain individual had stood by, untouched and unscathed, becoming the greatest beneficiary of the disaster. With this backing, he had prevented the 3rd Hokage from announcing my existence to everyone, further manipulating and altering Hokage decisions to worsen the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage faction. This individual's name is. You have long suspected, haven't you? You merely seek to confirm your suspicions with me, don't you? After Naruto mentioned that the Uchiha clan was being targeted, he fell silent, not uttering another word until they were safely ensconced in the hidden chamber. With the nine tails inside him confirming that no one else was present, he felt at ease. He glanced at Fujitake, who was slowly clenching his fist. And with a hint of disdain, he articulated the name of the instigator with deliberate clarity, one of the three advisors of the Elder Council. The leader of the root organization, Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo. Fujitake mused, recalling how it had perplexed him that the usually gentle and amiable third Hokage had grown increasingly radical and tyrannical over the past 3 years, undoing the harmonious atmosphere he and Minato had worked hard to cultivate. Observing the child's composed demeanor, Fujitake attributed it to Jiraiya's training, believing Naruto had been prepared to relay messages for him. However, upon receiving confirmation, a cold, chilling intent flickered in Fujitake's eyes. So it is this old dog plotting behind the scenes to ensure no one among the younger generation could influence his ascension to Hokage. He has used the Elder Council's authority to force the third Hokage to alter my surname and conceal the fact that I am still alive. Furthermore, to undermine the third Hokage's power and seize the secrets of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, he has schemed dangerously, risking another civil war, waiting for me to reach my breaking point to use the pretense of quelling a rebellion to strike at me. Fujitake's trust in Naruto spared him the need for countless examples to convince him, and he directly conveyed Danzo's ambitions while clarifying the purpose of Naruto's visit. In the struggle between the clam and the heron, the fisherman prophets. My purpose in visiting you, Uncle Fujitake, is to ensure you understand the truth of this matter, to prevent falling victim to the schemes of such a villain. Rest assured, little one, with your words, I shall not allow that old wretch to succeed in his schemes. When Fujitake and Minato decided to work clandestinely to improve the Uchiha clan's precarious situation, Minato had warned Fujitake multiple times to be wary of Danzo. Given his understanding of the third Hokage's style, Fujitake was baffled by the sudden curtailment of abnormal actions directed at the Uchiha clan. His trust in his friend led him to believe that the third Hokage still held faith in the Uchiha. Throughout these 3 years, he had endeavored to quell the growing dissatisfaction and unrest within the clan. Now, receiving confirmation from Naruto, he felt relieved for not heeding the Elders' Council to initiate a rebellion while simultaneously harboring a cold fury towards Danzo, who was always scheming. I shall personally discuss this with the third Hokage. Tonight, I will take Danzo's head to ensure that this fool can no longer meddle, in honor of your parents' spirits. The misunderstanding that Uncle had regarding the village could be resolved, which would serve as a significant blow to Danzo. However, now is not the opportune moment to eliminate Danzo, for he remained one of the 3 primary advisors of the Elder Council. If we were to act recklessly before securing solid evidence of Danzo's ambitious and treacherous schemes, we might find ourselves at the mercy of that shameless old man, who could claim that Uncle had overstepped his bounds. The misunderstanding and ostracism from others in the village would not be easily clarified, and ultimately, we would bear the consequences. In this discourse, Naruto subtly replaced the term Uchiha clan with we, thereby drawing us closer together, and with narrowed eyes, he continued with confidence, stating that for the time being, we must spare Danzo's life. You have a point. Naruto's words acted as a cooling balm to Fugaku's simmering anger. As he pondered, Fugaku unconsciously began to view Naruto, who was merely the size of his own son, as an equal interlocutor, eagerly inquiring, what shall we do? We cannot simply stand by and watch while this man wreaks havoc behind our backs, can we? Those who tread by the riverbank will inevitably get their feet wet. No matter how cunning a fox may be, it will eventually reveal its tail, especially now that we are aware of this old man's ambitions. Upon hearing Fugaku's query, Naruto responded without hesitation, his lips curling into a smile reminiscent of a hunter who had cornered his prey. Uncle, you simply need to conspire with the third Hokage and feign an unbearable situation to instigate a rebellion. As long as we present the bait that Danzo covets, we should have no trouble ensnaring him. At that moment, it would be our finest opportunity to silence that old fool once and for all. On December 14th, 51 years of the Leaf Village era, buoyed by the unbreakable bonds forged through the trials of war endured by their forebears, Naruto effortlessly earned Fugaku Uchiha's trust. He successfully dissipated the misunderstandings and resentments that had been escalating for 3 years between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage faction, which had yet to reach a deadly confrontation. From this pivotal moment, the fate of the Uchiha clan began to undergo a profound transformation, and the established destiny of the Naruto world started to shift subtly due to Naruto's continuous interventions. A breakthrough? A deadlock? Danzo's insidious schemes? In Fugaku's study, bolstered by the bonds of trust established by their predecessors, Naruto not only gained Fugaku's confidence unexpectedly, but also engaged in a dialogue marked by an aura of equality. As they collaboratively refined their plan to thwart Danzo's ambitions, Fugaku's inquiries and concern prompted Naruto to conceal his two trump cards, his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique and the complete trust of Kurama. Instead, he attributed his rapid progress and knowledge of his own lineage to the unsuspecting Jiraiya. Over the course of 3 years, Naruto recounted every detail of his experiences, including his conversations with the third Hokage, without reservation. Naruto's intentions were twofold: to deepen Fugaku's trust and sympathy through the recounting of his lonely and helpless childhood, and to vividly illustrate the glaring discrepancies in treatment that arose after Danzo's interference, subtly warning Fugaku of Danzo's nature. The very man who professed to be the roots supporting the great tree of Konoha was willing to stoop to any depths for his own selfish desires. Naruto's parents sacrificed themselves to protect the village, and even as a newborn, he was forced to become the vessel for the Nine Tails. The Namake's family could stand tall, proudly proclaiming their selfless contributions to the Leaf Village. Yet, despite being the son of heroes, Naruto was not treated as such. Instead, under the relentless machinations of that old troublemaker Danzo, he was branded a monstrous fox, despised by the villagers. Blindly following rumors, they failed to consider that Naruto was merely a young child, continuously hurling curses at him as if he were a thorn in their sides. Consequently, bearing the weight of their collective hatred, Naruto lived alone in a filthy, dilapidated home, never experiencing the warmth and belonging of a family, let alone the joys of childhood friendship. This burden, far too heavy for even an adult to bear, was largely attributable to Danzo. Fugaku, having encountered Danzo on several occasions, wholeheartedly agreed with Naruto's assessment, recognizing that the loathsome old man was nothing more than a blustering bully who avoided action. As Fugaku grew to trust Naruto more, he found himself captivated by the boy and Appo's calm and confident demeanor, reminiscent of his late friend, and began to set aside his elder and Appo's authority to listen attentively. It soon dawned on him what Naruto was attempting to convey. If Danzo could so ruthlessly strike against the son of heroes while the Namake's couple's bodies were still warm, how much more would he target the Uchiha clan, who were already viewed with suspicion by many in the village? If not for their status as founding families of Konoha, it was likely that this ambitious Danzo would have already concocted an excuse to eliminate them. As the night deepened, the secret meeting between Naruto and Fugaku was only just commencing. Since their initial, perfectly executed meeting, Naruto had refrained from approaching the Uchiha territory to avoid arousing Danzo's suspicions. Instead, he continued his training with Sasuke in a remote training ground, far from prying eyes. Necessary exchanges of information with Fugaku were relayed through an unsuspecting fan, utilizing sealed scrolls for communication. This arrangement allowed Naruto to return to a monotonous, yet fulfilling routine of dedicated training. Time slipped by quietly as Naruto and Sasuke persisted in their rigorous training. With the biting cold winds gradually receding, winter transitioned into spring, melting the ice and snow, and restoring life to the earth. Meanwhile, tensions within Konoha escalated, fueled by the secretive machinations of the third Hokage and Danzo. Even the typically reserved Uchiha clan found themselves embroiled in disputes with the Hyuga clan over the title of the strongest eye technique family. A trivial matter in the eyes of the villagers, yet it served to mask the brewing storm against Danzo. Danzo was no fool. Initially, he may have relished the discord between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, which kept the third Hokage preoccupied. However, as the frequency and intensity of their conflicts increased without any significant damage to either clan, he began to sense a shift in the air. The bonds forged by previous generations have aided Naruto in effortlessly dispelling the Uchiha clan's animosity towards the village. The fateful encounters that destiny has orchestrated led to Naruto, misperceived as a faction of the Hokage due to his status as a Jinchuriki, inadvertently assisting the third Hokage in soothing the Hyuga clan's growing dissatisfaction, which had accumulated from the forced sacrifice of their branch family head. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans, despite the intricate plots of Dan's, he could never envision that the two most formidable clans in Konoha would gradually set aside their hostilities and prejudices to forge a cooperative alliance, all instigated by a mere 3-year-old child. Through meticulous scheming and covert actions, Naruto managed to ensnare Dan's in a precarious situation, leaving him to ruminate like a headless fly. utterly oblivious to the downfall he had orchestrated. However, ignorance of these unfolding truths does not imply that Dans would let Naruto off the hook. On the contrary, as the youthful Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto has always been viewed by Dans as a highly malleable weapon of mass destruction, a hidden card to be employed against the third Hokage to solidify his own standing. Dans perceives Naruto's upbringing in an environment rife with disdain from the villagers as a breeding ground for deep-seated desires for acknowledgement and compassion. By donning a facade of warmth and benevolence in Naruto's presence, he aims to provide everything the child needs, revealing to him his lineage while shifting the blame for the villagers' scorn onto the third Hokage. After all, publicly, everyone believes that the third Hokage has strictly forbidden any mention of Naruto's identity as the Jinchuriki. Would not a Na'vi 3-year-old be compelled to serve with gratitude? At that point, Dans intends to tailor a rigorous training regimen to strip Naruto of his self-awareness, molding him into a mindless killing machine that follows orders, and gradually teaching him to harness the power of the Nine Tails within him, even if it only amounts to achieving the initial stages of transformation, such as Soulless Weapon. Combined with Naruto and Appo's uniquely troublesome background, would pose a significant threat to the third Hokage, whom Dans regards as weak and ineffectual. Dans had refrained from interfering in Naruto's growth not only due to the constraints imposed by his agreement with the third Hokage, but also because Naruto was still in the early stages of facing the darker aspects of humanity. He feared that Naruto's insufficient despair might hinder the brainwashing process, leading to premature discovery by the third Hokage, resulting in a costly failure. Additionally, Naruto's youth rendered any potential manifestation of the Nine Tails' power fleeting, risking his very life. Although Dans relished the prospect of a second rampage by the Nine Tails causing further damage to the third Hokage's influence, the current state of Konoha could not endure such turmoil. If weakened, they might be vulnerable to attacks from other ninja villages. Unless Dans aspired to reign as a solitary figure, his ambitions of becoming Hokage would remain unattainable. Thus, targeting Naruto once more was a desperate gamble for Dans, a calculated risk among his two main strategies. After all, he deemed a controllable child far more reliable than his elusive ally, Uchiha Madara. Yet, just as Dans could not foresee the Uchiha and Hyuga clans setting aside their long-held grievances under Naruto's influence, he could not anticipate that his efforts to ingratiate himself to Naruto would not only be futile, but could also lead to his own undoing. The success of his plan hinged upon Naruto remaining oblivious to his lineage, fostering a deep-seated hatred for the village of Konoha. However, Naruto is acutely aware of the greatness of his parents, understanding that they loved him dearly and sacrificed their lives for him. How could he possibly be swayed by Danz's insidious machinations? As for Naruto's disdain for the village, it has been overshadowed by an unwavering resolve to alter the fate of his comrades, coupled with the deepening bonds he has cultivated through the sincere care of his friends. The impact of these connections on Naruto's mindset is negligible. Therefore, Danz's move on this seemingly competitive chessboard against the third Hokage, which he presumed would secure his victory, had already fallen into the meticulously laid trap of the true strategist, Naruto Uzumaki. The rhythm of the game shifted entirely into Naruto and Appo's hands, heralding Danz's self-imposed descent into an inescapable defeat. The contest between Naruto and Dans, the young fox and the cunning old fox, unfolds. As the year draws to a close, the bustling commercial streets of Konoha are imbued with the jubilant atmosphere of the new year. Amidst the throngs of people, Naruto and Sasuke, clad in warm new attire, stroll leisurely while observing the transformations around them. As time passes, both Naruto and Sasuke experience steady growth and strength. Under the watchful eye of Fugaku, they enjoy ample rations, with Mikoto personally preparing delicious, well-portioned meals. Consequently, the two youngsters need not fret over nutrition as they devote themselves wholeheartedly to their training, their heights increasing noticeably. Remarkably, beneath their seemingly unremarkable winter attire, both boys are equipped with medium-sized weights typically reserved for adult ninjas, their youthful physiques already displaying the contours of burgeoning musculature. Anyone foolish enough to judge their prowess by their appearances would soon find themselves at a disadvantage. Perhaps the name of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, has become too entrenched in the public consciousness. As the crowd nears, upon noticing Naruto's presence, they instinctively part ways, creating a path for the two boys to pass through, much like a miraculous reenactment of Moses parting the sea. "Hey Naruto, I've completely mastered the Dragon Fire technique and the Phoenix Fire technique. When are you going to teach me new jutsu? Sasuke, who had long grown accustomed to the spectacle, relishes the convenience of being near Naruto while eagerly edging closer, hesitating briefly before lowering his voice to plead, especially for that technique called the Rasengan. It doesn't require hand seals and has great power. You're truly amazing, Naruto. Please, can you teach me the Rasengan? Oh, you've mastered the Dragon Fire technique and the Phoenix Fire technique? Don't you dare boast without basis. Remember, this afternoon your brother is coming to evaluate your training progress. If you get too cocky and fail to meet the standards, you'll be in for another scolding. Faced with the pitifully soft and charming demeanor of the little fan, even Naruto, who had been tempered by trials, nearly acquiesced. After taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he crossed his arms behind his head, pouted slightly, and teased lightly. I've already told you. You're not suited to learn the Rasengan. Your chakra affinities lie in fire and lightning, while my Rasengan requires an affinity for wind to master effectively. It's better to focus on what you can achieve rather than waste time on something ill-suited for you. You should first complete the training objectives assigned to you before thinking about my Rasengan. TCH, you say that. But I can also execute the Great Breakthrough and combine it with the Great Fireball technique despite encountering significant challenges in mastering wind release. Great Breakthrough compared to his experiences with lightning and fire techniques. Sasuke still couldn't help but feel a bit discontented and pouted slightly. After muttering to himself, he gathered his confidence, puffed out his chest, and declared, "Don't worry, Naruto. I won't be outdone by a genius of the Uchiha clan. The Dragon Fire technique and the Phoenix Fire technique are merely 2 C-rank jutsu. I've mastered them by now, and I'm not afraid even if my brother comes to check on me. Is that so? Well, your confidence suggests you've been diligently training," Naruto replied, unable to resist the affection swelling in his heart as he noticed Sasuke's intense gaze. He gently ruffled the spiky hair of the little fan while selectively ignoring Sasuke's complaints, his tone softening as he playfully pinched the tip of Sasuke's nose, adding, "Otherwise, if Itachi-san is displeased, you might not get any tomatoes this week. Of course, if I don't put in the effort, I won't learn the Rasengan any sooner." As Sasuke instinctively squinted and rubbed the chubby little hand covering his head, he completely disregarded the fact that Naruto was of similar age. After a moment, he suddenly perked up, no longer engaging in playful banter, and hastened his pace. Cutting back on tomatoes? I'm not afraid of that. Hurry up, Naruto. It's already late, and if we don't move faster, we'll waste precious training time. Alright, huh? Hey, slow down, Sasuke. Be careful not to fall. Seeing the little fan suddenly in a hurry, Naruto couldn't help but guess the reason behind it, struggling to suppress a laugh as he pretended to be clueless, calling out to Sasuke's retreating figure until he disappeared into the crowd, at which point he sighed in relief. Phew. Luckily this kid is young and easy to coax. Should I introduce him to Kakashi-sensei sooner? It's not right for him to keep pestering me about the Rasengan. The lengthy and patient advice given to dissuade the little fan from pursuing the Rasengan was not due to Naruto's reluctance to teach. Firstly, as he mentioned, the wind-based Rasengan was indeed unsuitable for Sasuke, whose chakra affinities favored lightning and fire. Secondly, drawing from his past experiences, Naruto was well aware that among ninjutsu without hand seals, only his father's proud pupil, Kakashi Hitachi's lightning release, Chidori, was the most fitting choice for Sasuke. Rather than prematurely teaching the Rasengan, it would be wise to firmly refuse and create a detailed plan to help Sasuke enhance his physical resilience, enabling him to grasp Chidori more effectively when the time came. Moreover, through their time spent together, Naruto recognized that the little fan truly embodied the genius attributed to the Uchiha clan, if not for the shadow clone technique secretly accelerating his training. Sasuke's innate talent and insight clearly surpassed that of others. However, Naruto also understood that excessive praise could lead to arrogance and complacency, impeding Sasuke's growth. This was not mere speculation on Naruto's part. The most straightforward evidence lay in the original story, where even at 12, Sasuke had only managed to display a modicum of prowess among his peers. His abilities were overshadowed by the talent of Neji Hyuga, and he was easily defeated by the hard-working Lee, while Naruto, whom he had always underestimated, rapidly closed the gap in strength. After Naruto mastered the Rasengan, it became evident that he was on the verge of surpassing Sasuke. It could be said that the original Sasuke resembled Fang Zhongyong from the tales of Naruto's past life, squandering his remarkable innate talent during those 12 years. Had he not defected to seek Orochimaru's training, he might have gradually settled into mediocrity, resembling a frivolous playboy in the world of Tsukuyami, achieving nothing. Curious and regretful about the heights Sasuke could reach through diligent practice, Naruto was determined not to allow Sasuke to engage in any unnecessary or futile training. Good morning. Naruto, how did you sleep last night? Just as Naruto was contemplating the pros and cons of introducing Sasuke to Chidori, a warm and gentle voice interrupted his thoughts, pulling him back to reality. Grandpa Danzo, good morning. Through recent encounters, Naruto had become adept at recognizing the kind old man's voice. And despite the shivers running down his spine, he forced a cheerful smile, suppressing his nausea as he replied, "Thanks to Grandpa Danzo, I slept very well last night. Is that so?" That's wonderful. Observing Naruto's smiling face, which appeared as innocent and cheerful as ever, Danzo's heart swelled with delight. Adopting a benevolent grandfatherly demeanor, he affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair, his usual cold tone replaced with tender praise. "Oh, you're wearing new clothes today. You look quite dashing, little one. The most handsome child I've ever seen." As the peculiar duo engaged in light-hearted conversation, the villagers, who had initially harbored discontent at Naruto's presence in the marketplace, hastily quickened their pace to leave, granting the pair ample space to converse without concern for interruption. With the changing seasons, the transformation within the Hidden Leaf village extended beyond just Naruto and Sasuke. The villagers' disdain for the reincarnation of the nine-tailed fox was gradually diminishing. It wasn't that Naruto had accomplished some remarkable feat that changed their minds. Rather, they were intimidated by the kind elder who often appeared by Naruto's side, feigning friendliness to win over the villagers and subtly manipulate them to accept Naruto as his protege. The cunning Danzo, by leveraging his status as one of the 3 advisors of the Elder Council, intended to instill a sense of loyalty in Naruto, leading to a rapid shift in the villagers' attitudes from overt disdain to insincere flattery, allowing Naruto to truly experience the fickleness of public opinion. Good afternoon, Venerable Third Hokage. The secret between 2 individuals, indeed, quite intriguing. Under no one's guidance, you have not only mastered the shadow clone technique with remarkable finesse, but have also adeptly instructed that child from the Uchiha clan in his training. Naruto, you continually surprise me, my dear grandson. Observing Naruto, who has finally set aside his guard to reveal himself, the third Hokage gently stroked his beard while smiling and softly expressing his admiration. Speaking of which, you actually recognize me, my child? Haha, of course. I see your statue carved into Hokage rock every single day. How could I possibly fail to recognize you? Upon hearing this, Naruto, with a hint of pride, playfully scratched his nose with his finger and, with hands on his hips and a straight posture, squinted his eyes in a cheeky manner as he responded. Well, it's not too bad. Although I have been diligently training, I still cannot hide anything from you, Third Hokage. Hee, just as everyone else said. You are indeed the strongest ninja in the village. Haha, you may be young, but your words are quite flattering. The third Hokage, puffing on his pipe, couldn't help but smile even more at Naruto's words. With a hand free, he affectionately ruffled the boy's hair, suddenly curious about something. Wait, did you just say? Long time no see. However, nestled in Naruto's embrace, the smile on his face remained unwavering and unchanging, exuding an innocent and naive demeanor that even the astute Danzo could not detect any flaws in after scrutinizing him for an extended period. He could only assume that such words came from a child's unfiltered honesty, responding with a somewhat awkward yet approving acknowledgement. After a brief pause, he felt that the bond cultivated between him and Naruto had progressed sufficiently. Following several tests, Naruto's performance had proven to be satisfactory, leading Danzo to shed much of his initial doubts and defenses towards this ignorant child. Coupled with the relentless pressure from the third Hokage, Danzo found himself with little leisure time. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to formally execute his plan, casually suggesting with a smile, "Oh, I just remembered. This new year, you spent it alone at home, didn't you? It must be quite lonely. How about you come to my place and celebrate with your grandfather? I assure you, I will entertain you well. Grandpa Danzo is saying that this new year, I can come to his house to celebrate with you." The moment Naruto heard these words, he realized that the suspicious old man had finally lost his patience and could no longer resist taking the bait. Tears silently welled up in his heart as he reflected on the struggles of his endurance, yet his expression remained composed. his features contorting in a manner that conveyed disbelief and timid joy befitting his age and experience, all to avoid revealing any slip-up at this critical juncture. As he hesitantly inquired while cautiously observing the old fox before him, he noticed the furrow in Danzo's brow gradually easing, further confirming that his actions were not in vain. Just as Naruto feared, the inherently suspicious Danzo, even when beginning to trust someone, always kept a few backup plans in mind. The principle that one can only truly trust oneself was Danzo's unwavering creed, and to call it his ninja way would not be an exaggeration. This little habit, unknown to anyone, was one of the key reasons he had managed to survive amidst countless enemies. Throughout his interactions with Naruto, Danzo had never once mentioned the term root. The invitation he had just extended merely suggested that Naruto come to his home to celebrate the new year. Should Naruto, upon recognizing this invitation as a sign of Danzo lowering his guard, respond without hesitation or even subconsciously inquire about the location of Danzo's home, the base of root, this cunning strategist would immediately sense Naruto's awareness of his true identity or intentions and would rebuild his defenses. Even if, upon realizing his mistake, Naruto attempted to feign innocence, he would likely never have the opportunity to earn even a shred of trust from the old fox again. Strange, am I truly overthinking this? This little one seems nothing more than a child. Observing Naruto's unremarkable demeanor, Danzo internally muttered to himself, temporarily concluding that aside from being the son of a hero and the host of the Nine Tails, Naruto was merely an ordinary, innocent child, unaware of his own lineage. After a moment of thought, he decided to refrain from further testing for the time being, lest he inadvertently provoke the very demon he sought to befriend into rejecting his invitation, or worse, allow a member of the Uchiha clan to exploit the situation and sway Naruto towards the third Hokage's camp, turning his carefully laid plans into a foolish endeavor. Of course it's true, little one. Taking a deep breath to suppress the ominous premonition swirling in his mind, Danzo smiled as he gently ruffled Naruto's golden hair, maintaining a soft tone as he replied, "How could a grandfather bear to let such a well-behaved and adorable child like you spend the important and lively New Year all alone at home? Bear to? Huh, Danzo. You old fool, your words are sweeter than honey. You, the very one who has subjected me to humiliation and scorn over these past 3 years, now speaks so nonchalantly. If only I could witness your hypocritical smile, I would surely regurgitate the ramen I had for breakfast. Truly, the audacity of some individuals knows no bounds." Really? That's wonderful. Struggling to suppress the urge to unleash a barrage of Raisingans upon Danzo's smug face, Naruto could no longer contain his desire to voice his frustrations, all the while feigning a state of overwhelming joy. With a jubilant cry, he leaped into Danzo's embrace, nuzzling and playfully whining. "I knew Grandpa Danzo loves Naruto the most. You're the best, Grandpa Danzo. Whoa. Ha ha ha. You little whirlwind. Be careful, don't fall." From the perspective of an onlooker, the interaction between Naruto and Danzo resembled that of a deeply bonded grandfather and grandson. This facade made the villagers, aware of Danzo's true identity, hesitate to openly criticize Naruto, while none could fathom the psychological chess match concealed within this seemingly mundane conversation. At the third field survival training ground, after departing from the commercial district, Naruto cleverly utilized his prior mention of spending time with Sasuke as an excuse to extricate himself from Danzo and Appo's embrace. The moment he stepped back into the training ground, having endured the dual torment of Danzo's insincere affection, he felt a liberating sense of rebirth wash over him. "Come celebrate with Grandpa. He promises to entertain you well." In simpler terms, it was a ploy to outmaneuver the third Hokage, intending to manipulate the young Jinchuriki to harness the power of the Nine Tails. It was frustrating to deal with such a shameless old fox, dragging out a straightforward statement for days on end. As the shadow clone responsible for diverting root members dispelled, the memories and sensations experienced by the clone returned to him, realizing that he had successfully created an illusion of being in a completely opposite training ground. He exhaled in relief. However, the features on his youthful face contorted once more, reflecting a sense of despair as his hands drooped helplessly by his sides, swaying as he trudged forward. "Speaking of which, my spirit has truly become tainted and filthy. Grandpa Danzo, I adore you so much. To eliminate this old fox, my skills in selling my soul have become increasingly refined." Ha 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 ha. Ugh, it's so frustrating. Ugh. Blah. In a sense, Naruto felt fortunate that Danzo had not held back in extending an olive branch today. After all, if this charade had continued for even a day or two longer, he might have succumbed to madness before Danzo ever loosened his guard and trusted him. Damn it. Next time I must ensure that old bastard does not embrace me. Alas, my beautiful new outfit crafted by Aunt Mikoto is now rendered unwearable after such an embrace. Ugh, this odor is simply revolting. Oh, my poor new clothes. Just as Naruto lamented while occasionally stifling dry heaves, tears streaming down his face as he swayed to catch up with Sasuke, he forgot a crucial fact. Indeed, he had earned Danzo's trust and received an invitation, but the timeline Danzo spoke of was set for the upcoming spring festival, meaning, per Naruto, you have celebrated too soon. Your day of trials is far from over. The genius Sasuke's efforts, Naruto's acknowledgement. As the spring festival approached, the third survival training ground gradually transformed into a vibrant green, adorned with remnants of glistening white snow, becoming a stunning and unique landscape. Yet, these rare spring vistas did not evoke even a modicum of interest from Sasuke, who stood with his arms crossed, his eyes shut, soft lashes fluttering slightly. Having shed his heavy winter coat, his muscles, now taut and visible, coiled as he bent slightly, resembling a poised cheetah ready to pounce. 5 targets lay before him, positioned at southeast 120 degrees, northwest 310 degrees, and directly south 180 degrees. If memory served correctly, there was still one concealed behind the trees, out of direct attack range. As he swiftly calculated the target locations and the appropriate methods of attack, Sasuke murmured to himself while his chubby little hands delved into his new ninja tool pouch, retrieving 6 gleaming steel shurikens. He deftly divided them into 2 sets, skillfully holding them between his fingers, continuously adjusting the pressure on his joints to ensure the shurikens were positioned at the most suitable angles. As for that final target, though my brother and Naruto believe it may be too early for me, I have trained diligently for many days, so it stands to reason that I should be able to attempt it once more. Yes, I shall give it a try. After all, Naruto is not present, and should I fail, I need not fear his mockery. Resolute, the small fan-like eyes that had remained shut slowly opened, their deep, jewel-like pupils now devoid of childish mischief, replaced by a fleeting glimmer of confidence. Almost instantaneously, the pent-up energy surged forth as he vanished from sight, leaping into the air, soaring to a height of several meters. I can jump higher than before, which means I will have more time in the air. With a sense of pride swelling within him, Sasuke swiftly scanned the area, adhering to his prior calculations to ascertain the target's location. Although he was curious about how high he could jump without the burden of weight, he decided to first see if he could succeed in one attempt. The long-term training had ingrained the techniques into his muscles, transforming them into instinct. Before his mind fully processed the information relayed by his eyes, Sasuke's body twisted, rapidly rotating in midair to amplify the speed of his shuriken's release while adjusting the angles. Bang, 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 bang. Under the mastery he had honed through relentless practice, Sasuke's shurikens transformed into graceful arcs, striking with precision upon the wooden targets he had previously set up within the surrounding bushes, producing rhythmic, crisp sounds, all finding their mark in the bullseye. However, this impressive feat brought not a hint of joy or relaxation to Sasuke's expression. His extensive experience had taught him that, compared to the 5th target, which was obscured and could not be directly attacked, hitting the first 4 was merely a warm-up exercise, though his movements had become considerably smoother and quicker since his initial attempts. It did not change the fact that he was merely leveraging the momentum from his jump rather than achieving true flight. In reality, the performance he had just displayed, among his peers and even lower-ranked ninjas, would be regarded as exceptional, having completed the entire sequence in less than a fleeting second. Nevertheless, the 4th shuriken had expended the last remnants of his upward force and began its descent, compounded by the weight he had yet to shed, further diminishing his time in the air and leaving him in a precarious situation to adjust the angle for the remaining shurikens. Breathe. Relax, Sasuke. If Naruto can do it, so can you. As the ground rapidly approached, Sasuke silently encouraged himself, gently caressing the last 2 shurikens in his hand. Next up, the final target. Suppressing his anxious emotions, he focused intently, preparing to launch an attack at the optimal moment before landing. The shuriken in his left hand was the first to be released. However, despite its swiftness, it veered off course at a 45-degree angle, straying far from the 5th target. Now, At the moment the fifth shuriken was released, rather than throwing the last one in a panic or attempting to prolong his time in the air, Sasuke pivoted, bending his legs to push off against the sturdy tree trunk behind him, utilizing the force to accelerate his descent. He performed a forward roll to mitigate the impact of his rapid fall, while simultaneously raising his hand, concentrating all his energy into his right wrist, and launched the sixth shuriken towards the anticipated trajectory of the fifth. Though the sixth shuriken was thrown a fraction of a second later, Sasuke had intentionally moderated his strength during the fifth throw, allowing the fully powered sixth shuriken to reach its target first, colliding with the fifth shuriken. Clang! A spark ignited from the high-speed friction as the sixth shuriken veered off course with a sharp buzzing sound, while the fifth shuriken, redirected by the impact, successfully bypassed the towering tree and sped towards the only spot on the tree's backside marked with two scratch-like scars, the fifth target. Bang! Yes, I did it. Of course I succeeded. I am a prodigy from the Uchiha clan, just like my brother in Naruto, a genius of the Hidden Leaf Village, Uchiha Sasuke. Haha. Upon seeing the shuriken successfully complete its intended course, Sasuke momentarily froze in disbelief, only to be jolted back to reality by the familiar sound of metal embedding into wood. Overcome with excitement, he leapt high, cheering loudly, and then, humming a little tune, swaggered towards the wooden target labeled as number 5, eager to admire his handiwork. Humph. This was not difficult at all. How could a genius of the Uchiha clan be stumped by such trivial shuriken techniques? His triumphant musings abruptly ceased as he finally beheld the scene behind the tree trunk. Indeed, it is true that Sasuke successfully altered the trajectory of the fifth shuriken intended for the target by colliding it with two other shurikens. However, he overlooked a seemingly insignificant yet critical detail that led to his failure. Alongside the passage of time, not only did Sasuke grow, but so did the lush forest that had begun to flourish since the onset of spring. Sasuke commenced his training in shuriken techniques and set up 5 wooden targets after Naruto visited his home last year and agreed to continue guiding him, which was just over a month ago. During this period, Sasuke had focused solely on training with the 4th target, thus failing to notice that the large tree accommodating the 5th target had quietly grown in height. This seemingly trivial error, while not altering the fact that Sasuke hit the 5th target, was sufficient to cause the shuriken's landing point to deviate slightly downward, robbing Sasuke of the satisfaction of hitting the bullseye on his first attempt based on his prior impressions. This is impossible. The dramatic twist of fate rendered the smile on the fan's face rigid and gradually faded. After a moment of daze, he swiftly formed hand seals, childishly preparing to vent his frustration on the tree that marred his good mood with a fire technique. Damn it, fire style. Great fire. What are you mumbling about over there, Sasuke? It's nothing. Haha, really. Nothing at all. Just as Sasuke felt the heat of anger rising in his throat, ready to incinerate the loathed tree, Naruto's teasing words suddenly reached his ears, causing him to fumble his hand seals. With his technique failing and a stammering embarrassment, he quickly turned around, pausing briefly to scratch his head and chuckle nervously as he looked towards Naruto, attempting to divert the topic with an incessant stream of questions to mask his blunder. By the way, you're so slow, Naruto. Why did it take you so long to arrive? I've already completed a round of physical training. Is it just my illusion, or do you seem to be walking slower these days? We set out together, yet you arrived so late. I encountered a few things on the way, which caused a slight delay. The intricacies of political maneuvering with Danzo consumed nearly an entire morning of Naruto's training time. Even when he hurried to meet the visibly distressed fan, who was out of breath and sweating profusely, it was already midday, with the sun high in the sky. Yet, Naruto clearly did not intend to let the cute little fan know the truth or involve him in this murky affair. After glossing over the matter, he turned slightly to avoid the sight of Sasuke, who was trying to conceal something with outstretched arms. Noticing the shuriken half buried in the ground and the other shuriken that failed to hit the bullseye, he could somewhat deduce the reason for the little one's frustration. His admiration for Sasuke's innate talent grew even more. After all, he was truly a child of the Uchiha clan. How enviable and jealousy-inducing his talent is. It is worth noting that when Naruto taught Sasuke shuriken techniques, he did not rigidly disclose the secrets to hitting the 5th target. Instead, he merely demonstrated a throwing method that allowed the shuriken to travel in an arc without mentioning the alternative approach of using additional shuriken to assist in altering its direction. In other words, This frustrated little fan not only devised a solution suitable for himself, but had also put it into action, proving its feasibility. Although Naruto often said that children should not be overly praised, he always sincerely acknowledged that, considering Sasuke's tender age of merely 4 years, his imagination and initiative far exceeded those of most children his age. The accomplishment of this training goal, though perhaps trivial to adults, was a testament to the effort Sasuke had invested, which Naruto had witnessed all along. Even though the result bore a minor flaw, it did not diminish Naruto's intention to commend Sasuke. After all, this was a reward for the little fan who willingly relinquished carefree play with peers to diligently practice alongside Naruto. It seems you still did not heed my advice and attempted it alone. And once again, you failed to achieve perfection, Naruto said, deliberately prolonging his tone. Observing the little fan's anxious expression upon realizing that Naruto had discovered the truth, he pouted and lowered his head. As Naruto gently placed his hand on the little fan's head, ready to comfort him, he quickly shifted his tone, smiling warmly as he praised. However, this outcome is still quite satisfactory. Just pay attention next time to avoid missing any minor details, and I believe you will succeed directly. Huh. So, does that mean? The unexpected compliment left Sasuke incredulous, lifting his little head in astonishment. Upon feeling the gentle hand atop his head, a natural blush crept onto his cheeks, instinctively squinting his eyes in enjoyment while eagerly asking, "You're not mad at me?" "Of course not. I'm delighted that you could come up with such a brilliant idea all on your own, without any help. Why would I be upset?" Witnessing the little fan's expression shift from cloudy to sunny, his big, innocent eyes sparkling with a desire for praise, Naruto's earlier frustration dissipated entirely. He marveled at the little angel before him and enveloped Sasuke in a warm embrace, leaning down slightly to whisper into the blushing ear of the little fan, his smile fading into a serious tone as he earnestly commended, "You did well. No, I should say, you did exceptionally well. Great job, Sasuke. And thank you for your hard work, Sasuke." Woo. Apart from his parents and brother, the person Sasuke admired most was Naruto, who, despite appearing to be of similar age, exuded an aura of mystery. Naruto's rich experience, formidable strength, and unwavering kindness had won Sasuke's unreserved affection. Thus, receiving Naruto's verbal acknowledgement and praise became the driving force that compelled Sasuke to overcome his previous laziness and eccentricity, motivating him to persist in his training without complaint. Now that his efforts bore fruit, the playful and affectionate nature typical of a child could no longer be restrained. Embracing Naruto, he unleashed the pent-up grievances that had accumulated within, transforming them into tears of joy that flowed freely. Indeed, no matter how much you try to be strong, you are still just a child. Intending to tease the little one in his arms, Naruto paused upon feeling the warmth of tears cascading down his neck. Realizing that he had been so focused on Sasuke's future achievements that he had overlooked the fact that he was still an innocent child, Naruto felt a pang of guilt. His gaze softened with tenderness as he tightened his embrace, gently caressing Sasuke's back and leaning his head slightly to nuzzle against the little one's cheek. "It must have been difficult to hold it in until now, right, Sasuke?" "Yes. Cry. Letting it all out will bring you relief." The person in my arms, so different from the original's diligent and obedient demeanor, fills Naruto with an even deeper loathing for Danzo, one of the shadowy figures who later orchestrated the destruction of much of the happiness surrounding the small fan. Abandoning all reservations, Naruto silently resolves that in the impending judgment against Danzo, regardless of the peril, he would seize any opportunity to eliminate the shameless old thief. "Rest assured, Sasuke, with me here, no one can harm you again." With Sasuke sobbing loudly in his embrace, and Naruto comforting him with affection, the two boys shared a somewhat peculiar scene, tightly holding each other for over 10 minutes until Sasuke's cries gradually subsided, replaced by the shivering that increasingly seized his body. Although spring had arrived, the biting cold wind still stung their faces. After the intense training, Sasuke was already drenched in sweat, and after this bout of weeping, he lost moisture rapidly, depleting his body's warmth. Having stripped off his thick winter coat for ease of movement during training, the combined stimuli led to a swift drop in body temperature. Before long, Sasuke transformed from someone who gritted his teeth to endure into a pitiful sight, trembling uncontrollably. "Well, it seems the time has come to pause our training for today. Let's have a bite to eat and rest a bit, Sasuke." In this state, it's not just about continuing training. If we don't start a fire to warm you up, You might end up bedridden with a fever for several days. Given the surprise Sasuke provided today, Naruto decided against rigidly adhering to their training schedule, and, for the first time since arriving in the world of Hokage, he opted to start their lunch break early. It appears bears haven't made this place their winter den. Don't wear that. If you put it on now, you'll only get colder. Naruto, well acquainted with the terrain of Training Ground 3 after extensive training, quickly led Sasuke to a nearby sheltered cave. As he surveyed the depths of the cave for any potential inhabitants, he found a smooth rock for Sasuke to sit upon. After a brief pause, noticing Sasuke's coat was already freezing to the touch, he waved his hand to deter Sasuke from putting it on for warmth, instead shedding his own outer layer and draping it over him. Just sit here for a moment. You'll warm up soon. By the way, are you hungry? A bit, yes. Seeing Naruto's genuine concern warmed Sasuke's heart despite his shivers. Lowering his head, he obediently wrapped himself in Naruto's still warm coat, and gradually, the trembling subsided. As he stretched his limbs, instinctively curled for warmth, he tilted his head curiously. But, put the clothes on me. Naruto, don't you feel cold? After this seemingly ordinary inquiry, Sasuke could not shake the feeling that he might have misinterpreted the sight before him. Naruto, clad only in a thin shirt, appeared to suppress laughter upon hearing this question, as if he had just been told the most amusing joke. Despite knowing Sasuke meant well, Naruto nearly burst into laughter, feigning mystery with a wink, playfully teasing, "This little bit of temperature is nothing, don't worry, Sasuke." Unbeknownst to Sasuke, who was oblivious to Naruto and Appo's hidden card. At the moment Naruto removed his coat, the proud Ninetales within him acted like a large heating pad, using its chakra to warm Naruto from within. Not only could Naruto endure the cold without a coat, but if the Ninetales willed it, he could roll in the snow naked and still feel warmer than basking in the summer sun. Thus, Sasuke's innocently posed question to Naruto, the host of the Ninetales, was akin to asking Itachi if he feared Genjutsu, Gaara if he feared sand, or Might Guy if he feared sparring in Taijutsu. Yet, the laughter stemmed not from Sasuke's innocent misunderstanding, but from the genuine warmth Naruto felt, realizing there was someone in this world who cared about him. This heartfelt warmth was a significant reason why he struggled to suppress a smile. As Naruto and Sasuke engaged in light conversation, Naruto instructed his shadow clones, who had been diligently training nearby, to gather dry branches and firewood to bring into the cave. Once an adequate amount was collected, he skillfully controlled his chakra to minimize the output of his great fireball technique, adjusting it to produce small fireballs that soon ignited a roaring campfire. All right, come sit by the fire, Sasuke, and warm yourself to avoid catching a cold. Oh, and don't forget to toast your clothes as well. Once the fire crackled to life, Naruto stood up, satisfied, and rubbed his hands together. What shall we eat? Sushi? Never mind, it's all cold now. Can we really eat it? Besides, I'm still getting used to raw fish. If only we could have a hot pot right now, accompanied by a dipping sauce. Just the thought makes my mouth water. On this cold winter day, nothing beats a hot pot, and don't forget about dumplings, steamed meat, and spring rolls. Although accustomed to merely eating until full, having once lived in a nation renowned for its culinary delights, Naruto found himself reminiscing about his homeland's delicacies while adjusting his position to allow Sasuke to warm up. As he opened the bountiful lunchbox that Mikoto had thoughtfully filled with nutritious food for both him and Sasuke, he laid everything out. After selecting Sasuke's favorite rice balls to warm by the fire and contemplating for a moment, he skewered the fish from the sushi onto a stick, seasoning it with soy sauce and wasabi from the lunchbox, transforming the exquisite sashimi into barbecue fare. When Sasuke's sobs finally ceased, and his body stopped shaking with cold, the various delicious rice balls and glistening skewers appeared on their makeshift dining cloth, emanating warm steam. Is this enough for us both to eat? Hey, Sasuke. It's time to eat. Oh, coming. Naruto, if Mom found out you turned her meticulously prepared sushi into skewers, she would surely be furious, wouldn't she? Sasuke had long grown accustomed to Naruto's rather peculiar aversion to raw fish. As he approached at Naruto's call, he noticed the now bare rice ball, lacking its fishy companion, looking rather pitiful. Realizing the source of the delicious skewers, he feigned a stern expression, trying to tease and scare Naruto. Yet his actions revealed no hesitation as he grabbed a skewer in one hand and a rice ball in the other, joyfully alternating bites. TCH, you always say that. But when have you ever eaten less than me? Since we made it, we might as well eat it. That's what you said in the first place. Hey, have you learned to mimic me, little one? There's still sashimi next to us that hasn't been turned into skewers. If you think it tastes bad, why not just eat that? Not at all. I never said I disliked it. Ha ha ha. Naruto's eyes, however, were always smiling as he looked at Sasuke. If the satisfaction of diners is the highest compliment to a chef, then the sight of the little fan voraciously devouring food with delight surely filled Naruto with waves of pride and joy. Hey, slow down, will you? Leave some for me. Do you want to turn into a little piglet by eating so much all by yourself? Judging by how much food had vanished, Sasuke must have eaten enough to be about 7/10 full, and while teasing Sasuke, Naruto rolled up his sleeves and unceremoniously dove into the banquet spread before them. Thus began their playful routine of snatching food from one another, a subtle exercise in reflexes. Of course, Naruto could never have imagined that Sasuke, having developed a discerning palate under Naruto's ever-improving culinary skills since childhood, would, in the future, during their first team challenge with Kakashi, choose to share his bento with Naruto for a rather significant reason. He found the taste utterly lacking. In a more distant future, after Naruto married Hinata, she once secretly told him something that left him both amused and bewildered. Naruto-kun is a boy. That's just wonderful, if not for Naruto-kun's gentle, wifely nature. Perhaps he would have changed his surname to Uchiha by now? Huh, how is that possible? Don't worry, Hinata, even if I were to marry, it would surely be Sasuke marrying me. Wait, something feels off here. According to Sasuke's recollection, due to Naruto's offhand, thoughtless response. Even though Sasuke himself got married not long after Naruto and Hinata, proving his straightness, he always felt an inexplicable gaze upon him whenever he sought Naruto, the Hokage, for discussions regarding the confidential affairs of Konoha, making him feel as if he were being watched, sending chills down his spine as he feared someone might wish him harm. This state of affairs persisted until his wife, also a woman, uncovered the truth behind this subtle misunderstanding, finally liberating the little fan from the intense scrutiny. However, it also led to frequent occurrences of such exchanges when Sasuke conversed with Naruto. Hey, Naruto, wouldn't it be great if you were a girl? We could have been childhood sweethearts, and I would have married you directly. Get lost. I want to know why you're not a girl. If anyone should be marrying, it should be me marrying you. In the office of the straight-laced Naruto, the Hokage, today was filled with a certain flamboyance. As time passed, their relentless training not only strengthened Naruto and Sasuke's physiques, but the increasing demands of their growing bodies also caused their appetites to soar at an astonishing rate. The most evident proof lay in the delicious lunch that had been devoured in a short span of time. If this had happened over a month ago, the mountain of sumptuous food would have left both Naruto and Sasuke stuffed, with plenty left over for dinner or even breakfast the next day. Yet now, the same amount of food barely filled them to a satisfactory 7/10 full. This noticeable change in their nutritional needs led Naruto to reflect on how naive his initial belief was. That sheer hard work alone would suffice to rapidly enhance his strength since arriving in this world. Ever since his clandestine meetings with Uchiha Fugaku, Naruto now enjoyed personalized, nutritious, and exquisite meals prepared for him and Sasuke daily, alongside a copious supply of high-quality soldier pills to aid their training, enough for them to nibble on like candy. Although Naruto had the powerful shadow clone technique, which served as a formidable aid in his training, without the supportive connections inherited from his parents' legacies, he would not have garnered the strong backing of Uchiha Fugaku, who treated him as his own, generously assisting Naruto in his training needs. Without such advantageous resources, Naruto's current training speed would have been drastically reduced. It seems that no matter the world, wealth truly grants one the freedom to do as they please. TSK. Even though Sasuke and I are both offspring of officials, or rather, my Hokage father holds a higher position than Sasuke's father, the disparity in treatment is utterly vast. Sigh. It's true what they say, comparing people leads to despair, comparing goods leads to discarding. Reflecting on this, Naruto lightly patted his round belly, contentedly reclining by the campfire for warmth, silently shedding tears of lament, before recalling something and turning to look at the little fan beside him, sprawled out comfortably with a contented snore. By the way, Sasuke, didn't you mention earlier that aside from the last shuriken you threw after landing, the other 5 were thrown while you were airborne? What made you think to do that? Oh, that. After a brief rest, Sasuke had fully regained his warmth, and the satisfaction from the delicious food made him feel so comfortable that he was nearly dozing off. Upon hearing Naruto's inquiry, he rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up, placing his hands on his hips, and proudly responded, "Of course. As a genius of the Uchiha clan, it's only natural to discover that launching an aerial attack from above can strike the target more effectively. No, what I want to criticize is that your surprise is just too much. Sasuke looking at the smug little fan before him, Naruto's affectionate smile deepened, though his lips twitched involuntarily. No matter how many geniuses arise, the Uchiha clan's talent seems almost otherworldly. Or is it that Fugaku's genes are simply too exceptional? Initially, Naruto was amazed by Sasuke's rapid progress in shuriken techniques through his own diligence. Yet, given Sasuke's esteemed lineage and the influence of his brother Itachi's remarkable talent since childhood, Naruto was not entirely surprised by the outcome. However, this was all predicated on Naruto's belief that Sasuke was merely standing still, practicing target shooting. Given Sasuke's age, Naruto thought that if Sasuke could hit 4 out of 5 targets while standing still, that would be his current limit. The feat of throwing 5 shuriken during a brief moment of suspension and descent, not to mention the difficulty of aiming at 5 distinct targets while moving, required an immense amount of calculation and thought, far exceeding that of stationary shooting. It was clear which method posed a greater challenge. It is often said that a tiger's offspring cannot be a mere dog, even if one's innate talent is overshadowed and buried by the brilliance of an elder brother. Rendering them seemingly ordinary, they may still possess remarkable potential. The young Uchiha, despite lacking the astounding achievements of Itachi, who ascended to the ranks of the Umbu at a tender age, demonstrated an impressive ability to calculate and adjust the trajectory of shurikens in mere moments. This serves as evidence that his promise is not significantly inferior to that of his brother, and he remains dazzling enough to bear the title of genius. My goodness, is Sasuke's talent about to soar? At this pace, by the time he reaches 12 and faces the Chunin exams, it may not be a matter of merely protecting him from Orochimaru's attempts to mark him with the cursed seal. Rather, during their first encounter in the Forest of Death, Sasuke might very well dispatch Orochimaru all on his own. Could it be that Sasuke is the true protagonist? As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Naruto involuntarily raised his hand to affectionately ruffle the soft, round face of the bewildered young Uchiha. After a brief pause to compose himself, a smile gradually spread across his features. How wonderful. This means I can save myself a great deal of trouble. The realization that Sasuke's potential far exceeds his own expectations not only rekindled Naruto's feelings of inadequacy, but also filled him with genuine joy and satisfaction for Sasuke. Initially, Naruto only wished to gauge how much Sasuke's strength surpassed what was depicted in the original tale. However, as more and more surprises unfolded from Sasuke, he found himself compelled to acknowledge the staggering potential harbored by this young admirer who looked up to him. No one is perfect. Even with knowledge of most future events and the reasons behind their deviations, the interconnectedness of history means that a single misstep could lead to far-reaching consequences. Naruto could not guarantee that he alone would be able to rewrite the fates of all his companions flawlessly. This was the reason he had adhered to the original storyline, acting discreetly prior to meeting Sasuke. Should he make a critical misjudgment at a pivotal juncture that diverges significantly from the original narrative, he would undoubtedly require someone of great strength to pull him back from the path of error. And now, with Sasuke's astonishing potential demonstrated, he clearly possesses the qualifications to intervene at a crucial moment in the future. As long as Naruto can maintain the deep bond of unwavering trust with Sasuke, who will one day stand at the pinnacle of power in the ninja world, he will serve as a vital safeguard and support when Naruto seeks to alter the fate of this world. As for the primary safeguard, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. A sudden influx of memories from his shadow clone informed Naruto of the rapid approach of a familiar figure. Interrupting his thoughts, he gently patted Sasuke's head, signaling him to rise, brush off the dust from his clothes, and turn to face the light filtering through the cave entrance, smiling as he beheld the tall, gentle figure drawing near. Good afternoon, Itachi-san. Uchiha Itachi, the great hero who has always loved his village and willingly faced death for his brother, was Naruto's chosen foremost safeguard upon entering the world of the Hokage. The Uchiha brothers, Itachi and Sasuke, who in the original story loved each other deeply, yet ultimately faced each other as adversaries due to a web of conspiracies and hardships. In this lifetime, the tragic fate of their mutual destruction will not only be shattered by Naruto, but will also serve as a dual safeguard to prevent him from making grave mistakes at critical moments. As for his apprentice, the devoted admirer of Minato, utilizing the multi-shadow clone technique, Naruto diligently honed his skills, guiding Sasuke in his training while playfully teasing him, all the while suppressing his discomfort in the presence of Danzo, who had unwittingly entered a trap and was now counting down to his demise. Each day was filled to the brim for Naruto, and the fast-paced rhythm of life made it difficult to perceive the swift passage of time. It was almost on the day he fully mastered the Flying Thunder God technique that the long-anticipated day of Danzo's return home, coinciding with the grand and lively celebration of the Spring Festival, quietly approached. Kakashi Hatake? Raikiri? What is that? The young Uchiha, who persistently clung to Naruto, pleading to learn the Rasengan, paused momentarily at the strange name of a technique he had never heard of yet felt vaguely familiar. Furrowing his brow and crossing his arms, he searched his mind for the source of this familiarity, pouting in dissatisfaction. You can't be intending to find some random person to teach me a C-rank technique, can you? Seeing the disdainful expression on Sasuke's face, Naruto couldn't help but be reminded of the original story, where Sasuke, after dazzling everyone with his Chidori during the Chunin exams, implored Kakashi to teach him that very technique. Now, in this role reversal, the technique that was dismissed was instead Raikiri, and Naruto found it amusing. Of course not. Sasuke, I told you before that there are techniques more suited to you than the Rasengan, and Raikiri is one of them. It's an S-rank technique, even more powerful than my Rasengan. However, if Kakashi Hatake teaches you, he will likely start you off with the basics of Chidori first. As Naruto suppressed his laughter, he slightly turned his head to prevent Sasuke from noticing his amusement, pausing to softly reassure him while gently caressing the young Uchiha's now curious face. Do not underestimate Chidori as a foundational technique. Although it is one rank below Raikiri, it is on par with my Rasengan as a powerful A-rank technique. Furthermore, Raikiri is Kakashi's adaptation of his own abilities, and while its power has been enhanced, there is little room for further development, making it not necessarily a perfect fit for you. On the other hand, Chidori, with its foundational nature, offers more potential for growth and customization, allowing you to forge a unique path distinct from Raikiri that suits your needs and training methods. Is that so? Is it really as impressive as you say, Naruto? Despite his lingering skepticism, Sasuke's trust in Naruto and an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the name Raikiri sparked his interest and curiosity. He paused, arms crossed, and half-asked, if Raikiri is really as powerful as you claim, being both A-rank and S-rank, why have I never heard of it before? It wasn't mentioned in the lightning release scroll my father gave me. You aren't making this up, are you? Of course not. The reason Raikiri is so little known is that it is a unique technique created by Kakashi Hatake, the direct disciple of the late 4th Hokage. Aware that Sasuke was still clinging to his desire to learn the Rasengan rather than genuinely disinterested in Chidori, Naruto smiled calmly and responded, thus, it is only natural that few people know about the existence of Raikiri and Chidori outside of their creator, Kakashi. This is not a matter of Naruto deceiving Sasuke. Although Kakashi shone brilliantly during the war, particularly in the battle at the Kanabi Bridge, those who have witnessed his use of Chidori have either passed away, such as Rin Noara and Naruto's father, or are enemies who were slain by Kakashi or Minato, who had come to provide assistance. Even if they managed to escape with their lives, their attention was likely focused on the illustrious Minato, the Yellow Flash, neglecting the performance of the young Kakashi. Alternatively, they may have felt too embarrassed to speak of their defeat at the hands of a mere child. In addition, young ninjas who have earned the title of genius and achieved remarkable feats are not uncommon on the battlefield, so naturally, no one took notice to spread the news of Chidori's fleeting brilliance. This is an extraordinary opportunity one have worked hard to secure for you. Once this chance slips away, it will be gone for good. So, Sasuke, will you learn Chidori or not? Sasuke? After a long pause, Naruto was met with silence from Sasuke. Just as he thought Sasuke was still reluctant to abandon the allure of Rasengan, he turned around to find Sasuke wearing a grin that was almost unrecognizable. What? Kakashi, the creator of Chidori, is the direct disciple of the 4th Hokage? During Naruto's explanation, the little fan had keenly grasped the significance of the 4th Hokage, and her previously disdainful expression brightened as if little stars would fall from her eyes with each blink. As Naruto turned back, she seized his shoulders and shook him excitedly, insisting she would learn, of course. I knew you would treat me the best, Naruto. When shall we go find Kakashi-sensei? Now, is this outfit suitable? Should I go change? Perhaps I should bring my father to meet him as well? Hey Naruto, say something. Losing her grip, she exclaimed, I'm going to suffocate if you keep shaking me. The abrupt change in attitude left Naruto both amused and perplexed. Feigning exhaustion, he asked, Weren't you just dismissive about learning? What caused this sudden shift? Hey, Naruto, do you not realize how magnificent the fourth Hokage is? Aren't you even a little excited? Seeing Naruto's confusion, Sasuke released his shoulders and retorted, pausing momentarily before reverting to his previous starry-eyed admiration, his fingers clasped tightly in front of him. Unintentionally, he altered how he referred to Kakashi, continuing with envy. The fourth Hokage is a great hero who saved the village from the Nine-Tails attack. If he could be the direct disciple of the fourth Hokage, then Kakashi-sensei must also be extraordinarily powerful. What you say cannot possibly be false. Of course, I want to learn. And with that, I would also become a grand disciple of the fourth Hokage. Ah, I see now. Indeed, that is quite remarkable. Hearing Sasuke's heartfelt admiration, Naruto's lips twitched, his body stiffening as he muttered to himself, "So my father's reputation is this immense. Is it truly such a big deal to be the grand disciple of my father? Once I take the pervy sage as my master, I too will be considered my father's junior." Rasengan was created by my father, inspired by the tailed beast bomb. Ultimately, Naruto underestimated the profound impact that the sacrifices made by Minato and Kushina to save the Hidden Leaf Village had left on the hearts of the villagers, especially the younger generation. It is crucial to understand that when they chose to conceal Naruto's lineage rather than eliminate him during his infancy, it was not merely due to Danzo's acknowledgement of the potential value in Naruto's identity as the host of the Nine Tails, but rather an apprehension of the deep-rooted legacy left by Minato's heroism. If Danzo dared to kill the orphan child of a hero who sacrificed his life for the village, he would face the wrath of the entire Hidden Leaf Village, without needing the third Hokage to intervene. It is no exaggeration to state that if the third Hokage were to boldly reveal to the public that Naruto Uzumaki is the biological son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, not only would the villagers' attitudes toward Naruto undergo a dramatic transformation, but with a mere call, Naruto could firmly secure the position of fifth Hokage, succeeding both the third and fourth. This is precisely why the cunning Danzo chose to align himself with Naruto rather than oppose him, gradually stepping into the crucial role of Naruto's carefully orchestrated plans. If one were to describe the difference between Shimura Danzo and Minato Namikaze in the words of a well-known adage, it would be, "Some live, yet they are dead. Some are dead, yet they live on." Time for reckoning. Huh, why do you seem so lethargic? Naruto, are you even listening to me? That is the fourth Hokage's disciple. This means I could become the grand disciple of the fourth Hokage. My father will surely be proud of me. Naruto's nonchalant response led Sasuke to assume he was entirely unaware of, or indifferent to, the remarkable achievements of Minato Namikaze. With his admiration at full throttle, he prepared to elaborate extensively to Naruto. Grand disciple? Proud. Have you lost your mind? Not to mention that your father and mine are contemporaries. If I become the pervy sage's disciple, I would be considered your father's junior. When I was instructing you, you were of the same generation as Kakashi. Yet now you're elated over a title of grand disciple, willingly lowering yourself a generation? If Fugaku uncle were to find out, he would be furious, not proud. He might even scold you for your ignorance. Observing the exhilarated little fan before him, Naruto could not help but internally scoff, momentarily pausing before mustering a smile, trying to reflect the excitement as if he were simply a beat behind in understanding. Ha ha ha. If that's the case, then indeed, it is a wonderful thing for you. Sasuke. Hee indeed. Seeing Naruto finally acknowledge the greatness of the fourth Hokage, Sasuke's expression swelled with pride, and he abandoned his earlier lengthy explanation, placing his hands on his hips in triumph, continuing, "I told you, the fourth Hokage is so impressive. How could you not envy me for becoming his grand disciple?" Under the influence of this unexpected news, Sasuke, in his fanboy mode, had momentarily lost himself in joy, teasing Naruto while neglecting the fact that his opportunity to learn Chidori was due to Naruto's request to Kakashi. Knowing that the existence of the lightning cutter was beyond common knowledge, and that Kakashi, a direct disciple of the fourth Hokage, would take it seriously enough to agree to such a request, such an unusual development would likely raise suspicions in Itachi upon hearing this news, making him question Naruto's seemingly ordinary status as an orphan. "Be cautious, Naruto, he is approaching. However, don't fret, Sasuke, I never stated we would go immediately." Observing Sasuke's eager anticipation, Naruto shook his head in amusement, his eyes glimmering with affection. After a brief pause, he contemplated whether he should discuss with the third Hokage about arranging an early meeting between Sasuke and Kakashi. However, just as he was about to speak, He was interrupted by Kurama's warning within him. What? Why? Why? Naruto's blunt refusal led Sasuke to mistakenly believe that Naruto had changed his mind about taking him to see Kakashi. The once exuberant little fan suddenly wilted like a frostbitten eggplant, and he pouted, tugging at Naruto's clothing with a pitiful expression, softly pleading, "You promised me, Naruto. How can you go back on your word? Please take me with you." "Stop, stop, stop. I never said I wouldn't take you. It's just not the right time," Naruto interrupted, fully aware that he was helpless against Sasuke's coaxing. He quickly interjected to prevent Sasuke from continuing, which would only lead him to nod in agreement. After a brief pause, he shook his head and earnestly explained, "Sasuke, you should know that the higher the rank of a jutsu, the more demanding it is on the user, right?" I know that. But how does that relate to me not being able to see Kakashi-sensei right now?" "It certainly does relate. Think about it, Sasuke. Chidori is classified as an A-rank jutsu, and learning it requires a significant amount of physical resilience." As he subtly shifted his stance, Sasuke instinctively followed Naruto's movement, gradually turning his back to the approaching figure, hoping to avoid being recognized by the increasingly near presence. While organizing his thoughts, Naruto spoke with clarity and composure. "This jutsu not only grants you exceptional penetrating power, but also utilizes lightning chakra to stimulate your body cells, enhancing your speed to amplify the lethality of your piercing attacks. In other words, you need not only a remarkably resilient physique to endure the demands of Chidori, but also sufficient eyesight and reflexes to adapt to the high-speed movements it entails." Of course, there were 2 points that Naruto deliberately omitted to divert Sasuke's attention. Although Chidori indeed requires a strong physical foundation for successful execution, Sasuke had already met the necessary standards through his relentless training in taijutsu. Considering his youth, Naruto estimated that Sasuke could manage to perform Chidori at least once a day. As for reflexes, even at a young age, Kakashi had mastered Chidori with the aid of a Sharingan. As the scion of the Uchiha clan, once Sasuke unlocked his Sharingan, there was no need for concern about his reaction time. Is that so? Sasuke appeared momentarily dazed by Naruto's reasoning, and his habitual compliance with Naruto's teachings led him to subconsciously believe much of it. After a brief frown and contemplation, he anxiously asked, "So what should I do, Naruto? When will I be able to learn Chidori?" "Well, in my opinion, you're not too far from reaching the minimum standard for learning Chidori. As long as you can achieve the physical training goals I've set for you in the next few days, you should be able to begin learning it," Naruto replied. Seeing Sasuke relax, he quietly mused about how easily children could be deceived, suppressing an inexplicable sense of guilt. He reached out and playfully flicked Sasuke's nose, continuing, "By the way, there's one more thing. I need to leave for a while to take care of some important matters. It just so happens that Itachi-san is on vacation at home, so you should train with your brother for these few days." "Leave? Is it really important?" Hearing Naruto mention his departure, Sasuke for the first time felt a surge of panic and fear instead of joy at being assigned to train with his brother. He tightened his grip on Naruto's clothing, asking hesitantly, "Can't you not go?" "Well, you could say that this matter is very important to me, and I must go," Naruto replied. The little one, unaware of the truth yet still concerned, made Naruto feel increasingly compelled to undertake this journey. Maintaining his smile to avoid arousing suspicion in Sasuke, he tiptoed and gently ruffled Sasuke's hair, assuring him, "Don't worry, there won't be any danger. Once I finish what I need to do, I will come back to continue training with you." "Okay, but you must return early." Having spent so much time together, Sasuke was well aware of Naruto's resolute nature during crucial moments. Seeing that Naruto had made up his mind and could not be persuaded otherwise, he reluctantly released his grip on Naruto's clothing, turning away slightly as he stammered, "Do not think too much. I just want to become the apprentice of the next Hokage, that's all." "I understand," Naruto replied, amused by Sasuke's obvious disingenuousness. He took a deep breath to calm his own unease about the unknown path ahead, extending his pinky towards Sasuke. "I promise you, I will return." "Hey, Naruto, is it really all right for you to say that?" In the ceiling space, the lazy Kyuubi, lying down, couldn't help but scoff. "That Uchiha brat isn't a fool. No matter how young he is, your unusual behavior will surely raise his suspicions about the dangers you are about to face. This isn't like you at all. The truth cannot be hidden forever, Kyuubi. Rather than deceiving the child into bearing the burden alone, it would be wiser to give him some understanding to prevent him from being misled by those with ulterior motives." As Naruto suppressed his smile and placed his hands on his hips to stretch, He reflected that completely concealing the truth from Sasuke might not be in his best interest. It was a lesson learned through the blood that someone had paid with their life. Moreover, I am not entirely lying to him. We will indeed return alive. Won't we? Humph, the plan is yours, little brat. What? Are you suddenly afraid at this crucial moment? Kyuubi's dismissive tone revealed a hint of disdain, yet unbeknownst to him. He unconsciously allowed his tailed beast chakra to flow throughout Naruto's body, silently absorbing the negative emotions that were festering within him. You know my character well enough, Kyuubi. I'm about to face Shimura Danzo directly for the first time, and it's an operation that exceeds my knowledge and control. To say I'm not afraid would be a lie. As the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, Naruto could sense the beast's concern, and as his gaze softened, he raised a hand to gently rub the seal on his abdomen through his clothing. With you here, I feel much more at ease. Thank you, Kyuubi. TCH. Don't get ahead of yourself. I just don't want to be buried alongside you, you little brat. Although Kyuubi knew that Naruto's consciousness had not entered the ceiling space and could not see the beast's expression, he still felt a bit uncomfortable and turned his head away. After a brief pause, he feigned indifference and reminded him, Hey, kid, stay alert. That guy is less than 100 meters away from you now. Ah, yes. I will, Kyuubi. Kyuubi's seemingly reluctant encouragement served as a powerful tonic, shattering Naruto's anxiety and allowing him to quickly organize his complex emotions. Once his expression transformed back into that of an innocent child, he gazed toward the approaching elder figure in the crowd, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth as he softly murmured, whether it involves indirectly causing the demise of my parents, distorting my identity, or instigating internal strife for his own selfish gains. It is time to put an end to this old man's ambitions and settle the blood debts of these years. Come forth, Shimura Danzo. Today, I shall wager my very life to indulge you in a delightful game. A lamb transformed into a formidable weapon? The wolf invited into the den by Danzo. Through numerous close encounters, Naruto has amassed considerable experience in sensing Danzo's approach. He skillfully convinces the little fan to step aside, lest the unscrupulous Danzo, in a fit of desperation, sees this innocent child as a hostage to threaten him. Only when he witnesses the little fan being discreetly taken away by Itachi, who had been prearranged to blend into the crowd, does he finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, in the brief moments that Naruto is distracted, tending to the little fan, Danzo, who was once at a considerable distance, is now merely 100 meters away. Were it not for Naruto's habit of being one step ahead, ensuring he has ample time to prepare, he might not have managed to tidy himself up, restoring his carefully crafted semblance of a pure, innocent child. Ah, because I am but a child, I thought that my actions before our meeting need not be overly contrived. Yet this does not seem to align with your usual cautious and suspicious demeanor, old man. As Kurama continually vocalizes Danzo's whereabouts and the rapidly closing distance, Naruto buries his growing anxiety about the diverging path from the original narrative deep within. Standing with hands on his hips and taking a deep breath to force himself back into the confident demeanor he once possessed, it appears Danzo is losing his composure. Ah, Grandfather Danzo. While inwardly lamenting the impending destruction of yet another coat, Naruto adeptly shifts his facial expressions, turning around with hands on his head, feigning a carefree demeanor as he lazily surveys his surroundings. When his gaze lands on Danzo's insincere smile, he feigns surprise and joy at having just discovered Danzo's presence, calling out the old man's name with affection and scampering over with open arms to nuzzle affectionately against him. Good morning. Ah, good morning, little one. Whether distracted by thoughts of other matters or for some other reason, Danzo fails to react promptly as Naruto approaches boldly, unabashedly calling his name. Instead of extending his arms to catch Naruto as he had previously portrayed himself, Danzo's response seems almost lethargic, as if he were merely acting on instinct. It is only after 2 or 3 seconds, upon feeling Naruto's affectionate presence in his embrace, that he fully regains his composure, feigning concern and warmth. Oh ho ho. Take it easy, don't fall. You're up quite early today, Naruto. How did you sleep last night? Thank you for your concern, Grandfather Danzo. I slept like a baby. Naruto's keen perception of Danzo's increasingly poor acting bolsters his earlier suspicions, as he tilts his head back, playfully responding to Danzo's pleasantries. His gaze roams freely over Danzo's face. After a brief pause, he adopts a mockingly concerned expression and innocently inquires, But, Grandfather Danzo, you seem a bit unwell. Did you have a nightmare last night? Did I? The The sound of Naruto's worried words prompts Danzo to instinctively touch his own cheek. In stark contrast to Naruto, who is comfortably immersed in his training and leisure, radiating a healthy glow and enjoying daily life, Danzo's complexion has grown increasingly pale and haggard, a far cry from the self-satisfied demeanor he exhibited just days prior. This stark transformation serves as a testament to the torment and constraint he has endured over the past few days. It could be said that since becoming one of the 3 advisors of the Elder Council, he has never faced a setback as excruciating as the current predicament. Ultimately, Danzo has grievously underestimated the resolve of the 3rd Hokage to eradicate this malignant presence from the shinobi world. It is often said that one should regard a person anew after 3 days apart, yet Danzo has continued to view the 3rd Hokage, accustomed to their previous interactions where the Hokage would concede, as a peace-loving, compliant individual. This perception has led to an increasing number of oversights and vulnerabilities being revealed during their subtle power struggle, gradually exposing Danzo's hidden nature and ambitions. This has deepened the 3rd Hokage's trust in Naruto's prophecies, while simultaneously leading to utter disappointment in this former comrade-in-arms. In a departure from his usual passive and gentle approach, the 3rd Hokage has opted for a more aggressive stance, no longer hesitating to dismantle Danzo's influence within the Elder Council, regardless of the bonds forged through the shared trials of war. Even Danzo's desperate and reckless plot to assassinate the 3rd Hokage has failed, thwarted by the Hokage's increased vigilance and the earlier deployment of elite Umbu agents, including Kakashi, who had infiltrated the Root organization and provided a timely warning. The failure of this assassination attempt has left Danzo in disbelief, unable to reconcile the fact that his once advantageous position has swiftly deteriorated. He has lost his key subordinate, who was the sole survivor of Orochimaru's experiments, capable of wielding the unique wood release of the 1st Hokage. Furthermore, he is left distressed by the unknown leverage the 3rd Hokage possesses, gleaned from interrogating Root members who were never silenced. Consequently, Danzo finds himself increasingly anxious and restless. However, it is precisely due to this painful defeat that Danzo, whose insatiable thirst for power has clouded his reason, begins to reflect on the overlooked details from his earlier confrontations with the 3rd Hokage. After meticulous consideration, he finally comes to the startling realization that his own misjudgment and underestimation have led him astray since the inception of their power struggle. Unbeknownst to him, he has fallen into the 3rd Hokage's trap, unwittingly led by the nose all along. This chilling revelation sends a wave of cold sweat over Danzo. Stripped of his advantages and facing relentless setbacks, he is compelled to adopt a more defensive posture, secretly recalling most of the elite members of the Root organization to the base to consolidate his strength for a counterattack. He abandons his earlier plan to cautiously probe Naruto, feeling an urgent need to engage with Naruto, the trump card he believes could turn the tide, even though the new year is still days away. Oh dear, how could I forget? Speaking of which, Naruto, though the new year is still a few days off, you still do not know where grandfather's home is, do you? After adjusting his facial muscles to appear as gentle and affectionate as possible, Danzo pauses for a moment, feigning sudden recollection with a look of self-reproach. He lightly taps his forehead and smiles casually, suggesting to the ever-docile Naruto nestled in his embrace, "How about this? Grandfather will take you to see his home right now. What do you say?" The delay in bringing Naruto directly back to the Root Organization's base was primarily due to Danzo's perception of Naruto as a crucial pawn. He intended to instill a deep-seated animosity towards the 3rd Hokage to facilitate future brainwashing efforts. Moreover, the stringent surveillance imposed by the 3rd Hokage made it precarious to act. However, with the 3rd Hokage achieving a series of victories and aggressively dismantling Danzo's exposed and compromised Root divisions, the substantial manpower previously dedicated to covertly observing and protecting Naruto was significantly diminished. Now that a decisive confrontation with the 3rd Hokage was imminent, Danzo felt liberated from the need for subterfuge. If he could successfully retrieve Naruto and bring him back to the main Root base, he could devise countless methods to forcibly unleash the power of the Nine Tails sealed within Naruto, even if the situation spiraled out of control. Transforming the seemingly innocuous child into a lethal weapon was a distinct possibility. Given the 3rd Hokage's profound concern for Naruto, Danzo was confident that the Hokage would not resort to lethal measures, but would instead undertake the arduous and costly task of suppressing Naruto to save his life. At that moment, It would be the perfect opportunity for Danzo to launch his counterattack. As for the potential casualties, in Danzo's eyes, they were merely the stepping stones to his ascension, sacrifices to be proudly accepted. The sight of Naruto softly complying and responding to him filled Danzo with a sense of exhilaration and confidence, leading him to believe that his plan was assured of success. However, he failed to recognize a critical flaw in his scheme, one that was potentially fatal. The success of the plan hinged on Naruto remaining the powerless and compliant child he was in the original narrative. Until now, apart from Naruto himself, no one in the world knew that he had gained the complete trust of the Nine Tails. He could effortlessly harness the beast's chakra for transformation. And with the Nine Tails voluntarily moderating its chakra to mitigate overwhelming negative emotions, Naruto retained clarity of mind, unaffected by the beast's influence. When necessary, he could even relinquish control of his body entirely to the Nine Tails, allowing one to experience firsthand the terror and despair of battling the most formidable of the tailed beasts. In essence, unbeknownst to Danzo, Naruto had quietly evolved into a fierce wolf in sheep's clothing, biding his time to strike. The cunning scheme that Danzo reveled in was merely a foolish decision that hastened his own demise. Was it only I who could not afford to die? Grandfather believes in you this one time. I swear by the name of the third Hokage, the tragedies you speak of shall never come to pass. From the moment the third Hokage uttered these words, Naruto understood that the years had dulled the once sharp edges, and the mighty lion, feigning slumber amidst the antics of fools, had quietly awakened. The true king had returned. The Hinata clan's mournful cries, Hinata's misunderstanding of death, accompanied the passage of time as the sun gradually sank below the horizon. A new crescent moon ascended, its silvery light gently illuminating the earth, heralding the onset of night. Before the ancestral hall of one of the two great ocular clans of Konohagakure, the Hyuga clan, where the Byakugan grants insight into all things, the bright flames were steadily ignited. The orange lamps, inscribed with the characters for Spirit Lantern in bold black ink, dispelled the encroaching darkness, guiding the arriving members of the Hyuga clan toward their destination. Inside the ancestral hall, the light shone as brightly as day. With the exception of those dispatched on missions unable to return in time, every single clan member was present, adhering to the orders of the clan leader without exception. Looking around, a sea of black-clad figures surrounded the central altar, kneeling in reverence, creating a truly magnificent sight, regardless of age or gender. Each attendee was adorned in uniform black kimonos, yet the faces illuminated by the bright flames bore no trace of joy or excitement. Instead, they reflected an unmasked, profound sorrow and yearning. Through repeated practice of the shadow clone technique, Naruto inadvertently discovered that this technique not only allows the transmission of experiences and memories from the clones, but also enables the sharing of everything the original body has experienced during the clone's duration. In other words, if these prearranged clones are utilized at the right moment, they serve as a limited yet effective means of communication, akin to a human intercom, facilitating real-time conversations between the original and others. It was precisely because of this communication capability that Naruto could promptly send out a distress signal when Kakashi's undercover identity was exposed, and no one could locate the Root Organization's headquarters thereafter, in the face of urgency and prolonged fruitlessness. It was only due to Naruto's rising prominence that the third Hokage ultimately succumbed to the relentless persuasion of this young lad, reluctantly permitting him to undertake the perilous act of baiting the enemy. Then, go and inform your original self, little one. Naruto, having successfully gained Danzo's trust without raising any suspicion, brought relief to the third Hokage, as he felt a mix of pride, concern, and guilt for the young boy who had unwittingly become capable of standing on his own. He continued with a smile, as we previously agreed. Once you ascertain the approximate location of the Root Organization, you can retreat. The rest will be handled by us. No, third Hokage. If it's merely an approximate location, it remains insufficient to launch a decisive assault to completely eradicate the Root Organization. Unexpectedly, before the third Hokage could finish his sentence, Naruto awkwardly touched his nose and hesitated before continuing. So, I intend to delve deeper into this operation. Once I confirm the authenticity of the Root Organization's headquarters, I will report the precise location to you. Ridiculous. Although aware that the figure before him was merely a shadow clone and not the true Naruto, the audacity of Naruto's unilateral decision plunged the third Hokage's spirits into despair. Realizing that Naruto planned to venture alone into the heart of the Root Organization, He could not help but spring to his feet, exclaiming in fury, nearly toppling his sturdy chair, "Do you have any idea what you are doing, Naruto? Such a dangerous endeavor is not meant for a child like you. Securing a rough location is not enough. No, cancel the operation. Come back immediately. The village has already owed your family too much. If anything were to happen to you, how could I face your parents in the future? I had anticipated you would respond this way." Third, Hiruzen. Despite his foreknowledge, seeing the third Hokage willing to forsake a golden opportunity to annihilate Danzo's lair for Naruto's safety brought a mist to his eyes. Attempting to mask his emotion, he averted his gaze to suppress the tears, then turned back to face the third Hokage's concerned expression, speaking deliberately, "But you know, if I retreat at this critical juncture, Danzo, with his paranoid tendencies, will immediately sense something amiss. This could force him to gather all his strength in a desperate fight, resulting not only in the failure of our ambush but also greater casualties. To eliminate Danzo at the cost of mutual destruction would be counterproductive, wouldn't it? But do you know what it means to enter the Root Organization's base alone?" Each of Naruto's words struck like hammers, shaking the third Hokage's resolve. Yet, even with this understanding, the third Hokage's emotions overwhelmed his rationality. He stepped closer, gripping Naruto's shoulders firmly, his face dark with worry as he shook him, roaring, "If Danzo detects something is wrong, you will undoubtedly be captured as a hostage. Child, heed your grandfather's advice and return at once. This is not a game for children. If you insist on continuing, you may very well lose your life. Do you understand?" "I understand. Which is why I must go. Only I can uncover the hidden information that Danzo has concealed, enabling us to launch a full-scale assault without suffering greater losses due to intelligence disadvantages." The pleading expression on the third Hokage's face nearly swayed Naruto, who pinched his thigh to maintain his composure, inhaling deeply to steady his emotions, shaking his head solemnly. "But if you continue this way, you will truly die. My life is my own, but what are the lives of others involved in this mission? Are their lives expendable while mine is not?" Naruto's retort left the third Hokage speechless, his emotions swirling in a complex mixture of sorrow and joy. Under normal circumstances, witnessing Naruto's profound sense of duty and maturity would have brought the third Hokage immense joy. But now, this young boy was genuinely putting himself in peril. A single misstep could lead to a tragic repetition of the past, where a white-haired elder mourned the loss of a black-haired youth. "Hiruzen, I know you care for me, and that brings me great joy. Rest assured, I promise to take care of myself and return safely." Observing the venerable elder before him, whose lips trembled as he sought reasons to persuade Naruto to abandon his mission, Naruto's expression softened. He wrapped his arms around the third Hokage's waist, nuzzling gently as he reassured, "Do not forget, I am the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Even if Danzo wishes to harm me, it would come at a steep price. Moreover, I am Naruto Uzumaki, the son of a hero, a continuation of my parents' legacy. I shall not perish before I become Hokage." The audacity of the little one to change the plan and delve deeper into enemy territory sent waves of anxiety through the third Hokage. Yet, every word spoken by Naruto was irrefutable. Even if he wanted to forcibly bring Naruto back before he reached the Root Organization's territory, the timing was too perfect, and the responsibility of the Hokage loomed larger than personal affection. "Oh, Naruto, must you always oppose your grandfather? This only adds to the debt I owe your family." The third Hokage's brow furrowed deeper, his weary face appearing even more aged and resigned. After a long moment of contemplation, he finally made a decision, exhaling deeply as he softly murmured to himself, while trembling hands gently stroked Naruto's golden hair. With great difficulty, he spoke, "Let us proceed with your plan, Naruto. But remember, your life is far more precious than any information. If things turn dire, do not be reckless. Protect yourself above all else, understand?" "Yes, I will take care of myself. You can rest easy, Hiruzen." Hearing the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, consent to his true plans, Naruto observed the instant aging reflected in the elder's countenance, and felt no joy in his heart. Had it not been for his discreet and fierce grip on his own thigh to maintain composure, he might have blurted out his desire to withdraw. While feeling profound sympathy for the third Hokage, who found himself in a predicament, Naruto could only offer feeble words of reassurance. As he nestled closely into the embrace of the venerable leader, attempting to silently soothe this elder with his complex emotions. Despite lacking complete confidence in success, the third Hokage exhibited a reckless determination to venture into danger, a pursuit that could only be described as hasty ambition. Even though he had verbally agreed, he found himself struggling to comprehend this course of action. After all, the authority within the village leaned heavily on the support of its citizens, with the third Hokage's esteemed reputation having been restored over the years while stabilizing the village. And given the fact that the Council of Elders was far from a united front, the resistance against the third Hokage's leadership had diminished significantly. If the goal was merely to dismantle Danzo's influence within the council, eradicating the root organization that had evolved into Danzo's covert militia could be accomplished through the third Hokage's unwavering exercise of his authority as the supreme commander of the Hidden Leaf Village, gradually dismantling Danzo's power until he became an inconsequential figure. Although this method would be time-consuming and less efficient, it would ensure that Danzo, stripped of power, could no longer pose a threat, making it a far safer alternative than putting the young Naruto in harm's way as bait. Naruto's fervent desire to eradicate Danzo was a sentiment the third Hokage could not fathom, attributing it to the resentment accumulated from Naruto's tragic childhood over the past 3 years. The elder concluded that Naruto would rather face danger than allow Danzo even the slightest chance of resurgence. While it was undeniable that personal grievances fueled Naruto's determination to topple Danzo, the more profound reason lay in Naruto's unique understanding as a time traveler. Allowing Danzo to continue living would inevitably bring catastrophic misfortune to both Konoha and the entire ninja world. Danzo had instigated discord between the Uchiha clan and the village, ambushing Uchiha Shisui before his planned defection and stealing his right eye, gravely injuring him and ensuring no one could prevent the downfall of the Uchiha clan. He had severed the bond between Kabuto and his adoptive mother, orchestrating the latter's death to facilitate Orochimaru's recruitment of Kabuto, leading to Kabuto's later collaboration with Obito in igniting the Fourth Great Ninja War. Furthermore, for his selfish ends, he assassinated Fukasaku, the elder toad responsible for contacting Naruto during Pain's invasion, resulting in Konoha suffering devastating losses, far worse than the Nine-Tails rampage. In each unforeseen calamity that could alter the course of history, Danzo's shadow often lurked, even if he was not the principal architect. Thus, had Danzo perished a decade earlier, Naruto firmly believed that Konoha would have flourished, free from the needless strife instigated by Danzo's machinations, maintaining its reputation as the strongest of the 5 great ninja villages. The evidence lay in the Uchiha clan, who, with Naruto's intervention, had managed to stabilize their situation and collaborate with the third Hokage to eliminate the looming threat of Danzo, thereby averting their potential demise. Though Naruto's youthful age limited his growth and strength, it simultaneously provided him with a unique advantage. His enemies would be less wary of him. This moment marked Naruto's first, and likely only, opportunity to gain Danzo's trust, compelling him to seize this chance for a sudden and decisive strike. The Shadow Clone shared the same memories and thought processes as Naruto, enabling him to understand the immense burden the elder bore. Yet, it also allowed him to discern that while he attempted to alleviate the third Hokage's doubts, his original self continued to follow Danzo deeper into peril, seeking to acquire more intelligence. Rather than merely using the Shadow Clone to convey messages to persuade the third Hokage, Naruto aimed to buy time, urging the elder to regain his composure. Eventually, the weight of the Hokage's responsibilities and his gradually returning rationality would compel this venerable figure to acquiesce to the risks taken by Naruto's original self. This was the true plan Naruto had discreetly formulated as he noted Danzo's increasingly desperate attempts to ingratiate himself with him amidst the pressure on his power. While this secrecy might weigh heavily on the third Hokage, who had always shown concern for him, Naruto understood that Danzo had once been a trusted comrade of the third Hokage. If he were to reveal his intentions to eliminate Danzo from the outset, who could guarantee that the compassionate elder would maintain his resolve? As the Shadow Clone engaged in discussions regarding necessary adjustments to the original plan, Naruto, appearing unfazed, held on to the hem of Danzo's clothing. Under Danzo's guidance, they maneuvered through the village in a seemingly erratic manner, both to prevent Naruto from memorizing the route and to ensure they were not being followed. After traversing a convoluted path, the duo gradually distanced themselves from the bustling populace and approached the headquarters of the root organization with growing confidence. Oh, has it concluded so soon? I had expected this old fool to lead me on a tour of the village for the entire day. Noticing Danzo's intention to stabilize their route, Naruto internally scoffed, allowing his facade of innocence to gradually falter. Pretending to be fatigued, he leaned against a nearby wall, subtly leaving behind an inconspicuous seal as his palm made contact. When Danzo turned, sensing something amiss, Naruto feigned exhaustion and gestured with his free hand for a moment of respite, voice weakly expressing his need for a break. "What's wrong, Naruto? Feeling tired again?" Danzo observed Naruto's breathless state and, with a hint of amusement in his eyes, drew closer, clearly pleased with Naruto's deliberate act of exhaustion. After pausing to survey the situation, he playfully remarked, "It seems you need to work on your stamina, Naruto. Alas, I have no desire to engage in such arduous and grim physical training." As I noticed Danzo approaching, Naruto instinctively opened his arms, suppressing the urge to vomit as he dove into Danzo's embrace, playfully nuzzling while pouting in discontent, resembling an ordinary child who fears dirt and fatigue yet yearns for play. And how was I to know that Grandpa Danzo's home would be so far? It feels as though we've been walking for ages. Since Danzo began leading Naruto in circles throughout the village, this marked Naruto's fifth request for a pause to rest. It's not that Naruto's stamina was truly lacking. After undergoing an intense physical regimen far beyond what would be expected for his age, he had significantly enhanced his physical strength, bolstered by the vast chakra inherent to the Uzumaki clan. Even an uninterrupted day and night of arduous travel would leave Naruto feeling invigorated, as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll. The reason Naruto frequently pleaded for unnecessary breaks was twofold: to construct an image of a frail, 3-year-old child devoid of threat, thereby easing Danzo's suspicions and allowing him to lower his guard, and more importantly, to seize the opportunity to discreetly leave behind peculiar marks of technique along the way, coordinates for the Flying Thunder God technique, enabling Naruto to teleport with precision at any moment. Though Danzo had meticulously planned their route, deliberately avoiding repetition to create an illusion of a remote residence requiring such a lengthy journey to avoid raising Naruto and Appos as suspicions. The age-old adage rings true: where there are policies, there are countermeasures. Danzo, despite being a cunning strategist, underestimated Naruto's capacity for intelligence gathering due to his own age, which served as a natural guise. Situated at the third survival training ground, the tenuous connection between Naruto's shadow clones in the Hokage's office and his physical self served as a still point of reference, allowing Naruto to deduce that the distance traveled was so minimal it could be disregarded. This revelation led him to realize that Danzo was merely toying with him, engaging in a futile endeavor of circling the village. Even after discerning Danzo's true intentions, Naruto felt no urgency or anxiety. Instead, he became increasingly relaxed and self-assured, as if he had forgotten his original purpose, willingly playing along with Danzo. After all, the fact that Danzo was merely leading Naruto in circles rather than employing more direct methods of subjugation demonstrated the depth of trust Danzo placed in him, or perhaps it reflected the pressure exerted by the third Hokage, who had been cornering Danzo into a tight spot, compelling him to forego more effective secrecy measures to appease Naruto, his crucial trump card. Thus, in contrast to the third Hokage and Appos' relentless pressure on the beleaguered Danzo, Naruto, having gained Danzo and Appos' trust, found himself in a more leisurely position. With the aid of shadow clones serving as static reference points, he left behind marks for the Flying Thunder God technique along the route, all while meticulously plotting a detailed map of their journey in his mind. In doing so, he swiftly eliminated the majority of the misleading paths that Danzo had chosen to confuse him, preparing a reliable and precise navigation for the impending assault on the root organization's stronghold under the third Hokage's command. The rapid and discreet exchange of information enabled Naruto to share crucial intelligence with the third Hokage stationed at the Hokage office without raising suspicion. The resilience and remarkable memory forged through frequent use of shadow clones allowed Naruto to retain every detail encountered along the way, ensuring he could relay the most pertinent information to others. Additionally, the pre-established marks for the Flying Thunder God technique provided him with an unexpected escape route should the need arise, whether it was for intelligence gathering or escape plans. Naruto had prepared to the best of his abilities. However, no one would complain about having ample preparation time before confronting a formidable adversary, especially in a world rife with peril where survival was paramount. Given that Danzo, pressed for time, abandoned deeper probing while futilely circling around, Naruto, who worried about potential flaws in his overall plan yet lacked sufficient time to reassess, was more than willing to feign ignorance and continue playing along with Danzo. At this juncture, They were still 3 hours away from Naruto discovering the location of Danzo and Appo's pride, the root organization and Appo's headquarters. Is the root organization truly A and Appo's root and Appo's? After a lengthy journey comparable to a short trip, punctuated with moments of rest, Danzo and Naruto, each with their own agenda, finally arrived at their destination, a massive tree whose trunk's thickness was beyond mere estimation, its roots sprawling out of the earth. I had initially thought that Danzo's choice of the name Root for his organization merely reflected his oft-repeated mantra, "We are the roots that delve deep into the earth," supporting the towering tree of Konoha in the shadows, a grandiose slogan that brainwashed his followers with self-deception. Little did I expect it to be a literal representation of a root organization, with no false advertising to speak of. As I observed the gnarled roots exposed above the soil and Danzo slowly burrowing into them, my youthful spirit was in turmoil, fervently critiquing the mundane entrance that starkly contrasted with my expectations of an elaborate and sophisticated concealment. After a brief pause, I moved closer, intentionally tapping the roots to confirm whether this scene was a mere fabrication, all the while pouting like a genuinely mischievous 3-year-old. Crossing my arms in a huff as I complained to Danzo, "Humph. Grandpa Danzo, you're deceiving me. You don't keep your promises. You said you'd take me home for a feast, yet here we are, wandering for so long. I still haven't seen your house. It seems like you just want me to watch you play around the roots. How could that be, Naruto? You've known your grandpa for quite some time. When have I ever deceived you?" Danzo replied, having cleared away the brush that concealed the entrance. Dusting off his hands, he turned to Naruto with a warm smile, attempting to allay his complaints. After a moment, his gaze casually swept over Naruto's petite frame, subtly probing with the root organization's unique methods. "Indeed, I am taking you home. However, I and Appo's mentioned before that my home is quite far away. I was concerned you might lack the strength to walk back with me, so I thought I would guide you along a shortcut." Of course, Naruto, well aware of Danzo's suspicious nature, had prepared ample countermeasures for this old trick. And that was another crucial reason for his elaborate use of shadow clones to relay information. The shadow clone technique possesses a remarkable characteristic that evenly distributes the chakra of the original body among the clones, resulting in a significant depletion of Naruto's already substantial chakra reserves, merely accounting for his own chakra and excluding that of the Nine Tails. Fully aware of the immense resource that resides within him, akin to a colossal power bank, capable of swiftly replenishing his chakra while simultaneously executing ninjutsu, Naruto remains rather indifferent about his chakra levels, which barely surpass those of an average genin, merely reaching the level of a nin due to his age constraints. This awareness fosters a mindset of abundance towards the number of shadow clones he can create, leading to a situation where, regardless of how Danzo probes and tests him, he ultimately reveals nothing more than a slightly above-average chakra level inherited from his mother, Uzumaki Kushina, marking him as an unremarkable and easily deceived child. Were it not for the pressing circumstances that necessitate harnessing the power of the Nine Tails within this impudent child for a decisive victory, it is unlikely that Danzo would stoop so low as to curry favor with Naruto. Furthermore, Danzo's direct interference in concealing Naruto's identity as the hero's son has subjected Naruto to scorn and discrimination from the oblivious villagers over the past 3 years, inadvertently honing his exceptional acting skills. This transformation has led the third Hokage to suddenly awaken to the urgency of the situation, commanding his forces to steadily suppress Danzo's power. While the former comrades, having fought side by side, have now torn apart their old bonds without a second thought. Ironically, they have never suspected the true architect behind the third Hokage's change of heart to be this seemingly naive and rebellious child. In a sense, it could be considered poetic justice. As Naruto gazed at the once arrogant Danzo, now forced to wear a mask of feigned patience and humility, he felt a refreshing exhilaration, akin to sipping a chilled fruit juice on a sweltering summer day. Striving to maintain a neutral expression and conceal any signs of amusement, he felt a subtle tremor coursing through his body as he suppressed his laughter. With a slight tilt of his head, he poked at his own cheeks, furrowing his brow in a mock display of contemplation, as if trying to comprehend Danzo's words, all the while delighting in the increasingly agitated demeanor of the older man. As Danzo's tightly clenched fists hinted at a desire to retaliate, Naruto, sensing the imminent eruption, decided to withdraw gracefully, showcasing a childlike innocence as he chimed, "Well, you're right. Grandpa Danzo, someone as good as you has certainly never deceived me. In an effort to deepen Danzo's trust, Naruto shook off the fade of fatigue he had crafted. Pretending to muster his energy in response to Danzo's words, he scampered forward, embodying the persona of an inquisitive and easily deceived child, before swiftly diving into the cavern that had been revealed at the base of the great tree. Not long after, his voice echoed through the tunnel, filled with excitement. Wow. Grandpa Danzo, come quickly. It's so magnificent in here. I've never seen such peculiar stones before. They're beautiful. It seemed he had been overly cautious. How foolish of him to be so wary of this inconsequential child. Had he been driven to paranoia by the relentless pressure from Hisashi? Under the guise of impeccable acting, Naruto's performance was flawless. In Danzo's eyes, he appeared as an obedient child, occasionally playful but devoid of any ulterior motives, prompting Danzo to reflect on whether he had become overly suspicious recently. With a renewed display of his insufferable, hypocritical smile, he admonished, "Slow down, Naruto, be careful in here. You might hurt yourself if you fall." "Okay, I got it." As Danzo stepped into the cave, his frail hand discreetly formed the final hand sign for a low-level wind technique. Using his meticulous control over ninjutsu to obscure the cave entrance with the remnants of his disguise, erasing any evidence of their passage and ensuring that everything appeared as it did when they first arrived at the great tree. However, Danzo, whose focus was entirely on Naruto, failed to notice the white-haired man standing silently across the way atop another giant tree, observing the entire scene unfold. Uzumaki Naruto, how intriguing. Truly, he is the son of Minato, bold and astute, much like his father. Both father and son share a penchant for recklessness. The old man was correct. Minato and Kushina, you have given birth to a truly remarkable child. As the gentle breeze caressed him, the crimson vest worn by the man fluttered slightly. And as he watched Naruto and Danzo, a smile of contentment began to form at the corners of his lips. Rest assured, Minato and Kushina, no matter the cost, I shall protect this child with all my might. Warm sunlight bathed the man in its glow, and the unique metal forehead protector he wore, distinct from the standard issued by the Hidden Leaf Village, glimmered brilliantly, accentuating the powerful symbols etched upon it. The butterfly effect? A true treasure hunt. As Naruto approached the entrance of the Root organization, he was taken aback by Danzo's sudden and decisive revelation of the hidden location and method of entry. This unexpected candor led him to mistakenly believe that Danzo had seen through his ruse and had prepared a trap for him within the cave. While he outwardly appeared relaxed, he heightened his vigilance internally, feigning curiosity as he exclaimed in surprise while surveying his surroundings. It wasn't until he turned the first corner of the dimly lit underground passage that he realized it was merely a false alarm. Beyond the corner awaited him a junction with 13 branching paths, each capable of accommodating only 2 individuals at a time. It was evident that only one route was correct. If Naruto was correct in his assumptions, given Danzo's suspicious nature, this daunting choice would merely be the beginning. Even if he faced 26, 39, or even more convoluted choices designed to obscure the correct path, Naruto would remain unfazed. It is no wonder that the old fellow Danzo, after meandering for quite some time, would suddenly become so straightforward. It appears he was merely confirming whether he was being followed, without ever considering me at all. It seems I was foolishly engaging in a battle of wits with the air itself, given the intricate and labyrinthine underground passages. Akin to a complex network of tunnels, the Root organization is indeed a legitimate entity without a hint of deception. This alone could effectively prevent any intruder from inadvertently stumbling upon the correct path to the Root's headquarters, rendering the need for additional security personnel unnecessary. As Naruto surveyed the 13 passageways, all remarkably similar in size and appearance, he began to understand why the third Hokage, despite years of collaboration with Danzo, had failed to acquire detailed intelligence about the Root organization's stronghold. He was even unaware of its exact location. Resorting to the use of a secret technique to seal part of Kakashi Hataki's memories, instructing him to infiltrate the Root organization under the guise of an inconspicuous outer member. In order to swiftly gain Danzo's trust, Kakashi endured numerous betrayals of the third Hokage, ultimately earning a significant contribution to the Root organization and being personally selected by Danzo as a spy to be placed beside the third Hokage. Had it not been for Danzo's desperate plot to assassinate the third Hokage, which forced Kakashi to expose his identity as a spy and issue a warning, Kakashi might have already established himself within the Root organization, gaining access to more information as one of Danzo's trusted confidants. Although Danzo found himself in a precarious position after the failure of the assassination scheme, which revealed his ambitions and cost him the invaluable allegiance of Yamato. A unique and powerful wood-release ninja, he simultaneously severed a crucial source of intelligence for the third Hokage regarding the Root organization, leaving the Hokage in the dark and prompting him to reluctantly agree to Naruto's reckless plan. In retrospect, it seems that both sides have experienced gains and losses. A bittersweet outcome. Interestingly, in the original narrative, Danzo's assassination attempt on the third Hokage was supposed to occur during the latter's unstable reappointment, suggesting that Kakashi should have already exposed his identity as a spy. The timeline of events has shifted by more than 3 years, leading Naruto to ponder whether Danzo's reluctance to utilize this scheme was a result of the third Hokage's relentless pressure. When did this old man become so principled and bound by honor? Could this be the consequence of a butterfly effect brought about by time travel? If so, I ought to be cautious about the potential early emergence of Danzo's repugnant trump card. As Naruto's thoughts raced, his expression of surprise and astonishment remained unchanged. He glanced back at Danzo, who was gradually closing the distance, and with a wide grin, ran exuberantly towards the first passageway on the left, as if he had discovered a new world. Grandpa Danzo, look, there are so many paths. I remember that in the comics. Hey, Grandpa Danzo, could there be treasure hidden here? Shall we go treasure hunting? What do you say, Grandpa Danzo? Hey, slow down, little rascal. Wait for Grandpa. These old bones can't keep up with your mischief. For some reason, under Naruto's gaze, Danzo felt an overwhelming sense of being thoroughly exposed, devoid of any secrets. He instinctively covered his right arm, concealed beneath his long sleeve, and hypocritically responded to Naruto while narrowing his eyes to scrutinize him. Yet, despite Naruto's exceptional acting, Danzo could only conclude that this little rascal was merely an innocent child, easily appeased. Strangely, why do I find myself constantly doubting this little brat? With his small frame, panting after just a bit of exertion, what threat could he possibly pose to me? A tantrum, perhaps? After multiple tests yielding no unusual findings, Danzo could only quell the inexplicable sense of crisis that occasionally arose within him. He paused, feigning interest in Naruto's excited chatter while keeping a careful eye on the meticulously designed junction ahead, all the while gradually approaching Naruto to prevent this playful child from getting lost in the maze-like passages, thus risking the loss of an essential trump card. He bent down, gently lifting Naruto back into his arms with a smile of indulgence, responding dramatically, Is there treasure buried in here? That sounds like a splendid idea, Naruto. Why didn't I think of that? But it's getting late. You must be starving from our long journey. Let us return home for a hearty meal first, and then we can embark on our treasure hunt. Really? That's amazing. I knew Grandpa Danzo would take care of me. As Danzo approached with open arms, Naruto suppressed a grin, eagerly reaching out with his chubby little hands, ready for Danzo to embrace him. Once close enough, he lifted his face, eyes sparkling with laughter, and leaped into Danzo's embrace, exclaiming, "It's settled then, Grandpa Danzo. You must play the treasure hunt game with me later." Despite the urge to unleash a Rasengan upon Danzo, obliterating this long-standing menace, Naruto hesitated. He was uncertain whether Danzo still possessed that elusive trump card capable of dodging any lethal attack. Moreover, his objective was not solely to eliminate Danzo, but also to uncover the location of the Root Organization's headquarters, thus eradicating this insidious organization that could betray Konoha at any moment. He needed to avoid killing Danzo only to see the core members of the Root, already indoctrinated as his loyal subordinates, scatter into hiding, becoming vengeful serpents lurking in the shadows of the village. Left 1, right 3, right 2. The saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is not too late even after 10 years. For now, I shall allow you to revel a little longer, old man. The hands that encircled Danzo's neck, hidden from his view, struggled to suppress the impulse to attack, while Naruto feigned innocence, keenly observing Danzo's movements, occasionally gasping in wonder like an unworldly child, suppressing his amusement. Yes, just like that, old man. Lead me to the treasure trove of your beloved Root Organization. The true treasure hunt has now begun. Is it too late to mend the fence, or merely an unnecessary endeavor? Regardless of whether that speculation holds any truth, I must remain vigilant. If it is true, could it not imply that Danzo possesses a card that could turn the tide? Quiet and obedient, Naruto nestled himself in Danzo's embrace, feigning drowsiness as he lazily rubbed his sleepy eyes and yawned intermittently. seizing the opportunity to burrow deeper into Danzo's arms. He utilized this perfect blind spot to discreetly observe and memorize the correct route leading to the root organization's headquarters. Simultaneously, he mentally calculated the worst-case scenarios that could arise from the significant deviations in history, given that such conspicuous deviations had already occurred. It was not beyond the realm of possibility that this old coot Danzo had acquired that exceedingly repugnant life-saving technique ahead of time. If his right hand, concealed within his robe, had indeed undergone Orochimaru's modifications and had been implanted with cells from Hashirama Senju, the difficulty of this operation would escalate considerably. However, it was not too late to mend the fence after the sheep had strayed. He needed to swiftly confirm matters with Grandpa Hizashi and Uncle Fugaku. As the ever-cautious Naruto felt the stirrings of doubt and foreboding, he disregarded the fact that the number of shadow clones he had previously allocated for information transmission had dwindled significantly. He resolutely dispelled another clone that was currently training in the third outdoor survival training ground, assimilating its training achievements to enhance his own skill proficiency. Through the unique ability of shadow clones to share memories, he fully conveyed his concerns and speculations to the clone stationed in the Hokage office, responsible for liaising with the third Hokage. Grandpa Hizashi, do you know where Uncle Fugaku is now? Upon receiving the memories of the original Naruto, the clone possessed all of Naruto's thoughts and cognitive processes at that moment. As its tightly shut eyes opened, the words rushed forth, urgently inquiring of the third Hokage, who was anxiously pacing nearby, awaiting news from Naruto. Oh, finally some news. Huh, Fugaku, the third Hokage, whose attention was wholly focused on the shadow clone left by Naruto, immediately sensed that vital information was to be conveyed. The fact that the clone had not dissipated entirely and could still relay news indicated that Naruto was safe and sound. Consequently, the furrowed brow of the third Hokage slightly relaxed as he prepared to inquire further, only to be interrupted by the young ninja before he could speak. Fugaku, at this moment, he should be working at the police force, right? Instinctively responding to Naruto's question, the third Hokage's gaze involuntarily scrutinized the youthful, yet surprisingly mature visage of the clone. The confidence that should have been perpetually present between his brows vanished without a trace, replaced by palpable anxiety and concern. He instinctively retracted the smile that had just surfaced and softly inquired, "What is it, Naruto? Is there a serious issue? Please dispatch someone to summon Uncle Fugaku immediately. I have a critically important hypothesis that requires his immediate confirmation." In light of the urgency, Naruto disregarded the customary formalities due to the elders, his fists clenched and teeth gritted as he declared emphatically, "I need to know right away." Among the Uchiha clan members who sacrificed their lives during these years of war, how many had their Sharingan awakened to the three-tomo state? Did the corpses of the fallen come into contact with Danzo or the root organization? The three-tomo Sharingan. I hadn't noticed whether Danzo had dealings in that regard. The third Hokage's voice trailed off as he raised his arm and gestured for the Umbu, who were lurking nearby, to act swiftly and relay the message. His expression morphed into one of confusion as he continued, but suddenly asking about this. "Have you encountered some trouble, Naruto?" "Ah, it was my oversight. I hope it's merely my overthinking. Otherwise, this operation harbors a critical flaw we had never considered before, even if it ultimately proved to be unnecessary concern." Naruto's meticulous preparations over the past 3 years had been pivotal in preventing any slip-ups. As the third Hokage dispatched someone to summon Fugaku as per Naruto's request, the young ninja took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumultuous beating of his heart. Once his rapid breathing had somewhat abated, he looked up to meet the third Hokage's questioning gaze and continued, "I suspect that Danzo may have already stolen the power of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, especially a certain technique that requires the combined strength of both the Senju and Uchiha clans to execute, a highly unique and costly secret technique. A technique that necessitates the collaboration of both the Senju and Uchiha clans. Given the intricate history between the first and second Hokage, both of whom came from the Senju clan, it stands to reason that the secrets related to the Sharingan have been meticulously preserved. However, the stringent conditions for its execution that you mention are exceedingly rare." As the third Hokage whispered in contemplation, he swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation, his eyes widening in disbelief as his tone involuntarily rose several pitches. "You mean to say?" The third Hokage's apparent familiarity with the mysteries of the Sharingan astonished Naruto, and he began to comprehend the deeper implications of their identities. realizing that this world was far more complex than what could be easily navigated through the original plot. It was fraught with unknown possibilities, far more exhilarating and perilous than he had previously imagined. Yes, you are correct, Grandpa Zashi. I am referring to the technique that can reset any damage suffered by the user, capable of reversing life and death and altering reality itself. The most powerful Jinjutsu, Izanagi. With the third Hokage now aware of the situation, Naruto felt free to explicitly mention the existence of Izanagi. Should anyone inquire later about how he had come to know such secrets, he could simply attribute it to the information passed down from his parents. If anyone doubted him, they could confront Minato and Kushina directly. While it feels somewhat unfair to place such a burden on my parents, considering how many times I've already implicated them since coming into contact with the third Hokage and others, I doubt they would mind if I added just one more accusation. Right? Probably. We have arrived. The Root Organization's headquarters. At this moment, the shadow clones within the Hokage office should have been confirming whether Danzo had any prior contact with the Sharingan, with Grandpa Hizashi and Uncle Fugaku. All that remained was to patiently await their return with news. As Naruto dispelled the shadow clones, he nestled in Danzo's embrace, appearing almost as if he had succumbed to a peaceful slumber. Yet, he remained acutely aware of their path, silently processing the training experiences relayed back to him upon the dispelling of the clones. A subtle tightening of his lips betrayed his realization of the potential severity of the situation, though he hoped it was merely an overreaction on his part. Should he fail to incapacitate this old man decisively, the repercussions could be dire. Just as the remaining clones were oblivious to the experiences the original had undergone prior to their dissolution, Naruto was equally deprived of the intelligence he sought until the clones took the initiative to disperse. The suspicion that Danzo might have preemptively grasped the essence of Izanagi was particularly unsettling for Naruto, who typically relied on the unfolding of the original storyline to guide his actions. This revelation had undoubtedly thrown his meticulously crafted plans into disarray. Now, as he ventured deeper into enemy territory, he found himself compelled to act, for the time for hesitation had long passed. Unless Naruto intended to recklessly teleport away before Danzo, the opportunity to delay his assault was slipping away. The only silver lining was that with each clone dispelled, Naruto's chakra was replenished. While the results of the diligent training undertaken by the shadow clones were gradually assimilated, leading to a steady enhancement of his strength, a small consolation. Is it nearing? As Naruto racked his brain for a strategy to counter Izanagi, he noticed Danzo's pace quickening. The frequency of forked paths was diminishing significantly, indicating that they were approaching the heart of the Root Organization. Time was of the essence, and Naruto resolved to cast aside his trepidations. After all, from the moment he decided to rescue the Little Fan family's plight, he had anticipated that history would inevitably deviate beyond his control. Though he had not expected it to occur so swiftly, he had hoped to first eliminate Danzo, this malignant tumor, before any unforeseen complications arose. This was not to say that if Danzo truly possessed Izanagi, Naruto would be powerless against him. If he were to muster the resolve to eliminate Danzo, it would not be overly difficult given the hidden cards he held. Ultimately, while Danzo's manipulations wielded considerable influence in terms of raw strength, he was merely one of the weakest players among the many hidden antagonists Naruto needed to contend with. Naruto had learned from Itachi that another pivotal figure, Uchiha Shisui, who possessed the potential to sway the fate of the Uchiha clan's massacre, was alive and well, his Sharingan yet to awaken to the Mangekyou state. Danzo had no reason to plot against Shisui, especially given his precarious position after repeated setbacks against the third Hokage. It was implausible that he would divert his focus to Shisui's Sharingan when he was already treading carefully in negotiations with Naruto. In essence, regardless of how history might shift, at most, Danzo could possess the ability to activate Izanagi, but he certainly lacked the capability to employ the game-breaking Genjutsu, Kotoamatsukami. This was an undeniable fact. Moreover, Danzo and Appo's extravagant use of Izanagi as a mere substitute technique, without revealing any other Sharingan-related abilities, further evidenced his ineptitude in wielding the power of the Sharingan. In contrast, Kakashi, who, despite being an outsider, had mastered his Sharingan's abilities to an extraordinary degree, showcased a stark difference in efficiency. As the old adage goes, to gain is to lose. The disparity in the utilization of the Sharingan revealed that although Danzo occupied a high position and had operated in the shadows for years, he had become unaccustomed to honing his strength through the rigors of battle. If viewed from a gaming perspective, Naruto perceived Danzo as merely a blood-soaked boss that required repeated defeats to whittle down, endowed with a few resurrection crosses and Senju Hashirama's cells to hasten recovery. Could he not defeat him in one strike? Then he would summon Kurama, the true beast, to vanquish him thoroughly. Yet, it was precisely because Naruto recognized Danzo's relative weakness among the myriad threats lurking in the shadows that he felt compelled to act with utmost caution, adhering to the original narrative to avoid revealing too many of his hidden cards. After all, should Obito, masquerading under Uchiha Madara's name, discover that Naruto, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, possessed such remarkable potential for growth, he would undoubtedly take extreme measures to eradicate Naruto during his vulnerable youth, an age when he was least capable of confronting him directly. As for why Obito had not taken such action in the original narrative or over the past 3 years, it was likely because he deemed Naruto, isolated and ostracized by Danzo's schemes and the villagers, a negligible threat. Rather than risk eliminating Naruto and allowing Konoha to gain a new Jinchuriki capable of mastering Kurama's power, he would find it more prudent to focus on advancing the Moon's Eye plan, which required the pivotal pieces of capturing the tailed beasts and manipulating the fourth Mizukage as a puppet to transform Kirigakure into his own private army. Thus, once Obito realized Naruto's potential threat exceeded his expectations, Naruto surmised that he would not hesitate to dispatch himself to eliminate him. Furthermore, if Obito could ruthlessly attack his former sensei and mother, Minato and Kushina, how much more resolute would he be against Naruto, a child with whom he had no prior connection? Such a confrontation would likely be swift and decisive. This understanding was a significant reason why Naruto endured 3 years of inhumane treatment before opting to engage with the third Hokage in a bid to alter the fate of the little fan. The higher one rises, the quicker one falls. The archetypal narrative of a boss dispatching subordinates to grant experience to the protagonist, allowing them to ascend and ultimately vanquish the antagonist, exists solely within the realms of anime, novels, or films. To survive, one must feign ignorance, maintain a low profile, and embody the strategy of a tiger cloaked as a pig. As he silently mused, Naruto, on the cusp of reaching the most crucial destination of his journey, feigned awakening. Rubbing his eyes to reinvigorate himself, he endeavored to project a cherubic smile, embodying the image of the obedient child he had cultivated, while suppressing the urge to confront Danzo in a direct confrontation. When Danzo finally led Naruto away from the labyrinthine underground passage into a more spacious area, marked by a meticulously constructed building for the Root Organization's meetings, Naruto's movements faltered as he prepared to dispel the shadow clone and relay the correct route to the third Hokage. He stood momentarily entranced, gazing incredulously at the shadowy structure illuminated by flickering candlelight, utterly captivated by its imposing presence. The rounded, plump shape of the circular structure, with the faint outline of a flame insignia visible within the central circular frame. No matter how Naruto scrutinized the silhouette of the building before him, it unmistakably resembled the Hokage office building, constructed evidently based on this iconic structure of Konoha. Yet, this was not enough to astonish Naruto to such a degree. What truly left him in disbelief was the location of the Root Organization's headquarters. Shortly after entering the tunnel, Naruto sensed that the distance between him and the shadow clone at the Hokage office was gradually diminishing. However, preoccupied with other thoughts, he dismissed the slight reduction in distance now, intending to utilize the position of the shadow clone to choose the right moment to dispel the one stationed at the third outdoor survival training ground, thereby avoiding any interference with his communication with the third Hokage. Naruto unconsciously became aware of a subtle connection with the shadow clone previously placed within the Hokage office, which was precisely aligned with the position above him. In other words, the elusive headquarters of the Root Organization, which had evaded detection until now, was located directly beneath the Hokage office. The nearly identical architectural design, coupled with the profoundly significant choice of location, Danzo's ambition to usurp the third Hokage was laid bare for all to see. An unexpected turn of events. Alas, if I wish to return home, which path must I take? With her bright, sparkling eyes blinking and surveying her surroundings, Hinata's growing anxiety deepens the more she scrutinizes her unfamiliar environment. As the heiress of the Hyuga clan, who seldom ventured beyond the confines of her home, she had become so engrossed in her aimless wanderings that she failed to memorize the route she had traversed. It was only when she sought to retrace her steps that she realized she was in a completely foreign locale, one she had never encountered before. At this moment, not only could Hinata not discern the way back home, but she could not even recall the path she had taken to arrive here. Did I come from the left? No, it must have been the right. Oh, what to do? Everything looks the same. I can't recognize anything at all. The dim, profound alleyway appeared to her as a gaping maw of a beast, poised to devour the unwary, instilling in her a paralyzing fear that rendered her unable to take a single step forward. After futilely circling in place and striving to ascertain the way home, she ultimately succumbed to the innate terror that children possess towards the unknown. What should I do? Father, mother, where are you? Her legs curled beneath her as she slowly sank to the ground, hands shielding her eyes as her face nestled into the space between her knees. Her shoulders quivered slightly as she began to sob softly, the sound barely perceptible. What is the matter? Has something happened? Alas, as for whether Danzo had any contact with their corpses, I truly had not paid attention. The serious expression of Naruto, resembling that of Minato Namikaze, caused Fugaku to momentarily mistake him for his dear friend, prompting an instinctive response before his mind fully registered the situation. However, if one wishes to know, they could inquire with the gravekeeper who oversees the Uchiha clan's cemetery. Those who can manifest the Sharingan to such an extent are already considered elite within the Uchiha clan. To prevent nefarious individuals from stealing and revealing the secrets of the Sharingan, any contact they had with outsiders, whether in life or death, would undoubtedly be documented and preserved permanently. If Danzo had indeed interacted with them, there would certainly be a record of it. Fugaku's inability to provide direct evidence regarding Danzo's potential to activate the Izanagi technique surprised Naruto somewhat, but he soon understood after hearing Fugaku's explanation. After all, Danzo had always portrayed himself as a stern and unyielding individual who selflessly dedicated himself to the village. One of the 3 major advisors in the Elder Council of the Hidden Leaf Village. As a high-ranking official, before the truth was fully exposed and the facade was irrevocably shattered, he could easily send members of the Root organization under the guise of assisting in the collection of the Uchiha clan's fallen. Moreover, the Root organization operated in the shadows, quietly supporting the towering tree that is the Hidden Leaf Village, and no one would suspect that their actions might harbor ulterior motives. I see. Then, Uncle Fugaku, if we were to send someone to investigate now, how long would it take to obtain accurate information? The round trip would take about an hour, and considering the time needed to peruse the records and verify the information, it would likely require half a day. As Fugaku pondered this, he sensed something unusual and, after providing an estimated time frame, turned to inquire, "What is the matter, Naruto? Have you encountered some trouble? Why did you suddenly think to ask me about this?" Indeed, there was trouble, and it was considerable, for present were only Naruto, the 3rd Hokage, and Fugaku, while the 3rd Hokage's trusted confidants discreetly guarded the office's perimeter. Without fear of information leakage, Naruto disclosed his earlier speculation about Danzo potentially possessing the ability to wield the strongest illusion technique, Izanagi. What? Izanagi? That is a perilous forbidden technique within the Uchiha clan, sealed away due to its stringent requirements. While perplexed as to how this young child had knowledge of the Uchiha clan's forbidden techniques, it was evident that the immediate priority was to verify Naruto's claims regarding Danzo's contact with the desecrated remains of the heroic spirits, which could lead to the theft of their Sharingan. No wonder you rushed to find me. I understand now. I will return immediately to... Bang! Before Fugaku could finish his sentence, a cloud of white mist suddenly rose beneath Naruto's feet, and when the mist dissipated, Naruto's figure had vanished, disappearing in an instant. Multiple shadow clone technique. When did this child learn such a technique? The sudden disappearance of Naruto confirmed Fugaku's suspicions about the origin of the numerous Narutos present, and his heart grew numb to the continual surprises. Never mind. It's too late now. This matter must be set aside for the moment. I just received intelligence from the original body. At the very moment Naruto disappeared while conversing with the 3rd Hokage and Fugaku, another Naruto, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed in meditation, opened his eyes with a complex and peculiar expression, standing up with slight hesitation. After shaking his head, he turned to the 2 individuals beside him, who were equally tense, and continued, "I have both good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Good news and bad news?" The mention of too late caused the 3rd Hokage's previously relaxed nerves to tense once more. The fact that Naruto would change his mind and even voluntarily dispel the ongoing conversation with his shadow clone spoke volumes about the significance of this intelligence. After a brief moment of surprise, he decisively chose, "Let us hear the good news first." The good news is, the original body has located the headquarters of the Root organization, and in a sense, the hiding place of the Root organization is surprisingly close to us. The headquarters of the Root organization is very close to us? How is that possible? This unexpected piece of information left the third Hokage astonished, even exclaiming in disbelief. The Hokage office building, as a crucial institution of governance for the Hidden Leaf Village, undergoes meticulous and regular inspections of all surrounding buildings. If the Root organization were indeed so close, they should have been detected long ago. Where exactly is it located? And what is the bad news you mentioned? The third Hokage, racking his brain, could not fathom any building that could serve as a concealed headquarters for the Root organization, prompting him to urge Naruto with increasing urgency. This leads to the other piece of bad news. Danzo constructed a building identical to the Hokage office as the base for his Root organization, implying, well, his ambition to become Hokage has been brewing for quite some time. And this base is located. As Naruto spoke, his shadow clone's expression grew increasingly strange, and after finishing his sentence, he unusually clutched his chest and gasped for breath. After a lengthy pause, he managed to point downwards, continuing in a stutter, right beneath the ground. Before he could finish, a bizarre scene unfolded. All of the remaining shadow clones in the office, including the one conversing, suddenly transformed into white smoke and vanished simultaneously. Even those in the distant third outdoor survival training ground. The cessation of the shadow clone's communication function could indicate only two possibilities. One was that Naruto intended to recollect all chakra and training experience to recover swiftly for battle, and the other was that Naruto's original body had sustained irreparable damage or was in a state of uncontrolled fury, leaving him with no surplus energy to maintain these clones. To clarify the situation regarding the prince, in Chapter 57, the prince's peril prompted the Hyuga and Uchiha clans to eagerly volunteer for battle. This remarkable ability of the prince to rally support was not merely coincidental or due to some external influence. It was earned through Naruto's gradual actions. Although the prince was only 3 years old, he had already taken significant steps before confronting Danzo. When assisting Hinata, his identity as a Jinchuriki led to the misconception that he represented the will of the third Hokage, thereby inadvertently resolving the nascent misunderstanding between the Hyuga clan and the third Hokage. During an encounter where he guided a young fan in training, he not only created opportunities to meet Itachi Uchiha, but also garnered support from his brother, successfully establishing contact with Fugaku Uchiha. Furthermore, after revealing his lineage, the profound bond between Minato and Fugaku significantly elevated their goodwill towards him, allowing Naruto to gain Fugaku's trust without significant obstacles and persuading him to extinguish any thoughts of rebellion before they could take root. Considering the circumstances, the third Hokage, initially constrained by the Elder Council's interference, suddenly found himself emboldened to confront Danzo directly, emerging with the upper hand. This transformation can be attributed not only to the resurgence of the third Hokage's influence and authority after 3 years of recuperation, overshadowing the elders, but also significantly due to Naruto's role as a mediator, aligning the two most powerful clans in Konoha with him. Thus, it can be said that the current third Hokage stands fortified, with the people's support rallying behind him. The scheming Danzo, whose mindset remains stuck in the tactics of 3 years ago, is bound to face repeated setbacks. Presently, Naruto has subtly evolved into a cherished figure within the Hokage's faction, no longer supported solely by the third Hokage, but now also bolstered by the formidable Hyuga and Uchiha clans. In this context, should Naruto desire to reclaim his identity as the hero's son, it would be an uncomplicated endeavor. The reason he refrains from doing so lies in his awareness that his future adversaries extend beyond Danzo alone. He consciously opts to maintain a low profile, intending to continue the ruse of the underdog. This strategy ensures that, apart from the third Hokage and the involved parties, no one else in the Hidden Leaf Village is privy to this truth. In summary, while Danzo revels in the belief that he possesses a trump card, he fails to recognize that Naruto is not merely his weapon for resurgence, but rather a formidable force that, once provoked, could unleash catastrophic repercussions akin to disturbing a hornet's nest. Additionally, when Hayashi unexpectedly barges in to request participation in the rescue, Both Fugaku and the third Hokage share a profound sense of bewilderment. If one were to visualize their internal reactions, it would resemble the look of a perplexed individual questioning their existence. Just as Hayashi had not anticipated Naruto's significance to the extent that it would compel Fugaku to kneel and petition for a rescue operation. Fugaku remains oblivious to the fact that Naruto could command Hayashi's respect to the point of disregarding the presence of his bitter rival. Addressing Fugaku with the term brother in a rare moment of cordiality, clearly an attempt to prevent any discord that might jeopardize the timely rescue of Naruto. Of course, this unintended collaboration paves the way for a cessation of hostilities between the two clans, gradually mending their relationship. Once Hinata and Sasuke come of age, they will be able to guide these two powerful factions into becoming steadfast allies of Naruto. However, those matters lie in the future. Naruto's influence is such that a single thread pulled could unravel the entire tapestry. The Root Organization's headquarters is underground? What does that imply? Are you suggesting a subterranean warehouse or basement? Bang. Huh. Naruto. Has new intelligence emerged so swiftly? Truly remarkable. Naruto? The direction indicated by Naruto, seemingly irrelevant, leaves the third Hokage, who has been meticulously surveying the structures surrounding the Hokage building, utterly perplexed. As he frowns in contemplation, attempting to digest this newfound intelligence, the sound of a shadow clone dispelling reaches his ears, leading him to instinctively turn towards Naruto, hoping for clearer information. However, his peripheral vision catches sight of the increasingly pale and distressed expression of the nearby young clone, causing him to pause momentarily, sensing something amiss. A growing sense of foreboding creeps into the mind of this seasoned leader, who is usually unflappable in the face of chaos. Naruto, what has happened to your original self? Bang, 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 bang. Before the third Hokage could finish his sentence, the previously calm and seated shadow clones began to dissipate one by one in clouds of white mist. Then, the clone responsible for communicating with the third Hokage suddenly collapsed, clutching its head, contorting in agony before vanishing into smoke. Is this the result of Naruto retracting the shadow clones due to overwhelming mental strain? Fugaku, witnessing this bizarre occurrence, realizes that his understanding of Naruto's true nature pales in comparison to the third Hokage's insights gained through constant observation via crystal ball. Naruto's youth and natural disguise significantly cloud Fugaku's judgment regarding his true abilities. The manner in which these clones dissolve resembles the aftermath of the shadow clone technique reaching its limit, prompting the user to dispel them to prevent mental disarray or collapse. Given the abruptness of this event, Fugaku is momentarily caught off guard, failing to grasp its true implications. However, it soon dawns on him. As he observes the third Hokage and Appo's smile vanish, replaced by a grave expression, that the situation is far more complex than it appears. The entities created by the shadow clone technique possess independent consciousness, inheriting the original's awareness and memories upon creation. Their physical state remains fixed from the moment of their creation, unaffected by the original's experiences, be it injury, healing, or mental exhaustion. In essence, regardless of whether the retraction of the shadow clones was intentional or not, they should dissipate cleanly, devoid of the pain and suffering exhibited earlier. The only conceivable explanation for the distressed appearance of the last clone remaining is that Naruto, in a desperate situation, prioritized the retraction of other clones to convey his current plight to the remaining one. In other words, the deliberate retention of the last clone serves to project Naruto's current state to others. He is enduring suffering so profound that he is barely able to resist, let alone articulate a plea for help to the third Hokage and others. What has transpired? Naruto, my dear child, why won't you heed your grandfather's counsel? Since Naruto began his association with Danzo, the third Hokage has lived in constant anxiety, fearing unforeseen calamities. Initially, upon learning that Naruto had discovered the Root Organization's headquarters, he felt a moment of relief, thinking the crisis was averted, only to find that his greatest fears had indeed materialized. Third Hokage, I implore you to allow me to lead a team immediately to rescue Naruto. As the third Hokage grappled with frustration and regret, contemplating a strategy, Kakashi, who had been waiting anxiously outside, could no longer contain his emotions. He appeared before the third Hokage, kneeling and gritting his teeth, volunteering for the mission. As a subordinate, Kakashi understood that even with the special status of being the sole surviving disciple of the fourth Hokage, His current actions could be seen as disrespectful. Yet, he could no longer afford to concern himself with such matters. Obito, Rin, Sensei Minato, Kushina-sensei. Watching the most cherished individuals in his life depart one by one. Feeling utterly powerless, Kakashi had long endured this pain, and he could not bear to see Naruto, the continuation of his mentor's legacies, face a similar fate. I beseech you, third Hokage, grant me permission. Seeing his usually taciturn junior express such raw emotion brought both comfort and a bittersweet smile to the third Hokage's face. Kakashi, if the third Hokage is concerned about this young man's ability to shoulder such heavy responsibilities. Just as the third Hokage was about to soothe Kakashi's agitation with words of comfort, a brief moment of hesitation led Fugaku, standing nearby, to mistakenly believe that the third Hokage doubted Kakashi's capacity to undertake the crucial mission of rescuing Naruto. He could not help but interrupt the third Hokage's speech. I can immediately assemble the elite members of our clan and personally lead the rescue. We will thoroughly investigate all suspicious buildings surrounding the Hokage's office in the shortest possible time to uncover the true location of the Akatsuki's headquarters and bring back Naruto. The pride that had been cultivated from years of holding a high position dissipated in an instant. His robust frame knelt before the third Hokage without hesitation, completely disregarding the possibility that this act could be construed as a sign of submission by the elders of his clan. He earnestly and anxiously implored. Fugaku's unexpected initiative left the third Hokage somewhat dazed, as if he were trapped in an unreal dream. It is well known that the Uchiha clan is notoriously proud, and Fugaku, as its leader, epitomizes this characteristic. Even during Minato's time, the third Hokage had never witnessed Fugaku exhibit any semblance of subservience, let alone the unprecedented act of volunteering for a mission. This striking transformation came after Naruto's interaction with Fugaku, prompting the third Hokage to privately marvel at the immense charismatic power harbored by this usually unassuming young man. Minato, Kushina, you have indeed raised an extraordinary child. As the third Hokage mused, the surprises brought forth by Naruto were far from over. Brother Fugaku, you are mistaken. In terms of combat prowess, perhaps the Sharingan of your Uchiha clan holds an edge, but when it comes to reconnaissance, that is the forte of our Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Leave this matter to me, a professional. Moreover, as a father, I must mention that Naruto has come to my daughter's aid twice and has been quite attentive to Hinata. Because of this, my precious daughter has long since developed feelings for this scoundrel. Though I am somewhat displeased, if I were to remain idle at this moment, I would surely face her resentment. Suddenly, the closed office door was pushed open, and Hyuga Hayashi, clad in a ninja vest and headband, approached with a hearty laugh. Making his way directly towards the third Hokage, who had once again fallen into a state of bewilderment. Without hesitation, he knelt halfway to the ground, suppressing his laughter to regain a serious demeanor, and requested in a firm and resolute manner. The elite forces of the Hyuga clan are assembled and ready to depart. I earnestly request that the third Hokage grant us permission to conduct a search. What? You must be joking. The reconnaissance abilities of my Uchiha clan's Sharingan are far superior to your inferior Byakugan. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans, since the decline of the Senju clan, have been recognized as the two strongest families in Konoha. Thus, frequent friction and disdain between them had become commonplace. At this critical juncture, Fugaku's sudden intrusion naturally irked Hayashi, who, after a brief pause, instinctively retorted with irritation. When have you ever bested me in our little competitions? Come on. You only win due to your cheating with the Byakugan. I can't see through things like you can. Well, doesn't that suffice? This already proves that my Hyuga clan is more suited for this search and rescue mission than your Uchiha clan. I concede. You make a valid point. All right. However, this time, Fugaku did not stubbornly argue with Hayashi as he typically would. Aware that the reality was indeed as Hayashi stated, he restrained his emotions, forcing himself to calm down, and astonishingly made the first concession. After a brief pause, he added, feigning a fierce demeanor, rescuing the person is paramount. I shall let this slide for now, but don't think I want to warn you first. If your search proves too inefficient, I will not hesitate to personally take charge. What? When did my Hyuga clan ever have to heed your words? You yourself admitted before that in combat. The Sharingan of my Uchiha clan is more suitable. Leave the task of infiltrating the Akatsuki to me. I will, rest assured. Fugaku's remarkable change left Hayashi, who had expected a prolonged argument as usual, momentarily speechless, and upon regaining his composure, the smile in his eyes deepened. The barrier between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, which had never been a blood feud, quietly began to dissolve through the collaboration of both clan leaders, united in their common goal of rescuing Naruto, sowing the seeds for future reconciliation. Ahem, am I invisible here as the third Hokage? Observing the fervent conversation between the two, the third Hokage couldn't help but feel a bit awkward as he coughed lightly, redirecting the attention of those present back to himself. Naruto, it appears I was right about you. At such a young age, you have managed to bring the Hyuga and Uchiha clans together in cooperation, setting the stage for your future to surpass even that of your grandfather. No, even the Hokages of generations past. Until that day arrives, I shall ensure that you encounter no mishaps. As he witnessed the harmonious scene of the two clans working together, a scenario he had never dared to imagine, his heart swelled with pride and comfort for Naruto. He pondered for a moment, then steeled himself, casting aside all concerns to issue the command. Very well, the situation is urgent. We cannot afford to dally. Fugaku, you will lead your clan members, following Naruto's intel, through the underground passage to the Akatsuki's headquarters. Hayashi, you will lead your clan to immediately inspect all buildings surrounding the Hokage's office to determine if there are any potential secret passages leading to the Akatsuki's base. I will bear the consequences of our actions. You need only focus on your tasks. My sole requirement is this. At all costs, ensure the safe return of Naruto Uzumaki. With Danzo's Sharingan, a crisis spiraling out of control, as Danzo remained blissfully unaware that he had stirred a hornet's nest, prompting the elite forces of Konoha into action. Let us shift our focus and see what Danzo had indeed done to Naruto. Wow, this place is enormous. Although Danzo led Naruto through a winding maze of unnecessary detours, upon finally arriving at the Akatsuki's headquarters, marking the completion of one of their two most important objectives, Naruto could not suppress a sigh of relief. He feigned an innocent demeanor, resembling a curious child overwhelmed by excitement, his lips parting to conceal the uncontainable smile that emerged from his mental relaxation. Hey, Grandpa Danzo, look! That building up ahead looks just like the Hokage's office in the village. Could it be? Is that your home, Grandpa Danzo? It looks so impressive. This must be what they say. The most dangerous place is, in fact, the safest place. Beneath the Hokage office building, in a hidden yet splendid location that few would notice, a space has been excavated to establish the headquarters of the Root organization. It is no wonder that the third Hokage arranged for so many personnel to conduct reconnaissance without finding even a trace. Indeed, it is a case of darkness beneath the lamp. That old fox Danzo is truly cunning. However, all is well now. As long as I relay this final piece of intelligence regarding the Root organization's location to Grandpa Hiruzen, the secret base that this old man has painstakingly concealed will soon be unveiled to the world. While pondering this amusing thought, Naruto's covert actions did not cease upon reaching the Root headquarters. He actively dispelled the shadow clone that had been engaged in discussions with the third Hokage, which had yet to dissolve and return memories to his main body. He began to digest and organize the dialogue exchanged between the third Hokage and Uchiha Fugaku, striving to uncover whether Danzo had indeed come into contact with the pivotal three-tomo Sharingan. Simultaneously, he relayed the correct route of the last fork in the underground passage, along with the coordinates of the Root headquarters, situated directly beneath the Hokage office, to the remaining shadow clones. This was to ensure that the latest intelligence could be conveyed to the third Hokage and others promptly. Up to this point, despite the considerable time wasted due to Danzo's intentional procrastination and the potential emergence of an overlooked loophole involving the Izanagi technique, the overall situation was progressing smoothly, still within the grasp of Naruto's meticulously crafted plan. In Naruto's view, if he could ascertain whether Danzo had engaged with the three-tomo Sharingan, and if so, the extent of that engagement, he could compensate for the prior information deficit. Coupled with the now-revealed location of the Root headquarters, an intelligence of critical significance, Naruto would be able to seize complete control over the rhythm and initiative of this operation. Yet, this very thought caused Naruto to gradually relax his previously taut nerves, leading to a decline in both his perception and vigilance, resulting in a fleeting moment of vulnerability. And it was at this moment that calamity struck. What? Even Uncle Fugaku cannot be certain whether Danzo has come into contact with a Sharingan of 3 tomos or higher. He must wait until he checks the relevant records from the Uchiha clan's gravekeeper for verification? How could this be? No wonder the shadow clones have failed to return with any news for so long. They must be concerned that this unfortunate tidbit could affect my state of mind and actions. Naruto, who had mastered the shadow clone technique, swiftly absorbed the memories of his shadow clone. Thus, he learned of the unexpected bad news. Even Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan, was unaware of any contact between Danzo and high-level Sharingan. Under these circumstances, I must think of ways to buy more time. Otherwise, if I misjudge due to insufficient intelligence during this first official operation and allow that old fox Danzo to feign death using his Anaji, it would render all my efforts futile. Wait, why hasn't that old man Danzo said a word for so long? The elation that had briefly surged within Naruto swiftly cooled under the weight of this disheartening news. His mind began to whirl once more, and it wasn't long before he sensed a peculiar change in his current predicament. Usually, Danzo would hypocritically respond immediately upon Naruto speaking, yet now he remained utterly silent, and even the distance between them had not shifted in the slightest. Instead, there were intermittent sounds from behind, as if he were cautiously dismantling something. Could it be that old man has indeed transplanted a Sharingan and is busy unsealing it from his right arm? As this thought crossed Naruto's mind, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, alarm bells ringing within him. Maintaining a facade of confusion, he called out to Danzo while turning around to discern what the long silent figure was up to. Come on, Grandpa Danzo. Huh, Grandpa Danzo. What are you doing, danger, Naruto? That man possesses the scent I detest the most. In the instant Naruto intended to turn around, the voice of the Nine Tails echoed like thunder in his ears, as if foreseeing some dreadful event. Don't turn around, don't face him. Absolutely not. The scent you detest the most? That can only be. Although the Nine Tails immediately sensed something amiss and urgently warned Naruto, it was already too late. As Naruto momentarily froze in response to the warning, his body involuntarily turned around, drawn by an irresistible force. Yes, that's it, Naruto, my dear child. Look, I have a gift for you. Danzo finally spoke, his words dripping with seduction, taking advantage of Naruto's momentary lapse in awareness. As Naruto's gaze was irresistibly drawn to Danzo, it fell upon the pale right arm extended before him. More specifically, the grotesque arm embedded with a crimson eye. The Sharingan. In its three-tomo state. I understand now. This old man intends to use the power of the Sharingan to control the Nine Tails. I must quickly avert my gaze from. My head. Why is my head suddenly pounding as if it might explode? As Naruto's consciousness gradually sharpened, the three tomos of the Sharingan embedded in Danzo's arm began to spin slowly, distorting and blurring everything Naruto beheld, like gazing into a funhouse mirror. The sudden, excruciating headache, combined with the Nine Tails' eyes gradually being assimilated into the crimson three-tomo Sharingan, triggered a chaotic rampage against the seal. Even with Naruto's indomitable will, he could not suppress the urge to clutch his head and cry out in agony. My head. It hurts so much. Amidst the heart-wrenching cries, Naruto could no longer attend to anything else, rolling on the ground and struggling to alleviate his pain. His youthful visage began to manifest whisker-like patterns, reminiscent of a true beast, while his nails rapidly elongated, easily shredding the stone tiles beneath him in his torment. Good, excellent, everything is proceeding smoothly. That self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara did not deceive me. The Sharingan can indeed control the Nine Tails. Hiruzen, the Jinchuriki is now in my grasp. Let us see what you can do against me. The astonishing scene of a mere child effortlessly shattering solid stone was something Danzo had never anticipated. Yet, he soon erupted into laughter, reveling in the overwhelming power displayed by Naruto as the Nine Tails lost control and transformed into its tailed beast form. The charade of playing house with a child can finally come to an end. Naruto Uzumaki, you truly resemble your utterly foolish hero parents. The three of you are so naive and easily deceived. But rest assured, you have previously claimed that your grandfather Danzo cares for you the most. As he spoke, Danzo and Appo's lips curled into a faint smile, reminiscent of recalling a humorous anecdote as he leaned closer to the fallen Naruto, who was too weak to struggle against the torment inflicted upon him, merely twitching slightly. With narrowed eyes and a feigned smile of false affection that he had worn since their first encounter, he let out a low, mocking chuckle. Once I dispose of Hiruzen, your value will diminish. I shall present myself as the heroic savior of the village by slaying the Ninetales and personally send you to reunite with your parents." In a sudden rush, a shuriken, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, shot forth from the shadows behind Danzo. By the time the overconfident Danzo realized the imminent danger, it was already too late to evade. He could only adjust his posture to avoid a fatal blow. Yet the weapon embedded itself deep into his right arm, narrowly missing his Sharingan by mere inches. The searing pain from the blade momentarily disrupted his focus on the Sharingan. "Damn it, who dares? Regarding your plans, I must express my dissent. You must understand, I bestowed the name Naruto upon him as Watergate's master. To me, this good child is akin to my precious grandson. And you? Not only do you dare to claim to be this child's grandfather in my presence, but you also have the audacity to harm him?" From the shadows emerged a burly man with a shock of white hair. His voice laced with fury as he clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead bulging, teeth gritted in rage, resembling a ferocious beast poised to pounce. "Did you seek my permission, you wretched cur? You shot yourself in the foot." I wondered who possessed such audacity, only to find it was none other than Jiraiya, one of the renowned legendary three of Konoha. Alas, it seems I underestimated Hiruzen's determination to eradicate me, as he tirelessly sought to retrieve this wayward child from outside the village. Although some time had passed since Danzo had last encountered Jiraiya, the distinctive white hair and unique forehead protector were enough for him to identify the intruder. As his anger subsided into calmness, he cast a sidelong glance at the writhing Naruto nearby, confirming that his critical trump card was rapidly unleashing the power of the Ninetales in preparation for its transformation. Meanwhile, he nonchalantly withdrew the shuriken from his arm, allowing the potent regenerative abilities bestowed by the first Hokage's cells to heal the wound, all while casually toying with the now bloodied weapon. After a brief pause, he mockingly derided the intruder. "A strawman of your caliber, if you were to conceal your presence and engage in covert pursuits, would indeed be difficult to detect. To have trailed me here without a hint of your intentions, I can only surmise that you honed your skills while secretly spying in hot springs around the world." "Oh no, is that a talent acquired from peeping?" Danzo's sardonic taunts and Naruto's increasingly feeble cries compelled Jiraiya to acknowledge the profound regret swelling within him. He lamented not having aimed more precisely when he had the chance, wishing he had pierced that old fool's skull and taken his life. "You vile old cur, I had thought I had sufficiently gauged the revolting nature concealed beneath your hypocritical facade, but I never anticipated that for your selfish desires, you would not spare even a child. First, you destroyed his childhood, causing him to be viewed as the embodiment of evil within the village. And now you audaciously seek to exploit the power of the Ninetales within him. You know full well he cannot withstand the corruption of the tailed beast chakra in a state of uncontrolled rampage. You are seeking his demise." As he spoke, Jiraiya paid no mind to Danzo's taunts and insults, his unwavering gaze fixed on Naruto, with his right leg slowly drawing back into a stable stance. His fists unfurling into an offensive posture, he declared, "I give you one final chance, Danzo. If you wish to depart with dignity, release Naruto at once. Otherwise—" His voice was low and threatening, and the stance he assumed bore a resemblance to a comical ritualistic dance. However, there was no trace of the calm smile that usually adorned Jiraiya's face, replaced instead by an expression of rage that made him appear more like a vengeful spirit emerging from the depths of hell. Had Naruto not been sprawled just a few meters from Danzo's feet, Jiraiya would have unleashed a furious assault upon him at the onset of the ambush. "Oh, what will you do instead? Kill me?" That expression is quite intimidating, but alas, you cannot bring yourself to disregard him, can you? As a politician adept at manipulating others, Danzo easily discerned Jiraiya's precarious situation, and emboldened by this insight, he cruelly pressed his foot against Naruto's tender abdomen, causing the already weakened child to convulse and writhe in agony. The heart-wrenching cries echoed once more in the desolate underground cavern. "I'll listen, Jiraiya. What a delightful melody this is. It's a pity I wasn't present when that little wretch's foolish parents met their demise. I missed such a splendid performance, a regret I shall never be able to amend in this lifetime. Danzo, you wretched cur, release Naruto." Though initially restrained by the fear of provoking Danzo, who might retaliate against Naruto, Jiraiya could no longer contain his fury as he witnessed Danzo's relentless torment of the boy. The knowledge that he owed Naruto so much since he had survived spurred him to rage, and he instinctively raised his hand to conjure a rapidly spinning, vibrant, and lethal Rasengan, preparing to leap into action. However, Danzo's next move forced him to bite down hard on his teeth and disperse the attack. For Danzo had drawn forth a kunai glinting ominously, pressing it against Naruto's delicate neck, applying just enough pressure to draw a trickle of crimson. The implication was clear. No matter Jiraiya and Appo's intentions, Danzo would ensure Naruto and Appo's demise before he could strike. Yes, very good. Now you're behaving. As Danzo saw the fury in Jiraiya's eyes, he felt a sense of relief wash over him, confirming the boy's unexpected significance as a bargaining chip. With a smirk of satisfaction, he coldly mocked, "I wonder what benefit Hiruzen hopes to gain by secretly retrieving you. He has neither managed to bring back his dear friend nor won the heart of his beloved. And he certainly didn't even get the chance to see his precious disciple before you foolishly threw your life away. You are nothing but a failure. A walking testament to defeat. Even now, having traversed miles to return to the village, you stumble upon my hidden lair, but what use are you? However, it is merely a matter of watching this wretched creature march towards its demise, once again experiencing the despair of helplessness. Or perhaps, you actually revel in this feeling, deriving immense pleasure from it? If I were in your position, having endured so many failures, I would rather seek solitude to end my own existence, sparing myself the humiliation of being exposed to the world. The individual before me, as one of Danzo's prized disciples, is subject to verbal humiliation that implicitly criticizes the third Hokage. Renowned as the professor of the ninja world and the inheritor of the title of the god of shinobi, whose meticulous guidance has only resulted in the emergence of a fool, utterly incapable of achieving anything but failure. In the midst of his elation, Danzo's attention becomes wholly fixated on Jiraiya, momentarily forgetting the most fundamental and currently lethal flaw. The Jinchuriki, known as the ultimate weapon of the village, exhibits a terrifying destructive power upon entering their tailed beast transformation, a fact that even the 3-year-old Naruto is no exception to. As he basked in his triumph, Danzo had completely overlooked this almost instinctual truth, and he held Naruto, who was on the verge of a volatile transformation, unguarded in his embrace. The consequence of this folly was dire, as Naruto, with his eyes transformed into beastly crimson, instinctively retaliated against Danzo's life-threatening aggression. He ruthlessly pierced through Danzo's chest with his claw, shattering his heart in one decisive blow. You little beast." The unexpected, excruciating pain radiating from his chest caused Danzo's smile to freeze and vanish, leaving him incredulously gazing down at the small creature he had intended to control as if it were mere prey. I granted you the potential for explosive power, and yet, you dare to. Clearly, Naruto, nearing his beastly transformation, had no intention of indulging Danzo's inane prattle. He retracted his arm slightly, allowing the claws to re-enter Danzo's chest cavity, mercilessly shredding his remaining organs before extracting his blood-soaked hand, now slick with fresh, warm flesh. After a brief pause, he delivered a fierce kick that sent the reeling Danzo sprawling to the ground, where he violently stomped on Danzo's abdomen, causing a vivid fountain of blood, mingled with shredded intestines and bone fragments, to erupt from the gaping wound in his chest, all while unleashing a primal howl of rage. "Naruto, my child, it seems it is indeed too late. Has he completely lost control?" Witnessing Danzo's life being extinguished by Naruto's own hands, Jiraiya felt a surge of relief and satisfaction. Yet his concern soon shifted to whether he could still manage to awaken Naruto's true consciousness and revert him from this tailed beast state. However, before he could act on his thoughts, an eerie scene unfolded that redirected his focus, prompting him to vanish in an instant using the body flicker technique. In that fleeting moment of Jiraiya's disappearance, Danzo's seemingly lifeless body, which had begun to cool, began to twist and dissolve into thin air, only to be replaced by a pristine, unscathed version of Danzo standing before Naruto. Damn it, how careless of me. I never anticipated that I would waste a precious Sharingan on this wretched creature. How outrageous. Just as Naruto had feared, Danzo, having undergone a transformation through the transplantation of the first Hokage's cells, not only possessed the ability to control the Sharingan and rapidly heal himself, but also, at the cost of one Sharingan, could utilize the life-preserving technique Izanagi to erase any unfavorable conditions, including death. Although Danzo could not fully unleash the power of Izanagi, significantly reducing its duration, it was sufficient to pull him back from the brink of death. A beast is still a beast. to dare rebel against its master. You need only to obediently submit to your new master. Despite the miraculous power of Izanagi allowing Danzo to return from death, the experience of facing death firsthand, especially at the hands of a mere 3-year-old child, filled him with shame and rage. Immediately upon his revival, he raised his right arm, intending to use his remaining Sharingan to reclaim control over Naruto, or rather, the rampaging Nine Tails. You shall not succeed. Rasengan. However, the prolonged absence from the battlefield had inevitably dulled Danzo's combat instincts, leading him to concentrate solely on seizing control of Naruto's tailed beast while neglecting Jiraiya's presence. In this lapse, he was effortlessly approached from behind by Jiraiya, who leaped into the air, delivering a furious blow of a spiraling blue chakra sphere to Danzo's temple, effortlessly shattering his head like a watermelon. As vibrant blood blossomed forth, Danzo's plans were thwarted, and his frail, aging body, devoid of its head, swayed unsteadily before collapsing forward, marking his demise once more. Humph, a technique that allows one to return from death. Truly bizarre. But you can no longer threaten me with Naruto's life. Ignoring the immense destructive power possessed by the Jinchuriki in tailed beast form, you have truly brought misfortune upon yourself. Before long, Jiraiya, his gaze fixed on Danzo's headless corpse as it transformed back into the intact figure of Danzo, let out an annoyed huff, cracking his knuckles in anticipation. His voice grew cold as he enunciated with fury. Now, it is time for us to settle the score. Brace yourself, you dog. The mere actions you took against Naruto have already irked me beyond measure. Even if you can return from death, I shall ensure that you suffer until you can no longer die. 1 against 1,000. Jiraiya versus the Root Organization. Although Danzo had evaded death with the divine power of Izanagi, the 3 Tomo Sharingan adorning his right arm had dwindled, with 2 of them slowly closing, rendering them useless and leaving him in a state of permanent blindness. The unique experience of facing death twice had stripped away the facade of his composure, revealing a face twisted with rage as he trembled uncontrollably from the loss of 2 Sharingan in such a brief span. The Uchiha clan held their Sharingan in high esteem, and any successful wielder, regardless of the strength of their eyes, would have their remains, especially those iconic Crimson Sharingan, returned to the clan's sacred burial grounds at any cost. Even with Danzo's machinations within the Root Organization, he had barely managed to acquire a meager collection of eyes, many of which were inferior and merely served as enhancements. The true Sharingan capable of activating Izanagi was exceedingly rare, and each use diminished his already scant supply. Even Jiraiya, oblivious to the intricacies, could see the grotesque array of Sharingan on Danzo and Appo's arm. Yet the loss of 2 Tomo was a significant blow, a wound to Danzo that could not easily be healed. Under the influence of this extreme thought, how could the Sun Foot be willing to seek assistance from the higher-ups of Konoha? Heaven knows who they intend to drive to despair after this plea for help. The order was given. Teams 1, 2, and 3. Continue the search for Hinata within our territory. With this in mind, Sun Foot took deep breaths to force himself to calm down. After a brief pause, his brow furrowed in concentration as he decisively waved to the waiting ninjas of the Hyuga clan, commanding Teams 4, 5, and 6. Expand the search to encompass the entire village. Yes, and as for the Hokage, I will personally report to the 3rd Hokage later. Determined to avoid higher authority while taking action, Sun Foot interrupted his subordinate's inquiry with a wave. His eyes widened as he barked. Listen closely. Search meticulously, leaving no corner unchecked. Even if it means turning the village upside down, we will bring Hinata back. Yes, Lord Sun Foot. Once all the clan members dispersed to resume the search, Sun Foot turned and walked step by step toward the coffin of Sun Difference. He gazed intently, his hand caressing the exquisite patterns on the coffin, as if confiding in someone or making a solemn promise to himself. Rest assured, Sun Difference, I shall not allow your sacrifice to be in vain. I will not permit the weakness of being manipulated and unable to resist to happen again. I will make those who covet the Hyuga clan understand. The Hyuga clan is the strongest in Konoha. As Toanzo felt an inexplicable agitation and contemplated dispatching his subordinates into the mist to ascertain Jiraiya's fate, Jiraiya's voice suddenly emerged from the white fog. That robust voice not only attested to his unscathed condition amidst the previous relentless bombardment, but also heralded the commencement of a counterattack. Humph. I knew this insufferable brat wouldn't perish so easily. Yet, in a dire situation where he was encircled, he still dared to shout about launching a counterattack? Truly, a fool's dream. Everyone, heed my command. Although Tawanzo's face revealed a hint of regret upon hearing Jiraiya's words, he, bolstered by his numerical superiority and home field advantage, paid little heed to the threat posed by Jiraiya. After locating Jiraiya's general direction, he raised his hand, ready to issue commands to his surrounding root members for a sustained suppressive assault. However, he abruptly realized a possibility he had previously overlooked, causing his complexion to turn pale as he roared in an attempt to remedy the situation. No, wait. Scatter. Yet, Tawanzo's physical response lagged behind his thoughts, and before he could fully articulate the words that surged in his throat, a thick, bizarre high-pressure water column erupted from the mist, accompanied by a piercing whistle, rotating clockwise. Even though the ninjas surrounding the mist were elite members of the Root organization, they were caught off guard and instantly toppled by the immense force of the high-speed water flow. Although the trained ninjas did not sustain significant harm, their bodies were left slick with a strangely shimmering liquid. Strange, such a blustering attack. Am I overreacting? The sudden assault, combined with the water column's extensive range, meant that even Tawanzo, stationed at the rear, could not evade the deluge of the thick water column. After staggering back a few steps to regain his balance, he pondered why Jiraiya and Appo's counterattack was so feeble while instinctively wiping away the viscous liquid that clung to the corner of his eye. Bringing his fingers to his nose for a tentative sniff, rubbing his fingertips back and forth to discern. Wait, this is not water, it's oil. Now is the moment, Jiraiya. Haha, splendid work. Leave the cleanup to me. Let it all burn away. Fire style. Toad oil flame bullet. As Jiraiya's words resonated once more, the Root ninjas, who had previously been thrown into disarray by the water column but were not severely harmed, lay sprawled on the ground in confusion. They were horrified to witness the once seemingly innocuous water column now adorned with flickering flames, which, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a scorching wall of fire. Sparks danced as tongues of flame surged, rapidly spreading from the center of the mist, engulfing the entire battlefield in a hellish inferno. Water style, water barrier. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Water style, water chaos wave. Water style. The ninjas, selected by Tawanzo to join the Root organization and stationed at the headquarters, were not mere lambs to the slaughter. They instinctively recovered from the initial shock of the surprise attack, realizing the fire-based assault posed a threat to their lives. Without needing Tawanzo's command, they collectively resorted to their most adept water-based jutsu to counter and defend against the flames, underestimating the peculiar properties hidden within the blazing inferno. The varied water techniques they unleashed quickly enveloped the battlefield in a visible mist as they attempted to extinguish Jiraiya's counterattack through the elemental theory of water overcoming fire, leveraging their numerical advantage. Yet, just as they had previously underestimated Jiraiya and overestimated their own strength, the Root members once again misjudged the extraordinary nature of the flames that surged forth. My water barrier. It couldn't even hold for a second? How is this possible? My eyes, my eyes. This damned fire cannot be quenched by water. Am I imagining things? I was hit by the water dragon bullet technique. So why is the fire only growing stronger? No, I don't want to die. Help me. Lord Tawanzo, save me. The water conjured through ninjutsu, upon contact with Jiraiya's flames, did not suppress or extinguish the fire. Rather, it ignited the hot oil within the flames, exacerbating the fire's intensity. The flames expanded their reach, becoming more rapid and uncontrollable, while chillingly sharp screams echoed across the battlefield. The Root members, who had taken for granted that utilizing water techniques against fire techniques would be infallibly effective, found themselves in a dire predicament when faced with Jiraiya's unique combination of toad oil and fire techniques. The tightly encircled formation meant to trap Jiraiya only served to maximize the effectiveness of the toad oil flame bullet. In the mere moment Jiraiya commenced his counterattack, Tawanzo's arrogant Root organization suffered a devastating blow. Even Tawanzo himself was caught off guard, meeting his demise once again before the eyes of his subordinates, burned alive by the flames. Cursed be it, I've wasted another Sharingan. Damn it, Jiraiya, I will kill you. Experiencing death for the third time in such a short span left Tawanzo's already gaunt visage even more twisted, his face drained of color, pale as paper as he gnashed his teeth and roared toward the general direction of Jiraiya hidden within the mist. If you can walk out of this Root organization alive today, I swear I shall cease to be human. Haraha. Toanzo, you old fool, what a jest. To have the audacity to unleash such cruelty upon a child. What gives you the right to think yourself human? You ought to be a beast. No, you are a wretched creature even beneath that. As Toanzo, facing an imminent and unavoidable onslaught, was compelled to activate Izanagi for revival while cursing uncontrollably, Jiraiya erupted into laughter, mocking him mercilessly. The mist that had concealed Jiraiya's form began to dissipate under the intense heat of the inferno. When Jiraiya's narrowed eyes, filled with fury, reappeared on the battlefield, they were accompanied by 3 enormous toads that had materialized from seemingly nowhere, their sizes rivaling that of tailed beasts. That was merely a small token of appreciation. Come, greet my partners. After learning what you did to Minato's son, they, like me, are eager to tear you apart, you old wretch. With one toad bearing a shield and another wielding a spear. One toad with a giant pipe and a scarred visage exuding a roguish charm, and another silent toad bearing twin swords. The trio of toads from Mount Mayaboku emerged in response to Jiraiya's furious summons. The cerebral faculty is indeed an invaluable asset. When Jiraiya employed the summoning technique to call forth Gamabunta, Gamaken, and Gamahiro from Mount Mayaboku, 3 formidable entities capable of contending with even the tailed beasts, the numerical advantage that Dans had relied upon through his root organization evaporated instantaneously. Not only did nearly a third of his forces perish in the inferno wrought by Jiraiya and Gamabunta's collaborative ninjutsu, the Toad Oil Flame Bullet, but even Dans himself. The revered spiritual leader of the root shinobi was inescapably consumed by the conflagration before the very eyes of his followers. This twofold blow to morale and manpower completely nullified Danz's initial advantage, abruptly reversing the course of the battle. That accursed Jiraiya. Had it not been for his meddling, the power of the Nine Tails would have been mine long ago. Damnation. Thanks to Izanagi, Dans was able to narrowly escape death once more, albeit at the cost of yet another of his precious, dwindling 3-tomo Sharingan. Furthermore, the prevailing chaos prevented him from swiftly quashing the widespread witness of his demise, leading to a precipitous decline in morale that he could scarcely remedy. The countenance of Dans, who had previously believed victory to be assured, contorted into a livid mask of frustration. He instinctively raised a hand to cover his grotesque arm, riddled with Sharingan, and hissed through gritted teeth, of all times, he chooses to interfere during the adaptation period following Orochimaru's transplantation. If I could fully command the Sharingan and the wood-release ninjutsu of the first Hokage, this buffoon would never have dared to encroach upon my domain. Indeed, just as you described, Jiraiya, Dans possesses the ability to resurrect himself. Despite being incinerated by the Toad Oil Flame Bullet, he reappears unscathed, spewing curses incessantly. A truly vexing and troublesome ninjutsu. Observing Danz's miraculous rebirth, Gamabunta furrowed his brow and inhaled deeply from his colossal pipe, exhaling a protracted plume of smoke. He then subtly turned his head in response to a commotion behind him, his gaze settling upon the diminutive figure of the tailed beast-transformed Naruto, who, like a feral beast, was rampaging through the root ranks, tearing through their defenses with overwhelming force. With a complex expression, he continued, that loathsome, familiar chakra. So it is this whelp. Minato has proven to be a remarkably dedicated Hokage, even sacrificing his newborn son as a vessel for the Nine Tails, thereby presenting us with a formidable quandary. Gamabunta Dano, is this truly the time for idle chatter? If we do not restrain that child, he will inevitably succumb to the Nine Tails chakra and perish from within. Hearing Gamabunta's words, Gamaken, who had been silently shifting his position to better shield his brethren with his shield, timidly interjected, I am rather clumsy and often misjudge the opportune moment to speak. I apologize for interrupting you, Gamabunta Dano. He then recoiled, startled by Gamabunta's gaze, and stammered, I am deeply sorry. I say, Gamaken, despite your considerable prowess as a fully capable toad, must you always be so timorous? Could you not exude a modicum of confidence? Witnessing his brother's enduring diffidence despite his near-equal strength, Gamabunta, ever impetuous and exasperated, felt an urge to pummel him into submission. However, mindful of the precarious situation, he suppressed his ire and irritably tapped the ash from his pipe, carefully stowing it at his waist. Very well. I shall address this with you later. It is not often that the 3 of us are summoned together. We must make the most of it. Now, steel yourselves, unleash your full potential, and hold nothing back. Woe betide anyone who embarrasses himself before Minato's son. You shall face my wrath upon our return. Gamakin, the task of safeguarding that troublesome brat falls to you. Gamma Hero, join me in clearing away these irksome lackeys. As the eldest and most experienced of the Toad Trio, Gamabunta not only possesses unmatched strength, but also exceptional leadership. His commands, though tinged with roguishness, betray a deep understanding of his brother's strengths and weaknesses, enabling him to make optimal arrangements for the situation at hand. His webbed hand slowly descended to the hilt of the short sword at his waist as he narrowed his eyes, containing his murderous intent and focusing it into a razor-sharp gaze directed unerringly at Dan's, concealed within the chaotic throng. Furthermore, take care not to harm Dan's. He is my quarry. How dare he prey upon the child of my sworn brother? Does he think I am an ineffectual elder? By the gods, I shall personally cripple that decrepit cur. As the words left his mouth, Gamabunta's cheeks began to swell dramatically, each increment amplifying the oppressive aura that threatened to suffocate ordinary mortals. Within mere moments, he reached his peak, and he unleashed a torrent of materialized chakra from his maw, transforming it into a colossal water bullet. Accompanied by a piercing shriek, it tore across the ground, carving a deep trench as it hurtled toward Danza's location. Gamabunta's signature technique. Water release, gunshot. Its power rivaled even the wind release of Shikaku, the one-tailed beast. Again, are you testing my patience? Do you truly believe my root organization is so easily trifled with? Having been repeatedly underestimated and scorned, and treated as a mere pawn by a beast fit only to be commanded, Dan's, accustomed to his lofty and privileged position, was consumed by incandescent rage. Knowing that his hiding place had been exposed, he abandoned all pretense of concealment and emerged from the crowd, bellowing, "All of you, attack. Erect an earth release wall to intercept it." At that moment, the benefits of Danza's brutal and dehumanizing brainwashing techniques became evident. The previously demoralized root members, upon hearing Danza's command, rallied as though galvanized by a newfound purpose. Like automatons, they executed Danza's will with unwavering precision, rapidly forming hand seals and erecting a series of sturdy earth walls. Even the wounded, disregarding their pain, channeled their chakra to reinforce the defenses, creating an increasingly impenetrable barrier. Boom. In the brief span of 3 or 4 seconds, Gamabunta unleashed his assault, and the root members erected their defensive earth walls. A deafening explosion reverberated through the subterranean cavern. The gunshot, with its overwhelming force, pierced through more than half of the earthen barriers. However, guided by the upward curving trajectory skillfully incorporated by the experienced root shinobi, it gradually altered its course. Ultimately, it failed to strike Dan's, narrowly missing his head by a mere 3 inches and impacting the cavern ceiling. In an instant, it vanished with a distant rumble. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Withstanding the impact of the iron cannonball at close range, although Danzo did not sustain severe injury, the force was sufficient to send him staggering backwards, nearly toppling over. Seizing the moment before the earthen barrier's illusion shattered completely, he retreated repeatedly, stabilizing his footing while bursting into laughter. He mocked shamelessly, using the dust kicked up by the collapsing wall as a cover, deriding, "What is this about being a leader? In the end, it changes nothing. You remain merely a puppet at the beck and call of others. You prattle on without a shred of shame, thinking you possess great power, yet you still failed to breach my defenses. TSK, Danzo, you truly lack any sense of dignity. Was that attack from Bunta truly reliant on your defenses to withstand?" Jiraiya, having summoned the trio of toads, was now seated above Bunta, recuperating chakra after expending considerable energy. He couldn't and damp. Oppos, T helped but retort with a cold smirk, slowly rising to his feet, crossing his arms, and raising an eyebrow in pity as he continued, "Oh, my apologies. I almost forgot. In addition to lacking any sense of shame, you are also missing something of great importance. Missing something of great importance? Humph. Spare me your empty boasts. Seeing that my root organization has successfully withstood Bunta's powerful strike, my confidence has swelled once more. This is not only to inspire morale, but also to buy time for more of my root members to recover their combat capabilities, maintaining the facade of indifference. I respond disdainfully. As one of the 3 advisors of the Konoha elders, I stand as one beneath the heavens. My root organization is a gathering of exceptional talents. Whatever resources I possess are abundant. How could anything be lacking? Oh, is that so? Then do open your eyes wide and take a good look at the present situation. The greatest trump card you placed your hopes upon. That boy Naruto has long since escaped your encirclement. In other words, you no longer possess any leverage to threaten me. Breathing heavily due to overexertion, Jiraiya stole a glance at the root organization's perimeter, which had long since been disrupted by the chaos caused by Gamakichi, and his smile broadened. He tapped his temple lightly and mockingly said, Bunta's cannonball could nearly shatter Orochimaru's Rashomon defense. Did you truly believe it could be thwarted by your pitiful layered earthen barriers? Don't be foolish. From the very beginning, it was nothing more than a diversion to draw most of your forces away, and the facts have proven, just as I previously stated. The brain is a wonderful thing. Too bad you lack one. Naruto's betrayal? Jiraiya under attack. Humph, the legendary three of Konoha? Mere losers. Wait, is that direction? The Nine-Tails brat? Initially intending to mock Jiraiya while refusing to acknowledge his defeat, Danzo's expression abruptly shifted as he noticed the direction of Jiraiya's gaze. He hurriedly redirected his attention, only to witness Gamakichi charging into the root organization's encirclement, wreaking havoc with remarkable prowess. Within moments, Danzo's complexion darkened once more. So that's it. Your objective has been solely to protect that little brat, has it? You truly are something, Jiraiya. Oh, at last. You figured it out? It seems you have a shred of intellect left. Let me calculate. It's about the size of a soybean, perhaps? Hey, don't be displeased. This is already generous of me, considering your past camaraderie with the old man. I couldn't possibly give you more. Ha. With the execution of the plan yielding results far exceeding expectations, Jiraiya, relieved, engaged Danzo in further banter to buy time, continuously provoking him to distract his attention, while covertly consuming a military ration pill to expedite chakra recovery. Simultaneously, he signaled to Gamakichi through subtle cues to refrain from lingering in battle, urging him to retrieve Naruto from the encirclement and return to Bunta's side. I must say, your root organization does possess some capabilities. It's just a pity you have a brainless leader dragging the entire army down, oh dear. How unfortunate. As fate would have it, just as Jiraiya finished speaking, Naruto, who had previously charged into the root organization's encirclement, seemed to finally exhaust the rampaging chakra of the Nine-Tails. His movements grew sluggish, and the crimson cloak of tailed beast chakra wrapped around him dimmed significantly. He stumbled and collapsed to the ground, appearing to succumb to a deep unconscious state, motionless. While his fate remained uncertain and worrisome, it inadvertently prevented Naruto from causing collateral damage in his berserk state, making Gamakichi's rescue operation far more straightforward. It is essential to note that Jiraiya had summoned the three most formidable summons from Mount Myaboku: Bunta, Gamakichi, and Gamatatsu. This was not only to deliver a decisive blow to Danzo and turn the tide, but also to ensure he had sufficient support to manage any unforeseen circumstances that might arise during Naruto's rampage. Now, with Naruto incapacitated and unable to resist, Jiraiya found himself relieved, far surpassing his expectations. Of course, Naruto's unexpected unconsciousness was not merely beneficial to Jiraiya. For Danzo, whose control over the battle rhythm was slipping, it presented an exceptional opportunity to regain control over this pivotal bargaining chip. The Nine-Tails aura had diminished considerably. Has the chaotic state of the tailed beast chakra finally come to an end? Falling now truly feels like divine assistance. Though I can't fully control the Nine-Tails after losing 3 Sharingan, as long as I can control that little brat Naruto, victory will still be within my grasp. Experience teaches one wisdom. Despite Danzo and Appo's previous defeats causing him to act rashly, being cornered now allowed this cunning old fox to regain his composure. With a subtle glance at the Sharingan embedded in his right arm, he regained his former calm demeanor and decisively ordered, "Prepare the Hell Swamp. Stop that toad. Do not let it approach my Nine-Tails." The old fool is quick-witted at this moment. Upon hearing Danzo's command, Jiraiya's previously carefree expression shifted dramatically. Familiar with the earth release and fire release techniques, he knew well that the Hell Swamp technique transforms the ground beneath the enemy into a powerful, binding mire. Originally designed for human targets, it seemed negligible against the massive form of Gamakichi. However, if numerous surviving root members managed to cast it simultaneously, it could indeed trap Gamakichi for quite some time. No, I absolutely cannot allow him another opportunity to reach Naruto. Bunta, Gamatatsu. Do you even need to say that? You fool, Jiraiya. As the leader, how could I stand idly by while someone plotted against my brother? In a whirlwind of thoughts, before Jiraiya could issue the order to intercept, Gamma Bunta and Gamma Hero, who had also clearly overheard Danzo's plan, had already begun their coordinated action upon sensing the situation. The two colossal figures, with astonishing agility, rapidly bounded left and right, approaching the root members who were swiftly forming hand seals to unleash the underworld swamp technique. They drew their beloved blades and, with accumulated might, unleashed a ferocious horizontal slash. Die, you bothersome lot. In a flash of cold steel, wherever the blades passed, crimson blossoms erupted. Nearly half of the ninjas, who were the primary targets, were cleaved in two at the waist. Blood gushed forth, staining the earth beneath their feet, while the gruesome innards and bones spilled out from the gaping wounds, leaving no hope of survival. As one of Gamabunta and Gamahiro's signature moves, the drawing cut, though not amplified by chakra, possessed an overwhelming advantage due to their innate size and the sheer weight of their weapons. Even similarly sized summoned creatures would hesitate to take such a powerful blow head-on. Phew, we made it. Huh. You think you can snatch someone right under my nose, you old geezer? You really think your root organization is all that? From the moment his summoned beasts launched their assault to the successful interruption of the root ninjas' attempt to jointly cast their ninjutsu, Jiraiya watched as the root members, unable to evade, were transformed into severed remains. With Naruto safely cradled in Gamaken's palm and returning to his side, Jiraiya finally felt the weight lift from his heart. Seeing the slight movements of Naruto's lips, confirming he was still alive, Jiraiya's smile deepened. He relaxed, placed his hands on his hips, and mockingly taunted Danzo, who was now within closer range. Your subordinates are more than half dead, and Naruto, the one you were going to use as leverage against the teacher, has been successfully rescued by me. You are now destined to lose. What do you have left to fight with? While I and Appos am in a good mood, obediently surrender. Maybe, just maybe, I'll grant you a dignified death. As Jiraiya stated, his root members had suffered heavy casualties under the onslaught of the Toad Trio and the tailed beast Naruto. Naruto, whom he had wholeheartedly relied on as a key to turning the tables, had been rescued by Jiraiya, making it impossible to seize him. Under the pressure of these mounting disadvantages, Danzo should have been plunged into despair and lost all will to fight. Oh, is that so? However, just as Gamaken stood beside Jiraiya with the unconscious Naruto, Danzo, who had been silently wearing a grim expression, revealed an eerie smile of triumph. What are you waiting for? My good child, now attack. Huh, Danzo, is your brain even the size of a pea? At this point, what dreams are you still having? Ugh. Jiraiya's boastful words were abruptly cut short by a muffled groan filled with shock and pain. As he slowly lowered his head, his eyes widened as he saw a fleshy, innocent hand, cloaked in a crimson cloak of the tailed beast and stained with scarlet blood, piercing through his body. An AR. Naruto. You. Naruto, in a burst of acting, unleashed the final Izanagi. Jiraiya? Hey, Jiraiya, are you alright? Although Gamabunta, due to Jiraiya's position above him, could not directly see what had happened, he keenly sensed the sudden disappearance of Naruto from Gamaken and Appos' grasp, the warm liquid dripping onto his skin, and Jiraiya and Appos' strange, angry cry, followed by a sharp decrease in his life force. Gamabunta could more or less surmise the shocking turn of events that had transpired in such a short time. In disbelief, he let his beloved short sword slip from his grasp and plunge into the ground, repeatedly calling out in disbelief. However, Jiraiya was in no state to respond to his partner's cries. An AR. Naruto. You. Despite all his calculations, Jiraiya never imagined that his beloved student's orphan would transform into a deadly arrow at the most critical moment, piercing his body and soul. The intense pain surging through his body and mind instantly overwhelmed his brain, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. With his last ounce of strength, he broke free from Naruto's claws and staggered forward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he glared at Danzo, the smiling culprit below. Danzo, you are truly despicable. Oh my, despicable? Haha, this is merely a simple little trick. The power of the Sharingan is not something a 3-year-old brat can easily overcome. Furthermore, did you think only you could use feints? Fool. Though it came at a painful price, seeing Jiraiya's burly figure finally fall has filled my heart with joy. Danzo struggled to suppress his laughter and feigned seriousness, raising his hand and lightly tapping his temple, imitating Jiraiya and Appos' earlier boastful words. A brain is a wonderful thing, but unfortunately, you Don and Appos' have won Jiraiya. Danzo, you dog BAS. Danzo's gloating taunts were undoubtedly a heavy blow to the dying Jiraiya. Hearing Danzo's sarcastic words, Jiraiya roared, attempting to rise and tear the hateful villain to shreds, but ultimately, he could not succeed. Instead, he exhausted the last of his strength in his final moments, collapsing heavily on top of Gamabunta with wide, unseeing eyes. Jiraiya, the Toad Sage of Mount Mayaboku, one of the legendary Sannin, had breathed his last, betrayed by his trusted grand disciple, dying with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Huff, huff. This damned fellow, even on the verge of death, he's still so restless. Huff, huff. Under the oppressive aura of Jiraiya's desperate roar, even the well-versed Danzo felt a sense of suffocation and powerlessness. Only after witnessing Jiraiya collapse again and lose all signs of life did he breathe a sigh of relief, greedily gulping in the air. After a long while, he threw back his head and laughed maniacally, as if possessed. Humph, 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 ha. Jiraiya, oh Jiraiya, you dared to challenge my root organization alone? You're as reckless as you were when you were a child. Take your ignorance with you and regret it forever in another world. Regret why you overestimated yourself and opposed me, Jiraiya. Without regard for the strange expressions of the surviving root members or the collapse of his own image, Danzo vented his emotions, as if releasing the feeling of suffocation and powerlessness he had felt in that brief moment when faced with a dying man. After ranting and raving, Danzo's agitated emotions gradually calmed down, and his twisted, grotesque face slowly returned to its usual emotionless, hypocritical facade. He beckoned with a wave, calling out to the great hero who had killed Jiraiya, Naruto Uzumaki, the root organization's human weapon, completely brainwashed and controlled by the Sharingan. Come here, little one. Hurry. Roar. Hiss. Roar. Perhaps it was due to the excessive use of the Nine-Tails chakra that his body could no longer bear the strain. Naruto, whose eyes had transformed into crimson beastly orbs, wore an increasingly ferocious expression, filled with primal instinct. However, his movements had become noticeably sluggish and stiff. After awkwardly tumbling from Fukasaku's back and landing on the ground, he gasped for breath, pressing his body down and tightly aligning his limbs against the earth, crawling toward Danzo's call like a genuine wild beast, stumbling with each step. Come here, good child, come to Grandpa Danzo. Yes, just like that, good. In Danzo's eyes, Naruto's display of fatigue and diminished combat power was a rare and commendable sight. He silently recalibrated his estimation of Naruto's potential destructive capabilities once properly nurtured. However, due to the precious three-tomo Sharingan being diminished after using his Izanagi, Danzo's control over Naruto and the Nine-Tails was significantly weakened. To prevent a repeat of the prior uncontrollable incident, Danzo had no choice but to revive the benevolent and gentle grandfather persona he had worked hard to establish in Naruto's mind, coaxing him with kind words to draw closer. You are doing very well, good child. Come to Grandpa Danzo, and he will reward you greatly. Rewards, such seemingly simple and unremarkable words carried a significant weight as they served as a subtle control switch that Danzo had implanted during his interactions with Naruto. This was one of Danzo's habitual brainwashing techniques, deemed the most effective method for influencing children after multiple attempts. Reward, reward. Upon hearing Danzo's whisper, akin to an incantation, Naruto's previously unstable posture stiffened. He awkwardly pressed his left hand against the right one he had been attempting to lift, tumbling over in a comical fashion. Just as Danzo had anticipated, he repeatedly murmured the word reward while struggling to steady his trembling form, gradually lowering himself back to the ground. After a brief pause, he lifted his head slightly to gaze toward Danzo. My reward. Yes, that's right. As Naruto's behavior increasingly conformed to the characteristics of a successfully brainwashed individual, Danzo's inner satisfaction swelled, prompting him to call out even more gently. It is a reward meant for obedient and well-behaved children like you. Come to Grandpa Danzo. However, when Danzo's gaze met Naruto's gradually rising eyes, the joy in his heart evaporated, replaced by a chilling dread that gripped him like ice. What should have been Naruto's eyes, filled with negative emotions, had inexplicably transformed into clear blue orbs, radiating disdain and mockery. Indeed, you old fool should reward me. And the reward I desire has been clear from the very beginning. That is your life, Danzo. The innocent, childish voice combined with Naruto's smiling face, which should have been a familiar sight during past brainwashing sessions, now reflected the cold, murderous intent that surged from deep within, leading Danzo to envision a grim reaper, wielding a scythe and wearing a sinister smile, drawing closer to claim his soul. This despair and terror, stemming from the depths of his being, had only been felt once before in his life, when he had followed the second Hokage into an ambush that nearly cost him his life. No, it was even more intense than that. Vortex, Naruto, what are you? His limbs gradually grew cold, losing sensation as if filled with leaden heaviness. Despite his mind desperately sending commands to his body, he could not move even an inch. As he struggled to voice his inquiry, he suddenly found Naruto's small, delicate form transforming into a golden blur, vanishing from sight. Where is he? Then, as you wish, I shall take my reward. In a panic, Danzo frantically scanned his surroundings, attempting to locate that seemingly harmless small figure. But in the next moment, the mocking voice, akin to a haunting specter, plunged his heart into an abyss of despair. Everything around him began to whirl rapidly, transforming into a chaotic blur. What is happening? That's not. In the midst of the chaos, as Danzo's consciousness faded into darkness, he once again glimpsed Naruto's petite form. Alongside Naruto, who was disdainfully shaking blood from his hands, was Danzo's own headless corpse, heavy and lifeless, collapsing like shredded fabric. How could this be? But in the next moment, the activation of Izanagi pulled Danzo back from the solitude of death's embrace. Breathless and incredulous, he leaned weakly against the ground, trembling uncontrollably. That little brat was merely a little over 3 years old. I had even successfully controlled him with my Sharingan. He should have no reason to possess such formidable strength. Oh dear, just as I suspected, 3-tomo Sharingan. It seems I must kill you 5 times after all. By the way, do you not find it strange? Once the summoner dies, the summoned beasts immediately return to their original homes. In other words, Fukasaku and the others could not possibly remain here on the battlefield after Jiraiya's death and allow me, the master killer, to leave without retaliation, could they? However, before Danzo could untangle the complex emotions swirling within him, Naruto's cold, chilling voice echoed once more in his ear, compelling him to raise his gaze. He found Naruto casually seated on a makeshift throne of dismembered root members, a curious look upon his face as he pointed upwards. If I were you, I would recall the most beautiful moments of my life before those 3 crush you into a pulp. As Naruto's words reached his ears, Danzo suddenly realized that the large toads, which had been so conspicuous nearby, had vanished without a trace. In their place, thick shadows rapidly spread beneath him, growing from small to large. The power of the Sharingan was indeed not something a 3-year-old could easily break free from. Unfortunately, I am no ordinary child, and you? Despite possessing 3-tomo Sharingan, you have barely managed to harness 30% of their power. You are nothing but a waste of talent. From the very beginning, I was merely playing along with your little act. Did you truly believe that only you could perform feints? Fool. As Naruto's tone shifted from innocent to mocking, he raised a blood-stained finger to tap his temple, mimicking Danzo's earlier smug demeanor with startling accuracy, gazing at him with a look of pity reserved for the foolish. A radiant smile graced his features as he said, "Oh dear, a brain is a wonderful thing. Too bad you do not possess one." The demise of the root organization, the end of Danzo. In a playful and teasing manner, Uncle Ichiraku retrieved 2 small bowls, filled them with the freshly brewed ginger soup, and presented them to Naruto and Hinata. "Here you go. This is a special treat. Drinking it will warm your body. Young man, as a gentleman, you must remember to send this child home early. It is already quite late, and her family must be worried sick." "Oh, their essay bonus too? Hee, what luck." "Understood, uncle. Thank you." Naruto, accustomed to Uncle Ichiraku's special care, was not surprised. He naturally reached for the bowl, tilted his head back, and gulped down the ginger soup in one go. Then, he fished out a crumpled piece of paper, barely legible with the words discount coupon, and playfully placed it on the table before Uncle Ichiraku. 2 special discount coupons. Thank you for your hospitality, uncle. All right, I have received it. We welcome you to come again. Once Naruto and Hinata finished their meal and departed, the remaining customers in Ichiraku Ramen had nearly all left. Just as Uncle Ichiraku contemplated whether to close the shop early and retire for the night, a biting cold wind rushed in through the lifted curtain, prompting him to instinctively call out, "Welcome. What would you like to order?" "It's been a while. The usual, please. A bowl of soy sauce ramen." The newcomer, while bending down to respond, brushed off the snow that had accumulated on his thick cloak, his eyes revealing a hint of fatigue, presenting an image of someone who had traveled a long and arduous journey. Even shortly thereafter, when Izanagi once again performed its miracle, pulling him back from the brink of death, it could not alter the fact that the fifth, and also the last, Sharingan, adorned with 3 tomo upon Danzo's arm, began to slowly close its eyelids, permanently losing its light. The complete failure of all 3 tomo Sharingan not only severely diminished Danzo's already inadequate ocular prowess, but also signified that he was left with only this last vestige of life, recently regained. In other words, should Danzo suffer another fatal blow at this moment, he would truly find himself in another world, confessing his sins to his teacher, the second Hokage. Moreover, with Naruto resolute in his desire to eradicate any future threats, it was likely that this time, after death, even the reanimation jutsu would not afford Danzo the chance to return to the realm of the living. Simultaneously, as an old saying goes, misfortune seldom comes alone. Beyond his inability to activate Izanagi to preserve his life, Danzo's audacious ambition to monopolize the capabilities of both the Senju and Uchiha clans exacted a painfully steep price at this juncture. Just as Danzo sacrificed all 5 of his remaining 3 tomo Sharingan as offerings to activate Izanagi, the chakra within him rapidly diminished due to the consecutive use of forbidden techniques. Even though he had previously implanted the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, to enhance and control the Sharingan, this immense drain was insatiable. The intense rejection between the implanted Hashirama cells and Danzo's own genetic makeup became increasingly difficult to suppress due to the lack of chakra, resulting in his pale arm twitching grotesquely as vibrant green branches grew visibly from his skin. In an instant, these branches enveloped most of his body, rendering Danzo a monstrous figure, half tree and half man, with a hideous visage. It was precisely due to the various flaws that had persisted since Danzo's transformation that, despite repeatedly escaping peril through the seemingly invincible Izanagi, he could no longer mount a counterattack against Naruto or Jiraiya. His chakra had been utterly exhausted, and the backlash from the excessive use of Izanagi left him utterly incapacitated. A moment's carelessness could lead to his demise from the uncontrolled explosion of Hashirama's cells, sparing Naruto and Jiraiya the trouble of intervening. And all of this unfolded within Naruto's calculations, just as he had surmised. There truly is no such thing as a free lunch. The implanted Sharingan and Hashirama's cells, while significantly bolstering Danzo's vitality, came at a cost. Over-reliance on forcibly appropriated external powers inevitably led to a drastic reduction in his inherent combat capabilities due to the instinctual rejection of his body. A formidable figure of the same generation as the third Hokage, he was easily felled by his juniors. In the words of Naruto from his past life, success and failure are but 2 sides of the same coin. How could this mere child, barely out of his youth, dare defy my will? Unforgivable, utterly unforgivable. As his arm, overwhelmed, transformed into a thriving tree, the excruciating pain coursing through Danzo's body pushed him to the brink of madness after experiencing 5 deaths in quick succession. Beads of sweat streamed down his face as he roared like a beast in anguish. Though he appeared ferocious and menacing, his eyes betrayed a deep-seated fear and a desperate will to survive, which Naruto, having endured 3 years of relentless mockery, could easily see through. In Naruto's eyes, Danzo's actions were akin to those pitiful beasts who, realizing they were trapped in a dire situation, floundered helplessly in their futile struggles. The only difference was that while Naruto might have shown some mercy to a beast, he harbored no such thoughts for the loathsome old man before him. Rather, he was determined to exact vengeance for the blood debts owed by Danzo. How amusing, how utterly delightful. It appears that the esteemed Shimura Danzo, one of the 3 advisors of the Konoha elders, is no different from the beasts I hunt in survival training. Oh, but wait. Those beasts at least fight with all their might. You, old man, are likely consumed with thoughts of how to survive by any means necessary. As Danzo cast a resentful glare in his direction, Naruto's grin only widened, observing the old man, who was all bluster yet utterly hollow inside, much like a predator toying with its dying prey. Just as I suspected, without those 5 Sharingan capable of activating Izanagi, you are merely a facade of strength. Oh, that look in your eyes, are you not satisfied? Open your eyes wide and behold your current self, old man. You cannot even control the cells of the first Hokage anymore, can you? Attempting to intimidate Naruto with mere glares? How utterly ridiculous. Such a meager display pales in comparison to the fierce glares of the Nine Tails when it is sulking. Or even the glances of Uchiha Itachi when he is jealous, which are 100 times more terrifying than your impotent threats. Ha ha ha. I never expected that my meticulously crafted counterattack would ultimately falter due to my own ace. Naruto's composure, cultivated through years of high status, contrasted starkly with the youthful visage he bore, finally awakening Danzo to the realization that he had been the one played for a fool. Not the Navi Naruto seeking recognition. The stark disparity, coupled with the exposure of his thoughts and the hopelessness of his situation, compelled Danzo to lift his head. Laughing in fury, "Very well, you wretched child, I concede. But do not revel in your triumph. Even if you manage to slay me, I will ensure that you pay dearly before my demise. As a Jinchuriki with such cunning, you are a ticking time bomb for Konoha, far too dangerous. Let this be my final act for the village." In the midst of his words, the pallid Danzo suddenly flushed with a sickly hue, tearing apart his garments to reveal his emaciated torso, marked with black seals, the ultimate trump card capable of sealing everything within a radius of hundreds of meters into his own body, leading to mutual destruction, the four-symbol seal. But what the hell? The four-symbol seal? Old man, are you serious? Jiraiya, who had been directing the trio of toads to assist Naruto while enjoying the humiliation Danzo endured, was taken aback as if he had suddenly stumbled upon a shocking revelation at the climax of a story, causing him to spit out the rice balls he had been chewing. Acknowledging the formidable power of the four-symbol seal, his face paled, and he rushed to shout at the still calm Naruto, urging him to either quickly eliminate that scoundrel before he could activate the seal or make a hasty retreat while there was still time. If it is delayed, it will be too late. Oh, the four-symbol seal? It sounds quite formidable. I must admit, I feel a twinge of fear. However, to Jiraiya's astonishment, upon hearing his warning, Naruto exhibited neither intent to attack nor a desire to flee. Instead, he sat cross-legged, radiating curiosity, and even gestured for Jiraiya to proceed. Go ahead, try it. If your four-symbol seal can harm even a single hair on my body, I shall concede. Huh, my dear ancestor, this is no time for jest. In stark contrast to Naruto's relaxed demeanor, Jiraiya, who anticipated Naruto would heed his warning and utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to obliterate Danzo once more, felt a chill run down his spine. He longed to seize this disobedient brat and discipline him fiercely, while urgently commanding the trio of frogs, when Tai, use the iron cannonball. No, it's too late for that. Forget about those scoundrels from the Root organization. Once the four-symbol seal is activated, they will all accompany Danzo to the grave. We must hasten to take Naruto back to Mount Myaboku. Ha! Jiraiya, now you feel anxious? Too late, you little wretch. Take your regret for not listening to me and join me in hell. Initially worried that the swift Naruto might interrupt his hand seals, Danzo was prepared to sacrifice his subordinates for the fleeting seconds needed to activate the four-symbol seal. Yet, upon witnessing Naruto's apparent ignorance of the seal's dreadfulness, remaining nonchalant and motionless, Danzo could hardly contain his joy. Fearing Naruto might change his mind, he completed his hand seals with unprecedented speed and erupted into maniacal laughter, proclaiming, "I, Shimura Danzo, have fought for this village for decades, buried in the darkness to uphold and protect the light of Konoha. Everything I have done is for the betterment of the village. For the safety of Konoha, I cannot allow you, a dangerous spawn, to live. Activate." For symbol seal. With Danzo's anguished roar, the black sigils etched upon his body began to shift and spread rapidly. Damn, I was a step too late, allowing that dog to unleash it. Had I known, I would have simply taken him out with an iron cannonball. Naruto, why are you so obstinate? Huh. As Danzo successfully activated the four-symbol seal, the trio of frogs had yet to capture Naruto for their escape back to Mount Myaboku, leaving Jiraiya in a fit of regret and frustration. However, before he could fully grasp the sorrow of potentially losing another important person, he was astonished by an unexpectedly dramatic turn of events. Despite having completed the final hand seal, the feared four-symbol seal showed no sign of activation. Instead, it morphed into the four-symbol seal, completely sealing away Danzo's dwindling chakra. It did not activate but transformed into the four-symbol seal? This cannot be. The sigils on that dog indeed bore the mark of the four-symbol seal. His resolute gaze and the completed hand seals were undoubtedly genuine. What on earth is happening? Jiraiya's fragile heart raced like a roller coaster, filled with disbelief as he tugged at his cheeks, attempting to confirm he was not dreaming, while instinctively glancing toward Naruto, who appeared completely unfazed, smiling broadly. Could it be this child is responsible? How is this possible? Why? Why has my four-symbol seal turned into the four-symbol seal? Not only was Jiraiya baffled, but Danzo, convinced of his impending doom, closed his eyes for a moment, only to awaken without the anticipated pain. Instead, he was jolted back to reality by a burning weakness coursing through his body. Filled with rage and despair, he realized the truth, fixing his gaze upon the grinning Naruto before him. It's you, isn't it? What have you done to me? Uzumaki Naruto? It seems you are not entirely foolish, having deduced so quickly that it was my doing. With poise, Naruto stood up, dusting off his rear, and playfully shook his finger at Danzo. Oh dear, old man, did you not realize? I endured your embraces for a reason. You didn't think it was for nothing, did you? Perhaps you've forgotten that behind my heroic father, the Hokage, stands my mother, a talented kunoichi skilled in sealing techniques, whose prowess rivals that of my father. In a sense, my mother may be even more formidable than my father. As Naruto sensed the approach of the large force led by the third Hokage, and with the secondary objective of eliminating the root organization almost within reach, he decided not to waste any more time on Danzo. With a sudden burst of energy, he propelled himself forward, utilizing the enhanced physical abilities granted by the tailed beast transformation to swiftly approach the chakra-sealed Danzo. He raised his right hand, and in the blink of an eye, the Rasengan materialized in his palm, penetrating Danzo's chest and obliterating his heart. To flaunt your pathetic sealing techniques before the Uzumaki clan? Truly a display of foolishness. Utterly laughable. Standing firmly on Danzo's petrified form, Naruto couldn't suppress a derisive chuckle as he gazed down at Danzo, whose eyes were nearly bulging from their sockets in rage. Just before Danzo's consciousness faded, Naruto looked at him with pity and mockingly declared, "For the village? Spare me. From the very beginning, you were merely a self-serving little man hindering the village's progress." As soon as the words left his lips, with a heavy thud, Danzo collapsed, utterly devoid of life. Shimura Danzo, the man who had long concealed himself in the shadows, wielding the banner of righteousness for personal gain, ultimately met his demise due to his own ever-expanding ambitions, perishing in this dark underground world, unable to close his eyes in peace. Clan. What has transpired? Why the flurry and disarray? Upon noticing the clan member's untimely intrusion, Ri had intended to rebuke him as usual. But upon seeing the mixed expression of joy and worry upon his face, his heart suddenly raced. Striving to maintain a calm tone, he continued, "Speak slowly. What has happened?" Clan, cough. Clan leader, ha ha. Lady Hinata, she. The Hyuga clan ninja, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, desperately inhaled to soothe the burning pain in his lungs from exertion. After a prolonged moment, he managed to convey his message in fragmented words. Lady Hinata has been found. She is still in the village, standing right at the entrance of our clan's territory. Hinata has been found. Splendid. My dear, did you hear? Hinata is safe, not abducted, and remains in the village. The mother of Hinata, her gaze vacant as she reiterated the joyous news brought back by the clan member, wept tears of overwhelming happiness. Ignoring the presence of the clan members, she abandoned her usual dignified demeanor as the matriarch and leapt into her husband's embrace, ecstatic and jubilant. "Ah, yes, I heard. It is indeed a relief that she has been found." Though filled with immense joy at the news of their beloved's return, Ri struggled to suppress the impulse to join his wife in laughter and celebration. He endeavored to maintain the dignified composure befitting the clan leader, yet his trembling hands betrayed the elation within. Then what are you waiting for? Why not hasten to bring Hinata back? Regarding this, Patriarch, please listen to me. The ninja of the Hyuga clan, fully aware that evasion was impossible, let out a soft sigh. After a brief pause, he moved closer to the matriarch, lowering his voice to prevent her from experiencing further distress. Lady Hinata has indeed been found. However, the individual who returned her may suddenly erupt with violence, posing a danger to her, which renders us hesitant to approach. Harm Hinata? I suspect it is you who fear the repercussions. Very well, considering Hinata's return, I shall personally venture forth. Upon realizing that his daughter was just beyond his doorstep, the heavy burden that had weighed upon Hisashi's heart was finally lifted. After a moment's reflection, he furrowed his brow and continued with a sense of pride and confidence. Even the third Hokage must accord me, Hyuga Hizashi, a modicum of respect. I shall see for myself who in this leaf village possesses the audacity to harm the esteemed daughter of the Hyuga clan. Speak. Who is this individual? To Hizashi's surprise, what he initially believed to be reassuring words only elicited a hint of pity from his clansmen. That individual is named Uzumaki Naruto. The smile faded gradually from Hizashi's face. Ah, Patriarch, if you cannot recall who he is, Uzumaki Naruto is the infamous Nine-Tails monster spoken of throughout the village. Hizashi began to take steps toward home. Wait, Patriarch, where are you going? Don't leave. You're heading in the wrong direction. Did you not promise to personally fetch Lady Hinata? Silence. Silence does not render one mute. The village's most formidable weapon, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, finds their own child in the company of such a perilous creature. Should mishandling occur, it could provoke the Nine-Tails to rage anew. This daunting reality left Hizashi regretting not having informed the third Hokage in advance, while also invoking a sense of helplessness. Hinata, father suddenly muses, it would perhaps be easier to resolve matters if you were taken by the enemy. As Hizashi's worries deepened, Naruto, holding Hinata's hand, came to a gradual halt before the grand entrance adorned with the Hyuga insignia. Though Naruto was aware that the Hyuga clan was among the most prestigious families in Konoha, their unique ocular prowess, the Byakugan, rivaling that of the Uchiha clan, and their superior economic standing compared to ordinary families, the overwhelming sight of the orderly array of towering residences still compelled him to swallow hard. How could the disparity in their lives be so vast, even among those of similar backgrounds? Reflecting upon the stark contrast between his meager, dilapidated abode and the opulent mansion before him, Naruto could not help but feel a twinge of existential doubt. The thought of Sasuke, who could effortlessly acquire any ninjutsu from his father, caused a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had seldom considered this before, but upon reflection, the challenges he faced at birth could undoubtedly be likened to those of purgatory. It was indeed remarkable that he had managed to live cheerfully and optimistically until the age of 12 under such circumstances. What troubles you? Oh, nothing at all. I was merely contemplating how grand your residence is. Surely, there must be many people surrounding you, right? As Naruto was brought back to reality by his companion's inquisitive inquiry, he couldn't resist the urge to gently tease Hinata by playfully brushing his fingers against her petite, adorable nose. Remembering the first time he had encountered her, helpless and weeping, he smirked and jested, with such a vast house. Why would you choose to run away and weep alone by the roadside? Look at me. I have no one by my side. Yet I still find immense joy each day. Naruto, blissfully oblivious, interrupted Hinata, who was blushing and attempting to defend herself. After playfully teasing her, he gradually released his grip on her small hand, raised his arms behind his head, and swaggered back along the path they had come. Although the intention was to safely return the lost child of the Hyuga clan, Naruto, as an unappreciated fox spirit, understood that it would be prudent to retreat and return home to avoid any misunderstandings that could mar this otherwise joyous conclusion. Moreover, this brief interlude of assisting someone home had significantly consumed the remaining tranquil solitude of his evening. Having decided to take action early and provide some amusement for Danzo, he needed to hasten back and meet with a certain tenant of his. Well, having reached the doorstep, he should know how to proceed home from here. So, I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Ah, wait. I still do not know your name. By the time Hinata, who had been caught off guard and blushing from Naruto's affectionate gesture of brushing her nose, regained her composure, Naruto's figure was nowhere to be found. Standing amidst the chilly wind and glancing around for a while, she bit her lip and gently caressed the coat and scarf that belonged to Naruto. After a moment, her eyes gradually narrowed, and a radiant smile spread across her cute face as she spoke to herself. Well, never mind. I shall return these garments to him next time we meet and then inquire about his name. Oh, father? Taking a deep breath to restore her expression to one of serene calmness, Hinata turned to head home, only to unexpectedly find her father peeking from behind the door, cautiously scanning the surroundings. His comically tentative demeanor starkly contrasted with her father's usual stoic image, prompting Hinata to curiously voice her inquiry. What brings you here? Oh, Hinata. Ahem, I came out looking for you, my dear. Where on earth have you been? Your mother has been quite distressed, fearing that you might have been abducted. Realizing his own lapse, Hizashi coughed to mask his embarrassment, shifting the conversation to divert attention as he stepped out from behind the door, continuing to search around. By the way, Where's the person who brought you back? Ah, yes. I apologize, father. I merely wanted to find Uncle Nichiraku, who has passed away, but I lost my way and couldn't return. Wow. After enduring the cold for so long, seeing her family once more caused all of Hinata's pent-up grievances and fears to erupt. With red-rimmed eyes, she sobbed and nestled into Hisashi's embrace, seeking comfort. After a while, she responded in a muffled, intermittent manner. He left after bringing me here. Oh, father, let me tell you, I met a kind person tonight, who escorted me home. He even treated me to, yes, a delightful dish called ramen. It was so delicious. And look, father, these clothes I'm wearing were given to me by him, as he worried I would be cold. As Hisashi watched his daughter gradually cease her tears amidst his inquiries, it was as if a floodgate had opened. She lifted her small, chubby hands to animatedly recount her experiences of the evening, her tear-streaked face slowly transforming into one of joy, revealing no signs of harm whatsoever. This inevitably brought a sigh of relief to the heart of the son, yet at the same time, listening to her daughter's heartfelt praise of the monster, portrayed with heroic admiration, prompted her to reflect. Was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, whom she had regarded with such trepidation, truly the fearsome creature that the village rumors suggested? Enter the proud partner, Kurama, with whom life and death were intertwined. On the top floor of a dilapidated, remote apartment, accompanied by the faint sound of footsteps growing closer until they faded into silence, the rusted iron door creaked open with an unsettling screech. Bathed in the silvery light of the moon outside, it illuminated the darkness within as a small shadow swiftly slipped inside. I'm back, echoed the tender voice in the cramped space, its resonance fading into an atmosphere of stark solitude. In the desolate, crumbling abode, it was, of course, impossible for anyone to respond to such a mundane greeting. Naruto, who had been in this world for over 3 years, had long since grown accustomed to this silence. Rather than a greeting, it felt more like a customary practice of blending in with the local culture. Time has taken longer than expected. Oh, this frigid weather is unbearable. I should have worn more clothes before heading out. Engaging in self-dialogue, Naruto removed his icy, snow-covered ninja boots and slipped on his worn-out children's slippers. As he fumbled to turn on the only flickering, dim yellow light in the room, he pulled the rusty door shut once more, sealing himself from the biting cold and frost outside, stretching leisurely and yawning as he meandered into his disheveled bedroom. The bodies of children are simply not resilient to hardship. Traversing back and forth in the biting cold consumes a significant portion of Naruto's chakra just to keep warm. In the past, when faced with a state of chakra depletion, Naruto would typically opt for an early rest to recuperate. However, during this journey home, he found himself intermittently replenished by a vibrant crimson chakra, which further solidified his resolve to proceed with his original plan. Considering the unexpected advantages of intervening in the course of history, it did not seem so dreadful after all. Seated cross-legged by the bedside, Naruto grasped the thick blanket tightly around himself with one hand while gently caressing the seal on his abdomen through his clothing with the other. Although he had made slight progress with the Flying Thunder God technique, it was still far too inadequate to serve as a reliable means of self-defense. Well, there was no choice. It was about time to meet him and have a proper conversation. As he murmured softly, Naruto gathered the remaining chakra within him, concentrating it into a singular point. Once his mind was enveloped in this energy, he charged fearlessly towards the immense, malevolent crimson chakra within his belly. Humph! Seeking death again. Are you, little brat? Very well. This time, I shall seize your body. Heh! I knew you had been watching all along. Long time no see. Are you ready, partner? The landlord has come to collect the rent. In that instant, as the two chakras fully converged and intertwined, Naruto, whose consciousness was immersed in the chakra, witnessed the setting around him transform from the dilapidated confines of a small room to a dimly lit, cold corridor. This is the consciousness space of the Nine Tails, the most formidable among the nine-tailed beasts sealed within Naruto's body by the 8 trigram seal. Although I have visited this eerie realm numerous times before, its chilling atmosphere never fails to send shivers down my spine. Ah, I understand. No need to rush me. I shall make my way there now. After stretching a bit to acclimatize to the sensations of this consciousness space, Naruto lifted his hand, returning to his familiar posture of lazily resting his head on his hands, devoid of motivation. He walked unhurriedly through the cold, piercing puddles towards the depths of the tunnel where the deafening roars of beasts echoed. He paused a few meters before the tall, securely closed cage door. Tilting his head slightly, his gaze fixated on the flickering crimson glimmers within the surrounding darkness, a playful smile dancing in his eyes. I say, partner, this is your own dwelling after all. Couldn't you make it a tad more inviting and comfortable? Or do you perhaps possess a penchant for masochism? Roar. The beast's roar, which had begun to subside as Naruto approached, erupted once more with ferocity the moment his words fell. Accompanied by a series of piercing sounds slicing through the darkness, a colossal, sharp claw, imbued with a terrifying murderous intent, shot through the gap of the cage door, striking towards the smiling Naruto with lightning speed. Here we go again? Hey, this trick was already played when I was but an infant, my partner. As the body instinctively sensed the impending crisis, Naruto appeared utterly paralyzed, showing no inclination to evade the oncoming threat. Instead, he provocatively continued to taunt the caged beast before him. Saint Seiya, I, the esteemed Naruto Uzumaki, shall not be intimidated by the same trick twice. Besides, if you truly intended to take my life, you wouldn't have used your own chakra to mend my injuries during that earlier mishap with the Flying Thunder God technique, would you? Humph. Such a tedious little brat. It seemed to validate Naruto and Appo's assertions when the powerful strike abruptly halted mere inches from his nose, the furious roars echoing within the confines of his consciousness momentarily stifled, replaced by a deep, disgruntled voice filled with indignation. It appeared that this formidable presence was not disheartened by the foolish villager's actions, contemplating instead, "Speak, Naruto. What brings you to seek me out at this late hour? What mischief are you plotting?" "Well, if I were to say I suddenly missed you and specifically came to see you." No. I was mistaken. I was wrong. Retract your claws. Retract them." Observing the stark contrast between the confident demeanor displayed to the outside world and the unprincipled, contrite child before him, the Ninetales reluctantly retracted its claws, the corners of its mouth twitching in a display of begrudging acceptance. Unable to resist the urge to reflect upon the possibility that being forcibly sealed within this child's body might become an indelible mark upon my beastly existence, I found myself surprisingly at ease, comforted by Naruto's genuine affection and amiability. I couldn't help but chuckle as I playfully teased him. "You little rascal. Outside you are so poised and serious, yet the moment you are with me, you transform entirely. Let us not forget, I am the nemesis who brought ruin to your parents. Yet you refer to me as your partner. When have you ever shown a desire to avenge them? You are the most carefree child I have ever encountered. If you claim to be second, I doubt anyone would dare to claim the first position. In a world rife with dangers, one must indeed exercise caution. Yet, now that I have the rare opportunity to reunite with family, why must I continue to don that burdensome mask?" Upon hearing the Ninetales' teasing remarks, Naruto's smile remained unwavering. He shrugged nonchalantly, embodying the carefree spirit the Ninetales had described. "Did I not mention during our first encounter? Yes, it is true that my parents sacrificed their lives for the village because of you, and I was unjustly burdened with the stigma of being a monster, subjected to disdain and scorn by the villagers. However, I understand that you are merely venting the accumulated anger from years of being forcibly restrained by the ninja. If we must assign blame, it should be directed towards the original Hokage and Uchiha Madara, who first captured and sealed you. Moreover, the price of losing my freedom, which is far more precious than life itself, under the 8 trigrams seal. Such a heavy cost is more than sufficient to settle our grievances, is it not?" "Humph, you impudent little brat, still as you were before, spouting a torrent of utterly meaningless drivel. Yet, this vacuous chatter undeniably serves to gradually quell your fury, does it not?" With his azure, crystalline eyes unwaveringly meeting the terrifying crimson gaze before him, a smile blossomed deeper within Naruto as he slowly raised his right arm, uttering the solemn words he had spoken upon first arriving in this world and encountering the Ninetales. "I am Naruto Uzumaki of the Hidden Leaf Village. Regardless of how much you despise being confined and stripped of your freedom as a Jinchuriki, from the moment you were sealed within me, we have become the best of partners in life and death, have we not?" "Humph, presumptuous little brat. I never agreed to that." "Oh, then why do you repeatedly save me? Isn't that merely stating the obvious, you fool? If you die, I too must accompany you to the grave. Is that so? Shouldn't the optimal plan be to seize my body when I am on the brink of death, then heal my wounds, preserving my life while regaining your freedom?" "Silence. I find your current body too weak and unworthy. If you truly wish for me to take over your body, I could fulfill that desire right now. Cough, cough. I was wrong. I was wrong. I won't speak of it again. Well, I hope you will look out for me more in the future, partner. Observing Naruto's unguarded, chubby little hand reaching through the cage, the Ninetales' eyes involuntarily quivered in astonishment. After a moment of hesitation, his face contorted with unwillingness. He reluctantly extended a claw to lightly touch it, muttering under his breath, "Ah, what a bother. Let it be known that this is solely because you appear more agreeable than those two from before. I have yet to acknowledge you as my partner. You remain as awkward as when we first met, my dear companion. However, this is unavoidable. After all, you still refuse to reveal your name to me directly, forcing me to address you merely as partner instead of by your true name. Humph, you little rascal. You are well aware of the truth in your heart. Why must you insist on having me speak it aloud? Knowing the answer in one's heart pales in comparison to hearing it directly from its rightful owner. Does it not? TCH, you certainly have your reasons." Always caught off guard and slow to retort when your vulnerabilities are exposed, the Ninetales decided to cease arguing with Naruto. After a brief pause, he scrutinized the seemingly carefree Naruto and continued speaking. "Have you already confronted that old man, the third Hokage? Given your demeanor, are you planning to act prematurely? Be cautious. Do not let your recklessness lead you to ruin out there, you little brat. You must understand. The elders in Konoha are not to be trifled with. Do not look at me with those eyes. You do not misinterpret this. I am not concerned for you. I simply do not wish to be sealed away for a fourth time. Old man, your age surpasses that of anyone in the village, I must say. Ahem, I have said nothing, fret not, my partner." Kurama. As he gazed upon his proud and obstinate nine-tailed fox, who was grinning and baring its teeth in a peculiar display of concern, Naruto felt a warmth blossom within him. With his right hand clenched into a fist and resting gently against his heart, he suppressed his smile and solemnly vowed, "I am a man who will challenge fate. I will absolutely not perish." Humph, perhaps we have kept you waiting a tad too long, old man. The nine-tailed demon fox, Kurama, who had been a silent observer of Naruto's growth, could easily discern which of the boy's words were mere jest and which were a life-or-death promise. From the serious and earnest expression on Naruto's youthful face, Kurama seemed to catch a glimpse of a familiar elderly visage, causing him to momentarily lose focus. When he regained his composure, a subtle trace of amusement flickered in his crimson eyes, and he quietly channeled his vast chakra to swiftly replenish Naruto's stamina. This young rascal, with such audacious words. Very well, let me see. Nay, let the world witness just how far you can grow. As my chosen Jinchuriki, do not disappoint me, Uzumaki Naruto. During the day, Naruto accompanied and guided Sasuke in his training, all the while utilizing shadow clones as a training aid to continuously refine his Flying Thunder God technique and Rasengan. At night, he engaged in playful banter with Kurama, gradually earning the trust of his life and death partner. Coupled with his well-established routine of home, training ground, home, Naruto's recent days have been filled with a sense of fulfillment and vibrancy. As Sasuke diligently set aside his playful nature to engage in rigorous training, he found himself utterly exhausted each day before finally returning home. His abilities steadily improved, earning him increasing praise from his father, Fugaku Uchiha. This deep-seated desire for paternal affection brought immense satisfaction to his heart, fueling his commitment to daily practice and establishing a bittersweet yet virtuous cycle. Naturally, Sasuke's remarkable and unabashedly displayed growth and strength not only astonished and filled his father with pride, but also caught the attention of his elder brother, Itachi Uchiha, who had just returned home. This progression was anticipated by Naruto, or rather, the reason Naruto refrained from dissuading Sasuke from seeking the limelight was to ensnare the formidable Itachi Uchiha. With diligent training and the newfound resources that came with recognition, Sasuke, if he continued on his current trajectory, would undoubtedly attain the strength of a Jonin or even a potential Kage by the time of the Chunin exams at the age of 12. However, having resolved to preserve Sasuke and Appo's current cheerful disposition, it became imperative to create an opportunity for him to meet Itachi, whose future actions could significantly influence the fate of the ninja world. Not to mention that Itachi would be pivotal in determining whether the tragic fate of the Uchiha clan could be averted. At the very least, Naruto was determined to alter Itachi's destiny for the safety of the village and to ensure that Sasuke could live peacefully within it, free from the shadow of having to kill his parents and slaughter his kin, an act that branded him as a cold-blooded traitor despite being a hero striving to quell rebellion. In order for Sasuke to attain the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, he was guided by an insatiable desire, transforming his unwavering admiration and trust into a torrent of hatred essential for the evolution of his ocular prowess. Concealing the truth of his constant care and affection for Sasuke, Itachi fought against him, ultimately meeting his demise with a smile before Sasuke's eyes. From his defection from the village to the brotherly confrontation, everything transpired as part of Itachi's meticulous plan. He unilaterally assumed the majority of the risks for Sasuke, choosing what he believed to be the most righteous path forward. Though it seemed as if he was always considering Sasuke's best interests, he never contemplated whether, after losing him, Sasuke would still find joy in knowing the truth. "Oh, I am quite full. Mother, are the rice balls and bento ready?" After devouring the sumptuous meal prepared by his mother with his usual voracity, Sasuke, with a greasy face and a satisfied expression, playfully inquired in a childish tone to his mother, who was still diligently working in the kitchen. "Almost ready. Why don't you take a little break, Sasuke?" In the kitchen, Mikoto Uchiha was skillfully crafting a nutritionally balanced bento for her child, responding to Sasuke's question with a tender smile as she arranged the completed side dishes in the petite bento box, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead before promptly moving on to prepare the next dish. 3 servings of breakfast. My child, you have certainly been eating more and more lately. Observing his younger son Sasuke, who now rises early to train without the need for supervision or reprimand, Uchiha Fugaku felt an increasing sense of satisfaction and pride. His demeanor towards Sasuke became increasingly relaxed and gentle, no longer maintaining a stern expression. As he surveyed the mountain-like pile of food on Sasuke's plate, a playful smirk crept onto his face. "Hee, perhaps it's because your training has intensified recently, making you feel hungrier every day. And the meals prepared by your mother are simply too delicious, which is why I can't help but indulge myself." Gradually adapting to his father and Appo's dramatically changed attitude, Sasuke shed his previous timidity, responding to his father with a playful smile while reaching for a plump red tomato to nibble on. It is commendable to strive for diligent training, but one must also remember to take care of one's health. Overexerting oneself may lead to detrimental consequences, Sasuke. Having returned home a few days prior, Uchiha Itachi quietly and gracefully finished his breakfast. As he stood to clear the table in place of their mother, he cast a sidelong glance at Sasuke. His gaze lingered momentarily on his younger brother's cherubic face, which was delightfully savoring the tomato, before a tender smile graced his lips. "Speaking of which, the last time I promised to find an opportunity to teach you the art of shuriken. It just so happens that my brother has recently found himself with ample free time. After your meal, shall we head to the training ground together for some practice? How does that sound?" I shall be cautious, brother, rest assured." Perhaps sensing my brother's scrutinizing gaze upon my rather extravagant eating habits, my cheeks flushed slightly as I moderated my pace, furrowing my brows in contemplation. "The art of shuriken. Perhaps we shall discuss it another time, brother." I have already made plans with friends today, leaving me no time for other pursuits. Let us practice together next time." The earnest expression on Sasuke's face as he responded left Itachi Uchiha, a devoted elder brother, momentarily taken aback. His eyes, which had been crescent-shaped with mirth, were now obscured by disbelief, and a trickle of sweat formed on his brow as he questioned whether he had misheard. The sound of a heart-shattering echoing in his mind. Cough, cough. Hearing his younger son decisively decline the older son's invitation for training nearly provoked a laugh from Fugaku Uchiha. The incredulous shock on Itachi's face was reminiscent of the time when his younger brother had refused his suggestion to learn the dragon fire technique, insisting instead on pursuing the shadow clone technique scroll. "Surely, you must be wondering if you are still dreaming, are you not?" As Uchiha Fugaku gazed upon his eldest son, who now doubted life much like he had when initially rejected by Sasuke, a sense of balance and satisfaction washed over him. Yet, as he struggled to suppress a smile, his expression began to twitch unnaturally. With a slight tilt of his head, he cast a glance at his oblivious son, whose face was a mask of confusion and shock. Amidst his schadenfreude, a tinge of sympathy gradually seeped in. However, such is the nature of reality. The double agent, Kakashi Hatake. "Pray tell, what have you uncovered?" In the dimly lit secret base of the Root organization, Danzo, one of the 3 advisors of Konoha and leader of the Root, sat with his eyes narrowed in a meditative state. 3 years had passed, and aside from his right arm, now conspicuously wrapped in bandages. There was little change in the elderly man's demeanor. As he gently stroked his right arm, he patiently listened to his subordinate report the gathered intelligence. Yes, Lord Danzo. First, regarding the recruitment of new members into the Root organization. The candidates from the Oilwoman clan and the Yamanaka clan appear to possess satisfactory qualifications and potential worth nurturing. However, the specific recruitment targets will require your personal selection. Lord Danzo, the Oilwoman clan, skilled in insect manipulation, and the Yamanaka clan, masters of mental techniques? Indeed, this is fortuitous. I had been concerned about the lack of quality sensory ninjas after stirring discord between the Hyuga clan and the village's higher-ups. Although their abilities are far inferior to the Byakugan, I must make do with what I have for now. Having acquired a degree of insight into the intricate dynamics and clandestine practices of various factions within the village, Danzo pondered thoughtfully upon the list presented by his subordinate. After a brief pause, he nodded slightly in satisfaction, signaling for his interlocutor to continue. Your selection was anticipated and stands as the optimal course of action at this juncture. You have executed this task commendably. Too kind. All credit belongs to your esteemed guidance, Lord Danzo. Now, let us proceed to the report concerning the whereabouts of the third Hokage. The enigmatic ninja, adorned with a mask bearing peculiar patterns that concealed his identity, knelt silently before Danzo like a statue. Only upon receiving Danzo's command did he begin to speak. Despite the praise emanating from Danzo, his voice retained a hint of youthful naivety, devoid of any discernible emotional fluctuation, as he methodically reported on his recent endeavors. In accordance with Lord Danzo's prior instructions, I have been vigilantly monitoring the third Hokage day and night. On the occasion when the Hokage deviated from his scheduled duties and left his post, I promptly followed him. The locations frequented by the third Hokage included Hokage Rock, the commercial district, and the Ninja Academy, among others. Regrettably, due to the Hokage and Appo's keen vigilance, I was unable to maintain close proximity and ultimately lost track of him towards the end of my surveillance. However, I can confirm that the last location he visited prior to returning to the Hokage's office, where he lingered the longest, was the third outdoor survival training ground. The third outdoor survival training ground? For no apparent reason, why would Risen suddenly think of going there? Could it be to meet someone? Rest assured, my lord. Since the third Hokage entered the training ground, I have been vigilantly monitoring the sole entrance, until the arrival of the late night of the following day. Aside from the third Hokage, who had long since returned to the Hokage building, no one else has entered or exited the third training ground. No one has come or gone. How could that be? Upon hearing this, Danzo's previously relaxed brow gradually furrowed in concern, lost in thought as he muttered to himself. The third outdoor survival training ground. After wandering in the village for so long, Risen, what on earth are you scheming? Given his inherently suspicious nature and the ominous premonitions that instinctively stirred within him, Danzo was naturally reluctant to believe that the actions of his comrade, entrusted with the weighty responsibilities of Hokage by the second Hokage, were merely a whimsical stroll devoid of any significance. Yet, despite his repeated contemplation and speculation, he could uncover no evidence to refute this established fact. After all, he was acutely aware that his subordinate, having undergone the brutal and bloody selection process of the Root organization, had long since transformed into a mere tool, obediently following his orders. Even if he commanded them to take their own life, they would not hesitate for a moment. In other words, there existed not the slightest possibility of fabrication in the intelligence reported to him by his subordinate. Having acquired a general understanding of the intelligence, Tuanzong gestured impatiently for his subordinate to depart, returning to the watchful task at hand beside Rijan. With a contemplative frown, he rested his chin upon his hand. Pondering deeply, the intelligence was woefully insufficient. Had the Root organization fallen into a disadvantage? If you are indeed orchestrating something, Rijan, consider this your small victory. Despite racking his brain, he could not discern any clues behind the sudden actions of the third Hokage. With a resigned sigh, he abandoned the futile effort of exhausting his mind, allowing his gaze to drift to his right arm, tightly bound in layers of bandages. A chilling, bloodthirsty glimmer flickered in his eyes as he murmured to himself, "But do not revel in your triumph too soon. Once I obtain the power of the Sharingan, the position of Hokage shall ultimately be mine." After departing from the Root organization's base, the masked ninja who had reported to Tuanzong found himself bathed in the cool morning sunlight, slightly disoriented. He raised a hand to shield his eyes while scanning his surroundings to ensure no one was trailing him. With a powerful leap, he swiftly vanished into the dense thicket, moving with the grace of one who had rehearsed this countless times. Skillfully evading the attention of most, he silently infiltrated the office of the third Hokage through a window. As he reached up to remove the mask from his face, he turned towards the elderly man, who wore a smile and had his hands placed upon a peculiar crystal ball, as if he had been awaiting this moment for quite some time. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, esteemed third Hokage," he said softly. "Did I not mention previously that, in the absence of others, such superfluous formalities are best left aside?" Upon hearing these words, the third Hokage's smile widened, and he gradually withdrew his hands from the crystal ball, observing the increasingly clear image within. He inquired gently, "And what is the outcome?" "Rest assured, Shimura Danzo harbors no suspicions regarding the intelligence I have relayed," the ninja replied, his tone shifting from the emotionless rigidity typical of the Root organization to a more relaxed demeanor as he tousled his hair, his eyes crinkling in a smile. "However, it is hardly surprising, considering that everything I have stated is the truth. I truly did not witness anyone else entering or exiting through the main gate of the training ground aside from yourself." "Well, in that case, it seems I have gained a slight advantage in terms of intelligence. Haha, that little rascal Naruto has surprised me time and again. Initially, I contemplated using Jinjutsu to temporarily alter your memories to obscure any traces of contact with the boy. Yet I did not anticipate that Naruto and Appo's vigilance rivals that of adult ninjas. Even I find myself increasingly curious as to how this child manages to navigate the sole entrance of the training ground with such ease." After acquiring the desired intelligence from the individual before him, the third Hokage visibly exhaled in relief, a smile gracing his lips as he praised the quirky Naruto. He gestured for the person to come closer, subsequently refocusing his gaze on the images displayed within the crystal ball. "As it happens, your return is perfectly timed. Just a few nights prior, you had taken on the role of the Jinchuriki, representing the higher echelons of Konoha, escorting the heir of the Hyuga clan back home. This act has significantly alleviated the discontent and grievances harbored by the Hyuga clan towards the village. Now, this child has successfully established contact with Uchiha Fugaku's eldest son, Uchiha Itachi. Should Naruto's seemingly absurd prophecy come to fruition, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui shall prove to be crucial elements in thwarting Danzo's ambitions. Do you not wish to witness firsthand whether this young Uchiha Itachi is indeed worthy of Naruto's high regard and recommendation? After all, in the not-too-distant future, he is destined to join the Umbu and become your teammate and subordinate, Kakashi." As the subtle conflict between Shimura Danzo and the third Hokage began to unfold, the unwitting Naruto remained oblivious, continuing his daily training in the third outdoor survival training ground, employing shadow clones as he awaited Sasuke's arrival. Undoubtedly, the mere presence of one or two shadow clones assisting in training is far from sufficient to captivate the third Hokage, a man burdened with the ceaseless affairs of the Hokage's office, as he gazes intently at the crystal ball, witnessing a live broadcast of events. What astonishes this venerable deity of the ninja world, causing even his hand, which holds a pipe, to tremble slightly in disbelief, is the sight before him, a multitude of Narutos, each possessing their own consciousness and form, engaging in independent training and even exchanging whispers among themselves. Such a breathtaking spectacle, if judged solely by the youthful visage of the 3-year-old Naruto, seems utterly unfathomable. Yet, this is but a fragment of the genuine strength he has cultivated through relentless effort over time. Since Naruto bridged the vast chasm created by the animosity between the Jinchuriki and the tailed beasts with his unwavering sincerity over the past 3 years, he has garnered the complete trust of the Nine Tails sealed within him. Consequently, Naruto's ninjutsu is no longer influenced by the chakra of the Nine Tails, allowing him to conserve the chakra that would otherwise be used to maintain the seal. Moreover, when his chakra is nearly depleted, he unexpectedly receives a boost from the feisty Nine Tails within him. Thus, through this reciprocal exchange, Naruto, who naturally possesses a chakra capacity far exceeding that of an ordinary human due to his Uzumaki heritage, gradually reveals the advantages of his training. The most evident manifestation of this is the shadow clone technique. Due to the cessation of the necessity to segregate a portion of his chakra to suppress and guard against the potential upheaval of the Nine Tails, Naruto, even in the absence of the Nine Tails chakra assistance, can effortlessly create dozens of shadow clones and maintain them for an extended duration without them dispersing. Furthermore, as these shadow clones possess the unique ability to relay their entire sensory experiences and knowledge back to the original upon their dissolution, it can be asserted that once Naruto fully masters the art of shadow cloning and successfully advances to the technique of multiple shadow clones, his training pace is accelerating at an astonishing rate. However, this seemingly unfair method of rapidly accumulating experience is not without its flaws. In addition to the requirement of a vast reservoir of chakra to sustain the shadow clones, a crucial point to note is that when the shadow clones absorb their training insights, the fatigue experienced is exponentially heightened due to the complete feedback of sensory information. A moment's negligence could potentially lead to unconsciousness or even life-threatening conditions. This is one of the paramount reasons why the second Hokage classified the technique of multiple shadow clones as an A-rank forbidden jutsu. Nevertheless, as the host of the Nine Tails, Naruto adeptly mitigates these daunting risks by leveraging his inherent advantages. With no concerns regarding chakra depletion, his remarkable regenerative abilities allow him to fully rejuvenate himself with a mere restful slumber. Moreover, the profound trust established between Naruto and Kurama has reached a level where Naruto can unreservedly relinquish control of his body to Kurama, allowing him the freedom to roam. If, at this moment, the still maturing Naruto were to fall into a state of unconsciousness and encounter a crisis, it could, in a sense, become exponentially more perilous than if he were awake. Thus, the practice of the shadow clone technique, which may initially appear reckless, has become an exceptionally tailored training method for Naruto. In other words, within the current confines of the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto stands alone in his extravagant utilization of chakra for training. As the morning sun ascended, it was likely that Sasuke was already en route to the training ground. While dispelling his shadow clones in batches after completing his morning exercises, Naruto reclined comfortably in a cave lined with dry straw, continuously absorbing and organizing the training insights relayed from his shadow clones. Simultaneously, he utilized Kurama's chakra to swiftly alleviate the profound fatigue that had accumulated in his spirit, ensuring he would be adequately energized to accompany Sasuke in his training. How perplexing it is. Despite faithfully executing the steps outlined for the Flying Thunder God technique and mastering both short-range and medium-range teleportation, long-range teleportation remains elusive. The success rate is akin to winning the lottery, while the margin of error is absurdly vast. The shadow clone's positioning coordinates were evidently within the confines of my home. Yet I nearly found myself airborne towards the Hokage rock. Once the shadow clones dissipated and my vitality was restored to a considerable extent, Naruto reached into his bosom and retrieved a specially crafted trident kunai, modeled after the traditional weapon of his father, Minato Namikaze. He grasped it firmly, studying the peculiar runes etched upon its handle while softly murmuring to himself, "Where did I go astray? Have I overlooked some crucial detail? By the way, how did those shadow clones successfully execute the long-range Flying Thunder God technique?" "Hey, Naruto, focus." Just as Naruto was about to delve into the memories of his previous clones, the ever-watchful Kurama suddenly broke his silence, infusing his words with a hint of urgency that swiftly drew Naruto back to the present. "What is it, Kurama? Have you sensed something? Aside from that little Uchiha brat who usually trails behind you, I detect another unfamiliar presence drawing near." Unfamiliar presence? Could it possibly be a member of Danzo's root organization? Kurama's words propelled Naruto to spring to his feet, transitioning the kunai into a defensive stance. His brow furrowed in deep contemplation. "I'm not certain, but I can affirm that this individual exudes a distasteful aura. Though not on par with Uchiha Madara, who appeared 3 years ago, the essence I perceive suggests this person belongs to the same ilk. The same kind as Uchiha Madara from 3 years ago?" Upon hearing the conclusion drawn by Kurama, Naruto's mind began to race with contemplation, recalling past events. It would seem that until Naruto matured into a formidable ninja capable of standing alone, Uchiha Obito, or rather, the individual operating under the guise of Uchiha Obito, should not have taken any action against him. Could it be that the myriad changes brought about by his arrival in this world have triggered a butterfly effect, leading to a deviation in history and prompting an early attempt to seize the Nine Tails? If the individual in question truly is Uchiha Obito, then Naruto's predicament would be dire. Given that he has yet to master Sage Mode, even if Obito's strength is inferior to that of 3 years ago, a single Kimui could very well spell his doom. Wait a moment. The Uchiha Obito from 3 years prior pales in comparison? Kurama, Can you discern whether the person you recognize is the same as Uchiha Obito? Humph. Certainly not. Although it irks me, as long as you lend me your body, defeating or even killing him shouldn't pose much of a challenge. Moreover, if it were truly Uchiha Obito, would I allow you to gather your wits? I would have already urged you to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape from here. After Kurama's somewhat irritable response, he noticed that Naruto appeared considerably more at ease, prompting him to furrow his brow and warn him, "Why the sudden inquiry? Are you devising some countermeasure? Let it be clear, as my Jinchuriki, do not entertain the foolish notion of waiting for me to resolve your troubles at the first sign of danger. Haha, rest assured. All I need is to confirm that the visitor is not Uchiha Madara." Upon hearing the Nine-Tails' assurance, Naruto exhaled deeply, sheathing his kunai back into his embrace. He then stood on tiptoe, smiling gently as he gazed into the distance, observing the unfamiliar figure rapidly approaching Sasuke. In that moment, he could surmise the identity of Sasuke's companion. With eyes as dark as Sasuke's, pronounced lines of maturity on his face, and a gentle demeanor complemented by the occasional affectionate gaze directed at Sasuke, Naruto could easily discern the identity of this unexpected guest, Uchiha Itachi. "Good morning, Sasuke. You're quite late today," Naruto remarked, his tone lighthearted and teasing. Upon recognizing the identity of the newcomer, a sense of relief washed over him. As usual, he stood with his hands clasped behind his head, a smile adorning his face. Once Sasuke and Itachi were sufficiently close, he called out with mock seriousness to the younger Uchiha, "It's so cold today. I thought you might have decided to abandon your training and snuggle comfortably in your warm blankets for the entire day." "Ah, good morning, Naruto." "TCH. As if that could ever happen. Stupid Naruto. Perhaps it is due to the presence of Itachi by his side today." That's Sasuke, who had recently grown accustomed to Naruto's playful teasing and had become rather unperturbed, felt his cheeks flush once more upon hearing Naruto's lighthearted jests. Responding with irritation, he retorted loudly while extracting 2 still warm rice balls from his bag, hurling them forcefully at Naruto's face. "Here, this is your breakfast." "Yash, just in time. My stomach is growling," Naruto replied, grinning. "Thanks, Sasuke." With a calm demeanor, Naruto effortlessly caught each rice ball with one hand, shoving them into his mouth in haste to quell his hunger and regain his strength. Meanwhile, he tilted his head innocently towards Sasuke, continuing to tease. "But I'm merely stating the truth. Relax, relax. Even if you did oversleep, I wouldn't mock you. After all, you're not the first." "Shut up, you idiot Naruto. If you keep talking, no one will think you and Appos." "Remute," Sasuke exclaimed, his face growing even redder as he interrupted. Noticing Naruto's intent to recount his earlier training mishaps, in a swift motion, he produced another rice ball and shoved it directly into Naruto's mouth, covering it with his hand to stifle any sound. "Eat, eat, eat. Have your breakfast. Can't you just munch without chattering?" Wait a moment." Naruto, caught off guard by Sasuke and Appos' shyness in front of Itachi, struggled to break free from Sasuke and Appos' grasp, his little legs bouncing as he protested, "Cough, cough. Hey, you jerk, Sasuke. Are you trying to suffocate me? Huh? Who was it that first spoke carelessly and accused me? This is your own doing. Who has slandered you? I merely spoke the truth." No, I know nothing. I have said nothing. Put down your rice ball. I can no longer eat." Oh, please. Do not be modest. I understand that a mere few rice balls cannot possibly satisfy your appetite. Rest assured, I have brought plenty. It will surely be enough to fill you, Naruto. Is this Sasuke's new friend? They seem to be getting along quite harmoniously. No wonder you had your mother prepare so many bento boxes. One of them must have been for him, right? Itachi, who has always been by Sasuke's side, smiled gently as he observed the playful banter between Naruto and Sasuke. After a brief pause, he reached out and gently pulled the stubborn Sasuke away from Naruto, allowing Naruto to breathe freely once more. With utmost care, he cradled Sasuke in his arms, affectionately ruffling his hair to soothe the irritable little fan. All right. No more fussing. If you keep this up, your friend may truly suffocate from your antics, Sasuke." Who said it was prepared for him? I merely feared that one portion would not suffice." Humph. Noticing the smile on his elder brother's face, Sasuke, though still grumbling defiantly, soon cast aside his earlier anger. Instinctively, he closed his eyes and nestled closer into Itachi's embrace, seeking comfort. "Phew, I'm saved. Thank you, Itachi. I should say thank you, right?" Observing the transformation of Sasuke, who was effortlessly cradled in Itachi's arms, and the tender affection with which Itachi doted on him, Naruto stifled a laugh in his heart, playfully musing on the undeniable title of brotherly obsession that aptly suited the duo. With both hands cradling his head and his eyes wide with feigned curiosity, he directed his gaze towards Itachi. By the way, Sasuke, who is this older brother of yours? I've never seen you bring anyone else here during your training. And he bears a striking resemblance to you. Oh right, I forgot to mention this to you. Naruto, Sasuke replied, perhaps motivated by the need to introduce Itachi, or perhaps sensing Naruto's mischievous glint. Reluctantly, he extricated himself from his brother's embrace and stood before Itachi, puffing out his chest with pride. Allow me to introduce him. This is my elder brother, Itachi Uchiha, the most formidable genius of our Uchiha clan and the absolute best brother in the world. Really? The most formidable genius of the Uchiha clan and the best brother in the world? That sounds wonderful, Naruto exclaimed, a spark of envy flickering in his eyes. Of course it does. Aren't you envious, Naruto? Wahaha. Let me tell you, my brother is dozens of times more skilled than I am. Even the teachers at the Ninja Academy may not stand a chance against him. Is that so? Wow. Your brother sounds truly remarkable, Naruto replied, his eyes wide with awe. Relishing his moment of triumph over Naruto and Appo's playful banter, Sasuke swelled with pride, momentarily forgetting that his brother stood right beside him as he unabashedly boasted about Itachi. Sasuke. It seems he has truly forged a genuine friendship. In contrast to his usual obedient demeanor at home, the younger brother appears remarkably more cheerful and lively after interacting with the boy named Naruto. This unexpected transformation brings a quiet astonishment to Itachi, while a deeper smile emerges in his eyes. However, he feels a twinge of embarrassment at Sasuke's unabashed and fervent praise. Itachi, who is naturally gentle and humble, awkwardly touches the bridge of his nose, then bends his gaze with a smile and shakes his head. Oh, Sasuke, please don't exaggerate. I'm not as remarkable as you claim. That time, the teacher at school was simply being lenient with me. I'm not exaggerating. Brother, you are incredibly amazing. Those teachers even admitted you surpassed him. That was due to. Here we go. Sasuke's infinite praise mode for his older brother has begun. Well, it seems that what Sasuke says is largely true. At his current age, to be able to defeat a fully fledged adult ninja who serves as a teacher at the Ninja Academy, it is no wonder that he is revered by fans as the god Itachi Uchiha. Watching the warm and affectionate interaction between the two brothers, Naruto cannot help but recall the tragic fate of this pair in the original story, where they were pitted against each other in a deadly confrontation. Memories of heart-wrenching words from his past life gradually surface in his mind. Forgive me, Sasuke, this is the last time. They are all smiling. Their smiles were bought at the cost of Itachi's life. Completely oblivious, they are just foolishly laughing. You want me to abandon my revenge? Ha. Very well. Itachi, my parents, my clan, return them all to me. If you can achieve that, I shall relinquish my desire to obliterate Konoha. It matters not if you can never forgive me. Regardless of how you may evolve in the future, my love for you shall remain unwavering. The design to provoke the Uchiha clan for the purpose of usurping the power of the Sharingan, colluding with Orochimaru to annihilate Konoha and erase the third Hokage, and even delaying the news of Pain's invasion for the sake of personal ambition. Danzo, oh Danzo, in pursuit of your Hokage dream, you have indeed made considerable and contributions and that are bound to be etched in history. Witnessing the blood bond between Sasuke and Itachi, a bond that evoked envy, Naruto felt an ever-deepening gratitude for his earlier impulsive decision to thwart Danzo's schemes, embarking on a path fraught with uncertainty and peril. Clenching his fists, he whispered resolutely, "This time, your schemes are destined for failure." Sasuke's Jonin instructor, ahem. Perhaps the time to indulge in brotherly affection should be postponed for now, Sasuke. Naruto, patiently waiting with his hands clasped atop his head, found that as the sun ascended high in the sky, Sasuke showed no sign of concluding his affectionate display towards Itachi. Thus, he cleared his throat lightly to disrupt the tender scene, gently reminding that it was nearly time to commence their training for the day. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Sasuke seemed to awaken from a dream, instinctively turning to respond, only to catch sight of Naruto's mischievous grin as he teased him. The proud little fan finally realized that he had been adorably whining in front of this mischievous friend while facing his brother. The blush that had only just faded now surged back to Sasuke's chubby cheeks. Wait, who are you calling spoiled, Naruto? Oh dear. I was merely referring to that blushing little friend of mine, YYYU. Who is a little friend? You clearly look younger than I do. Sasuke's offhand comment suddenly reminded Naruto that if one were to consider their ages in this lifetime, he was born just a tad later than Sasuke. Thus, if Sasuke were to be called a little friend, it seemed he too could not escape that title. In an instant, the little fan's unintentional strike had plunged them into an awkward silence, leaving them speechless. Why have you suddenly stopped talking? Could it be that I have hit the mark, Naruto? Alright, Sasuke, Naruto is right. Whether Itachi sensed Naruto's embarrassment or it was mere coincidence. Just as Naruto was at a loss for words, Itachi's gentle voice interjected, perfectly redirecting Sasuke's attention and bringing the conversation back on track. This also meant that Sasuke, who was easily satisfied after tasting a bit of sweetness due to his childlike nature, would miss the rare opportunity to hold the upper hand in responding to Naruto's teasing. As noon approaches, the time originally designated for training has nearly elapsed. If we continue to indulge in our antics, it will soon be time for lunch. Ah, that is indeed true. Humph, since my brother has said so, I shall grant Naruto a reprieve for now. Phew, that was close. I was saved. It seems I must be cautious with my choice of words when teasing this little rascal in the future, lest I dig a pit for myself to fall into. Just as Naruto was patting his chest, relieved to have preserved the reliable older brother image he had painstakingly crafted in Sasuke and Appo's mind, Itachi's subsequent words nearly caused Naruto to stumble and fall. Speaking of which, it is already this late. Where's the J-Nin who was supposed to guide your training? J-Nin. Oh, I forgot that you are unaware of the hierarchy of ninja ranks. To put it simply, it refers to the teacher who has been instructing you during this period. Observing Naruto's stammering, Itachi assumed the little fellow simply did not grasp the significance of the term J-Nin, completely unaware of the subtlety in Naruto's tone. After a brief pause, he smiled and continued, when I arrived, Sasuke had already informed me about your training regimen. I can appreciate that the methods of tree climbing and walking on water, which gradually and effectively hone your chakra control skills, are not typically devised by a mere Ch-Nin. Hence, I speculated that the instructor guiding your training is a J-Nin level ninja. Hey, Sasuke, didn't you tell your brother everything that transpired? Observing Itachi, who was lost in thought with his arms crossed, the elite shinobi Naruto felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He gently nudged the equally stunned Sasuke with his elbow, pondering the absurdity of Itachi regarding him as a sensei. Hadn't he always been the one to instruct Sasuke? When Itachi inquired about his training, he had solely asked about that, neglecting anything else. Given that he had left a bit later than planned, he hadn't elaborated further. Who could have predicted that Itachi would perceive him as a superior shinobi? Is such a thing even possible? Naruto mused, his expression a tapestry of emotions as he scrutinized Itachi, who was fervently theorizing. Upon closer inspection, Itachi appeared to be deducing the true identity of this non-existent elite from his own list of known shinobi. No, this was not a case of Itachi mistaking him for a superior, but rather a vivid fabrication of a fictitious instructor conjured from thin air. While it was true that this training methodology had indeed been imparted by Kakashi Hatake, the future leader of Team 7, Itachi and Appo's conjecture was not entirely unfounded. Wow, so your brother knows so many elite shinobi? Impressive, Sasuke exclaimed. What? Wait a moment. This is hardly the time for you to be lauding your brother. You foolish, brother-obsessed Sasuke. Shouldn't you be contemplating how to clarify this misunderstanding with him? Nanny, why must it fall upon me to figure this out? You idiot Naruto. Shouldn't it be you, the elite teacher? Isn't it your failure to communicate clearly that led to your brother's misunderstanding? This dilemma is certainly yours to resolve. It seems that holds some truth. No, wait. Why? What happened? The gradually escalating discussion between Naruto and Sasuke pulled Itachi from his contemplation. And as he turned to follow the sound, he caught sight of the peculiar expressions on their small faces, which seemed to be contorted in an effort to suppress laughter. A wave of confusion washed over him. Did I say something incorrect? Ahem. Indeed, there were some discrepancies, yet it was not entirely erroneous, brother. Observing Naruto, who immediately adopted a nonchalant demeanor, folding his arms behind his head and humming a little tune after his inquiry, Sasuke felt a twitch in his eyelid and reluctantly replied, Indeed, the methods for tree climbing and water training were indeed imparted to me by someone. But this individual is not a Jonin. And he had already arrived here before we reached the training ground. What? He has already arrived? Itachi was taken aback by his younger brother's unexpected revelation. In his perception, aside from the two little ones before him, there was no one else nearby. As he pondered the strength of the Jonin who had guided his brother's training, he marveled inwardly, wondering if he had been observing from the shadows all along. I truly failed to notice. Truly worthy of being a Jonin. No. That is not the case. How should I put it? As he watched his elder brother's eyes sparkle with admiration for a non-existent Sannin, a profound sense of shame enveloped Sasuke. He covered his face with one hand while raising the other to point at Naruto, who was suppressing laughter with great interest. He stammered, "The one who teaches me is not a Sannin. Moreover, brother, you already saw him upon your arrival here." "What? I have seen him? Where? How come I am unaware?" Itachi instinctively followed Sasuke's gesture, but all he perceived was the snow-laden forest and Naruto, whose face was flushed with mirth, trembling from the effort of stifling his laughter. As he turned back, ready to inquire further, his eyes widened in astonishment, fixating on Naruto's blank and innocent demeanor. "Wait, Sasuke, you cannot possibly mean the one who teaches you is. Though you may find it hard to believe, the truth is precisely what you think, brother. How could it be?" December 14th, year 51 of the Leaf Village. This is a day that Uchiha Itachi will never forget for the rest of his life. It marks the first encounter between Uchiha Itachi and the Child of Prophecy, Naruto Uzumaki. It is also the day when Naruto completely redefined and reset Itachi's worldview. Naruto Uzumaki versus Uchiha Itachi. In the third outdoor survival training camp, amidst a thick blanket of snow, Naruto and Itachi stood face to face, separated by a distance of 5 meters. "Please guide me," they both echoed. As their gazes locked, a tacit understanding passed between them, and they gradually raised their arms, fingers poised in a combat stance, the thumb, ring finger, and pinky tightly clenched within their palms, while the index and middle fingers extended upright, an emblematic gesture signifying the commencement of a duel between ninjas. Upon learning from Sasuke that the remarkable mentor behind Sasuke's significant progress was none other than Naruto, a peer of similar age to his younger brother, Itachi's perception of reality and his worldview were profoundly challenged. This revelation sparked an intense curiosity within him regarding Naruto's true capabilities. As for whether the older brother harbored a hint of jealousy, stemming from Sasuke's admiration and reliance on Naruto, it remained an enigma. Conversely, Naruto was equally intrigued by the rapid growth of Itachi, who had garnered the reverence of many and was dubbed a prodigy. Given that Itachi was an indispensable ally in thwarting Danzo's nefarious schemes, gaining insight into Itachi's prowess would undoubtedly serve Naruto's interests. Thus, there was no inclination to shy away from the impending confrontation. "If you don't believe me, brother, right, you could spar with Naruto just once. Wouldn't that reveal the truth of my words?" The mutual desire to gauge each other's strength, coupled with the unintentional invitation from the young fan, led both individuals, who had initially hesitated due to pride, to readily agree to the proposed practice match. As the moment approached, Sasuke, having confirmed that the two were ready, took a deep breath while standing a short distance away. His eyes sparkled with unrestrained excitement and curiosity as he raised his small hand high and then brought it down forcefully. "Naruto Uzumaki, yes, Itachi Uchiha, let the sparring commence." No sooner had Sasuke's words faded than Naruto and Itachi transformed into two shadows, one large and one small, vanishing from their original positions. A flurry of white mist erupted behind them as, in the mere blink of an eye, their forms materialized once more, colliding fists with unyielding force. Indeed, despite my relentless training, the disparity of age remains a significant hurdle. Before the match began, Naruto had scarcely paid attention to it. But once he and Itachi truly clashed, the 5-year age gap became starkly evident. Itachi's height and strength advantages were unmistakable. No matter how much power Naruto exerted into his punches, Itachi's arms stood firm, unyielding as an immovable mountain, unaffected by the onslaught. This realization caused a twinge of discouragement within Naruto. At his current physique, he could hold his own against peers of the same age, but facing an older opponent proved to be a considerable disadvantage. Yet, youth carries its own advantages. At the very least, this body is undoubtedly more agile in grappling. Fortunately, Naruto had anticipated this outcome, making it easier to accept. As he pondered his next course of action, he resolutely abandoned the impractical notion of continuing to engage in a battle of brute strength. As Itachi found himself increasingly burdened, his body pressing down under the weight of the struggle, he swiftly retracted the force exerted upon his fist, utilizing his compact physique to his advantage. He pivoted to the side, evading the fierce onslaught of Itachi's straight punch with the agility of an eel. Seizing the moment, he leapt into the air, his right leg bending at the knee, driving forcefully towards Itachi's vulnerable ribs. What is this power? Is this child endowed with innate strength? Can he truly be merely 3 years old? Contrary to the anticipated demeanor of Naruto, Itachi's expression remained composed, yet within his heart, he was profoundly astonished. On the surface, it appeared that Itachi effortlessly dominated Naruto in terms of strength, but he was acutely aware that he had exerted nearly 70% of his own power to achieve this outcome. This was accomplished without either party utilizing chakra, relying solely on their raw physical prowess. This is troubling. Caught in a fleeting moment of surprise, Itachi's focus wavered. By the time he perceived Naruto's evasive maneuver, the pressure on his right arm, which had been engaged in a contest of strength against Naruto's fist, dissipated as Naruto withdrew, causing Itachi's body to lurch downward uncontrollably. The technique had become irrevocably spent. In his haste to regain balance, he stumbled forward a few steps, instinctively attempting to pivot and block Naruto's impending assault. Yet he found himself ensnared in a situation where he was keen but powerless. Just as Sasuke had described, this child demands earnest attention. Complacency is not an option. Recognizing this reality, Itachi showcased his remarkable ability to adapt to perilous situations, truly worthy of the esteemed title of Itachi. Realizing that blocking was no longer feasible, he swiftly channeled chakra into his feet, relinquishing the deceleration of his forward momentum to leap high into the air with powerful thrusts from the ground. This maneuver caused Naruto's anticipated ambush to falter while Itachi's hands moved with astonishing speed, weaving hand signs that were almost a blur to the eye. Z, In, Su, Cho, Mao, In. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. As the final hand sign was completed, Itachi inhaled deeply, his cheeks slightly puffing out before he bent forward slightly. A continuous stream of small fireballs erupted from his mouth, deliberately controlled by Itachi's chakra, effectively constricting Naruto's avenues for evasion. They surged forth like the dazzling fruits of a phoenix flower, aiming for Naruto, who had yet to fully land after his attack. What the? This hand sign speed must be cheating, right? Is there no mercy left? Faced with the onslaught of fireballs raining down, Naruto incredulously grumbled to himself. As his eyes darted around, he quickly assessed his surroundings and realized that, under Itachi's meticulous calculations, the space that might have allowed him to dodge had vanished entirely. Truly, Uchiha Itachi, when he takes things seriously, he leaves no opportunities for me whatsoever. The swift and flawless strike from Itachi shattered Naruto's strategy, which relied on his nimble and compact physique to engage in battle. With a resigned shake of his head, he slowly raised his right hand while murmuring to himself, I can't possibly execute ninjutsu with such instantaneous precision like he does. There's no other choice, though it bears some risks. I must proceed. The relentless fireballs plummeting from above were undeterred by Naruto's internal turmoil. Accompanied by thunderous roars, the searing orbs crashed to the ground in succession, generating waves of heat that melted the ice and snow, swiftly enveloping Naruto in a thick mist of vapor. Naruto! Exclaimed Sasuke, who was observing the battle with keen interest. He noticed Naruto standing still, seemingly paralyzed by fear, as the Phoenix Fire technique descended without any sign of evasion or defense. Concerned, he shouted, You fool! Why aren't you dodging? You didn't even attempt to counter with any ninjutsu. Am I taking this too seriously? Having landed gracefully, Itachi was equally perplexed by Naruto's inaction. It wasn't until he heard Sasuke's worried words that he recalled Naruto's tender age of merely 3 years. Clenching his fists in silence, he gazed into the mist, reflecting, to employ ninjutsu against a mere child of 3. I must have gone too far. I hope nothing adverse occurs. Oh, is this how you perceive me? As Itachi prepared to step into the mist in search of Naruto's silhouette, Naruto's boisterous and teasing voice, accompanied by the howling winds, emerged from the white fog. Before long, Naruto's figure gradually solidified within the mist, and one could faintly discern that he was gripping a cerulean sphere in his right hand, seemingly unaffected by the prior assault of the Phoenix Fire technique. Once again, he charged at Itachi with incredible speed. How could he be unscathed? This shocking turn of events left Itachi astounded, and an instinctual sense of danger compelled him to focus on the seemingly inconspicuous sphere in Naruto's hand. Could that be the reason? Having never encountered such a ninjutsu before, Itachi pondered. Heh, the true battle is only just beginning. If you underestimate me because of my age, it will be to your detriment. As Naruto's figure loomed ever closer, a broader smile spread across his face. He thrust his right hand, clutching the azure sphere, forward, declaring, "Now, it's my turn to retaliate." Rasengan. Vortex Naruto versus Uchiha Itachi. The Rasengan. Itachi, who had believed Naruto to be gravely injured by the Phoenix Fire technique and had thus relaxed his guard, found himself a moment too slow to react to Naruto's sudden and vigorous counterattack. By the time his mind fully registered the danger, Naruto was already perilously close, less than 3 meters away. This technique is exceedingly perilous. I cannot confront it head-on. I must evade immediately. As Naruto's figure grew increasingly distinct within Itachi's line of sight, the azure sphere tightly clenched in Naruto's grasp ignited alarm bells in Itachi's mind. While his intellect grappled with formulating a countermeasure, instinctively driven by the urge to evade impending danger, his body instinctively bent at the knees and lowered itself into a defensive posture. With a swift twist of his torso and his chakra-enhanced foot still partially grounded, he propelled himself diagonally to create a modicum of evasive space. His hands flew into a rapid series of seals, preparing a ninjutsu to confront any unforeseen developments that might arise. Meanwhile, his slightly narrowed eyes gradually took on a crimson hue, from which emerged 2 peculiar black tomo patterns swirling within his pupils, fixated intently on every movement of Naruto. This was one of Uchiha Itachi's trump cards, the Sharingan, the hallmark of the Uchiha clan and Appo's distinctive bloodline limit. Bearing the title of prodigy, Itachi had long since awakened his eyes to the average person and Appo's reflexes. The speed at which Naruto unleashed his attack might leave little choice but to confront the Rasen Shuriken head-on. However, to Itachi, whose Sharingan had been awakened, Naruto's actions appeared as if played in slow motion, each movement crystal clear. A brief assessment allowed Itachi to fully anticipate Naruto's offensive trajectory. Coupled with the formidable physique honed through rigorous training, Itachi possessed ample time to rectify his earlier miscalculation. Recognizing that the ordinary Rasen Shuriken could not be thrown and that he had to close the distance as swiftly as possible before launching an assault, Naruto held no illusions about the likelihood of successfully striking Itachi in this counterattack. In fact, it would be entirely reasonable for Itachi to evade this strike without incident. However, that did not imply Naruto would passively observe as Itachi regained the initiative in their battle. Seeking to evade, it is no easy feat. Almost in the very moment when Itachi began to evade, Naruto bent low, maintaining a nearly 90-degree angle with the ground. Without hesitation, he forcefully slammed his outstretched right hand onto the earth, leveraging the astonishing recoil generated from the contact between the Rasengan and the ground to recalibrate his trajectory. Simultaneously, his speed surged to a new level. This was the true intent behind Naruto's use of the Rasengan. Beyond merely countering the attack of the Phoenix Fire technique, it ostensibly served to mount a significant offensive against Itachi, while covertly providing the necessary propulsion for a second directional pursuit of him. His combat awareness was not inferior to that of a true ninja, this child. No, Uzumaki Naruto certainly cannot be underestimated. To do so would be perilous. Observing Naruto and Appo's remarkable adaptability and shifting his offensive stance left Itachi increasingly astonished, his initial surprise gradually turning into a numbing sensation. Simultaneously, the latent desire for battle coursing through his veins began to awaken, and in a moment of introspection, Itachi found himself unknowingly smiling in acknowledgement of Naruto's formidable prowess. Has the true contest only just begun? Then I shall not hold back. Although he found himself suspended in midair, unable to change his retreating direction, Naruto, propelled by the Rasengan's thrust, was similarly trapped in an awkward predicament, unable to easily alter his forward course. In other words, it presented an exquisite opportunity for a counterattack. Si Wei, Shun, Hai Wu In. Fire Release. Grand Fireball Technique. Just as Naruto's formidable strike was about to make contact with Itachi's vulnerable torso, Itachi's dazzling hands completed their intricate seals. At the moment of finalizing the last tiger seal, he inhaled sharply, his cheeks puffing out as he unleashed a torrent of chakra from his throat. This energy transformed into a colossal, searing fireball that engulfed Naruto's petite figure, propelling him backward with an astonishing force that neutralized his assault while delivering a devastating blow to the unguarded Naruto. Boom. Hiss, ouch, ouch, ouch. Indeed, the speed of those seals was extraordinarily overwhelming. Far too much, Itachi. Within the fireball, a shadow could be seen tumbling and writhing, accompanied by the youthful cries of pain, confirming that Itachi's attack had undeniably struck home. Yet, Itachi did not allow himself to relax. The instinctive sense of impending danger had not dissipated. Rather, it surged once more at the moment the fireball hit Naruto. Having already been struck by the fireball, how could there be any strength left for a counterattack? Could it be? Suddenly struck by a troubling possibility, Itachi's eyes widened in realization. Ignoring the harsh breaths resulting from the significant chakra depletion, he leapt into action the moment his feet hit the ground. Boom! Almost simultaneously with Itachi's leap, a fireball, though smaller than the one he had unleashed, rushed toward him, radiating its own intense heat. It narrowly brushed past the soles of Itachi's feet before crashing to the ground, erupting with a second deafening roar. So that is how it is. Accompanied by a vigorous leap, the world around him became vividly clear as Itachi's Sharingan swiftly spun, calculating the trajectory of the fireball technique. His gaze turned toward its origin, and amidst his mild astonishment, a deeper smile graced his eyes. Naruto, Uzumaki, you truly are a cunning little rascal. Where Itachi's sight fell was precisely the area where the Phoenix Fire technique had initially rained down upon Naruto from above. At this moment, the white mist generated by the searing heat of the technique had completely dissipated, revealing the true state of affairs and exposing another severely tattered figure of Naruto who had been concealed within, ready for a surprise attack. Oh dear, I and Appos, VE been detected, he mused. Having made a rare attempt to use a shadow clone as bait, the meticulously planned strike had ultimately missed its mark, causing a flicker of frustration to cross Naruto's face as he collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted, devoid of any semblance of dignity. After a brief pause, he lifted his dusty little face, his eyes sparkling with mischief as he waved his hand, acknowledging, indeed, the speed of hand seals is paramount. All that effort in preparing my attack was in vain. I can't go on any longer. I'm almost at my limit. Considering your age, you have performed exceptionally well, Naruto. If it weren't for my Sharingan, perhaps your plan might have succeeded. Observing Naruto's complete loss of will to fight, Itachi felt the sense of crisis within him gradually abate, as his taut nerves began to relax. He smiled in admiration while adjusting his posture to descend gracefully from the air. Indeed, without the Sharingan. Naruto lay sprawled in the snow, gasping for breath. Yet, at the crucial moment when Itachi's feet were about to touch the ground, he suddenly halted unnaturally, his face twitching as he struggled to lift his head slightly. With a shift in tone, a triumphant smile spread across his face, as if he were saying that there was no need for elaborate plans anymore. What? Naruto's abrupt words left Itachi momentarily bewildered, and before he could fully grasp their meaning, the smiling Naruto dissipated into a cloud of white smoke right before his eyes. Shadow clone. This is bad. The sense of impending danger, which had just begun to wane, surged once more. By the time Itachi sought to ascertain the source of the threat, a roaring whirlwind, laced with searing heat, ruthlessly struck him from behind, enveloping his entire being. Ugh, Itachi-san. Your fireball technique. I return it to you now. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The shadow clone of Naruto, previously devoured by the fireball technique, did not vanish into white smoke. Instead, his body exuded heat like charred coal as he struggled to form the hand seals, channeling chakra that pooled in his throat. As he exhaled, it transformed into a raging whirlwind, propelling the remnants of the fireball technique that had once surrounded him toward Itachi, creating a new fireball born from the fusion of wind and fire release that overshadowed the earlier fireball technique Itachi had unleashed. Didn't Appos, I mention this? It's rare to use shadow clones as bait. Is this the extent of Naruto's power? Impressive. At this moment, Sasuke, who was observing from the sidelines, found his eyes transformed into starry orbs. He had anticipated that Naruto would last at most a few exchanges with his brother before succumbing to defeat. However, he was taken aback to witness Naruto engaging in a spirited duel with his seemingly invincible brother, deepening his admiration and envy. No. This is not the time for such thoughts. Brother, rest assured, Sasuke. Just as Sasuke's heart brimmed with concern, and he instinctively prepared to rush into the fireball in search of Itachi, Naruto, having exhausted all his chakra, collapsed unceremoniously to the ground. Breathing heavily yet smiling, He halted Sasuke's actions, pausing for a moment before muttering playfully to himself, the shadow clone technique. It's truly advantageous to have swift hand seals. Even so, I couldn't defeat you, Itachi-san. Huh, what are you saying, Naruto? Ah, brother, with Sasuke's exclamation. Itachi's figure appeared unscathed beside Naruto. As for the Itachi engulfed by the fireball, he had long since become a charred wooden post. As you can see, Itachi-san, I am genuinely exhausted this time. To be unable to prevail is simply to be unable to. The gap in strength cannot be easily bridged by mere cleverness. Naruto raised his left hand, slightly vexed as he ran his fingers through his golden hair, which had not turned to ash, while his right hand formed the seal of reconciliation, extending it toward Itachi. The outcome of this practice match is that I have lost. There is no need for concern. If it were not for my habit of reserving a substitute technique as a contingency, the outcome might remain uncertain. Naruto's audacious act of enduring the fireball technique, allowing his true self to endure the searing flames while patiently awaiting the opportune moment, elevated him to a status equal to that of Itachi. With a lingering apprehension, he cast a fleeting glance at the wooden post slowly succumbing to ashes amidst the flames. He bent down and extended his hand to form a contrasting seal, intertwining his fingers with Naruto's to create the sign of reconciliation, signaling the conclusion of their practice. At merely 3 years of age, possessing such formidable strength, I find myself intrigued by the extent of your potential growth. Thus, I declare, the result of the sparring match between Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Itachi is, brother wins. Hey Sasuke, why does your voice sound so exhilarated? You weren't secretly hoping for my defeat from the very start, were you? Humph. I was not hoping for anything. I simply knew from the beginning that my brother would never lose. TSK, you hopeless brother complex case. Alas, there is no saving you. Huh. Who has a brother complex? You foolish Naruto. I do not. Wait. What does brother complex even mean? Hey, don't laugh, Naruto. What does it mean? Sasuke has indeed made an extraordinary friend. Observing Naruto playfully engaging with Sasuke without a trace of awkwardness, Itachi, with a fond smile, realized he could entrust Naruto with Sasuke's care in his absence. After a brief pause, he smiled warmly and gently patted Naruto on the shoulder. Sasuke, my dear child, I sincerely hope you will seek guidance from Naruto. Of course. Sasuke is my most cherished friend, so rest assured. Upon hearing these words, Naruto's expression momentarily faltered as he redirected his gaze to Itachi, his lips curving into a subtle smile, as if to make a promise. I vow to you, I will protect Sasuke, without fail. A beautiful misunderstanding. Alas, have I lost again? This child, Itachi Uchiha, is indeed formidable. If my memory serves me correctly, he should still be under 9 years old. Yet he has already awakened the double Tomo Sharingan. It is no wonder Naruto believes he will play a pivotal role in the fate of the Uchiha clan. At the moment Sasuke declared the outcome of the match, the third Hokage, who had been intently watching through the crystal ball, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He reached for his pipe on the table and took a few puffs to calm his racing heart, shaking his head with a wry smile. However, Naruto's reckless nature truly astonishes me. I never expected him to have the resolve to use his own body as bait, enduring the searing heat of the fireball technique while waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Setting aside the outcome, the tactical surprise of this plan was undoubtedly successful. Had Itachi not been prepared with the body replacement technique, suffering the full brunt of such a composite ninjutsu would have surely altered the results. Standing nearby, Kakashi nodded slightly in agreement, his gaze lingering on Naruto. A hint of a smile gradually emerged in his only visible right eye, which was partially concealed by his forehead protector, the technique he had previously employed. Although he was uncertain where Naruto had learned it, there was no mistaking it. It was the non-hand seal ninjutsu developed by his teacher, the Rasengan. Now, you should perhaps understand why I have faith in Naruto's so-called nonsense, Kakashi. Not only do Naruto's deductions align closely with the intelligence I possess, but the capabilities he has exhibited are far from mere childish fabrications. After confirming through the crystal ball that Naruto was merely exhausted and not in any mortal danger, the third Hokage slowly raised his head, his gaze resting on Kakashi, whose youthful features still bore traces of innocence. Kakashi possessed extraordinary combat talent, a remarkable ability to endure humiliation, and a ninja aptitude that rivaled that of his father, Minato Namikaze. With proper guidance, this child's future would undoubtedly mirror that of his father, or perhaps even surpass him. becoming a Hokage of exceptional caliber worthy of being recorded in history. By exposing Danzo's ambitions and alleviating the Hyuga clan's anger towards the Hokage's faction, battling Uchiha Itachi and using it as a breakthrough point, he had successfully gained the trust of the two future heirs of the Uchiha clan. Naruto's outstanding performance convinced the third Hokage that he had found a worthy successor to entrust with the heavy mantle of Hokage, and in his elation, he further solidified his resolve to thwart Danzo's ambitions. It is nearly time to commence the deployment of our actions. Naruto has been striving so diligently. Thus, I, the old man, must also exert myself. The weathered, wrinkled palm gently caresses the smooth crystal ball as the third Hokage redirects his gaze to Naruto, softly murmuring with a tone of affectionate jest, "If you manage to resolve all the issues, then this old face of mine shall have nowhere to hide." Of course, if Naruto were to discover the high regard in which the third Hokage holds him, he would likely burst into laughter, rolling on the ground in sheer amusement. The bond with Sasuke originated from a curious pursuit of a small fan and Naruto's desire to utilize Sasuke to master the shadow clone technique. Even Naruto himself did not anticipate that, through this journey, their friendship would inadvertently deepen and solidify, transforming into a profound bond of mutual trust, where they willingly entrust each other's backs without a shred of suspicion. As for easing the tensions between the Hokage faction and the Hyuga clan, Naruto remains blissfully unaware. After all, to him, that night was merely a moment of good spirits, leading him to take the lost child, Hinata Hyuga, home. Furthermore, even after escorting Hinata to her residence, the two had not exchanged names. Naruto, who did not even recognize the truth that the Hyuga girl he encountered in the alley was the esteemed heiress of the Hyuga clan, had no inkling of any notion to reconcile the discord between the Hyuga clan and the Hokage faction. As for the notion of deliberately engaging in sparring with Uchiha Itachi to gain his trust through strength, such an idea is utterly absurd. It is merely a manifestation of Naruto's restlessness after 3 years of relentless training, coupled with the overwhelming desire to measure the disparity in power between himself and the living embodiment of Itachi standing before him. He never once contemplated using Itachi and Sasuke as a bridge to connect with their father, the future leader of the Uchiha clan's rebellion, Uchiha Fugaku. Therefore, the so-called intricate schemes and various accolades attributed to him are merely delightful misunderstandings birthed from the interpretations of the third Hokage and others. To describe the truth in the vernacular of Naruto's previous world, it could be summed up as destiny, ineffable in its wonder. Moreover, if the third Hokage were to uncover Naruto's true nature behind the scenes, not only would Naruto's designation as the next Hokage be in jeopardy, but it would likely shatter the very foundations of the third Hokage's worldview. On a different note, while the Hokage faction flourished with renewed morale due to the unexpectedly effective strategies devised by Naruto, the protagonist himself found himself in a state of disarray, his clothes tattered and his body blackened, trudging home in a rather disheveled manner. Do not be angry, Kurama. I assure you, I am quite all right. As Naruto accelerated his recovery from injuries using Kurama's tailed beast chakra, he simultaneously engaged in a dialogue with the observer within him, reflecting on the insights gained from their recent skirmish. Perhaps it was more accurate to say he was attempting to placate his irate partner, who was incensed by Naruto's astonishing feats during their sparring. Are you a fool, Naruto? With your frail limbs, you dared to withstand the great fireball technique? Had I not swiftly enveloped you in my chakra cloak, you would have been reduced to ashes. Do not forget, I am sealed within you. Please, do not be upset. Naruto replied, aware of his own fault, his tone softening in the face of Kurama's fury. He sheepishly scratched his head, offering flattery in an effort to appease him. Consider it, Kurama. You are the mightiest of the 9-tailed beasts. As your Jinchuriki, surely you would not allow me to fall to such a trivial C-rank jutsu. Oh, so it seems I must bear the blame for meddling then? As I helplessly watched the little rascal engulfed by the colossal fireball, one can only imagine the anxiety that gripped me. Even though the crisis had subsided, gazing at Naruto's carefree and mischievous demeanor only intensified the flames of fury simmering within the 9 tails. After a brief pause, a sinister grin spread across his face, and he continued, with each word enunciated deliberately. So, it seems you must truly relish the sensation of being scorched by flames? Very well. I shall allow you to experience a temperature far more terrifying than that of the fireball. And no, I never suggested such a thing. Observing the seemingly benevolent smile upon the 9-tails face, Naruto couldn't help but swallow hard. Almost instantaneously, he subdued his irreverent expression and, without hesitation, dropped to all fours before the Nine Tails, exclaiming loudly, "I was wrong. Ah, resorting to that tactic again, you little brat. Do you possess even a shred of dignity as my Jinchuriki? Where has that indomitable spirit of yours gone? Huh, dignity? What value does that hold? Can it be consumed?" Upon hearing this, Naruto feigned innocence, lifting his gaze while stifling laughter, blinking exaggeratedly as he continued with measured words. "Moreover, Nine Tails, you are not a stranger. You are my most crucial partner. Thus, that fighting spirit required in front of outsiders simply does not exist in your presence. Come on, Kurama. I am aware of my undeniable charm, but there and Appo's no need to stutter in excitement while speaking." Observing Naruto and Appo's unabashedly shameless demeanor, Kurama couldn't help but feel a wave of exasperation wash over him, leading him to question whether his initial decision to trust and acknowledge Naruto as his Jinchuriki had been made too hastily. In his heart, Kurama swore vehemently to the heavens. If it weren't for this accursed seal hindering him, he would undoubtedly seize Naruto and give him a thorough spanking as a form of punishment. As for the mischievous trio that contributed to this chaos. Speaking of which, hey, kid, haven't you already mastered your father's Flying Thunder God technique? Even if you cannot yet execute long-distance teleportation with finesse, surely, during your previous ninja sparring, you could have utilized the terrain to launch a series of short-range Flying Thunder God attacks. That Uchiha brat would have had no chance against your Rasengan, and you could have avoided all this subsequent hassle. Or have you forgotten that you possess this technique? Huh. The Flying Thunder God technique has been my top priority in my recent training regimen. There's no way I could forget it. Standing at the crossroads leading home, Naruto surveyed his disheveled appearance, estimating that the number of students at school on this weekend would be minimal. Thus, he decided to take the longer route through the small woods near the Ninja Academy, steering clear of the bustling commercial street filled with chattering villagers. With his hands behind his head and a nonchalant pout, he muttered irritably in response to Kurama's doubts. "Have you not already articulated this? This is merely a practice bout among ninjas, not a deadly duel aimed at extinguishing a life. I have no justification to execute a ruthless strike. Moreover, you are aware of the formidable nature of the Rasengan. Should I truly employ the Flying Thunder God technique to ensure a direct hit on Uchiha Itachi, it would indeed inflict significant damage, leading to a potential victory. However, such an act would undoubtedly incite the wrath of the Uchiha clan and jeopardize the fragile bond one have painstakingly fostered with my brother, Sasuke. In other words, aside from the fleeting thrill of a hollow victory, there appears to be no substantial benefit to be gained. Engaging in a venture where the drawbacks far outweigh the advantages is not something I would consider unless, of course, I were to suffer a severe lapse in judgment." "I see. You cunning little rascal are not one to easily suffer losses. I had suspected there was something amiss, and, indeed, you have shown mercy. I thought to myself, how could my Jinchuriki be so effortlessly bested by a mere child from the Uchiha clan?" The words of Kurama do carry some weight. The swiftness and maneuverability of the Flying Thunder God technique, combined with the complete trust one have garnered from Kurama, allowing me to freely draw upon the tailed beast chakra to enhance my physical capabilities, means that Naruto's true strength cannot be easily assessed based solely on his youthful appearance. A prime example of this is Itachi, who underestimated Naruto due to his age at the onset of their confrontation, and nearly faced a calamitous defeat under the relentless offensive tactics employed by Naruto thereafter. However, Naruto was acutely aware of his own concealed secrets. Even after the battle had concluded, his instincts incessantly reminded him that Itachi's prowess was far beyond what had been exhibited during their sparring session. Setting aside Itachi's remarkable achievements in the original narrative, it is noteworthy that this prodigy, who awakened his Sharingan at the tender age of 9, had never once employed his formidable Genjutsu. Even the utility of the Sharingan seemed merely an afterthought, utilized solely to assist in calculating the trajectory of Naruto and Appo's Rasengan. Beyond that, it served no further purpose, resembling a mere ornament. Given these observations, one could not help but compare Itachi's lack of restraint to the astonishing power enhancements witnessed when Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Sasuke first awakened their Sharingan. If Itachi had truly unleashed his full might, Naruto would find it utterly implausible. Of course, upon perceiving that Kurama had seemingly come to a realization after hearing his words, Naruto sensed a marked improvement in the Ninetales' mood. He certainly would not indulge in excessive explanations like a masochist, as allowing his partner to arrive at the truth independently was far preferable to provoking Kurama's ire. Alas, what a stroke of misfortune. Snow was falling once again. Surely, the number of snowy days this year had surpassed that of the previous 2 years combined. If this trend continued, it might even shatter past records for the lowest temperatures. As his thoughts were gradually interrupted by the delicate descent of snowflakes, Naruto lifted his gaze and murmured to himself, unconsciously surveying his surroundings. His attention was ultimately drawn to a cacophony of noises emanating from 3 young children who had gathered in a circle not far away. Oh, the carefree childhood of youth is truly enviable. Even on such a frigid day, they remain intent on frolicking and playing outside, seemingly unbothered by the threat of catching a cold. Well, it matters little to me. I should return home soon and change out of these clothes that have already suffered damage from the fire. If you are a child of the Hyuga clan, then show us your Byakugan. In the snowy embrace of winter, the children of the Hyuga clan. This scene feels oddly familiar, doesn't it? The unexpected taunts jolted Naruto to a halt, as a nagging sense that departing now would result in missing something significant crept upon him. Yet, he could only grasp faint outlines of what that might be, causing his brow to furrow in contemplation. Never mind. It has already been decided that Itachi will guide Sasuke in his training today, and there remains ample time. Thus, I shall take a moment to see what those rascally children are up to. Resolute in his decision, Naruto subtly altered his course, deliberately muffling his footsteps as he approached, while the derogatory words spewing from the children's mouths grew increasingly distinct. Unwilling? Or perhaps you simply cannot do it. Then don't cast your gaze our way. You fool. Oh, that look in their eyes is truly ominous and frightening. Of course. After all, she is a monster. Indeed, you are nothing but a white-eyed fiend. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. Whoa, am I a monster? The increasingly outrageous words, mingled with the plaintive sounds of despair, unexpectedly ignited a rare fury within Naruto, who had long grown accustomed to remaining unfazed amidst the villagers' venomous taunts. For the first time since his arrival in the world of Naruto, he experienced the overwhelming sensation of rage coursing through his veins. Hey, have you all had your fun? Taking a deep breath to quell the inexplicable anger surging within, Naruto shed his usual gentle demeanor. With a voice as cold as ice, he spoke deliberately. If you do not wish to suffer, cease your mockery at once. Huh, who do you think you are? Upon hearing Naruto's words, the 3 turned in unison. The tall, lanky figure in the center visibly relaxed at the sight of Naruto's disheveled, soot-stained attire, hands placed firmly on his hips as he looked up slightly. Not bothering to disguise the disdain in his voice. Suffer? Seriously? You think this little beggar could ever play the hero? Don't make me laugh. Ha ha. Look, this guy is dressed in rags that someone must have burned and discarded. He is clearly an orphan, raised without parents. In this pitiful state, he dares to save anyone? Ha ha. Exactly. You should hurry back to your heap of trash. Perhaps, if fortune smiles upon us, we might stumble upon a tattered cotton coat to wear. Oh, is that so? I comprehend. It appears you all wish to taste a bit of hardship? Observing the trio's increasingly mocking demeanor, Naruto instead curved his eyes into a smile. Just now, were you engaged in a discussion about monsters? Have you ever encountered a true monster? As he took slow, deliberate steps closer, anger, jealousy, and hatred, infused within the chakra of the 9 tails, silently seeped from Naruto, enveloping the air around him with an ominous pressure. The trio of unruly children, who were still essentially mere youths, found themselves momentarily rendered speechless. Meanwhile, the smile on Naruto's face grew ever more radiant. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Uzumaki Naruto, and in another sense, I am a genuine fox demon. Eek, a fox demon. I recall. My father had warned me never to approach that boy. It must be him. Hey, are you joking? It can't be that unfortunate. I have heard that this monster devours children. What do we do now? Eek, perhaps we should apologize and hasten home? I certainly do not wish to be eaten. I too, sigh. I do not wish to perish. The rumors spread by Danzo in those years instilled a profound hatred among the villagers towards Naruto, simultaneously transferring the deep-rooted menace originally associated with the 9 tails to him. Unbeknownst to them, even the robust adult villagers dared not approach Naruto closely, let alone these children, who had been taught from a young age to steer clear of him. Do not be intimidated by his fade. Hey, just as two of the children trembled, contemplating retreat, the tall, slender one among them feigned calmness. Stammering as he encouraged his companions, embodying the role of a leader, you all must see clearly. He is merely an unknown little beggar. How could he possibly be that monstrous fox? But, stop your prattling. Let us not forget, there are 3 of us. I refuse to believe that together we cannot subdue him. Well, that does seem to be the case indeed. True enough. All right, we shall follow your lead. Together we shall confront him. That's the spirit. That wretched beggar dares to frighten us with the name of the fox. We must make him kneel and beg for mercy. Oh, have you all reached a consensus? After a languid yawn, Naruto observed the re-energized children before him with the interest of a cat toying with its prey. After a brief pause, he placed his hands behind his back, tilted his head slightly, and smiled, saying, "Oh, have you found your resolve once more? Leadership is commendable, yet regrettably misapplied. Come, let us engage. Fear not, for I shall refrain from employing any underhanded tactics to avoid accusations of bullying, and I shall even grant you an additional pair of hands. Do you dare to belittle us, you scoundrel? Whether it is the culmination of repressed fear transforming into courage or the blatant provocation by Naruto igniting their wrath, the slightly portly boy on the left could no longer contain himself. With a furious roar, he charged towards Naruto, aiming a punch directly at his face. How infuriating! Brace yourself, scoundrel. I shall ensure you regret your actions today, begging for mercy on your knees, tears streaming down your face. Human nature inclines towards conformity. Once one leads, the others follow suit without hesitation. The remaining 2 either targeted Naruto and Appo's midsection or insidiously aimed for his knee joints, launching a relentless assault upon him. Be careful. That voice sounds somewhat familiar. Why does it resonate within my memory? The timid words, fragile like a whisper yet laden with concern, momentarily distracted Naruto as he pondered the identity of the speaker while effortlessly dodging the trio strikes. Hey, are you jesting with me? Is this truly your utmost effort? Put some more strength into it. Have you not eaten? Come on, exert yourselves, can you? I dare you to summon every ounce of strength you possess. I feel drained. Would it be too much to ask for your movements to be a tad swifter? Can you not exude a bit more presence? If such sluggish movements can be deemed as an assault, I fear I might inadvertently doze off while standing. The unruly children, lacking any semblance of coordination, launched a haphazard attack, yet not even a corner of Naruto's attire was grazed, and he remained firmly anchored in his space, neither advancing nor retreating. His expression bore an air of indifference, as if slumber could seize him at any moment, occasionally mocking and provoking with feeble taunts. Shut up, you coward who only knows how to evade. Huff, exactly. What kind of skill is merely dodging? In the end, you are just a worthless braggart who dares not retaliate. If you have the guts, come strike us. Naruto's incessant provocation ignited a blazing fury within the children, vanquishing their fear of the monstrous fox. Their assaults intensified, and they reverted to their true natures, hurling insults and laughter. That's true. I've grown weary of this. It's about time to conclude this tedious farce. Upon successfully recalling the owner of those earlier childish words, Naruto's languid demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by a radiant smile that outshone the sun. Innocence is indeed delightful. You are utterly ignorant of true power. This is what you compelled me to unleash. Once you awaken, do not hold it against me, You're spouting nonsense. Ugh. Waft. Gah. Before the mischievous children could comprehend the implications of Naruto's words, he bent his legs slightly, gathering strength, and leapt effortlessly into the air, evading the final onslaught. With a swift twist of his torso, his powerful kick swept through like a whirlwind, knocking down the trio in quick succession without hesitation. The speed was such that the last fleeting impression remaining in the minds of the 3 who fainted was merely the rapid shadow that appeared before them. To voluntarily request a beating, such a peculiar request is indeed a first for me. Could it be that these 3 mischievous children possess a latent masochistic tendency? No, certainly not. I must not allow myself to be infected by such whims. Engaging in a monologue as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, Naruto paid no mind to the 3 sprawled on the ground. With a look of distaste, he repeatedly rubbed the soles of his shoes, which had previously been used to attack the trio, against the pristine snow beneath him. Are you all right? Cough, of course I'm fine. They could never harm me. Upon hearing the timid voice from behind, Naruto recalled the reason for his initial action. While cleaning his soles, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at the disheveled appearance left by his earlier spar with Itachi, and he absent-mindedly touched the tip of his nose. After taking a deep breath, he turned around, hands behind his head, restoring his usual carefree grin. "Well, we meet again, little one. Perhaps I should refer to you as Lady Hinata Hyuga? To avoid trouble is to ensure survival." "Ah, you know my name?" "Indeed. It is hardly a novelty to encounter you once more. How shall I articulate this? Let me ponder. Ah, yes. How was the flavor of the ramen that night, my little companion?" "Ramen? Could it be?" Although I comprehend that Naruto's intentions were always to extricate me from my predicament, sensing the unexpectedly uncontrolled negative emotions of the tailed beast emanating from him inevitably caused the already timid and introverted Hinata to feel a surge of anxiety. It was only upon hearing Naruto revert to his usual demeanor, accompanied by that familiar tone deeply embedded in my memory, that I gradually began to calm down. Squinting my eyes in an effort to discern, I couldn't help but stifle a gasp, exclaiming, "Ah, it truly is you. Hee, do you remember now? It seems I have not been entirely forgotten." After receiving an affirmative response from the person before me, Naruto exhaled in relief, and thus gleaned some understanding of the earlier moment of near uncontrollable rage. This young girl, Hinata Hyuga, is the sole character in the original narrative who has never looked down upon Naruto, consistently supporting and assisting him from the shadows. Finally, in the aftermath of all that had transpired, her unwavering dedication bore fruit, leading to Naruto's awakening of emotional intelligence and the bestowal of a second name, Uzumaki Hinata. To put it simply, this young girl before me is destined to be the mother of Naruto and Appo's future children. Witnessing outsiders bully my beloved wife, how could I, as her husband, possibly restrain my fury? That evening, not returning home directly proved to be an exceedingly wise decision. Yet, I found myself perplexed as to why I had not recalled the child's identity throughout the night. Could it be that Naruto's wooden emotional intelligence was inadvertently inherited by me during this journey? As Naruto reflected on the prudence of his decision to intervene on that fateful night when he first encountered Hinata, he simultaneously questioned whether his emotional attributes on his skill tree were rather lacking. After vigorously rubbing his hands together to rid them of the cold, he extended one hand toward the tearful little girl before him, smiling gently. "Come now, get up. The ground is freezing with snow, and sitting here will only lead to a chill and a cold." All right." Upon closely observing the disheveled Naruto before her, which perfectly overlapped with the gentle Naruto who had escorted her home that night, Hinata's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. As her fears swiftly dissipated, she shyly nodded and allowed Naruto to take her hand, helping her carefully rise from the ground. After a brief pause, she blinked, her curious gaze wandering over Naruto's soot-stained attire, which could only be described as ragged beggar's clothing. How did you end up like this?" "Huh. Oh, you mean this? I was training at the training grounds with some friends, and things got a bit out of hand. I was just about to go home to change." Reflecting on the experience of being immersed in the baptism of blazing fireballs, Naruto, with a calm demeanor and unflustered composure, instinctively reached out with one hand, gently wiping away the faint traces of tears from Hinata's cherubic face. "And you? What brings you here today?" "If I recall correctly, the Hyuga clan's territory is quite a distance from this place. Have you perhaps lost your way again?" "Not at all. Today, I accompanied my father to the ninja school to complete my enrollment procedures." In response to Naruto's familiar gesture, the shy and introverted Hinata's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson, yet she felt an undeniable sense of comfort and familiarity emanating from him, allowing her to close her eyes in acquiescence. With a voice as soft as a whisper, she explained Naruto's teasing words. "However, my father mentioned he had matters to discuss with the teacher and would be delayed in returning home, instructing me to wait here and not wander off." In her sheltered existence, where she seldom ventured beyond the confines of her home, Naruto was not only the first peer Hinata encountered outside her clan, but also the individual who had come to her aid during her moments of utmost vulnerability on 2 occasions. By a twist of fate or perhaps the design of destiny, her interactions with Naruto had cultivated a bond of trust, leaving her devoid of any suspicion or wariness. In essence, she had become, after Sasuke, another of Naruto's confidants, unreserved in her thoughts and feelings. "I see. However, even so, you shouldn't be bullied by these 3 by these 3 ordinary children, right?" As memories of those three mischievous children who had recently sprawled on the ground rushed back, Naruto felt his anger surging anew. He forcefully swallowed the curse words that threatened to spill from his lips, furrowing his brow in confusion. He gestured in front of him, expressing incredulity. Look, those three. Not only do they lack ninjutsu skills, but they can't even perform the most fundamental taijutsu. You, raised as the heir of the Hyuga clan, must have trained in the unique gentle fist technique, right? Surely you shouldn't be subjected to such bullying. Naruto's serious inquiries flowed forth, as if he had known Hinata for an eternity, momentarily rendering her speechless. Before she could gather her thoughts, her body instinctively lowered her head, and with a pout, she murmured her defense, But my father told me to stand here and not move until he comes back. No wonder. What? So, you mean to say that in this frigid weather, you have been standing here, freezing, without moving an inch, even when others bullied and insulted you? Hinata's innocent words made Naruto realize he had underestimated her level of obedience. The chill of her small hand, which he held in his palm, sent a pang of pain through his heart. Rolling his eyes and speaking with mock annoyance, he greeted the nine tails within him, under the watchful gaze of the beast. Filled with mischievous curiosity, he intertwined his fingers with Hinata's, channeling the tailed beast chakra into her body to warm her against the cold. I truly find myself at a loss as to whether to regard you as a well-behaved child or a stubborn little fool. It is quite lamentable that, as the heir of the Hyuga clan, you are subjected to the bullying of ordinary village children. Surely, you must be the most beleaguered young lady. Tell me, if I had not happened to pass by today, were you truly prepared to endure the torment of these three rascals until your father came to fetch you? Upon hearing Naruto's incessant complaints, Hinata's sense of grievance intensified, summoning her courage to lift her gaze in an attempt to retort. She was met with Naruto's gentle and indulgent gaze, filled with helplessness. The momentum she had mustered dissipated entirely, and as she felt his warm grip enveloping her small hand, a wave of warmth akin to the sun washed over her, causing her to blush and lower her head once more. Even her words came out weaker, resembling that of a dutiful wife before her husband. I wouldn't. Truly, you are exasperating. In my opinion, your father is utterly unworthy. Not only did he allow you to wander out alone, nearly leaving you stranded, but even in urgent matters, he should have taken you along. Observing Hinata's woeful expression, Naruto could not bring himself to say anything further. With a sigh, he reached out to gently ruffle Hinata's hair while redirecting his frustrations towards her irresponsibly negligent future father-in-law. Moreover, is it truly acceptable to leave his precious daughter to brave the freezing cold all alone? This marks the second time, including the occasion when he escorted you home. Does he not realize the importance of learning from his mistakes and making slight adjustments? This father figure seems woefully inadequate. Haha. Hey, kid. You're in for quite an embarrassment now, huh? What does that mean, Kai-bai? What's wrong, Hinata? Did I say something amiss? If you ask me, your father, Naruto noticed Hinata, who had been pouting in a pitiful manner, suddenly widen her mouth in disbelief at his words. Initially, he thought Hinata was simply stunned by his surprising remarks, which only fueled his bravado further. However, recalling Kai-bai's abrupt teasing tone made him sense something was amiss. After swallowing hard, he focused on perceiving the unusual atmosphere around him. Unsurprisingly, he detected a benevolent presence standing behind him. He strained to adjust his facial muscles, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful, and stammered on, "Your father is right behind me, isn't. Hinata's face, filled with worry, coupled with the internally roaring laughter of Kai-bai, left Naruto with a singular thought. May I inquire about the nearest fissure in the Hidden Leaf Village, one capable of concealing the whole body of a 3-year-old child? I await your response urgently." In a moment preceding Naruto's intervention to rescue Hinata, Hiashi Hyuga, consumed by concern for his daughter's safety, hastily arrived nearby, intending to call Hinata home. To his astonishment, he witnessed someone daring to bully his precious daughter. Infuriated, Hiashi was poised to impart a profound lesson to the three mischievous children. However, the subsequent series of events triggered by Naruto's appearance gradually quelled his rage. While Naruto's blunt and unabashed reproach left Hiashi in a state of bewildered amusement, his emotions a complex tapestry. As the leader of the esteemed Hyuga clan, one of the two prominent dojutsu families in Konohagakure, Hiashi occupied a position that was seemingly unattainable to ordinary citizens. Having grown accustomed to his elevated status and the accompanying arrogance, he had developed an imperious demeanor. Consequently, those who interacted with him were invariably sycophantic, and few dared to voice their criticisms openly. Yet now, before him stood a ragged child, seemingly resembling a little beggar, who shattered Hayashi's long-held perceptions. This disheveled figure, fully aware of Hinata's lineage, exhibited no respect, openly voicing complaints and accusations. The audacity of this child, who had the gall to firmly grasp his daughter's small hand, was particularly striking. By Hayashi's usual standards, such behavior was as reprehensible as the earlier misdeeds of the three rascals. Yet, curiously, the daughter, under the incessant chatter of this little rascal, appeared bashful, her cheeks flushed with a charming innocence that suggested a certain fondness for the impish child. Strangely enough, upon careful contemplation, one could find no grounds to refute or chastise the words uttered by this mischievous sprite. Indeed, while confidentiality was paramount during the meeting with that esteemed adult, it would not be an insurmountable challenge, given his affable and approachable nature, to bring along the naive and innocent Hinata, who had recently endured a kidnapping ordeal, and to gain understanding and permission. Furthermore, as a father, he had underestimated the degree to which his obedient daughter valued and clung to his words. The harsh realities she had faced, compounded by the scorn and neglect she had suffered since birth, left him filled with profound regret over his instinctive decision before departing. Just as he was lost in thought, contemplating Naruto's words, his body, seemingly of its own accord, moved silently forward, standing statuesque and impassive behind Naruto. Thus unfolded the awkward and bizarre scene of Naruto boldly criticizing his future father-in-law in his very presence. Oh, why the sudden silence? Hinata Hizashi stood expressionless with his hands tucked into the sleeves of his kimono. Only when Naruto before him seemed to realize his presence and fell silent did he slowly begin to speak. The oppressive aura of authority emanating from him subtly spread towards Naruto as he continued. I am indeed curious, little one. What sort of evaluation do you intend to offer me next? Ah, sigh. Perhaps the inherent authority that the father-in-law holds over his son-in-law, compounded by the fact that he had been caught speaking ill behind his back, rendered Naruto, who believed himself seasoned by the scorn and derision of these past 3 years, vulnerable. Hizashi's seemingly mundane words struck Naruto like heavy hammers, causing his fragile heart to flutter anxiously, as if a stampede of 1,000 chaotic beasts had just surged past him. He struggled to maintain a semblance of composure. With great effort, he forced a smile that was more pitiable than a frown, trembling as he turned to face Hizashi. His confidence waned, and he stammered, I was just joking with Hinata. Please don't take it to heart, Lord Hyuga. No, Lord Hizashi. Phew. Indeed, he is merely a child pretending to be mature. Compared to the earlier encounter with the three rascals, Naruto now appeared transformed. Timid and shrinking, nearly leading Hizashi to mistake the previous scene of him effortlessly dispatching the three as nothing more than a figment of his imagination. As I secretly exhaled a sigh of relief, the fleeting illusion of standing before an adult, which had been left in my heart due to Naruto's earlier performance, dissipated in that very moment. Father, perhaps influenced by Naruto and Appo's unusual display of vulnerability and fear, the young Hinata, who stood beside me in a state of bewilderment, began to feel a growing sense of tension. She hesitantly opened her mouth, attempting to defend Naruto before her father, but upon meeting his still, inscrutable gaze, she grew increasingly timid. Her words faltered, and instead, she clutched tightly at the hem of Naruto and Appo's clothing, instinctively retreating behind him in a frightened manner. Hey now, my dear Lady Hinata, is this truly how it is? Your father must be wishing to devour me whole at this very moment, and yet you choose to hide behind me. Isn't that just adding fuel to the fire? Sensing the ominous pressure emanating from the seemingly expressionless yet intimidating figure of Hayashi, Naruto's face reflected a profound sense of despair, as if he were caught in a tragic comedy. Inside, he lamented while his legs trembled uncontrollably, yet instinct urged him to shift slightly, opening his arms wide to shield Hinata's delicate form and protect her behind him. Oh, even though he shared the same fears, he never wavered in his resolve to protect Hinata. Setting aside previous remarks, it is commendable that this child harbors such a tender concern for her. As the oppressive aura of the sun intensified, he noticed that the young one before him did not flee in terror as anticipated. Instead, despite the visible fear etched upon his face, he resolutely positioned himself to shield Hinata, absorbing most of the pressure. This initial validation could be deemed satisfactory. Based on his current demeanor, the young boy truly lived up to Hinata's trust and reliance upon him. Perhaps permitting a friendship between him and Hinata might not be as disastrous as previously envisioned. Feeling a subtle sense of comfort, he nodded ever so slightly, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes as he gradually withdrew the oppressive force he had exerted. It was not conducive for this child to remain confined at home. The time had come for the new students to enroll in the Ninja Academy, and it was indeed time for this shy and introverted child to make some peers of his own age. Of course, his enlightened perspective on Naruto was predicated on the notion that Naruto was merely an ordinary boy who intervened when he witnessed injustice. Were he to discover that Naruto harbored intentions toward his precious daughter? One would fear that Naruto's journey through this life would meet an untimely conclusion. Enough of this melodrama. Let us not overreact. Take a deep breath. I am not a man-eating monster. Adjusting his facial expression to appear less stern, he gently reassured the two startled children before him. You mischievous little one, you are quite right. I had indeed overlooked this matter. Furthermore, I extend my gratitude for coming to Hinata's rescue and dealing with those 3 rascals who tormented her. Oh, is that it? There are no repercussions for speaking ill? The unexpectedly reasonable demeanor of Hinata and Appo's father left Naruto and Appo's mind in a state of utter bewilderment, rendering him oblivious to the curious gazes of Hinata and her father. In that moment, he found himself fervently pinching his own cheeks before the two, exclaiming, "Ouch, that hurts. This isn't a dream, is it? Father, you're not angry anymore?" Upon hearing her father's soothing words, Hinata timidly lifted her gaze, only to be met with the affectionate glimmer in his eyes, which dispelled her anxiety and filled her heart with joy. In a burst of exhilaration that even Hinata herself had not anticipated, she bent her short legs slightly and leapt up, wrapping her arms around Naruto's neck, clinging to him from behind with exuberant delight, exclaiming, "Yay, Daddy is the best. Haha, it seems you are even more excited than I am." Well, after all, Hinata is merely a young girl at this moment. The instant Hinata jumped up, Naruto instinctively extended his hands behind him, securing the little treasure at his back by hooking her legs. He shook his head in helpless affection, teasingly whispering, as he slowly raised his gaze, intending to impress his future father-in-law. However, to his astonishment, he noticed the increasingly ashen and menacing expression on Hayashi's face, which seemed to exude an overwhelming sin of jealousy that was almost suffocating. He couldn't help but stammer and tremble once more. Hayashi? Lord Hyuga? You. Indeed, it appears that a serious conversation with you, little rascal, is in order. Observing his overly affectionate daughter with Naruto, Hayashi felt a surge of urgency within him. Gradually, he withdrew his hands from the long sleeves of his kimono, his face adorned with a benevolent smile as he addressed Naruto, inviting him with deliberate words. "Come here, young lad. Let us have a little chat over there." Can I refuse? No, I mean. Sure, no problem. Oh dear, let us go. We shall go now. Although I am uncertain about what father wishes to discuss with you. Do your best. Please do not add fuel to the fire at this moment, young lady. No, Lord Hyuga, please allow me to explain. Explain? Why the need for an explanation? Aren't we simply good friends? Come along, little one, it will all be over soon. Oh, alas. My life is at an end. Unbeknownst to Hinata, who innocently encouraged him with a perplexed expression, Naruto was overwhelmed by a poignant sense of melancholy, reminiscent of a valiant hero embarking on a one-way journey. With a weary heart, he followed the beaming Hinata as they ventured towards a secluded grove. Almost instantaneously, as their figures vanished into the thicket, the air was filled with heart-wrenching wails and cries that resonated through the heavens. Ow! It hurts, it hurts. I was wrong. Oh, be gentle, please. Do not strike my face. How horrid. Ugh. Father, you have returned. What about the one who entered with you? Where has he gone? Oh, you mean that child? Fear not. He was concerned about the late hour and wanted to make it home for dinner, so after our conversation, he left on his own. Is that so? Well, Hinata, do not dwell on it too much. Since that child has already returned home for a meal, we too should make our way back. Mother must be awaiting us with a delicious dinner prepared. Yes. The wretched fate. How cruelly the hand has struck. Not long after, a refreshed and spirited Hisashi emerged from the thicket, casting a disdainful glance at Naruto, who lay sprawled on the ground. limbs akimbo and writhing in agony while softly lamenting his plight. The mirth in Hisashi's eyes only deepened as he scooped up Hinata, breaking into an unprecedented cheerful tune, striding confidently towards home. On December 14th, 51 years into the Konoha calendar, villagers passing by an inconspicuous grove near the ninja academy insisted they heard the heart-wrenching wails akin to the cries of a slaughtered pig. In their vivid recounting, the despair-laden cries were so poignant that they moved listeners to tears. However, the mystery surrounding the source of these sounds dissipated due to the absence of any eyewitnesses. By the time Naruto enrolled in the Ninja Academy, this tale had morphed into one of the many enduring enigmas among the students, becoming the eighth of the Academy's unsolved mysteries, the lamenting ghost of the desolate woman in the grove, a warning from Kurama. In the unremarkable grove outside the Ninja Academy in the village of Konoha, Naruto lay despondently in the snow, his tattered clothes rendering him akin to a beggar, his face smeared with dirt. Though I had anticipated that Hinata Hisashi would not let me off easily, the intensity of his actions seems rather excessive. The 8 trigrams, 64 palms. For those in the know, it is evident that you are enacting a jealous reprimand towards those who approach your daughter, while to the uninitiated, it might appear as though you are intent on annihilating your daughter's prospective husband. Ouch, the pain is unbearable. Naruto, bruised and battered, laments with a feeble spirit while striving to mobilize his body. However, due to the acupoint sealing techniques of the Hyuga Gentle Fist, he finds himself utterly devoid of strength, ultimately resigning to the futility of his struggles. Like a despondent fish out of water, he lies sprawled on the ground, gazing up at the sky and gasping for breath. Nevertheless, upon reconsideration, this presents a splendid opportunity to comprehend the gentle fist techniques of the Hyuga clan. Even though he has mercifully diminished much of the force, this remains a genuine transmission of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms from the Hyuga main family. If I can successfully discover a method to lift the acupoint restrictions, it would undoubtedly provide a significant advantage in close combat during the Chunin exams against that prodigy. Haha. Hey kid, you look utterly disheveled. At the moment those mocking words from Kurama echoed in his ears, Naruto's surroundings began to blur and fade. When he regained his senses, he found himself within the consciousness space sealing Kurama. However, unlike the somber, sewer-like environment of their first meeting, the current consciousness space has been entirely transformed, reflecting the complete trust established between Naruto and Kurama. Under the conscious transformation brought forth by Naruto and Kurama, the once dim and cold hues of yellow have been replaced by a vibrant and spacious avenue filled with vitality. The stagnant water that had accumulated at their feet has now evolved into a rhythmic tide, flowing in a self-regulating manner. In the realm of Kurama, an enchanting little island, reminiscent of tropical scenery, has mysteriously emerged. The gentle island breeze invites playful splashes in the water, and the joy of diving into the sea for a delightful romp stands in stark contrast to the days of confinement within Naruto's body. Had it not been for the unyielding iron gate that symbolizes his seal, few would believe that this paradise could serve as the chilling consciousness space for the tailed beast. Having endured flames and pressure points, Kurama, who had been lazily sprawled on the beach, raised the corners of his mouth in a teasing smile upon seeing Naruto's arrival. He scrutinized the disheveled figure of the young ninja with a mock-serious demeanor, jesting, "I must say, your experiences today have been quite colorful, haven't they? You are rather verbose, Kurama." Given the nature of the consciousness space, Naruto found himself unbound by the physical limitations imposed by the pressure points. With a deft leap from the shallows, he retorted with a slight pout, effortlessly passing through the expansive railing of the imposing iron gate that represented his seal. He landed squarely on Kurama's head, seeking the softest and most comfortable position to recline, exclaiming, "After all, you clearly noticed that Hinata was nearby. Why didn't you inform me sooner? This ought to be considered your oversight, wouldn't it? Humph, spare me the excuses. I had clearly warned you long before. It was you, my little rascal, who inexplicably erupted in fury and failed to heed my words. I shall not bear this blame. However, the sheer intensity of your rage during that outburst did pique my interest. After spending an extended period with Naruto, I have also unwittingly absorbed some of the peculiar phrases that occasionally escape his lips when he is alone, such as taking the blame, 666. And I bought a watch last year, which originate from another world." The Nine-Tails has grown accustomed to Naruto and Appo's unconventional behavior and finds it quite normal. A hint of affection flickered in his crimson eyes as he smiled in response, intentionally lowering his head slightly to allow Naruto to perch more comfortably upon him. He paused for a moment, controlling the chakra that threatened to overflow from his seal, creating an imperceptible layer of warmth around Naruto's body, melting the surrounding ice and snow to protect him from the biting cold. Meanwhile, he feigned a menacing expression, baring his teeth and brandishing his claws. In contrast, your audacity has indeed grown. How dare you come to my domain and act so recklessly? Do you not fear that I might seize the opportunity to reclaim my freedom through your body? The most significant distinction between a Jinchuriki and a tailed beast lies in Naruto's ability to traverse freely between the sealed consciousness space, while Kurama, as the Nine Tails, is relegated to merely glaring from behind the sealed gate. This serves as an absolute privilege of protection for the inherently weaker Jinchuriki. However, when an instance arises, as it does now with Naruto willingly entering the perilous territory that contains the tailed beast, it resembles an unsealing, allowing both to vie for control of the body based on their own capabilities. In essence, Naruto's seemingly habitual action is undoubtedly a profound testament to his trust in Kurama. If you truly wish to seize control, would you so candidly announce it? Such tricks may merely intimidate the naive youth. Upon detecting Kurama and Appo's sundera demeanor, Naruto and Appo's amusement only deepens. Faced with the menacing claws glistening ominously nearby, he remains undaunted, comfortably nudging against Kurama's massive form. With a playful smirk, he jests, by the way, did you ever offer a warning? If your caution only comes once I'm already behind, that hardly counts. Humph, as if you, a mere child, are not a brat yourself. Naruto's increasingly audacious displays of affection render Kurama's formidable presence utterly diminished. Finding the situation rather dull, Kurama retracts his claws and, after a brief pause, resumes with a mock-serious tone, Hey, kid, be careful. There exists a ninja nearby who is even stronger than that Uchiha Itachi. I believe I have mentioned this before, haven't I? So engrossed in attending to those 3 human children, you neglected the old man's warning. The current dire situation can only be described as the consequence of your own folly, little rascal. It seems there is indeed some truth to that. Upon hearing these words, Naruto paused for a moment, and as he reflected, he realized the veracity of the Nine-Tails statement. Even with the thick-skinned resilience he had developed over the past 3 years, a faint blush crept onto his cheeks as he scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Noticing the curious, inquisitive gaze of the Nine-Tails beginning to surface in the reflections on the water and Appo's surface nearby, Naruto, drawing upon his experiences with the beast, anticipated that it would inquire about Hinata. Thus, he preemptively shifted the conversation, saying, Well, let us not dwell on that. Nine-Tails, what prompted you to suddenly pull me into this consciousness space? Is something amiss? True, your previous interruption nearly made me forget the matter at hand. Aware that the young imp had seen through his intentions to steer the topic elsewhere, the Nine-Tails chose to remain silent on the matter, a glimmer of indulgence in his eyes as they gradually regained a solemn composure. After a brief pause, he furrowed his brow slightly and continued. Since our recent practice match with Itachi Uchiha, I have had an unsettling feeling that we are being watched. And just a moment ago, when you inadvertently triggered my chakra to surge, albeit for a fleeting moment, it allowed me to ascertain that this sensation of being monitored is no mere figment of my imagination. Being watched? Oh, you must be referring to the crystal ball of the third Hokage, correct? Upon hearing the sudden seriousness in Kurama's words, Naruto momentarily paused, as if recollecting something. He absent-mindedly caressed the soft fur beneath him and reassuringly said, It's all right, it's all right. Although the third Hokage has a penchant for peeping, he's on our side and won't harm us. Humph, that old man, the third Hokage, I suppose I can trust him for your sake. However, contrary to Naruto's expectations, Kurama did not relax. Instead, his frown deepened. He gently lifted Naruto's face to meet his gaze and remarked, Your recent actions have become increasingly conspicuous. While the third Hokage is indeed trustworthy, can you be absolutely certain that those who conspire against you are blissfully unaware and will allow you to operate without any suspicion? Conspire against? Are you referring to Danzo and the others? Kurama's words conjured images of Shimura Danzo, Mito Gate, and Nara Shikaku, the notorious elders of Konoha known for their meddlesome ways. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto shook his head, his voice tinged with skepticism. No, that's impossible. You're overthinking it, Kurama. The third Hokage assured me that they have made a pact and sworn an oath not to monitor or interfere with my growth. Oh, the innate propensity of humanity to lie as casually as one might sip water for the sake of their own gain. Even one who is the progeny of a hero can, without conscience, slanderously depict you as the reincarnation of a malevolent fox. Such a corrupt leadership in Konoha. Could you naively believe that they would honor their promises? Upon hearing Naruto's retort, a flicker of disdain crossed Kurama's eyes, and after a brief pause, the beast's gaze fixated on Naruto, who stood before him, mouth agape in astonishment. With a sigh, Kurama continued. Perhaps in the past, they would have tolerated your freedom of action, for your deeds bore no influence upon them. Yet now, you are challenging their bottom line, their revered absolute power. Do you truly think they would permit your frivolity to continue? Do not forget, Naruto. In their eyes, notions of face and dignity pale in comparison to the self-serving interests of those old fools. Promises? Contracts? Oaths? Humph, when stripped bare, they are nothing more than worthless scraps of paper, easily torn and discarded. There are both advantages and disadvantages, worthless scraps of paper that can be torn at will. Kurama's words gradually extinguished the playful smile from Naruto's face, and after a prolonged silence, he let out a soft sigh, crossed his arms, sat down with his legs folded, and furrowed his brow in contemplation. Regarding the blunt warnings uttered by the Nine Tails, Naruto had indeed contemplated the likelihood of such events occurring. Viewing the narrative from a divine perspective, having perused the original manga, Naruto possessed a certain understanding of Shimura Danzo's covert ambitions that surpassed even that of the third Hokage, who once fought alongside Danzo through life and death. However, since his inexplicable transposition into the world of Naruto and his subsequent 3 years as Uzumaki Naruto, he had, aside from dismissing the irrelevant insults and disdain of foolish villagers, never truly encountered any external interference that compromised his freedom of action. Moreover, the recent joy stemming from his connections with Sasuke, Itachi, Hinata, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the Nine Tails had considerably dulled his sense of vigilance compared to when he first arrived in this world, leading him to act with increasingly brazen disregard for the consequences. Humph, little brat, do you refuse to believe the truth, or do you doubt the words of this old man? Those venerable figures who occupy the upper echelons of Konoha, revered by the masses, conceal a repugnant facade that is utterly despicable. I have grown weary of their duplicity long before your birth. Let us not forget, when I, under the control of Uchiha Obito, broke free from my seal and descended into a rampage, it was their indifference that led to your parents' fate. Observing Naruto's silence, Kurama mistakenly assumed that Naruto, being youthful, was reluctant to accept the truth of his words. With a disdainful snort, he continued to caution Naruto. His tone was coarse and unrefined, yet it could not mask the warmth of his concern for Naruto. Fear not, Kurama, how could I possibly doubt you? Long before, I had sensed and prepared for this. Under Kurama's deliberate warnings, Naruto swiftly tempered his arrogance, retrieving his vigilance towards the elder council led by Danzo. Amidst Kurama and Appo's awkward yet caring words of concern, warmth blossomed in his heart. He gently patted the massive head beneath him and responded softly, Moreover, you are indeed correct, Kurama. As your partner, I have been remiss in my actions of late. Had it not been for your timely reminder, I might have plunged into an irretrievable abyss. This was not mere flattery towards Kurama. Naruto spoke with sincerity. Recently, the days have been exceedingly smooth for Naruto, leading him to become somewhat arrogant and overconfident. He has foolishly come to believe that after earning the trust and support of the third Hokage, Danzo would no longer dare to plot against him. However, this is not merely a desire for the power of the Sharingan that drove Danzo to ambush Uchiha Shisui and seize the Mangekyou Sharingan, indirectly instigating the tragic annihilation of the Uchiha clan. During the perilous invasion of Pain, which nearly obliterated the entire village of Konoha, Danzo callously assassinated Fukusaku, the messenger to Mount Maiboku, solely to weaken the living forces of the Hokage faction using Pain's hand. In pursuit of this objective, the ruthless Danzo even referred to the ensuing tragic casualties as necessary sacrifices to secure his ascent to the position of Hokage. Should Naruto naively continue his actions along the current trajectory, he will undoubtedly encroach upon Danzo and Appo's interests. At that point, faced with such a shameless individual, who would abandon even the village he claims to protect for his own gain. It is likely that even if the third Hokage openly favored and shielded Naruto, and had personnel watching over him 24 hours a day, Naruto would still fall prey to the elite assassins cultivated by the Root organization, meeting an untimely and obscure demise. However, Jinchuriki, once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. To concede now would not only squander previous efforts, but might also have already attracted the attention of Danzo through my earlier actions. Assuming this to be the case, I would undoubtedly face numerous restrictions in the days to come. To suffer both losses and setbacks is a venture we shall not undertake. Once clarity of thought was achieved, Naruto's characteristic confident smile gradually appeared at the corners of his mouth. As he spoke with composure and eloquence, the preliminary plans, which were already taking shape, were continuously refined by his rapidly evolving thoughts. As the saying goes, with advantage comes disadvantage. Indeed, recent actions have certainly drawn Danzo's scrutiny, but considering it from another perspective, does this not signify that the achievements garnered recently have become substantial enough to pose a threat to Danzo's position? Since we have already entered the fray, let us engage in a grand game with Danzo. Naruto, you little rascal, humph. This is precisely the demeanor befitting a worthy Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The ominous premonitions and impatience that had accumulated in Kurama's heart due to Naruto's increasingly audacious behavior dissipated upon hearing Naruto's familiar tone, which exuded reassurance. A subtle smile, not particularly friendly by human standards, crept onto his lips. Observing your confident demeanor, it is likely you have concocted yet another brilliant scheme. Speak up. What grand gesture do you plan to undertake next? After all, without exceptional talent, how could one possibly qualify as the renowned Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? With an habitual raise of his brow, he engaged in playful banter with Kurama while simultaneously organizing the resources and insights at hand. Soon, visions of the proud and somewhat spoiled elder brother wielding a fan and the gentle younger brother, Itachi, filled his mind. A smile blossomed in his eyes as he unhesitatingly shared his thoughts with Kurama. The third Hokage must be devising strategies to undermine Danzo's influence. Yet if we aim to effectively counter and restrain Danzo's actions, we must hasten our efforts to seize the initiative before he is able to retaliate. Let us return and change into more appropriate attire for the meeting. Once night falls, we shall pay a visit to the leader of the Uchiha clan. Visit the Uchiha clan leader? With your youthful bravado, I doubt you could even step foot through the gates of their territory, Kurama responded, bewildered by Naruto and Appo's confident declaration. Although he had encountered the Uchiha brothers, particularly Sasuke, on numerous occasions, he had never been informed of their identities. Fear not, Kurama. The two Uchiha brothers we met earlier are the cherished sons of the clan leader. Not to mention, the bond forged through training Sasuke should ensure we gain an audience with his father. As Naruto cheerfully addressed Kurama's concerns, he withdrew his consciousness from their shared space, relinquishing his fascination with the intricacies of the Hyuga's gentle fist. With Kurama's chakra coursing through his body, he broke free from the constraints of the pressure points, sprang to his feet, and after discerning the direction, hurriedly departed, leaving behind a cryptic remark that gradually faded into the distance. Moreover, even in the absence of Sasuke and Itachi and Appo's introductions, I possessed the connections forged by the previous generation as a means of access. In the office of the third Hokage, as night descends, the bright and gentle illumination steadfastly wards off the encroaching darkness outside, simultaneously casting the shadow of the diligent, slender elder who bears the weight of the village's responsibilities. It seems this is the last piece of work. Indeed, age is catching up. I should have completed such a trivial task much sooner. After signing the final document of the day, the third Hokage casually lifted his arm, placing the scroll upon a small mountain of files stacked on the edge of his desk. With his now free hand, he gently massaged the bridge of his nose and turned his soft leather chair towards the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly observing the village nestled in darkness, adorned with twinkling lights that illuminated its vibrant and beautiful nightscape. A smile of contentment and warmth graced his face as he mused softly to himself. No matter how many times I gaze upon it, the night view of Konoha remains utterly enchanting. As he spoke, the once tightly shut office door creaked open, then gradually closed again, allowing a tall shadow to slip silently through the narrow gap. The figure paused, seemingly contemplating whether to proceed, standing silently in the dark corner where the light did not reach. Though everyone has been striving to endure over the past 3 years, Witnessing this vibrant scene now reassures me that all sacrifices made were indeed worthwhile. What do you think? The night view of Konoha, although it pales in comparison to my past recollections, evokes a profound sense of nostalgia with its tranquil atmosphere. The shadow, aware of my arrival through the words of the third Hokage, subtly shook his head and, without further hesitation, approached with measured steps. Gradually, the tall, robust figure adorned with waist-length white hair and bearing a colossal scroll became distinctly illuminated by the bright lights. He halted once more before the cluttered desk of the third Hokage, laden with documents, pausing for a moment before crossing his arms and frowning slightly. With a hint of sorrow in his voice, he reflected, wishing that those who once vowed to safeguard the village with their lives had not forsaken their humanity for personal desires, nor allowed their minds to be clouded by an insatiable greed for power. Those shameless scoundrels truly do not deserve to relish the peaceful life that Minato and others sacrificed their lives to obtain. This is also the reason I urgently summoned you back, child, even after 3 long years. Do you still harbor feelings of guilt over that incident from 3 years ago? As the people behind entered the territory of the Hidden Leaf Village, the third Hokage had already received reports from the guarding forces. Thus, he was not at all surprised by the unexpected late-night visit, remaining unperturbed while facing away. From the words spoken, he could distinctly discern the deep-seated resentment and regret. As if affected by it, the once contented gaze of the third Hokage dimmed slightly. With a long sigh, he placed his hands on the armrests of the leather chair and slowly stood up, turning to meet the gaze of the visitor. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke again. The rampage of the Nine Tails was far too sudden and bizarre. Even I could not have anticipated that it would truly occur despite everything seemingly going smoothly. The disaster struck with such unexpected ferocity that it was not your fault for being away from the village at that time, and no one would blame you. Why must you cling so tightly to such burdens, even uttering words of despair about feeling unworthy to return to the village? But I will. I will blame myself. I shall never forgive myself. In the face of the third Hokage's earnest counsel, this unexpected visitor unhesitatingly interrupted, clenching his fists tightly, as if recalling an unforgettable memory. Slowly closing his eyes and bowing his head. If I had not pursued Orochimaru's trail at that time, if I had remained in the village, then Watergate and Kushina would not have had to. While my disciples are valiantly defending the village with their lives, I foolishly embraced hope and left the village, engaging in futile searches. As an elder, I failed to assist them when they needed me most, and I could not even manage to see them one last time. The fourth Hokage couple, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, were cherished and cared for as if they were his own children in the eyes of the third Hokage. This bond, as profound as that of blood relations, was exceedingly precious to him, who had long lived in solitude. Upon learning of their sacrifice for the village, the heart-wrenching pain and self-reproach he experienced were so intense that they nearly crushed the spirit and body of this resolute man. As his emotions surged, his breathing grew increasingly heavy and labored, and with a voice hoarse from gritting his teeth, he continued to speak, each word deliberate and measured. That day was undoubtedly meant to be a joyous occasion, celebrating the arrival of a new family member. I still vividly recall the radiant joy on Watergate's face, anticipating fatherhood, and Kushina's eager expectations and maternal bliss for the impending child. Yet, here I am, having accomplished nothing, having protected nothing. I, who am a thorough failure, utterly unworthy of the respect and trust bestowed upon me by those 2 children. How infuriating. Bang. In a moment of emotional upheaval, my trembling fist shot up high, and with a roar filled with remorse and self-reproach, it came crashing down upon the Hokage's desk. Crafted from a special wood as hard as iron, the force was so tremendous that it left a deep, clear imprint where no mark should have been made. My apologies, sensei. The uncontrollable blow granted a slight reprieve to the sturdy man before me, as reason gradually returned to my body. Gritting my teeth, I slowly retracted my fist, my throat hoarse as I offered my quiet apology. No, it appears I have underestimated the bond between you and Minato. I never anticipated that. Even after 3 years of time's gentle passage, you still find it impossible to overcome this hurdle. As the third Hokage, who has watched you grow since childhood, I can easily discern the anguish you have buried deep within your heart, which remains as poignant as when you first learned of the tragic demise of the Namikaze couple. It seems you have merely concealed your pain over these years to spare me concern. while I feel a mix of frustration and amusement at your stubbornness. A thought softens my expression, and a faint smile graces my lips. However, now that I have resolved to address the corruption within the village's upper echelons, there is a matter I must clarify with you. Speaking of which, I was indeed informed of a vital secret that needed to be conveyed to me, with a warning that should I miss this revelation, I would come to regret it deeply. That is why I have returned. Although I know my teacher is a man of his word, who never speaks falsely, I still cannot fathom what this venerable elder has in store until he explicitly states it. As I scratch my head in confusion, I inquire about the so-called confidential information. What could it possibly be? This information is certain to pique your interest. Do you recall the child chosen to become the new Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails upon Minato's sacrifice? Ah, yes, the unfortunate child who faced ostracism and discrimination from the villagers. I remember him well. You have always hurried back and forth to the village, and coupled with the constraints imposed upon you to protect this child, I have never found the opportunity to reveal the truth to you. The child's name is Uzumaki Naruto. Huh, Uzumaki Naruto? Is this what you call a confidential message? I say, teacher, you must be getting old. Wait a moment. The unexpectedly simple revelation from the teacher left the burly man somewhat disappointed, and as he rolled his eyes in preparation to complain, he was suddenly struck dumb, as if struck by lightning. Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki. Naruto. Could it be? Indeed, that child is the very one you imagined. Observing the incredulous look on his disciple's face, which seemed to grasp the implication, the third Hokage felt a sense of relief wash over him. With a squint in his eyes, he continued, the current name is Uzumaki Naruto. But that was a forced change due to the interference of Danzo and others. The name that truly belongs to the child is Namikaze Naruto. Namikaze Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. Namikaze, Uzumaki. Ha 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 ha. So that is it. They are their child. Minato and Kushina's child is alive, still alive. Ha 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 ha. The teacher and Appo's nod of affirmation, combined with the familiar surname and the name I personally proposed, caused a rapid alternation of joy and sorrow on the robust man and Appo's face. After a prolonged moment, he began to shake his head frantically, dancing and laughing maniacally in the Hokage's office, yet unbeknownst to him. 2 streams of tears silently cascaded down his cheeks. He repeatedly murmured to himself, I thought that child had perished 3 years ago alongside Minato and the others. Ha ha. As long as he is alive, that is what matters. Ha ha. As long as he is alive. How is it? Did the teacher deceive you? Indeed. Teacher, you remain as reliable as ever, truly a person of your word. Missing that opportunity 3 years ago was already a grave regret. To miss this one would undoubtedly lead to even greater despair, perhaps even unbearable sorrow. The revelation of Naruto's origins, shared by the third Hokage, undoubtedly illuminated a beacon of redemption and hope in the man's long, dark existence, which felt like a deep mire of despair. While he struggled to contain the overwhelming joy within, he eagerly pressed on with his inquiries. Speak. What do you need me to return for? Whatever it may be to aid that child, even if it means my utter destruction, I will not hesitate. Oh, this awareness and resolve are commendable. I have indeed not misjudged you. You are the student of whom I am truly proud. The task I am about to entrust to you is best suited for your exceptional capabilities. Observing the rekindled spirit of my long-lost student, the third Hokage felt an even deeper sense of joy and silently praised Naruto's innate ability to unite. After organizing his thoughts, he began to methodically relay the intricacies of Danzo's ambitions to Naruto. However, before delving into that, it was imperative to elucidate the current crisis facing the village. In his discourse, the third Hokage intentionally omitted the source of information regarding the impending events, which he had learned from Naruto when he was merely 3 years old. Instead, he attributed the findings to the investigations and conjectures of the Umbu. Unbeknownst to him, this concealment of Naruto's prophetic abilities would ultimately prevent his pupil from escaping fate entirely, resulting in a near-fatal incident in the future that would jeopardize the life of the student he held in such high regard, alongside Sasuke, no less. Meeting the parents? That is the entirety of the information I currently possess. After patiently elaborating, the third Hokage exhaled deeply, reaching for his pipe from the drawer. Intending to indulge in a moment of relaxation, he simultaneously retrieved a sealed scroll and offered it to Naruto, assuring him that the detailed accounts were meticulously recorded within. He encouraged Naruto to peruse it at his leisure. Indeed, that old rascal Shimura Danzo, I had merely found his perpetually stern and sardonic demeanor rather irritating. Yet I never anticipated he would descend to such depths. As if meticulously digesting the sensational information he had previously received, the burly man furrowed his brow while receiving the scroll from the third Hokage's hands, and without reservation, he scoffed derisively. Humph. I said 3 years ago that the incident was exceedingly peculiar. No matter how troublesome the Ninetales and Appo's rampage was, it should not have escalated to the point where Minato and the others had to sacrifice their lives for the sealing process. Now that I am aware of that old fool's sinister intentions, why not take action immediately? If it is due to a lack of a suitable leader for the charge, I am prepared to lead a team of Umbu to personally bring that old fool's head back. We must eradicate the root of the problem to prevent future calamities. However, it is not yet the right moment, for all that I have stated is merely conjecture based on the current intelligence. Though I am nearly certain, decisive evidence is still required for substantiation. Observing the third Hokage, who had grown up before him, one could effortlessly discern his character. Thus, the disrespectful and outrageous suggestion that escaped his lips was hardly surprising. As he leisurely filled his pipe with tobacco, his expression remained calm as he continued to speak. After all, Danzo, who ostensibly held the position of one of the 3 major advisors of the Elder Council overseeing the Hokage's authority on behalf of the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, also wielded a formidable clandestine military force that posed a significant threat. Without compelling evidence, he could easily accuse others of usurpation and instigate rebellion. If that were to occur, the village, which had only just begun to regain its peace, could once again be plunged into chaos. It was even conceivable that the vigilant feudal lord of the Land of Fire might seize the opportunity to infiltrate our hidden leaf village with trusted agents, thereby entirely usurping the village's power. It truly sounds like a considerable predicament. Hence, I remark that you cunning old foxes, engaged in political machinations, possess rather sordid hearts. Upon hearing the third Hokage's lengthy exposition of the stakes involved, the burly man, who had been itching to rush out and confront Danzo, suddenly deflated. He lethargically slumped into a nearby chair, casting an exasperated glance at the third Hokage. So, what was the purpose of summoning me with such effort? Do not tell me, dear teacher, that you simply wish to share the truth to soothe my wounded young heart. Begone, cease your prattle before me. Given your current state, it is hard to believe your tender spirit has been wounded. I have received reports from the Dark Division that upon returning to the village, you eagerly visited every single women's bathhouse, large and small. Cough, I assure you. This is merely research for my newly conceived epic masterpiece. An epic masterpiece? Humph. It is likely just another collection of unsightly material, is it not? As if recalling an unpleasant memory, the third Hokage leisurely toyed with his pipe, his face adorned with a benevolent smile as he regarded his increasingly restless disciple. He continued, speaking deliberately, as one of the legendary 3 of Konoha, how could you engage in such behavior? You truly bring great honor to my name. Oh dear, Cough, let's not pursue that topic any further. Observing his teacher's expression growing serious, the burly man inwardly panicked and straightened his posture to appear more obedient, while feigning innocence and attempting to change the subject. Teacher, you still haven't informed me why you call me back, have you? Humph, clever little rascal. Very well, considering you still possess some worth. We shall settle this debt at a later date. While feigning severity to intimidate the disciple before him, the third Hokage extended his hand into a nearby pile of documents, rummaging for a moment before retrieving a photograph of a golden-haired child, radiantly smiling. He presented it to the individual before him. Danzo must have sensed my growing suspicion towards him, yet it seems he has not yet developed any doubts or vigilance regarding this child. However, it is better to err on the side of caution. The task I am about to entrust you with is both simple and formidable at all costs. Safeguard this child from Danzo's insidious schemes. This child, so it is, he is indeed the offspring of Minato and Kushina. Despite enduring so much suffering, he still beams with such joy. What a remarkable child. Observing the distinctive golden hair and prominent whisker marks in the photograph, the burly man quickly grasped the identity of the target as explicitly instructed by his superior. As his calloused fingertips gently caressed the child's visage in the photo, a glimmer of warmth and affection appeared in his eyes. After carefully tucking the photograph away close to his heart, he solemnly assured the third Hokage, I understand. Rest assured, Sensei, this time I shall not falter. I have tasted enough of the bitter anguish of regret. If that old fool Danzo truly intends to harm this child, let him first attempt to step over my dead body. As the third Hokage regaled his long-lost disciple with tales of impending missions, Naruto, the focal point of the photograph, was already embarking on the most pivotal step of his plan to thwart Danzo's ambitions, all under the shroud of night that enveloped the village. Bathed in the warm glow of dim yellow lights, Naruto, Sasuke, and Itachi strolled side by side, engaging in light-hearted banter. "Say, Naruto, are you really all right? Your body seems fine," Sasuke remarked, eyeing Naruto, who just hours earlier had been scorched by his brother's great fireball technique, now appearing unscathed and laughing with his hands clasped behind his head. Despite his disbelief, Sasuke scrutinized Naruto, searching for any trace of the scars left by their earlier training session, while scratching his head in curiosity. "You were barely able to stand earlier, and now you're back to training with us. Your recovery speed is truly astonishing. Are you sure you're not some kind of monster?" "Relax, Sasuke. That's the 8th time you've asked me today," Naruto replied, feeling a warmth in his heart at Sasuke's concern for his well-being, though he feigned annoyance as he teased him. After a brief pause, he exaggeratedly bared his teeth in a playful scare. "Of course. I've already told you I'm a monster, and the Nine-Tails loves to feast on human children." "Wahaha. Who said anything about eating human children, you brat?" Sasuke retorted. Kurama, could you not allow me to frighten someone completely for once? When attempting to instill fear, why not resort to slandering my reputation? Your mere flesh is hardly sufficient to fill the gaps between my teeth. I have no desire to consume it." "Humph. Continue your bluster." However, Sasuke, who has long grown accustomed to Naruto's presence, felt no inkling of fear. Observing Naruto, who fell silent and frowned at the agitated Nine-Tails, he mistakenly assumed that Naruto was worried about being frightened. With a defiant tilt of his chin and hands placed firmly on his hips, he huffed dismissively. "If you truly are a monster, then I am a powerful ninja capable of standing toe-to-toe with such a creature." Well, in a certain sense, that statement was not entirely incorrect. "Huh, did you say something just now?" Did I? Perhaps it was merely a misunderstanding," Sasuke, while evasively responding. Naruto turned his head away to avoid revealing the adorable, bewildered expression that emerged from his small fan-like gestures. He then quietly inquired of their guide, "Itachi, by the way. Itachi-san, would it be alright if I came to your home for a meal? I wouldn't want to be a bother to your family. Wouldn't your parents mind?" Not at all. Let us not forget your dedicated efforts to aid Sasuke in his training. Inviting Sasuke's friends over for a meal is quite a normal occurrence. It's rare for Sasuke to make friends, and I believe our parents would be delighted to learn of it." Upon hearing this, Itachi responded with his trademark gentle and amiable smile, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Simultaneously, he reached out to affectionately caress the head of Sasuke, who, upon hearing the exchange, had begun to pout in disagreement. After a brief pause, noticing Sasuke gradually calming down and nuzzling his palm in a display of affection, Itachi breathed a sigh of relief. With a continued smile, he added that while he hadn't been informed beforehand, a few extra place settings were hardly a bother. Moreover, it had been some time since they'd had guests, and having another person join them for dinner would liven up the household. "Is that so? That's a relief." Naruto exhaled audibly, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, lightly patting his chest while subtly concealing a fleeting, triumphant smile in his eyes. "In that case, I appreciate you having me over today. I've often heard Sasuke extolling the virtues of your mother's cooking, so I must admit, I've developed quite an appetite." "Humph. You can rest assured, Naruto." Sasuke, who had been reveling in his brother and Appo's affectionate ministrations, abruptly snapped back to attention upon hearing Naruto mention his mother and Appo's culinary skills. Instinctively, he continued the thought with considerable pride. "I'm not exaggerating when I say that my mother's cooking is the best in the entire Uchiha clan. No, the entire Hidden Leaf village. You'd better prepare yourself, Naruto. It's so delectable that you won't be able to resist overeating, especially the rice balls made by mother. The flavor is simply exquisite. The meals prepared by her own hands. How delightful." Watching Sasuke, who exuberantly praises and showcases his mother's culinary skills, Naruto couldn't help but whisper to himself. After a brief pause, he buried the envy and solitude that had seeped through Sasuke's words deep within his heart, nodding in agreement while secretly rejoicing. As he had surmised earlier, with the introduction from the Uchiha brothers, encountering their father, Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, would not be an arduous task. As long as he obediently followed Sasuke home, he would surely achieve his wish of meeting Sasuke's parents. Wait, following him home, meeting his parents? It feels somewhat peculiar. The Uchiha clan, compelled to rebel, as the starlight accompanied the moon to fully adorn the night sky. Naruto and his companions finally arrived at the grand entrance of the Uchiha clan's territory. Oh, is this your home? It truly is magnificent. Bathed in the luminous light akin to that of daybreak, Naruto curiously observed the neatly engraved wooden sign bearing the Uchiha clan's name above the gate. He then lightly patted the shoulder of the small fan beside him, teasingly suppressing a laugh, saying, "Hey, Sasuke. I think I can understand why you often arrive late." What nonsense are you spouting now, Naruto? Observing Naruto's unexpectedly mature demeanor, Sasuke discerned a flicker of pity in his expression, prompting him to question whether he was mistaken, while instinctively retorting with irritation. He pondered whether Naruto was attempting to ridicule him. No, surely not. Instead, he mused, "It must be arduous for you to trek such a considerable distance to the training grounds daily." Noticing Naruto's reflexive, disgruntled response, Sasuke shrugged, his face a mask of innocence as he batted his eyelashes. "Well, having experienced it firsthand, I shall refrain from mocking you next time you arrive a tad late, Sasuke." Is that all? Faced with Naruto's uncharacteristic restraint, Sasuke regarded him with mild suspicion, placing his hands on his hips and pouting slightly as he hummed. It's good that you understand. I leave my home at the crack of dawn and certainly do not indulge in slothful sleep. Yet, living so far away is unavoidable, considering our Uchiha clan is responsible for maintaining the village's security. He chuckled. I see, a security detail. That does sound rather impressive. Gently ruffling the proud little fan's head beside him, Sasuke observed the childlike delight in Naruto's squinted eyes. However, he couldn't help but inwardly lament. The situation is indeed worse than I had imagined. A security detail? In this desolate backwater, let us be frank. Aren't we merely the gatekeepers of Konoha? Isn't this clearly pushing the Uchiha clan towards rebellion? Indeed. As one of the two prominent clans in the Hidden Leaf village renowned for their ocular jutsu, the Uchiha clan, which once allied with the now diminished Senju clan to establish the village, possesses the most expansive territory among all families in the Hidden Leaf. On the surface, it appears that the village treats this founding clan with considerable respect. However, this vast expanse of land, belonging to the largest clan in the Hidden Leaf, is curiously situated at the very periphery of the village. To what extent is this distance? To illustrate, even with Naruto and his companions having undergone rigorous ninja training that vastly surpasses that of ordinary individuals, and with Sasuke and Itachi as the Uchiha clan's hosts, guiding them along the shortest route, they still traversed from the setting sun until the moon hung high in the sky before finally arriving. This arrangement is ostensibly lauded as a means for the Uchiha clan to oversee the vital responsibilities of the security force, with the location of their territory purportedly intended to facilitate the maintenance of village order and the defense of its borders. However, upon scrutinizing the map of the Hidden Leaf village, it becomes evident that the Uchiha clan is not only distanced from the center of power, represented by the Hokage's office, but also far removed from the bustling commercial districts. Surrounding their territory, they are encircled by various clans loyal to the village. A deliberate stratagem seemingly designed to guard against the Uchiha clan. In this manner, as soon as the Uchiha clan exhibits any signs of abnormality, not only can the senior officials of Konoha obtain intelligence promptly, but they can also unleash a tempestuous assault against the Uchiha at any moment, firmly seizing control over their life and death, leaving them with no escape. With such arrangements in place, even a fool could perceive that the village is systematically marginalizing and suppressing them. Thus, regardless of how loyal a family may be, as long as there exists even the slightest hint of self-interest, they would be unwilling to accept a fate that leads them toward gradual decline. How much more so for the Uchiha clan, the founding elders who have long been estranged from the circles of power and harbored deep-seated grievances. Entrusting the Uchiha clan with the responsibility of the police force may indeed have been the intention of the previous Hokage. At best, it was merely to express trust in the Uchiha clan by assigning them significant duties while simultaneously serving as a means of observation. Now, under the governance of the third Hokage, a moderate and peace-seeking leader, it would be utterly foolish to enact such a transparent plan to surround the Uchiha territory without any gaps, thereby inciting rebellion from one of Konoha's vital military forces. Moreover, the individual poised to gain the most from the impending Uchiha insurrection. With furrowed brows, Naruto murmured to himself in a lowered voice. As the image of Danzo's shameless and scrupulous face flashed through his mind, prompting a derisive scoff. It is likely that, much like 3 years ago when I was falsely accused of being the reincarnation of the Nine Tails, that shameless old man Danzo distorted and misinterpreted the previous Hokage's orders in the shadows. The resentment and hatred accumulated over 3 years of enduring scorn and disdain from the villagers could drive one to madness, especially for the Uchiha clan, who live in constant fear, surrounded by an impenetrable circle, dreading the day the village's higher-ups might order their eradication. Even if we assume that Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, initially harbored no rebellious thoughts or ambitions for power within the village, under such extreme circumstances, he would inevitably have to rise as a leader to fight for the survival of his people, confronting the non-existent hope and the oppressive forces of the Hokage's faction in a desperate struggle, ultimately allowing the sly Danzo to reap the benefits of their mutual destruction. Hey, Naruto. What is the matter, Sasuke? Realizing that reconciling the long-standing grievances of the Uchiha clan might prove more arduous than anticipated, Naruto could not help but sigh in frustration as he gently rubbed his brow. Just as he was about to gather his thoughts and ponder a more effective solution, a subtle tugging sensation beside him pulled him back to reality. He quickly suppressed his unusual feelings and raised his head with a playful smile. You, my friend, are indeed quite peculiar. Look, the door is wide open. How much longer do you intend to stand out here in the snow? Observing Naruto's carefree grin, which mirrored his familiar demeanor, Sasuke couldn't shake off a vague sense that something was amiss. Shaking his head to dispel the baseless concern, he rolled his eyes and grasped Naruto's wrist, somewhat forcibly ushering him through the open door. Stop dawdling and hurry home with me. It's already late. If we don't return soon, our parents will scold us. Oh, all right, I understand. Wait, what do you mean by hurry home with you? That statement is clearly ambiguous. You fool, Sasuke. In what way did I say anything wrong? Are you looking for a fight? You idiot, Naruto. It's precisely because you spaced out that we delayed our return home. Well, while that is true, your manner of describing it is rather misleading. You dolt. What? How is it misleading, hey? Ultimately, what peculiar thoughts persistently occupy your mind throughout the day? Naruto. The Nine Tails Chakra. The Valley of the End. I see. You are indeed no ordinary child. Observing Naruto and Sasuke bickering playfully as they make their way home, Itachi's previously silent demeanor gradually shifts, the gentle smile on his face recedes, and his dark eyes, unbeknownst to him, become suffused with a vivid crimson hue. The hallmark of the Sharingan, the distinctive black tomo, begins to rotate languidly, signaling the activation of his ocular techniques. After a prolonged moment, the crimson light wanes, restoring his eyes to their customary inky blackness. He follows the two youngsters at a leisurely pace, a faint smile gracing his lips as he softly muses. If the visions revealed by the Sharingan are indeed genuine and have transpired, Naruto Uzumaki, can you truly alter Sasuke's fate? In the depths of darkness, the true hero, Itachi, muses over Sasuke. It is quite late. Why have they not returned yet? They are back. As Sasuke and Naruto approach home, their mother, Mikoto Uchiha, stands anxiously at the entrance, her hands clutching the hem of her garment, furrowing her brow in concern as she scans the surroundings for their return. A sigh of relief escapes her as she spots their figures emerging from around the corner. Instantly, her anxious expression dissipates, replaced by a tender smile that graces her gentle features as she waves to greet the approaching trio. Brother, look, it's Mother. Mother awaits us at the door. Let us hasten our steps. Indeed. Oh dear. Sasuke, you are rather impatient. Slow down. Be cautious not to fall. Understood. Upon seeing his mother, steadfastly braving the biting wind and snow while waiting for his return, the little fan, previously engrossed in playful banter with Naruto, felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He swiftly uttered a hasty remark before dashing towards her comforting embrace with his short legs. Itachi, Sasuke, how wonderful, you have safely returned. I was beginning to think you two would not be home for dinner tonight. As she noticed her younger son running unsteadily towards her, Mikoto's words trailed off momentarily. She hurried forward to close the distance, bending her knees and lowering herself, her gaze softening with affection as she opened her arms wide. ready to catch her beloved child who was about to leap into her embrace. Slow down, Sasuke, be careful not to fall. This child is still far too clingy. Watching his younger brother dash toward their mother, heedless of his appearance, Itachi could only shrug in resignation, though a deeper fondness sparkled in his eyes. After a brief pause, he glanced sideways at Naruto, who, despite being the same age as Sasuke, was equally indulgent in his admiration of him, and with a gentle smile, he continued, "Let us go, keep up with Sasuke." Ah, indeed. Upon hearing these words, Naruto paused momentarily, turning his head to survey his surroundings, confirming that the person beside him was indeed addressing him. The affectionate smile that belied his age vanished in an instant. He resumed his usual boisterous demeanor, responding with a playful laugh. "Tsuke, running so swiftly in such heavy snow. If no one is watching, one could easily take a nasty tumble." "Indeed, Naruto-kun," came the reply. "Now, I entrust you with the care of that boy, Sasuke." Observing the child's emotional maturity rivaling that of an adult only cemented Itachi's suspicions, prompting a deeper smile as he continued, "We must ensure that nothing unfortunate befalls Sasuke, all right?" "Haha, why so serious all of a sudden, Itachi-san?" Naruto blinked in confusion at Itachi's gentle smile, scratching the back of his head. After a brief pause, he beamed and patted his own chest with one hand, declaring, "Of course, Sasuke is my best friend, and I will certainly take good care of him. I'm off to catch up with him now. Hey, Sasuke, slow down. Wait for me." As he spoke, Naruto extricated his feet from the increasingly snow-laden ground and stumbled forward, treading upon the soft, chilly white powder while attempting to call out to Sasuke in a childlike voice to slow his pace. "Hey, Naruto. It seems your earlier praise for that little rascal was indeed quite prescient." As Naruto staggered forward, seemingly on the brink of collapsing into the snow, the unamused and earnest voice of Kurama echoed more clearly within his heart. "If I am not mistaken, that child must have, to some extent, already sensed your disguise." Kurama's reminder resonated with Naruto's own thoughts. Although Itachi maintained a facade of gentle brotherly warmth, his demeanor was keenly observed by Naruto, who had long been attuned to the nuances of human interaction. Naruto detected the doubt concealed within those dark pupils, accompanied by a flicker of hope. "Ah, Kurama, you are indeed correct. He has become aware, or rather, he has already discerned our intentions." While the speed of this revelation surprised me, such performance is truly befitting of Itachi's title as a prodigy. Deliberately adjusting his pace, Naruto maintained a position just behind Sasuke, appearing to trail him, yet seemingly unable to overtake him. As he slightly smirked, he reflected on Itachi's earlier remarks, which seemed ordinary yet were laden with meaning. What intrigued him more was the depth of Sasuke and Appo's understanding. How far had it penetrated, prompting Itachi, the hopelessly devoted brother, to entrust his beloved sibling to Naruto? He could not allow any mishap to befall Sasuke. Perhaps the extent of his awareness had already surpassed what I could manage. Itachi's presence, indeed, poses an enigma that is both unfathomable and uncontrollable. TSK, is it not simply the realization that you are not merely here for a meal? Wherever you speak of such mystique. Observing Naruto, who, in a fervent whisper, extols Itachi and Appo's virtues, almost glowing with admiration, akin to an infatuated disciple, the Kyuubi, feeling irked, lets out a displeased huff and, with a hint of exasperation, reminds him that, in his view, why concern oneself with such trivialities? Given that it has been established he has discerned your intentions, one should promptly contemplate altering or even halting this operation. For he is indeed the target of this endeavor, the eldest son of Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan. If he harbors the same animosity towards Konoha as his father, a mere whisper of encouragement could lead to an ill-fated outcome, akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog, with no hope of return. However, if this predicament were to befall anyone else, such concerns would be entirely justifiable. Yet, should the one uncovering the truth be Itachi, that would signify a complete turnaround. Perhaps he might even provide us with invaluable assistance in this matter. As Naruto spoke, he slightly tilted his head, catching a glimpse of Itachi, who followed closely behind with a gentle smile. The warmth in Naruto and Appo's eyes deepened as he quietly reassured the restless companion within him. Though Itachi was indeed the son of Uchiha Fugaku, his affection for the village far surpassed any allegiance to the Uchiha clan. He was a true ninja worthy of the title of hero. If one were to rank the new generation of ninjas in Konoha according to their loyalty and love for the village, Itachi would willingly concede the first position. In his mind, Naruto envisioned that remarkable figure who walked through darkness, bearing the stigma of a traitor and the resentment of his beloved brother, yet selflessly guarding the peace of the village and the safety of his brother, ultimately facing death with a serene smile. After a brief pause, he composed himself and continued. No one else is worthy of the first place. With a blend of charm and courtesy, he called out, slow down, Sasuke. Watching his youngest son stumble through the snow with a slightly flushed face, Uchiha Mikoto furrowed her brow in concern and stepped closer. With gentle hands, she scooped Sasuke from the snowy ground, brushing off the accumulated snow while playfully scolding, Sasuke, you silly child, running so fast. Aren't you afraid of falling? What if you hurt yourself? Not at all. In the future, I aspire to become a formidable ninja, just like my brother. Such trivial issues could never deter me. The sparring match between Naruto and Itachi not only revealed a glimpse of Naruto's true prowess to Sasuke, who usually appears harmless, but also left the devoted younger brother in awe of his elder sibling, who effortlessly defeated Naruto despite his unconventional techniques. This encounter allowed Sasuke, often the target of Naruto's playful teasing, to bask in a moment of pride and determination to train diligently with his brother as his inspiration. Upon hearing his mother's concerned remarks, he instinctively responded without hesitation. As a mother, Mikoto felt a sense of comfort witnessing her younger son gradually transform from a well-behaved child, who lacked interest in training without Itachi's presence, into someone more spirited. However, seeing her son, who had recently become increasingly reckless and returned home covered in dirt and bruises, ignited her instinctual maternal protectiveness. While she tried to suppress her irritation, her eyes reflected a mix of concern and gentle reproach as she gazed at her capricious child. And, besides, with my mother here to catch me, there's no way I could fall. I understand my mistakes, mother. I promise. I will be more careful next time. The gentle call of his mother, whose smile was gradually fading, made Sasuke acutely aware of the subtlety of his situation. After enduring lengthy bouts of banter with Naruto, his ability to navigate such exchanges had significantly improved. His eyes darted around, and in a moment of inspiration, he nestled closer to his mother's embrace, playfully nuzzling and feigning innocence while softly diverting her attention. Mom, I'm hungry. I want to eat. Oh dear. I truly don't know what to do with you. Such a smooth talker. I wonder where you picked up such bad habits. Despite her continued admonishments directed at Sasuke, Mikoto, as a mother, found it difficult to resist her son's endearing display of contrition and affection. Her dissatisfaction waned considerably, especially with Itachi and a child he had never met but felt inexplicably familiar with approaching. Thus, Mikoto refrained from pursuing the matter too aggressively. After gently tugging at his chubby cheeks, she retorted, just this once, mind you. If your father finds out and gets upset, don't say I didn't warn you. Sasuke. Noticing a change in his mother's demeanor, Sasuke felt a wave of relief wash over him. After a brief pause, he sensed the proximity of his brother and Naruto, and hastily introduced Naruto as their guest to further divert Mikoto's attention. Oh, by the way, Mom, let me introduce you to my new friend, Naruto Uzumaki. Oh my, it's rare to see you bringing a friend home to play. Naruto Uzumaki. That name sounds oddly familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere before. The name revealed by Sasuke, a boy unfamiliar to Mikoto, sparked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within her. As she vaguely recalled that she had never interacted with the little fellow before, she adjusted her hold on the ever-adoring Sasuke, while bending slightly to smile at Naruto, who had approached. Hello, Naruto-kun, I am Sasuke's mother. This mischievous child must have caused you quite a bit of trouble, hasn't he? I hope you will take good care of him in the future. Mom, I'm not mischievous at all. Upon hearing his mother's words, Sasuke, even without turning around, could sense that Naruto's eyes were likely sparkling with playful amusement. His cheeks gradually flushed with a rosy hue as he wriggled in protest within his mother's embrace. Yet, recalling the embarrassing moments he often faced during training under Naruto's guidance, his confidence waned, and his tone softened. I didn't cause him any trouble. In the past, while reading the manga, she and noticed that Sasuke possessed the potential to be overly attached to his mother. How delightful it was to see such an angelic child, yet he had been transformed into a brooding, aloof youth by Danzo's meddling. Observing Sasuke's affectionate demeanor in his mother's arms, Naruto recalled the prodigy of the Uchiha clan, who had been celebrated in the comics, now merely a tender-hearted child. Quietly musing, he respectfully smiled in response. "Hello, Auntie. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I am Sasuke-kun's friend. I apologize for the unannounced visit and for not bringing a gift. I hope you can forgive me." "Wait, are you really Naruto? I can't possibly have brought home a fake Naruto, can I?" The words that reached Sasuke's ears were in stark contrast to his previous impressions, leaving him on the verge of popping his eyes out in disbelief. He abruptly turned his head, surveying Naruto from head to toe, unable to restrain himself from uttering the vulgarities he had unwittingly learned from Naruto. How can you change your demeanor faster than one flips a book? Truly a monster. Sasuke, how can you speak like that? How could you call your own friend a monster?" "But, Mother, I am merely speaking the truth. He was never this polite before." "Ouch, ouch, ouch. I was wrong, Mother. I was wrong. It hurts." Still stubborn and unrepentant, "I truly wonder how you managed to befriend him. You must have caused him no small amount of trouble." The astonishment evident on the face of her younger son made Mikoto feel that something was amiss. However, in comparison to the polite demeanor of the young boy before her, Sasuke's behavior was decidedly unbecoming. With a mix of frustration and admiration for Sasuke's remarkable peer, she gently pinched Sasuke's cheek while expressing her growing fondness for Naruto. After a brief pause, she stepped aside to make way at the entrance, smiling as she invited them in. No, how could that be? Knowing that Sasuke has befriended such a well-behaved child brings great joy to me, dear. Come, let us get inside. It's best to warm yourselves on such a snowy day." "Thank you, Aunt." Upon witnessing Sasuke's expression of defiance, his inability to retort, and his silent acceptance of defeat, Naruto's eyes sparkled with amusement. As he trailed behind Mikoto, stepping into the Uchiha household, he feigned innocence and sweetness, exclaiming in a childlike voice, "By the way, your mother looks remarkably youthful and beautiful. If Sasuke hadn't mentioned you were his mother, I would have thought you were his sister." "Oh dear, you little charmer, you certainly know how to flatter," Mikoto replied, a playful smile gracing her lips. Ultimately, she too was a woman, and every woman, especially those who have embraced motherhood, cherishes compliments that affirm their beauty and youth. Given that her first impression of Naruto was that of an innocent and well-mannered child, she found his words particularly endearing. With a light chuckle, she waved her hand dismissively before teasingly pinching Sasuke's pouty cheek once more. "You should learn from Naruto. Look how eloquently he expresses himself." "Wait, learn from Naruto?" Sasuke exclaimed, recalling how he had previously employed the art of verbal sparring with Naruto to glean insights from his mother, who had dubbed him a silver-tongued little rascal. Now, however, he was being encouraged to emulate this very instigator of his troubles. Why was there such a disparity in treatment despite their similar antics? "Mother, who is truly your son, me or Naruto?" Like a wooden puppet, Sasuke allowed his mother to knead his cheeks, while internally he was fervently ridiculing the situation. He tilted his head slightly, casting a glance at Naruto, who was following behind at a leisurely pace, his expression revealing a subtle twitch at the corners of his mouth, a stiff smile that hinted at his existential doubts. It was as if one could almost perceive the black question marks erupting above Sasuke and Appo's head. He was on the verge of being utterly exasperated. This little fan had begun to question life itself. How utterly adorable it appeared. Observing Sasuke's disgruntled yet helpless demeanor, Naruto, with his hand tucked into his pocket, was incessantly pinching the soft flesh at his waist to suppress his laughter, fearing he might burst out right then and there. Even so, upon closer inspection, one could discern the barely perceptible, high-frequency tremors emanating from Naruto, who seemed obedient and unremarkable. "Oh, Sasuke, you are still too young to play this game with me. I'm back. Sorry to intrude." With varying tones of greeting, Sasuke and his companions finally returned to the warmth and comfort of home. They closed the door behind them, shutting out the howling cold winds, and shook off the snow that had accumulated on their clothes before donning the thick, cozy slippers meant for indoors. "Why are you all so late returning today?" Uchiha Fugaku stood at the entrance, arms crossed and a stern expression on his face. But internally, he sighed in relief at the sight of the returning group. His gaze quickly shifted from his youngest son, who was slumped in his mother's embrace with an expression of utter disillusionment, to the unfamiliar little guest before him, capturing his attention. This is Naruto Uzumaki, my husband, and he is indeed the very first friend that Sasuke brought home." "Ah, Naruto, allow me to introduce you. This is my husband, Sasuke's father." Upon hearing her husband's inquiry, Mikoto smiled warmly while briefly introducing him, all the while casting a bemused glance at her young son. Honestly, Sasuke, how long do you intend to be lazy? It is a rare occasion that you have a friend over, as the host. Shouldn't you be more spirited in showing him around and having fun? Hee. Such a silver-tongued charmer. Hee. You should learn a thing or two. Hee. Well, it seems the innocent little fan, whose tender heart has been thoroughly bruised and is now questioning the very essence of life, is not so easily roused from his stupor. Given the current situation, it wouldn't be entirely implausible for the naive little fan to be playfully toyed with by the cunning Naruto, surpassing the milestone of 100,000 words. The benefit of parting from the original narrative Uzumaki. Naruto, just like his wife, despite knowing in his heart that this little fellow is merely a stranger he is meeting for the first time. Fugaku cannot shake the inexplicable sense of familiarity that washes over him in the presence of Naruto's sun-kissed golden hair and distinctive name. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he gently nodded, inviting the little one in. Mikoto, since it is a rare occasion that Sasuke has brought a friend home, why not showcase your culinary skills splendidly in front of the children tonight? Indeed, I share your sentiments, my dear husband. It is a rare occasion to have a little guest in our home, and coincidentally, I have procured a substantial amount of ingredients on my way back today. Undoubtedly, on such a frigid day, indulging in hot pot is the most suitable choice. I shall prepare it forthwith. As a devoted housewife, Mikoto truly embodies the virtues of a good wife and mother. Shortly after her husband's words, she determined the evening's menu, all the while cradling the still sullen and disheartened Sasuke as she made her way to the kitchen. She gently reminded her husband, before anything else, dear, please take care of our little guest. Hot pot, you say? It has indeed been quite some time since we last enjoyed it, and I find myself eagerly anticipating it. Perhaps recalling the delectable dishes his wife prepared, Fugaku's stern demeanor softened, a slight smile gracing his lips as he nodded in acknowledgement. He then remembered something and called out to his wife, who was drifting away, "Don't forget to wash some tomatoes for Sasuke. He has been yearning for them lately." "Leave that to me, father," Itachi interjected. Having remained silent until now, he observed the obedient Naruto beside him with a contemplative gaze. After giving Naruto's shoulder a reassuring pat, he smiled and followed Mikoto into the kitchen. Mother will need to divide her attention to care for Sasuke. She cannot manage alone. I shall assist her in the kitchen. And Naruto, I entrust you to father to rest in the living room for a while. Wait, Itachi, why are you? No, Itachi, hold on. Father, I am not adept at looking after little children. Initially, Fugaku believed that his eldest son would be by his side, effortlessly caring for the little one he had never met. However, as he witnessed his son preparing to abandon him to follow his wife into the kitchen, a sense of panic gripped him. He lowered his voice, attempting to persuade Itachi to stay, only to find that his words spurred his son to hasten away with a gleeful smirk. Was this a conspiracy devised by his wife and son against him? Such an unexpected scene caused Fugaku's lips to twitch slightly. He gradually turned to face Naruto, who blinked innocently with wide eyes, embodying the very essence of a well-behaved child. Please, how am I supposed to interact with a young child? I find myself utterly at a loss. Although he was already a father, Fugaku was often preoccupied with work, surrounded primarily by respectful adult ninjas within the clan or the cunning old foxes of